As Xuan cast his fishing hook into the rifts of the heavens, other survivors were still engaged in a brutal struggle over a can of expired food. The first draw yielded a popular girl group's wilderness performance support, triggering a critical hit that brought forth the plasma shield technology from the wandering earth, and even the love potion recipe could enhance fertility rates. However, when the system prompted that the ultimate prize requires civilization points for redemption, the black technology products that had been hooked began to reveal their side effects of distorting time and space. Chapter 1. A New Beginning Under the Weight of Twin Tails. In September 30th, 30 years hence, on a wondrous star in the southeastern wilds of an island, the waves crashed and the sea breeze caressed the golden sands of a verdant isle, where a young man of fine physique and handsome visage lay, forming a Thai character embedded within. Scattered around were various remnants of aircraft and a black suitcase emblazoned with colorful text, Great Northeast Fishing City. It was evident that the young man had just survived a plane crash. As if fate conspired against him, a cool, delicate foot mercilessly stomped on his cheek. Fujiwara. Shizuka? Feeling the impact, Xuan slowly opened his bewildered eyes. Staring at the clear blue sky, he was momentarily taken aback before his gaze fell upon a pair of snow-white slender legs, adorned with a white spaghetti-strap dress, and a face reminiscent of youthful, first lovia, little girl with twin tails. She was the daughter of the alluring Japanese star Fujiwara Narika, a super idol, Fujiwara Shizuka. This is 10 years ago. I've been reborn. My Kirin arm is still here. Upon seeing the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Hatsune Miku, Xuan's thoughts surged. Just months prior, he had graduated from a mediocre university. Unable to secure a good job, he opted to take the straightforward path of becoming a security guard. Ultimately, he was forced into a marriage by his parents, tying the knot with a relatively beautiful but idle woman who required constant pampering, like a revered ancestor. Not long after, his parents met with a tragic accident, and his wife insisted on using his parents' life insurance money to buy a house for her brother, which led him to slap her back to her family's home. Days ago, he received a court summons for divorce. A normal person would likely crumble under such circumstances, yet he was different. He had grown weary of his security job and his wife alike. The two properties and the demolition compensation were under his parents' names, and though they pressured him into marriage, they were not foolish. They had thoughtfully prepared a will, ensuring that in the event of a divorce, she would receive nothing. The moment the divorce was initiated, Xuan truly felt reborn. Days spent fishing by the pond and strolling with birds, followed by nights in entertainment venues for massages, all without the nagging presence of someone clinging to him. Speaking of this, one must commend the post-2000 girls. Not only did they accompany him for meals, drinks, and leisure, but they were also considerate, gentle, and emotionally intelligent, providing attentive service. With a card costing 3,000 yuan, he could visit 8 times in a month, receiving complimentary fruit platters and bath tickets. Truly, marriage was a fleeting joy, while being single brought lasting delight. Even his usual streak of bad luck turned fortunate, as he won a scratch-off lottery ticket for a first-class, 7-day trip to the Americas, flying alongside 7 popular female stars from Wife's Romantic Travel. Among the 4 fixed guests, 4 were already married: Mimi, Yuan, Sure, and Tang. The remaining 3 were Nana, Baba, and Fei, invited as flying guests. Additionally, a host of celebrities from Japan, South Korea, and the West were on board, seemingly headed for an award ceremony. However, no one anticipated that as the plane soared beyond national airspace, a terrifying solar magnetic storm would erupt, causing them to crash into the waters of the island nation. Fortunately, the safety of first-class cabins was higher, and they miraculously survived. Regrettably, the storm persisted, leading to a complete breakdown of modern communication. This was merely the beginning of their calamities. Over the next decade, a series of horrifying disasters would unfold. Hailstones the size of human heads, temperatures soaring to 60 or 70 degrees, a global freeze in winter, corrosive acid rain, and terrifying plagues. In his previous life, he had survived for a decade through effort, luck, and bravery. Yet, during these 10 years, the 7 female stars and the twin-tailed Fujiwara Shizuka, along with her mother Fujiwara Narika, all succumbed to various causes: hunger, difficult childbirth, illnesses, tetanus, hail, tsunamis, and even battles with those wretched island pirates. Ironically, the reason for his rebirth was not due to a pursuit. On a day 10 years hence, or perhaps just recently, by the pond at sunset, he was fortunate enough to awaken the Multiverse Fishing System, followed by a wave of bittersweet joy. However, while fishing without a helmet, he was ambushed by a mutated sea bass weighing over 70 pounds. With a swift flick of its powerful tail, it struck him in the face, and with that he lost consciousness and was reborn. Recalling this, Song Xian hastily attempted to summon the system. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Song Xian. Level, 1-star fisherman. Physique, 6. Energy, 9. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Items, beginner's gift package, experience points, 0100 kg. Excellent. The system is still functional. I shall immediately open the beginner's gift package. Upon receiving a response from the system, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the skill Apocalypse Forecast, equipped a golden fishing rod, and received a strengthening potion. Apocalypse Forecast. To seek fortune and avoid calamity, you can foresee the arrival of disasters and dangers. Golden fishing rod. A rod of golden quality, reliable for fish under 1 ton. With a 1 chance of critical rewards, strengthening potion can be used to enhance physical attributes, with effects varying by individual. Immediately use the strengthening potion. Having obtained 3 treasures, Song Xian decisively learned from his past mistakes and used it right away. Ding! Congratulations! Your body and spirit have been enhanced, and your data panel has been updated. Wonderful! The moment he heard the system's prompt, Song Xian felt a surge of warmth fill his body with strength. He felt as if he could easily defeat his former self with a single punch. Even if he were hit by a dump truck, he could withstand it until the ambulance arrived. Heaven is aiding me. Sensing the change in his body, Song Xian could not contain his excitement and jumped up. With the system's enhancement, he believed he could go further and achieve greater things in this life. This time, he would not allow the tragedies of his past life to repeat. Just as he was filled with ambition, Fujiwara Shizuka was frightened into sitting on the ground. After a shriek, she called out in Japanese, mixed with halting Chinese. Yeah, yammy, yammy. Nani Ga Kiga. Her little bottom, along with her limbs, continued to dig into the sandy ground as she retreated, leaving a fine line in the dirt, with her hands and feet creating deep and shallow pits. The scenario resembled a bizarre scene from a Japanese film, where a predatory uncle cornered a young girl in the dead of night. At that moment, however, Song Xian had little interest in her. Firstly, while he was indeed drawn to beauty, he was not the kind to bully the weak. Secondly, perhaps due to the recent enhancement, he felt a strong hunger he needed to procure food urgently. He had a distinct sense that if he did not eat within an hour, he would perish from starvation. Thirdly, he needed to quickly construct a raft. The wreckage of the plane's nose was just over 10 kilometers away on the northeastern island. The initial supplies that were crucial for him: food, drinks, fresh water, kitchenware, a toolbox, a medical kit, and most importantly, a handgun. He could not allow it to fall into the hands of those 2 despicable Koreans. In his previous life, that gun had allowed those scoundrels to wreak havoc for days, tormenting the island's beautiful women, leading one flight attendant to take her own life. Ultimately, a storm with hail was approaching that very night. The wreckage of the plane's nose would serve as the best shelter in the short term, and Fujiwara Shizuka, the twin-tailed little girl, would likely succumb to illness before long. Chapter 2. When in doubt, cast a line. Do not be afraid, I am not a villain. Rapidly assessing the situation, Song Xian immediately took action, offering a faint smile to Fujiwara Shizuka before hastening towards his fishing tackle box. Yet, at that very moment, an unusual sensation carried by the cool sea breeze compelled him to lower his head. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, but Song Xian had no time to search for his trousers. He grabbed his toolbox and dashed into the water, for he spotted a flock of seagulls soaring just a few dozen meters away. On the shimmering azure surface of the sea, a dark mass caught his eye, which, with his limited knowledge of sea fishing, he surmised was likely a school of sardines. Swimming over there would undoubtedly drain his energy, and without a fishing net, catching fish in the water was unrealistic. Thus, he resolved to cast his line without delay. Pretending to rummage through his toolbox, he extracted a golden fishing rod from the system, only to be momentarily stunned. Stunning. Truly magnificent. He had never beheld such a beautiful fishing rod before. The entire rod shimmered with golden thread, sparkling brilliantly under the sun. It resembled the legendary golden silk Nanmo wood, and its texture was exquisitely delightful. The sensation of holding it surpassed the softness of a young girl's most delicate skin. With a casual flick of his wrist, the sound of slicing through the air was utterly enchanting. The rod's resilience was simply extraordinary. Compared to it, the fishing rods he had previously used were nothing but rubbish. No, to say they were rubbish would be an insult to rubbish itself. This was astonishing. It was akin to the Rolls-Royce Phantom of the fishing rod world. Perfect, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration after experimenting with it. He proceeded to grip the reel, deftly adjusting the drag, twisting his waist, and with a swift motion of his arm, he cast the line. Whoosh! As the golden hook flew to its farthest point behind him, he suddenly applied force to the line, releasing the drag button. The reel began to vibrate rapidly, and the fishing line traced a beautiful arc as the hook settled firmly at the heart of the school of fish. Magnificent! Upon witnessing the placement of his cast, Xuan awarded himself a perfect score. At that moment, Fujiwara Shizuka, sensing his lack of malice, approached him, and they exchanged a few simple words. Having had a close relationship with her mother, Fujiwara Kyoka, in his previous life, he had learned many gestures and phrases in Japanese, allowing them to communicate with some success. The revelation that Xuan could speak Japanese delighted Fujiwara Shizuka immensely. However, the ensuing conversation did not bring her as much joy. Xuan, do you have a fondness for our island nation? Where did you learn Japanese? Aside from the women and movies from the island, I have no particular fondness for it. I learned Japanese by watching films. Really? Which movie do you enjoy the most? I like those with a modest budget and simple plots. Is that Sick Dog One a narrative film? Pirates of the Caribbean, Tokyo Drift, TMA, SOD, 1 volume. Fortunately, joy followed swiftly. The fishing rod responded. A sardine had taken the bait. This feels wonderful. Sensing the tension transmitted through the rod, Xuan began to manipulate the life of this fish, murmuring to himself, "It seems Brother Chong was indeed not deceiving me." Sardines, being warm water species, typically inhabit the upper layers of warm waters between depths of 10 to 100 meters. Their flesh is tender and rich in unsaturated fatty acids, making them delectable whether steamed, braised, fried, or dried. Moreover, as schooling fish, they readily bite, making them friendly to novice anglers like Xuan. He had seen on Douyin that even a set of 18 fishing rods bought for 98 yuan could yield success. After several moments of flirtatious tugging, Xuan finally began to reel in his catch. "Come here, darling," he said. A sardine weighing merely a few dozen pounds might have put up a fight in the hands of an ordinary person, but under Xuan's grip, it was utterly powerless. Had he not wished to conserve his energy, he could have effortlessly yanked it out when first bit. Of course, there were risks. The golden hook had barbs with a long shank, curving inward and tilting outward from the shank. While it was difficult for fish to expel the hook once swallowed, the biting position would not be too deep. If he pulled too hard, it could tear the fish's lip, inadvertently freeing it. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a sardine and earned 7 experience points. Haha! Delightful! Indeed, sea fishing is the way to go. As a reincarnated individual and an avid angler, Xuan was exhilarated to behold his first trophy in this new life. A plump silver-gray sardine. The beginning is always challenging, and this sardine heralded a promising start. Perfect. Everything that happens is advantageous to me. Onward. After admiring the sardine for a moment, he silently motivated himself and tossed it onto the shore. Lacking a net and still in the water, he chose to let Fujiwara Shizuka handle it. However, Xuan did not anticipate that Fujiwara Shizuka would exuberantly exclaim upon seeing his sizable sardine. "Sick Dog One. Thank you, Amaterasu." Silence. Xuan's expression darkened at those 4 words, and he sternly addressed Fujiwara Shizuka. "What nonsense is this, Amaterasu? From today onward, you shall worship Mazu, or I shall thrash you." Wah! Upon hearing his harsh tone, Fujiwara Shizuka immediately began to cry, appearing woefully pitiful. Yet, regarding principles, Xuan paid her no mind. Initially, he had felt a twinge of guilt for harboring a light attraction towards this ponytailed girl, but now, as a fervent patriot with a red heart, his thoughts were consumed with national pride. Moreover, one must acknowledge the absurdity of the island's deities. What merit do those broken gods possess? A blade of grass, a puddle of mud, a stinking drain, a collection of creatures lesser than swine and dogs all can be called gods. They boast of 8 million deities, yet sums up to merely 8 characters. A farce. A heap of nonsense. Cry again, and you shall go hungry. I will not feed you. After listening to Fujiwara Shizuka's cries for a while, Xuan felt somewhat vexed and shouted, having noticed her silenced demeanor. "Unhook the fish for me, dig a pit in the water, and place it inside. We will roast it later." Sizzle. With her eyes red from crying, Fujiwara Shizuka inhaled sharply, and began to follow his orders. Yet, her delicate features contorted in distress, her rosy lips pressed tightly together, as if that was her last vestige of dignity. Nevertheless, Song Xian was indifferent to her emotions. If she wished to depend on him for survival, she had no right to display her displeasure. In this apocalyptic world, even the most beautiful goddess must kneel and beg for his mercy when faced with hunger. Whoosh! Discarding any distractions, Song Xian immediately cast his line again. No sooner had the hook touched the water than a smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth, knowing he had hooked something substantial. Chapter 3. Come on, my dear, let me see your true form. Such incredible strength. Feeling the vigorous vibrations of the fishing rod, Song Xian, without a belly band, promptly pressed the rod against his abdomen, rooted his legs in a horse stance, and leaned back, his feet embedded in the sandy ground. The muscles in his arms bulged with blood vessels, and the veins on his forehead stood out prominently. The fish's initial struggle was fierce. He needed to be fully prepared. He estimated that this fish weighed at least 50 pounds. It certainly was not a sardine, but rather a large predator that feasted on sardines. The power of such a fish thrashing in the sea was akin to several adults tugging at the rod in a tug-of-war. Even though he was prepared, the sudden pull from the fish nearly caused Song Xian to stagger. Yet, feeling that force, a smile crept onto his lips, confirming that the fish had indeed bitten the hook before he began to let out the line. The first wave of struggle was relentless, followed by an ongoing tug-of-war. He continuously released and tightened the line until the opponent was utterly exhausted, marking his victory. Minutes later, sensing the fish's struggle finally waning, Song Xian rubbed his reddened abdomen, shifted to another position to brace the rod's end, and slowly began to reel in the line. During this time, the large fish occasionally thrashed about. However, under Song Xian's vigilant watch, its fate was already sealed. Soon, the fish ceased its resistance. Acknowledging its surrender, Song Xian gently lifted the rod. Come on, little darling. Let me see your beauty. The joy of fishing lies in the sense of reward after effort and the thrill of the unknown. This time, he truly felt elated. It was a tiger grouper. How incredible! The tiger grouper, also known as the black-spotted mixed fish, is characterized by its grayish-black color adorned with white spots. A denizen of the deep sea. Its name derives from its flat, broad, oval shape, featuring a notably large mouth and sharp teeth, making it a fierce marine carnivore. Had it not been for the strength of his fishing line, a regular one might have been severed by its bite. Consequently, tiger groupers command a high market price, regarded as a premium seafood. The purchasing price along the coast ranges from dozens to hundreds, generally increasing with size. If classified as top tier, the price could multiply several times. Once it hits the market and graces dining tables, the price becomes exorbitant. In certain upscale restaurants, a fish of this size could cost at least 800 yuan per pound. One could only say that the expense is indeed outrageous. Yet, it must be said, the price is justified. Its delicate and exquisite taste, coupled with firm and rich flesh and relatively high fat content, makes it rich in various unsaturated fatty acids, suitable for both stewing and steaming. Song Xian had once treated clients to this delicacy in a previous life, a stroke of luck that left an indelible impression. He never imagined he would catch one with his own hands in this life. As the tiger grouper drew closer, Song Xian's spirits soared. But suddenly he felt a pang of nostalgia. If this were the time before the apocalypse, catching such a remarkable prize would have compelled him to parade around nearby neighborhoods, flaunting his catch and posting on social media. This fish is mine. Even Jesus can't save it, I swear. Though it felt somewhat disappointing, the thrill was undeniable. Regrettably, he had no idea where his phone had gone, and even if he had one, he would hesitate to turn it on, due to the solar magnetic storm. Unless one was sheltered in a closed space, any electronic device turned on or engaged in communication would inevitably suffer a motherboard failure, potentially even catching fire or exploding. Ding! Congratulations on capturing a tiger grouper, gaining 27 experience points. What a magnificent fish! Long live the goddess Mazu. As Song Xian reeled in the tiger grouper, Fujiwara Shizuka seemed to have forgotten her earlier displeasure, cleverly changing her tone. Song Xian was quite pleased. She was indeed an idol from the island nation, so perceptive at a young age, destined for a brilliant future. After tossing the fish onto the shore, he instructed in a relatively amiable tone, find a stone or a stick to knock it out, then remove the hook, otherwise, it might bite you. Okay, Fujiwara Shizuka replied, nodding earnestly, her twin tails whipping like little whips. Satisfied with her response, Song Xian dove back into the water. Moments ago, he felt something bumping against his feet, and upon entering the sea, he discovered a large swarm of crabs. Flower crabs, named for their patterned shells adorned with white spots. Some find them beautiful, while others consider them repulsive. Song Xian was indifferent to aesthetics. He only knew they were delicious. Rich in essential proteins, fats, phospholipids, vitamins, and other nutrients, they are quite nutritious. Truly, the old adage holds: golden September, silver October. Seeing the throngs of flower crabs, Song Xian could hardly contain his joy and swiftly sprang into action. He loosened the button on the reel, pulling all the line from the rod, teasing the crabs as they marched along. In an instant, several crabs clamped down on the line with their large claws. Well done. Seeing the crabs so easily fooled, Song Xian unabashedly continued to entice them, waiting for dozens to take the bait. He surfaced for air before pulling the crabs from the water. Ding! Congratulations. You have captured 37 flower crabs, gaining 7 experience points. If only these were king crabs, I would level up immediately. Hearing the system's notification, Song Xian shamelessly muttered before diving back into the water to repeat his tactics. Although the flower crabs were relatively small, weighing around 200 grams each, their abundance made them easy to catch. While he couldn't consume so many, they were too easy to catch, making them perfect for gaining experience. After several attempts, the flower crabs finally wised up, circumventing the nefarious human. With his stomach growling, he decided not to waste any more energy and returned to shore with his final haul. Coincidentally, Fujiwara Shizuka returned just then, bringing him a surprise gift. Chapter 4. What rank do you think I hold? You want me to wear a bodycon dress? Song Xuan, this is the bodycon dress I found in the woods. Do you want to put it on for now? Get lost. Seeing Fujiwara Shizuka pull out a woman's dress, Song cursed loudly. What rank do you think I hold? You want me to wear a bodycon dress? Never mind. I want to stand for FLG. Silently grumbling, Song Xuan quickly opened his toolbox. Fortunately, it contained scissors, perfect for handling these crabs and the tiger grouper. He needed to cut off the legs of the flower crabs to avoid getting hurt. The medical conditions in this environment can hardly be described as anything but dire. Even the smallest wound could lead to catastrophic consequences. An infection from tetanus, for instance, could easily become a death sentence. As for the tiger grouper, its skin was rather tough, requiring him to peel it off before cooking. The sardines, however, needed no special treatment and could be roasted directly over the fire. Thus, Song swiftly set to work, the scissors deftly processing dozens of crabs. Snap, snap, snap. The rest of the crabs he released back into the sea. Having gained some experience from the encounter, he even experimented by trying to catch the released crabs again, but gained no experience. Clearly, the system was as difficult to deceive as an innocent maiden. In less than 10 minutes, Song had prepared the ingredients, while Fujiwara Shizuka returned with a considerable amount of dry firewood. However, the next challenge loomed large. Creating fire by friction was no simple task. Song attempted several times, but had to concede defeat for the moment. This was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the high moisture content of the wood Fujiwara brought back. Yet, this was no fault of hers. The coastal climate was inherently humid, and it had likely rained in the past few days. In a previous life, he and Fujiwara Shizuka had endured a day of starvation on this island, until they fortuitously discovered a floating wooden plank. They climbed aboard and drifted to a nearby large island, where they stumbled upon a suitcase and found food, thus avoiding starvation. Moreover, to help the ailing Fujiwara Shizuka, he had expended his energy. Scientific evidence suggests that a moderately active intimate life can enhance the immune systems of couples, helping them fend off infections. Following a vigorous session, the number of phagocytes in the body can nearly double, swiftly identifying and destroying harmful bacteria. Additionally, this process generates a significant amount of endorphins, leading to feelings of pleasure and comfort, alleviating cold symptoms and bodily aches. It even boosts respiration and metabolism, aiding in the expulsion of bodily waste. Unfortunately, despite some improvements in Fujiwara Shizuka's condition, her malnutrition continued to weaken her immune system, ultimately leading to her demise from a lung infection. She became the first woman to die in his arms, and in that moment, Song Xuan fully comprehended the gravity of his situation. He was in a post-apocalyptic world. This global calamity was no game. To survive, one must approach life with utmost seriousness and caution. Go dry the firewood. I'll take a moment to rest before returning. Reflecting on past events, Song Xuan issued his command to Fujiwara Shizuka and sought refuge in a shaded area to rest, while also checking his status panel. Host, Song Xuan. Level, 1-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Physique, 15. Energetic capacity, 20. Equipment, golden fishing rod. Items, none. Experience points, 67 100 kilograms. On the surface, Fujiwara Shizuka appeared obedient, but once she turned away, her delicate face displayed an astonishing talent for grimacing. With her little expressions twisting adorably, she silently began to grumble. That scoundrel. Once the rescue team finds us, I will ensure you face punishment. I'll whip you with a little leather strap and make you kneel to lick my feet. Half an hour later, seeing that the wood had dried, an insatiably hungry Song Xuan rose. At that moment, Fujiwara Shizuka had curled into an N shape, sleeping soundly under another tree, her snowy arms hugging her knees. The tattered white stockings had been discarded, and her two soft, rosy feet were pressed together. Song glanced at her quickly before getting to work. He placed a long piece of wood at his feet, using the scissors to carve out a small pit, into which he placed some easily ignitable shavings. Grasping a sharpened stick, he pressed his hands together and began to rub them gently. The purpose of this was to raise the temperature around the pit, subsequently accelerating the process significantly. With a rapid series of friction sounds, white smoke began to rise from the pit, igniting the shavings. Song immediately bent down to blow gently, placing more shavings around the nascent flame. After several seconds of careful nurturing, the small flicker of fire blossomed into a flame the size of a palm. He began to arrange the smaller sticks of firewood in a teepee formation before standing up. He placed several crabs around the fire, then picked up that bodycon dress again. Initially, he felt indifferent about it, but the sun had grown quite harsh, and the salt from the dried seawater on his skin stung with discomfort. Given that they were alone on the island, wearing it for a while wouldn't hurt. Soon, he skewered the sardines and tiger grouper and turned to find Fujiwara Shizuka. The next task was to grill the fish. There was no reason for him to work while she enjoyed the fruits of his labor. However, after calling her several times with no response, he kicked her lightly. Yet, she remained unresponsive. Sensing something was amiss, he reached out to touch her forehead, only to find her face flushed and her forehead cool to the touch. Clearly, she was developing a low fever. Under these conditions, his options were severely limited. He propped her up and carried her to a cooler, shaded area to prevent any cold breeze from worsening her illness, ensuring there was no wind around. He loosened her clothing and covered her belly. For now, he could only rely on physical methods to reduce her temperature. As for anything else, he would address it after he had eaten. After 10 years in the apocalypse, he had learned that no matter the circumstances, ensuring his own survival was paramount. Thus, Song quickly returned to the fire, skewering the tiger grouper to roast while focusing on grilling the sardine. As the sardine became perfectly cooked, its enticing aroma wafting in the air, he could no longer contain his hunger and began to devour it eagerly. He was truly famished. Munch, munch. In no time, he polished off several pounds of sardine in under a minute, quickly replenishing his strength. However, given that fish meat is not particularly filling, after discarding the scales, bones, and water, he was left with only about 2 pounds of fish, leaving him only slightly satisfied. Nevertheless, he felt content. With a comfortable sigh, he rubbed his belly and placed the tiger grouper directly over the fire to roast. Little did he expect that just as he had finished grilling the tiger-striped fish, a large gift package would suddenly come into view. It was a pink suitcase. Chapter 5 indeed, when it comes to gentle maidens. The charm of the island nation is unparalleled. Upon spotting a pink suitcase, Song Xian wasted no time plunging into the sea. With a resounding splash, he dove in and swiftly retrieved the sturdy piece of luggage. On this deserted island, it was not fish that were scarce, but rather modern artifacts. Each travel case was a treasure of immense value. Who knows what useful items it might contain, perhaps even something that could save a life in the future. This particular suitcase, evidently belonging to a woman, offered him quite a surprise. Firstly, half of its contents were refreshing garments, the fabric of which would prove useful later. Secondly, there was a set of loose-fitting pajamas, perfect for him to wear. Thirdly, he discovered 2 large boxes of condoms and a pack of birth control pills. The risk of pregnancy on a deserted island was no joking matter. Fourthly, there were several bottles of high-end cosmetics, while the cosmetics themselves held little value. The containers were indeed treasures. Moreover, it was clear that the suitcase's owner had traveled in first class, as only first-class passengers are permitted to bring liquids exceeding 1,000 milliliters on board. Finally, there were some edibles and various documents. Unable to comprehend Korean, Song Xian paid little mind to the beautiful faces depicted therein, planning instead to use the paper for kindling later. After thoroughly inspecting the suitcase, Song Xian patted it with satisfaction, murmuring to himself about his good fortune that day. The suitcase was well sealed and could even serve as a raft. Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air from the edge of the forest. Startled, Song Xian turned to see Fujiwara Shizuka, her mouth agape, panting with her delicate tongue visible. It was evident that the poor girl had burned herself. Too lost in her appetites to heed caution. Seeing that she had regained consciousness, Song Xian approached the fire with the suitcase in hand. Upon his return, Fujiwara Shizuka recoiled in trepidation, lowering her gaze to her toes, too afraid to meet his eyes. First, eat those little crabs. The sea bass is not a deep-sea fish, It harbors numerous parasites and nematodes. It must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. Otherwise, you risk a stomachache or a bacterial infection that could cost you your life, he instructed. Thank you, Song Xian. She replied with gratitude. Noticing that Song Xian did not mind her pilfering, Fujiwara Shizuka quickly knelt before him, positioning her fair legs into an shape as she eagerly grabbed a small crab to devour. However, upon hearing his demand to speak in Chinese, her brows furrowed as she choked on her crab meat. From now on, speak to me in Chinese. If you don't know a word, then I shall spank you, he declared. Cough cough. She barely managed to swallow a morsel of crab meat without choking. Yet, under the ease of his authority, she had no choice but to comply, especially considering her current state of discomfort. I will certainly try my best. Song Xian, she promised. From now on, just call me by my name, or Mr. Song Xian. No Cohen allowed. Yes, Mr. Song Xian, she replied respectfully, her Chinese halting but earnest. Seeing that Song Xian had ceased speaking, she deftly resumed her endeavor with the crab before her. Skillfully prying open the crab shell, she expertly extracted the delicious crab roe. Bringing it to her mouth with delicate fingers, and swallowed it whole, her expression one of pure bliss. Indeed, when it comes to gentle maidens, the charm of the island nation is unparalleled, Song Xian mused quietly, casting a sidelong glance at her as he roasted fish and munched on crabs. As the enticing aroma of the perfectly grilled tiger grouper wafted through the air, Song Xian found himself unable to resist swallowing hard. His hunger piqued further by the delectable scent. It must be said that the high price of tiger grouper was indeed justified, even after having eaten his fill. The savory aroma was irresistible. He could only imagine how delightful it would be steamed or in a soup. Gulp. Noticing that Song Xian was momentarily distracted by the grilled fish, Fujiwara Shizuka, who had been enticed by the crabs, gazed at him with longing eyes. Mr. Song Xian, may I eat some fish? She timidly inquired. You may, but first, I must clarify a few matters, he replied, momentarily pulling the fish back towards him. Please, go ahead. Mr. Song Xian, she said, her heart fluttering with trepidation as she clutched the hem of her garment tightly. She harbored an unsettling premonition upon awakening. She had noticed her skirt hiked up to her abdomen and felt discomfort in her backside. She feared that if Song Xian had not gone to retrieve that suitcase, she might have already lost her innocence. However, given the circumstances, she dared not hope for too much. During her slumber, she had encountered a nightmare in which a group of lecherous men on the deserted island violated her, some grasping at her chest, others tugging at her underwear, and still more holding her limbs as they threatened to roast her alive. The terror had jolted her awake, tears streaming down her face. Now, gazing upon Song Xian's handsome visage, she felt a newfound appreciation for him, particularly since he could provide sustenance, rendering the potential for future events less daunting. Yet, to her surprise, Song Xian was not as impatient as she had imagined. With a calm expression, he stated, if you wish to survive, listen to me without questioning. Should you become a burden, I will not hesitate to abandon you. Do you understand? I understand, Fujiwara Shizuka replied, though she grasped only part of his meaning. Nonetheless, she recognized the importance of obedience for survival and nodded obediently. Very well, Song Xian responded, satisfied with her compliance. He tore off a sizable chunk of fish and tossed it to her before resuming his meal. Though the fish was slightly charred, the exterior bore a hint of sweetness, while the tender, juicy flesh felt like clouds on the palate, delightfully fresh, fragrant, and sweet. Before long, Song Xian had devoured half the fish, his belly comfortably full. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Shizuka watched him with eager eyes, her throat visibly yearning for the remaining fish. As he realized he could neither consume nor carry the leftover fish, he tossed it towards Fujiwara Shizuka. You may have a few more bites. We must leave here quickly as rain approaches. We need to seek shelter on a nearby island. Chapter 6, Fortuitous Critical Hit. The Enchanting GNI. Indeed, Mr. Song Xian, Fujiwara Shizuka replied respectfully, observing the ample fish meat that weighed at least 2 or 3 jin. However, it was at that moment that she noticed several angry red scratches adorning Song Xian's abdomen, remnants of the fierce struggle with the tiger-striped fish that had left its mark. Seeing these wounds only deepened her admiration for him, even stirring a sense of gratitude within her. She bowed her head solemnly and earnestly declared, Thank you, Mr. Song Xian, for your hospitality. I shall relish it and promise to behave obediently in the future. Noticing her demeanor, Song Xian paid little mind to it, attributing it to the inherent admiration that women from his land held for strong individuals. He resumed his fishing, armed with his rod, although his system maintained an aloof disposition. Refusing to respond to his inquiries, the interface hinted at the potential for experience points to lead to upgrades. Following the conventions of the captivating novels he had perused, he anticipated rewards upon leveling up, with stronger abilities accompanying ascension to ranks such as 2-star angler, 5-star fishing master, 7-star fishing sage, and 9-star fishing deity. The thought of wielding a rod that could manipulate the forces of yin and yang and dictate the cosmos filled him with a thrill, as these musings occupied his mind. His hands remained busy, baiting the hook with crab meat and casting it into the sea. The sardine schools had ventured far, and without enticing bait, the fish would not be lured. Yet, to his surprise, the fish in these waters proved to be remarkably easy to catch. Whether it was due to his intellect, the crab meat, or the golden fishing rod, in mere seconds, he felt a tug at the line. Was it another sardine? Sensing the force from the rod, Song Xian formed a conjecture. After a brief back-and-forth tussle, he reeled the fish in. However, as the creature emerged from the water, he beheld a peculiar fish, its scales a mesmerizing array of colors. Just then, a system prompt chimed in. Congratulations. You have triggered a critical hit with the golden fishing rod, capturing a GNI fish. You have gained 14 experience points. GNI fish, consuming it can enhance skills in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball for 2.5 years, with certain beauty-enhancing effects. Damn it. In this apocalyptic world, what use do I have for singing, dancing, rapping, or playing basketball? The refined Song Xian could not suppress his expletive-laden outburst. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. After all, triggering a critical hit meant double experience points, and the potential beauty benefits were enticing. In his previous life, the harsh conditions had aged him a decade within a year. Now, with this opportunity, he could remedy that. Moreover, the fish was indeed quite attractive. He merely wondered how it would taste. With that thought, he tossed the fish onto the shore and instructed Fujihara Shizuka, "Please prepare this fish for grilling." "Yes, Mr. Song Xian." Fujihara Shizuka, still savoring her meal, wiped her mouth and hurried to fulfill his request. Song Xian was content with her attitude as he prepared to cast his line again, baiting it with crab meat and launching it toward the near shore. However, this time, luck seemed to elude him. Fujihara Shizuka had already satisfied her hunger, and the fish did not bite. Just as Song Xian contemplated giving up to sample the GNI fish, and perhaps move to a different spot with Fujihara Shizuka, the bobber suddenly trembled, indicating a possible bite. Yet, the golden bobber did not submerge, leaving him uncertain if the fish had merely brushed against the hook. Thus, he patiently awaited further developments, his gaze intent on the bobber. Should it show any sign of sinking, he would promptly strike to avoid losing his bait and the fish altogether. Was it merely an illusion? After a brief wait, noticing the bobber's lack of movement, Song Xian furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, Fujihara Shizuka's voice called from behind. "Mr. Song Xian, I have grilled the fish for you." "Understood," he replied curtly, exerting a slight tug on the rod to ascertain if there was indeed a fish on the line. To his surprise, as he adjusted the rod, the line suddenly tightened, nearly slipping from his grasp, and he stumbled slightly. Another large one. Feeling the tremendous force, even stronger than the previous tiger-striped fish, Song Xian gripped the rod with excitement. He loosened the reel slightly, leaning back as his legs dug into the sand, stabilizing himself before tightening the line. In that fleeting moment, he felt his body shift downward, a testament to the fish's formidable strength. The more it struggled, the more exhilarated he became. Akin to witnessing a pivotal scene in a film, a beautiful nurse in a pink uniform and white stockings pinned down upon a hospital bed. "Oh dear, my little treasure, I shall see just how much power you possess." Sensing the fish had firmly bitten the hook, he murmured to himself and released more line, allowing for a greater yield than with the tiger-striped fish. This creature's strength surpassed its predecessor, and with his abdomen unprotected, he felt considerable pain, opting for a more gentle approach for the time being. This indeed reflects one of fishing's charms, adapting strategies based on the environment, language, and conditions, akin to tactics in warfare. With the pain slightly alleviated, Song Xian's gaze sharpened anew, and he tightened the line. The fish's struggles intensified, the rod trembling in response, and the line quivering like a taut rubber band. Yet, the more vigorous its resistance, the more sinister his smile became, his demeanor taking on a rather unsettling air. "The more you struggle, the more excited I become. Let us see how long you can endure." As he spoke, he released the line once more, then rapidly tightened it again, engaging in this back and forth for 3 minutes. His arms grew weary, but eventually, the fish ceased its struggle, surrendering to its fate. With a sigh of relief, Song Xian clamped the rod under his arm, one hand firmly gripping it while the other adjusted the reel to draw in the line. At that moment, his abdomen was red and swollen. Were it not for his exceptional physique and willpower, he might have succumbed to the pain. Finally, he drew the fish close, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he prepared to unveil its true nature. Chapter 7. The mysterious gift box in the snakeskin bag. With a splash, the fish leaped from the water, and once again, Song Xian found himself captivated. For before him lay another renowned species, the illustrious East Star Grouper, a close relative of the tiger grouper. This fish is among the endangered species protected by the state, and one can only savor its flavor through international air transport. Like the tiger grouper, it belongs to the warm-water marine bass family. However, the East Star Grouper is not as ferocious nor as large as its counterpart. It is somewhat smaller than the average grouper, but larger than the typical bass, preferring to inhabit coral reefs, where it exhibits a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Yet the specimen he had caught was evidently quite aged, surpassing even the previous tiger grouper in size. Its slender form and petite head, adorned with blue eyes featuring dark pupils, showcased a smooth, bluish sheen, dotted with delicate white speckles, an aesthetic that easily eclipsed that of the tiger grouper. "Whoa, amazing, Master Xuan," exclaimed Fujiwara Saika, who was grilling fish nearby. Unable to contain her astonishment at Xuan's impressive catch, her admiration for him was evident, to the point where she unconsciously altered her form of address. Her late father was an avid fisherman, and she often accompanied him on his fishing excursions. Although her knowledge was limited, she understood that such a substantial fish could not be caught by mere individual effort. She had witnessed her father's fishing companions being dragged into the water, necessitating teamwork to reel the fish back in. That fish had appeared smaller than this one, and it had been a river fish, which was said to possess significantly less strength than its oceanic counterparts. Truly, Master Xuan was remarkable, far superior to her father and uncles, who often returned empty-handed. Was this the difference between the divine favor of the heavenly Tao and the blessings of Mazu? A mischievous smile crept across Xuan's lips as he heard Fujiwara Saika's exclamation, particularly as he received a notification from the system. "Ding! Congratulations! You have captured the East Star Grouper, earning 29 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to a 2-star angler, enhancing your attributes and restoring your physical condition. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a mysterious gift box as a first-time upgrade reward. Would you like to open it?" Indeed, the thrilling notifications filled Xuan with delight, as he felt his injuries mend and his attributes improve, not to mention the enticing reward of a mysterious gift box. He yearned to cast 100 lines into the water immediately and elevate his level further. The exhilaration was overwhelming, causing his body to tremble with anticipation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, even greater surprises awaited. "System, open the mysterious gift box," he commanded. Ding! You have consumed 1 mysterious gift box. Congratulations! You have obtained a silver snakeskin bag. Silver snakeskin bag, built-in space of 1. 5 cubic meters, load capacity of 1. 2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, electric shock resistant, with preservation capabilities. Splendid! Upon hearing the word preservation, Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. One of the greatest challenges in the apocalypse is how to store supplies and keep them fresh. As time progresses, disasters occur with increasing frequency and duration, such as hailstorms lasting 7 days, heat waves of 70 degrees Celsius for a month, or global freezing lasting 2 months. Even if one manages to procure sufficient food, keeping it from spoiling without electricity or appliances becomes an insurmountable task. Now, this snakeskin bag had resolved that significant issue. Truly, the joy of success is beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. With this treasure in hand, Xuan murmured to himself, reveling in his triumph before addressing the system again. "System, display my attribute panel." Host, Xuan. Level, 2-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Physique, 16. Energy, 21. Equipment, golden fishing rod, snakeskin bag. Items, none. Supplies, various sexy women's clothing, cosmetics, 2 boxes of condoms, 1 box of contraceptive pills, paper identification documents. Experience points, 10 to 100 kilograms. The experience required for leveling up had doubled? After reviewing all the data, Xuan's attention lingered on the experience points. He felt a twinge of concern. If the experience required for subsequent upgrades followed a tiered pattern, such as 100, 200, 300, he could accept that. However, if it escalated to 200, 400, 800, that would be utterly daunting. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, believing the system would not be so extreme. After all, the 4th power of 2 is 16, and the 8th power is 256. The weight of fish he needed to capture to level up would be absurd. He would have to catch a whale. Surely, it wouldn't be that outrageous, he comforted himself. Only to be interrupted by a blinding flash of white light. Crack! A thunderous bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! Rain was imminent. Upon hearing the sound, Xuan quickly looked up and hastened to shore, pulling the East Star Grouper with him. This storm was no ordinary rain. It would soon unleash hail the size of fists, accompanied by corrosive acid rain. He urgently needed to reach the nearby island. where several coconut trees stood, an invaluable source of fresh water, and the coconut shells would serve as excellent water containers, as well as materials for crafting rafts. He had to secure all of them. As he approached the shore, deep in thought, he feigned retrieving the snake skin bag from his toolbox and tossed the fishing rod and the East Star grouper inside. Then, in front of Fujiwara Saika, he stripped off his clothes and instructed her urgently, "Hurry, take off your clothes and put them in the bag. Hail is about to fall. We must reach the nearby island swiftly." Yamit, seeing Song Xian undress without warning, and even expecting her to do the same, Fujiwara Saika recoiled in fear. Her face flushed and her expression one of trepidation. Her long, slender legs pressed together, and she shielded her chest with her alabaster arms. "I'll give you one fish to think it over. Stay here or come with me." But Song Xian paid her little mind. Far too preoccupied to explain that his actions were to prevent their clothes from getting wet, allowing them to don dry garments upon reaching the shore. Instead, he approached the campfire, took a bite of the exquisitely beautiful fish, and muttered to himself, "Why does this fish taste like chicken?" Chapter 8. A Bold Idea. In a matter of mere seconds, Song Xian finished the exquisite GNI Taimei fish. Whether it was a psychological effect or the true efficacy of the fish, he felt a noticeable improvement in his skin. His complexion, already fair, now appeared to have a hint of rosy vitality, surpassing that of an ordinary maiden's skin. As he admired his reflection, Fujiwara Shizuka, seemingly having made a significant decision, puffed up her small chest and earnestly declared, "I will shed my garments. I am willing to follow Lord Song Xian." "Then do it quickly," replied Song Xian, still unwilling to elaborate, as he casually discarded the fish bones. Once Fujiwara Shizuka had undressed, he tossed the toolbox and her discarded garments into a snakeskin bag, instructing her to clutch a pink suitcase and, buoyed by its lightness, accompany him to a nearby island. A mere 15 minutes later, they arrived at the coastal vicinity of a colossal island. Above them, dark clouds gathered ominously, casting a shadow over the sky, which seemed on the brink of collapse, accompanied by the resounding clash of thunder. The scene was a dramatic portrayal of nature's fury, sending a shiver down Fujiwara Shizuka's spine, compelling her to instinctively seek solace near the only source of safety she could perceive, Song Xian. However, just as she was about to draw closer, her expression suddenly shifted, nearly causing her to regurgitate the fish she had consumed earlier. Underwater, she felt a sharp kick to her abdomen, delivered, of course, by Song Xian. The unexpected blow sent a wave of pain through her, and she found herself on the verge of cursing. Yet, in the next moment, her astonishment returned as she beheld a dark fin slicing through the water, unmistakably belonging to the dominator of the ocean, a shark. "Ah!" Fujiwara Shizuka shrieked at the sight of the terrifying creature, her body trembling violently, her legs instinctively clamping together in a reflexive response. Meanwhile, Song Xian, devoid of leisure, sprinted toward the shore, pulling the suitcase behind him. In his past life, he had been aware of the presence of sharks in the area, but had never encountered one directly. With the recent surge of human hunting, these intelligent creatures seldom ventured close to islands or shores. Was it the rain causing the oxygen levels in the water to drop? As he dashed forward, Song Xian rationalized his fortunate escape with his limited knowledge. Before long, he and Fujiwara Shizuka reached the sandy beach of the giant island. In the aftermath of their narrow escape, a pale Fujiwara Shizuka expressed her gratitude. "Lord Song Xian, thank you for saving me. Spare me the pleasantries. We must find shelter from the rain," he curtly replied, redirecting his gaze away from the shark. A bold idea had just sparked in his mind. Sharks are fish too, and he pondered the possibility of catching one. "Indeed, Lord Song Xian." Fujiwara Shizuka hurriedly released the suitcase and scrambled to her feet. "Wait," he commanded, tossing the snakeskin bag before her and opening the pink suitcase. "Use your original clothes to dry yourself and choose 2 clean pieces to wear." "Thank you, Lord Song Xian," she exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude. She dried herself with her original garments before rummaging through the suitcase, excitement lighting up her eyes as she discovered a set of alluring black lace lingerie. Without concern for suitability, she donned it, reasoning that having something was better than nothing. She then selected a pair of shorts and a white t-shirt, just long enough to cover her shorts. Observing her transformation, Song Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, realizing that only in the realm of fantasy would such an outfit be commendable. Alas, this young lady was not a lowly character. "Lord Song Xian, I'm ready," Fujiwara Shizuka said, her cheeks flushed as she noticed his gaze. She shyly lowered her head, her delicate legs crossing as she fidgeted nervously. "Let us depart. Stay close and avoid injuring your feet. You'll carry the suitcase," he instructed, his expression stern as he grabbed the snakeskin bag and turned away. "Yes, Lord Song Xian." She agreed obediently, her mind racing with thoughts as she rubbed her still-pained abdomen. "Lord Song Xian is truly a kind-hearted person," she mused. even on this deserted island. He has not harmed me, a maiden. He saved my life without uttering a word. And the previous request to undress was merely to ensure I wouldn't catch a chill after reaching the shore. Now, he is concerned for me, fearing I might hurt my feet. 2 minutes later, Song Xian led Fujiwara Shizuka to a small cave, a refuge from the rain and a place they had sought shelter in a previous life. Back then, they had arrived in a state of utter disarray, struggling to survive. However, this time, they were equipped with ample supplies. He had collected coconuts and firewood along the way, enough for a comfortable day. Wait here while I gather some additional items, he instructed, clearing out the pink suitcase and preparing to leave. The coconut trees were located on the opposite side of the island, and he needed to act quickly to salvage their water supply before the impending hailstorm ruined most of the coconuts. What he did not anticipate was Fujiwara Shizuka, who had just settled down, springing up to kneel beside him. Mimicking her mother, Fujiwara Kyoka, she leaned forward, her white arms and palms pressing against the ground. Please be careful on your journey, Lord. Shizuka will obediently await your return. Chapter 9, The Beautiful and Understanding Little Useless One Once. Owing to her habitual behavior in a past life, Fujiwara Narika interpreted Song Xian's departure from the cave as a sign of Fujiwara Shizuka's submission. With thoughts consumed by coconuts, he hastily exited the cave. He reached the northern shore with great urgency and delivered a powerful kick to the coconut tree, then quickly retreated to a safe distance. The coconut tree, inherently hazardous, posed a threat even without provocation. In tropical regions where these trees flourish, countless unfortunate souls each year find themselves struck down by falling coconuts. Some rendered comatose or paralyzed, while others meet their demise. With a resounding thud, several coconuts plummeted from the tree as a result of Song Xian's formidable kicks. A satisfied smile graced his face as he beheld the coconuts on the ground, realizing he now had ample fresh water and a vessel to store it. After a brief wait, during which no additional coconuts descended, he swiftly approached the tree, collecting the coconuts while glancing upwards. After several cycles of this, Song Xian successfully gathered 9 coconuts. However, at that moment, a fierce wind began to howl across the sea. Realizing the impending change in weather, Song Xian hastily stowed the coconuts in a snakeskin pouch and made his way back to the cave. Just as he had traversed half the distance, a torrential downpour began. Fortunately, he had prepared for such an eventuality, promptly opening a pink suitcase to shield his head while discarding the silver snakeskin pouch on the ground. He had already tested the durability of the pouch, finding it impervious to his strength, allowing him to drag it along effortlessly, conserving energy and hastening his pace. A few minutes later, Song Xian returned to the cave where Fujiwara Shizuka was huddled, her complexion pale and lips slightly chapped. Though she had draped herself in a garment, she still trembled, clutching her snow-white knees. Observing her condition, Song Xian was not surprised. Women's bodies are naturally more susceptible to cold, and in such an environment, it was even harder to endure. He merely cast a glance her way before hastily grabbing an article of women's clothing to use as a towel, having splashed with raindrops despite his earlier precautions. After drying himself, he crouched down to gather dry wood for a fire, hoping to prevent the young girl from catching a cold. Lord Song Xian, may I assist you? Fujiwara Shizuka, noticing his return, hurried over. Can you handle fish? He inquired, turning his gaze towards her. No, she replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Then watch closely as I demonstrate. Although he held little expectation for her assistance, he continued his efforts to start the fire. Fujiwara Shizuka nodded obediently, secretly feeling a surge of delight. She had prepared herself for a reprimand, but was pleasantly surprised by Song Xian's mild response. This only reinforced her belief that beneath his seemingly cold exterior lay a gentle and kind-hearted individual, akin to the domineering protagonists in novels. As this thought crossed her mind, she found herself momentarily envisioning herself as the heroine in such a tale, gazing at Song Xian with adoration. Yet, just as she indulged in this daydream, Song Xian's frigid voice interrupted her thoughts. What are you thinking? Bring me the fish. Yes, Lord Song Xian. Blushing, Fujiwara Shizuka quickly sprang into action. However, upon reaching the fish, she suddenly succumbed to a fit of coughing. As she coughed, Song Xian recalled her slight fever. In such conditions, it was crucial for a patient to avoid fatigue, dehydration, and exposure to the cold. Remembering their past life together, he furrowed his brow and commanded, "Come watch the fire. I will handle the fish myself." Yes, Lord Song Xian. With her cheeks flushed, Fujiwara Shizuka smiled shyly, resembling a delicate white lotus in full bloom. A few minutes later, while Fujiwara Shizuka tended to the flames, Song Xian had already cleaned the fish. Lord Song Xian, you are truly remarkable, even more so than Chef Da and Chef Bei, she exclaimed, praising him as he worked deftly. Enough flattery, hand me the roasted coconut. Although the charming young girl's praise delighted him inwardly, he maintained his stoic demeanor. "Here, Lord Songxian." She hurriedly complied, offering a coconut the size of a human head. As green coconuts are notoriously difficult to open, this one had been roasting by the fire for some time, its shell becoming slightly dry and hard. Songxian seized the coconut and effortlessly pierced it with a knife. After enlarging the incision, he withdrew the knife and took a hearty swig of coconut water. With a satisfied exclamation, he realized he had consumed nearly half the coconut water. However, as he set the coconut on his lap, he caught sight of Fujiwara Shizuka gazing at him longingly. Her dry pink lips pursed tightly as she struggled to suppress her salivation. Despite her eager expression, he chose not to share the coconut water with her. Instead, he further cut the coconut open, added a portion of the fish meat, and pierced 2 holes in the coconut shell. He then inserted thin wooden sticks through the holes, utilizing the coconut as a pot over the fire. Seeing his actions, Fujiwara Shizuka felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly reminded herself that she would soon have fish soup to enjoy, so she patiently awaited her turn. Yet, her mouth continued to water, and the frequency of her swallowing increased. Observing her, Songxian remained silent, threading the remaining fish meat onto sticks before asking her, "Are you thirsty?" "Yes," she admitted, swallowing hard, her beautiful eyes blinking at him earnestly. Despite her adorable and alluring demeanor, Songxian's expression remained stoic. And his next words were a stark warning. "Considering your commendable behavior today, I shall grant you a coconut to drink from. However, remember that all of this is a gift from me, and I can just as easily take it away. From now on, you must obediently serve me as a loyal companion. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of this fish." To Songxian's surprise, Fujiwara Shizuka displayed remarkable adaptability. It seemed that his training plan had only just begun, yet this little minx had already begun her own transformation. Upon hearing that there was coconut water available, she knelt before him once more, presenting her delicate hands in a paw-like gesture, her little pink tongue peeking out enticingly. "Woof, woof." She playfully mimicked a puppy, her voice soft and beguiling. "Shizuka will be your faithful little dog, never betraying you, my lord." Chapter 10. The island girl awakens certain peculiar attributes upon maturity. This little imp truly lives up to being Fujiwara Kyoka's daughter. The sight of Fujiwara Shizuka instantly conjured memories of that woman, the voluptuous and alluring widow, skilled in various arts of seduction. Yet, before he could dwell further on these thoughts, they were abruptly interrupted by Fujiwara Shizuka's exclamation. "Woof woof, Master Shizuka is thirsty." Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Songxian's gaze swept over the kneeling girl with twin ponytails. Her delicate face was sculpted with exquisite features, complemented by a slender, alabaster neck and collarbone. Below lay a flat expanse, seamlessly transitioning to her creamy thighs, with slightly flushed knees reflecting the fiery glow of her fair legs. Ultimately, one could not help but be entranced by her dainty, rosy feet, which were worth a perfect score of 100. Save for the deduction of 50 points for her bosom. "Woof woof, ha." Noticing Songxian's scrutiny, Fujiwara Shizuka intensified her performance, mimicking a dog and panting with her tongue out. Seeing her playful demeanor stirred a flicker of excitement within Songxian, yet he maintained an impassive facade as he commanded, "Stop the antics and bring me the roasted coconut." "Yes, master," she replied, her eyes brightening with delight as she hurriedly offered a coconut to him like a treasure. With a few swift motions, Songxian cracked open the coconut, savoring a couple of hearty gulps before handing it back to Fujiwara Shizuka. She eagerly opened her mouth and greedily drank from the opening, pausing after each sip to glance at Songxian, her delicate tongue licking her soft lips. However, his attention was solely captivated by the tantalizing aroma of the roasted fish nearby. Fujiwara Shizuka, observing this, pouted in subtle disappointment. After all, she was currently the hottest idol in the islands, with handshake tickets for her fan meeting fetching as much as 5,000 yen, not including the entrance fee. Admirers from all walks of life adored her, lining up from Tokyo to the Arctic Circle. Yet, here she was, a stunning beauty, reduced to such a state, with the mere allure of a fish overshadowing her charm. This reality dealt a severe blow to her confidence. Nevertheless, the enticing scent of the fish wafted through the air, and she could not resist the pooling saliva as her gaze drifted back to it. In a soft, endearing voice, she inquired, "Master, what is the name of this fish?" "Dongxingban," Songxian replied casually, seizing the opportunity to enlighten her. After all, humans are social creatures, and certain attributes are ingrained within their very essence. He had recently watched a video about the Dongxingban fish. This fish prefers solitude, is inherently fierce, gluttonous, and often forages during the early morning and afternoon. Young fish primarily feed on crustaceans, while adult fish favor coral fish. Due to their diet rich in coral and smaller fish, their flesh is firm, succulent, and nutritious, earning them the moniker beef of the sea. Their name originates from the star-like spots on their bodies, reminiscent of stars in the sky, and they are commonly found in Southeast Asia, dwelling among rocky reefs and coastal lagoons, thus acquiring the name Dongxingban. Wow, Master knows so much, how impressive. Listening intently to Song Xian's explanation, Fujiwara Shizuka sincerely praised him, secretly feeling a thrill of joy. His willingness to engage with her questions suggested that as long as she did not provoke him or become a burden, he was, in fact, quite amiable. Enough flattery. Song Xian replied, his heart secretly pleased by her compliments, yet his expression remained impassive as he continued his discourse. However, amidst his musings, he suddenly recalled a stately and voluptuous female host. His extensive knowledge of the Dongxingban stemmed from a video he had watched featuring that elegant, ample-figured host in the fish itself. He had encountered her again later, but found her worth no more than a packet of instant noodles. As Song Xian lost himself in thought for a moment, the skewered fish began to emit a faint crackling sound, its enticing aroma filling the cave more intensively. The coconut can containing the fish was also releasing wisps of steam. The delightful scent of the Dongxingban mingled with the coconut fragrance, creating an intoxicating allure that was hard to resist. Slurp. Unable to contain herself, Fujiwara Shizuka emitted a sound of longing as she inhaled the delightful aroma. With the enticing scent wafting through the air and hearing her exclamation, Song Xian brought the skewer to his nose. Inhaling deeply before opening his mouth wide to devour it with fervor, his expression one of pure ecstasy. This was not feigned. The flavor of the roasted Dongxingban was genuinely exquisite. Crispy on the outside, tender within, with a hint of fish oil and juices releasing upon chewing. The sensation was beyond delightful. Delicious. Rapidly finishing off a substantial piece of fish, Song Xian, with limited literary vocabulary, could only muster that one word. Observing Fujiwara Shizuka's eager expression, he presented another large piece of roasted fish, consuming most of it before offering the remaining morsels to her. Thank you, master. You are the best. Fujiwara Shizuka's face lit up as she accepted the skewer, happily indulging without a care for the bite marks Song Xian had left on the fish. Song Xian couldn't help but smirk, feeling a mix of emotions. In his view, training was a gratifying endeavor. However, this little girl had managed to self-train. And while the objective had been achieved, much of the enjoyment had been lost. Indeed, my senior was not mistaken. Island girls, upon reaching a certain age, awaken certain peculiar attributes. As Song Xian pondered these thoughts, the coconut broth began to bubble, and upon hearing that delightful sound, his gaze immediately shifted to the pot of coconut fish soup. The finest way to enjoy Dongxingban and tiger fish was not through grilling, but rather through steaming or stewing. While he had little experience with tiger fish, he had savored Dongxingban many times, particularly relishing the fresh soup made from it. With just a few basic ingredients and no additional seasonings, the resulting fish soup was incredibly flavorful and left a lasting impression. The fish meat retrieved from the broth, particularly the tender flesh revealed beneath the cracked outer skin, was exquisitely smooth and tantalizingly appetizing. Gulp. As the enticing aroma enveloped him, memories of the fresh soup made from Dongxingban flooded back, and Song Xian could not help but swallow hard. Just as he prepared to lift the coconut pot and savor this delectable dish, the sound of gunfire abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 11. The Female Officer and the Mercenary. Don't eat. Hide in the cave first. Upon hearing the sudden gunfire, Song Xian's nerves instantly tightened. Although his physical prowess was formidable, a single bullet could still spell his demise. Furthermore, the number of adversaries remained unknown. He couldn't ascertain whether the pistol was in the hands of those two South Koreans or someone else. Faced with such uncertainty, the wisest course of action was to seek refuge. He recalled the time he had seized that pistol, which had only 2 bullets left. The circumstances surrounding it were lost to him. Murmuring softly, Fujiwara Shizuka was oblivious to the situation but had developed an instinct to obey. She hurried into the depths of the cave to crouch down. The moment she moved, Song Xian extinguished the fire with sand and approached her, carrying a can of delicious fish soup and a toolbox. Stay quiet. We will wait here. Yes, master, Shizuka nodded obediently. But her tension was palpable as she instinctively pressed closer to Song Xian. Sensing her anxiety, he handed her the coconut fish soup. Take a couple of sips. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Shizuka's large eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude, for it was the first time Song Xian had offered her food first. Regrettably, he did not notice her expression. At this moment, he opened his fishing tackle box, retrieving a fruit knife and a handy Phillips screwdriver. In this world ravaged by disaster, he had honed numerous skills, one of which was the art of throwing knives. He could hit any familiar target within 10 meters with unwavering accuracy. Coupled with his current physical condition, As long as he wasn't spotted or targeted first, he could handle up to 5 adversaries. While he did not expect to annihilate them, he was confident in making a clean getaway. This realization emboldened Xuan. It was the dawn of the apocalypse, and there weren't many seasoned veterans or cunning foes. Thus, he need not feel excessively tense. Rather than waiting idly to be discovered, it would be far more exhilarating to take the initiative. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Fujiwara Shizuka, and even if he faced defeat, with his physique and experience, he could easily escape. Let us do this. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. After gearing up, he handed a pair of scissors to Fujiwara Shizuka. Wait here and don't move. If danger arises, shout loudly. I will return to rescue you, understood? Why yes. Upon hearing the word danger, Shizuka's complexion paled slightly, yet she obediently nodded. Good. Satisfied with her response, Xuan ruffled her hair affectionately before shouldering his luggage and stepping outside. Unbeknownst to him, Shizuka's face was flushed as she held the fish soup, her eyes glistening with an enchanting allure. On the southeastern shore of the island, under the torrential downpour, a burly foreign man with a scarred left cheek and a bald head gritted his teeth. In his right hand, he clutched a pistol, while his left hand was shackled. The other end of the handcuff was attached to a smooth, fair arm belonging to a short-haired beauty. This woman possessed an alluring figure with ample bosom, a slender waist, and long legs, her facial features striking yet delicate, with a hint of gallantry in her brow. Dressed in jeans below, she wore only her underwear above, suggesting that her outer clothing had been swept away by the sea. At this moment, her eyes were tightly shut, having lost consciousness. Yet, the bald man, with his brutish demeanor, showed no mercy. Damn it, you filthy bitch. You dared to shoot at me. He cursed vehemently while delivering a vicious kick to the woman's abdomen. Fortuitously, this brutal kick elicited a reaction from her, forcing the seawater accumulated in her mouth and lungs to escape, preventing her from choking to death. However, the weight of his strikes was severe for this girl. Enduring such pain might be less torturous than succumbing to the water. Damn police. Just wait until I've rested. After venting his rage through numerous kicks, the bald man finally slumped against a tree, panting. His name was Peter Stephen, a notorious international mercenary known for his heinous acts. He had anticipated a leisurely mission in this remote eastern nation, but was astounded by its rapid development, brimming with skyscrapers and surveillance cameras, starkly contrasting with the poverty depicted in his home country. Each individual possessed 2 or 3 smartphones, and many were engaged in social media. He had just eliminated a family of 7 when a high-definition video surfaced online, garnering over 5 million views, nearly making him an internet sensation known as the Killer. That very night, he had fallen victim to a sting operation by the woman now before him. Mad, recalling his prior predicament, Peter kicked her again. However, after this strike, a manic grin spread across his face. Being a foreigner, and with an extradition treaty between the 2 nations, he was to be sent back for trial. But fortune smiled upon him when a terrifying solar magnetic storm caused the plane to crash. Not only had he survived, but he also managed to seize a firearm. Thank you, God. No, thank you, Satan. I am alive again. Ha. Damn you, filthy bitch. Once I'm rested, I will make you pay. As Peter reveled in his thoughts, his expression morphed into one of manic glee. Yet, just as he uttered his vile intentions, his senses sharpened at the sound of unusual claps. These were not raindrops hitting leaves or sand. It sounded like rain striking a suitcase. Yes, the suitcase. Alerted, Peter swiftly turned to locate the source of the sound. However, in that split second, a silver flash sliced through the rain, striking him in the lower back with incredible speed. Ugh. Caught off guard, Peter cursed as he felt the blade pierce him. Yet, he knew that lamenting was futile. He cursed loudly and rolled tactically, seizing the female officer, Lu Qingmei, and using her as a shield against the direction from which the knife had come. After scanning the area, his keen instincts led him to the source of the noise. Hey. Observing the well-concealed figure, with only a sliver of the suitcase visible, Peter smirked. From the sound and the trajectory of the thrown knife, he deduced that the assailant must be hiding among the low shrubs or beneath the pink suitcase. Bitch. Die. He made a quick judgment, squinting as he aimed at the suitcase, pulling the trigger. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots rang out, followed by 2 more aimed at the bushes. Yet, after 4 shots, the smile vanished from his face as he realized he had been deceived. As a seasoned international mercenary, he understood the human body's reaction to gunfire. No normal person could remain silent after being shot. His judgment was impeccable. At the very moment he pulled the trigger, Xuan, who had been hiding 2 meters away, suddenly sprang into action, flinging the plum blossom screwdriver from his hand with fierce determination. Whoosh. Chapter 12. Rebirth and the first kill. What in the world? As danger loomed, the bald man, Peter, sought refuge behind a tree. Alas, The black dagger struck swiftly and unexpectedly, with his hands shackled and the hostage in another direction. He found himself ill-prepared. Thud! The dagger pierced his right shoulder. Damn it! He cursed, the excruciating pain twisting his face into a grotesque mask. His frantic display was merely a ruse to bait his opponent. Little did he know, his adversary was already poised to capitalize on his weakened state, intent on ending his life. Suddenly, his foe vanished as if they had never been there. Damn, this bastard is remarkably cautious. Could they also be an assassin? As Peter struggled against the pain, he forced himself to remain calm. Just as he gathered his thoughts, the sea breeze turned violent, and the already maddening acidic rain intensified, exacerbating the agony in his wound. To make matters worse, ice shards began to fall, sharp and relentless, pelting him painfully. Swish. Damn this weather. Peter realized he could no longer remain passive. If he didn't perish at the hands of his assailant, he would certainly succumb to this bizarre hailstorm. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he reached for the keys at Lu Chime's waist, hoping to free himself from the cuffs and escape into the dense woods. Yet, in the short span of time it took him to act, the hailstones grew from the size of a fingertip to that of a fist, crashing to the ground with explosive force. Boom. Boom. Damn it. A single hailstone struck him, nearly dislocating his shoulder. However, this blow sparked a sudden clarity in his mind. He hoisted Lu Chime's body, using it as a makeshift helmet and umbrella, and plunged deeper into the forest. After a grueling trek that left him nearly exhausted, he finally glimpsed a flicker of hope, a fire, a cave. The tantalizing aroma of grilled fish and savory fish soup wafted through the air. Yet, given his previous encounters, he approached with utmost caution, carefully nearing the cave while carrying the body. Once he confirmed that there were no hiding spots around the cave, which was barren above and thus unlikely to conceal anyone from the hail, he turned his gaze inside. There, he spotted a frail young girl, the very embodiment of his desires with her dual ponytails. Upon seeing her delicate, porcelain-like feet, pink soles facing the fire, his inner desires surged uncontrollably. Slurp. His mouth watered involuntarily, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Yet, he knew that the most beautiful flowers often bore thorns, and the most enchanting scenes concealed deadly traps. Just then, a gust of wind jolted him back to reality, sending chills down his spine. Before he could react, a hailstone, fierce as a cannonball, struck him. In the next instant, Song Xian descended upon him, pinning him to the ground with a grip of extraordinary strength. Crack. Battle-hardened Peter felt his spine snap, succumbing to Song Xian's lethal assault. After the deed was done, Song Xian displayed no signs of remorse. After all, he had spent 10 years in a cannibalistic world before his rebirth. It wasn't until he witnessed Peter's gruesome demise that Fujiwara Shizuka gasped in shock, fainting from the sight. Useless, Song Xian remarked, devoid of pity, as he began to methodically search Peter's corpse. The foreigner's clothing fit him well, and the energy watch on the barely alive busted girl's wrist would serve him well, allowing him to keep time and manage his cooking. Lastly, the most crucial item, a handgun. Its significance was self-evident, not only for asserting dominance over the island's inhabitants but also for self-defense in a future fraught with pirate threats. Click. He swiftly retrieved the handgun, expertly chambering a round, handling it with the same familiarity one would espouse. However, upon noticing the serial number, his brow furrowed. In his previous life, there had only been one gun, which he had kept for a long time, numbered 092600. This one, however, bore the number 092601, implying it should not exist. If these two had crossed paths with him, they would have met their demise in an accident. Hence, the other gun likely remained with the two thugs. This realization left Song Xian slightly perturbed, though not significantly. After all, he had become the lord of the island in his past life, with the advantages of a guide and a weapon this time. There was no reason he could not achieve the same. Resolving himself, Song Xian continued his task, stripping the foreigner's body and discarding it like refuse outside the cave. As for the busted girl clad only in her bra, he offered her a sip of fish soup, leaving her survival to fate. Once he finished with her, he devoured the remaining fish soup and meat, then nestled beside the young idol by the fire. Just as he lay down, the storm outside intensified, rain pounding mercilessly against the leaves. The delicate pink flowers struggled against the relentless hail, gasping for breath, nearly crushed by the onslaught. However, after the tempest passed, a miraculous scene unfolded. The battered flowers, once on the brink of destruction, bloomed anew with stunning beauty, a testament to nature's resilience and the tenacity of life. Evoking the lines of a poem, the sharp edge of the sword is forged through trials, only after enduring the bitter cold. Countless strikes, yet still steadfast, for there is a source of flowing water. The following day, as the rain ceased and the sun emerged, Song Xian inhaled the fresh sea air, stretching as he rose. He then playfully kicked Fujiwara Shizuka in the rear. Wake up. The sun is shining. However, the girl merely scratched her fair bottom with a hand, curling up into a ball, turning her snow-white back to him to continue her slumber. Lazy girl, he muttered, annoyed by her defiance, raising his hand to scold her. He suddenly noticed her flushed cheeks and reached out to touch her forehead, discovering she had a slight fever. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, placing his clothing over her delicate thighs to prevent her from catching a chill. He then set about boiling water and grilling fish, ready to wake the ailing girl for breakfast. Noticing her lack of energy while eating, he taught her acupressure techniques on 2 specific points, Feng Qi and Feng Fu, which would alleviate her cold symptoms and reduce headaches, invigorating her spirit. After a session of massage guided by him, she felt significantly better and regained her appetite. Seeing her nearly restored to health, Song Xian decided not to linger any longer and set his sights on the small island 10 miles northeast. There, abundant supplies awaited him, along with flight attendants, budding models, and starlets eager for his rescue. However, he was taken aback when, contrary to his expectations that the short-haired, voluptuous woman would remain unconscious, she miraculously awakened at that moment. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 13. How to alleviate worries. Only by casting the rod. Sir, could you please provide me with some water and food? The recently awakened Lu Qingmei coughed softly, her voice frail as she inquired. In truth, she had regained consciousness the previous night but, overwhelmed by the tempestuous sounds of wind and rain intermingled with the wails of women and the howls of the ocean, she lacked the strength and felt too embarrassed to rise. Thus, she endured for an hour, her face flushed, until ultimately she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Certainly. But you must repay me later. Noticing that the short-haired, voluptuous woman had indeed awakened, Song Xian glanced at the remnants of food before him and then at Lu Qingmei's remarkable figure, feeling a rare moment of benevolence. However, sensing Song Xian's gaze, Lu Qingmei's finely arched eyebrows furrowed in discontent. How would I repay you? What other way is there? Song Xian replied dismissively, noting her disdainful retort. I can offer you money, Lu Qingmei proposed. Once we return to the mainland, I can provide you with all my savings. Yet, the smile on Song Xian's face turned even more mocking. Do you know why the plane crashed yesterday? Why? Because of a terrifying solar magnetic storm that obliterated all communication and electronic devices worldwide. This storm continues, and the entire globe is facing extreme weather conditions. All currency has turned to mere scraps of paper, and the order of modern civilization has collapsed. Impossible. How could you possibly know? It is unnecessary for me to explain. Song Xian replied, losing interest in further conversation with her. He turned to Fujiwara Shizuka. I will head to the beach to check the water temperature and currents and attempt to construct a raft. You stay here and gather supplies. Then come find me at the beach. Yes, master. Fujiwara Shizuka, her twin tails transformed into sleek black locks, nodded obediently, her voice sweet and alluring. Good. Song Xian affectionately patted her head before departing with his fishing gear. However, upon hearing Fujiwara Shizuka's address to Song Xian, Lu Qingmei's beautiful brows furrowed even deeper, recalling the events of the previous night, and she could not help but inwardly curse. Pervert. On the small island, by the seaside, carrying a snakeskin bag, Song Xian arrived once more at the sandy beach. He first removed his shoes and socks, then stepped onto the sand to observe the currents. A few minutes later, feeling somewhat disheartened, he retreated to the shade of a tree and opened his fishing gear. As the saying goes, how to alleviate worries? Only by casting the rod. After his observations, he realized that reaching the island where the plane's nose had crashed was currently impossible due to turbulent waters and unfavorable winds. Even if he managed to construct a raft, it would be futile to sail against the wind and current. Such an endeavor would not only be arduous but could also lead to disaster. With ample provisions and a weapon at his side, there was no need for recklessness. Furthermore, following his conversation with Lu Qingmei, he suddenly grasped a strategic insight. Allowing those two foreigners to flaunt their power on the island for a while might be beneficial. Once they recognized the grim reality, he could descend as their savior, thereby solidifying his dominion over the island. Thus, he felt no urgency at all. Taking out his golden fishing rod and affixing bait to the hook, casually casting it into the sea. After waiting a while for a fish to bite, Fujiwara Shizuka appeared, dragging her suitcase. Master, Shizuka has arrived. Stay under the tree. We cannot venture out to sea for the time being. Await my command. Without turning his head, Song Xian continued to skillfully manage the line, reeling in the fish that had limited strength left. Within seconds, he violently yanked the struggling fish from the water, lifting the golden rod triumphantly. Splash! In an instant, a shimmering golden-scaled fish leapt from the sea. The resulting spray of water, combined with the azure ocean, painted a breathtaking scene. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Xian felt a surge of joy. Although it was merely a common yellow croaker, a fish he had often savored in his past life, catching it himself was a wholly different experience. The distinction was akin to dreaming of a celebrity and actually being with one. Cough, cough. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Song Xian refocused on the yellow croaker. This fish, a variant of the yellow flower fish, typically exhibited a bright yellow hue and bore a resemblance to carp. Its flesh was tender, and it reproduced prolifically, making it ideal for culinary preparations. Steamed, braised, or in a sweet and sour style, it was all delectable. Alas, he lacked the necessary seasonings. If only he had access to his Michelin-starred culinary skills, he could easily impress those celebrities. As he contemplated this, Song Xian considered whether he should utilize this time to procure a boat. The island's spices were limited, and now that he had been reborn, he had no desire to lead a life of hardship. The arrival of those part-time pirate fishermen from the islands would not occur for at least another month. By constructing a boat, he could seize the initiative. He could first target the nearby Ryukyu Islands, then the adjacent Okinawa Islands for plundering. Following that, he could assault the closer islands, liberating the oppressed women of those lands. By bringing glory to his country, he would also contribute to the spread of the Chinese language. Once adequately prepared, he would seize a seaworthy vessel and return to the mainland. After all, the island was far too small. In a world where earthquakes and tsunamis exceeding 8 on the Richter scale were commonplace, it would not be long before the island vanished entirely. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a yellow croaker, earning 6 experience points. Wonderful! Master is amazing. Master is so handsome. Shizuka loves Master the most. Upon witnessing the beautiful yellow croaker caught, Fujihara Shizuka, hidden in the shade, immediately clapped her hands in admiration. Enough flattery. Remove the fish from the hook. Dig a small hole in the sand, and keep it in some water for now. Lost in thoughts of future plans, Song Xian was interrupted and scolded her with a furrowed brow. Yes, master. Fujihara Shizuka promptly complied with Song Xian's command, skillfully unhooking the yellow croaker and carrying it away. Then she knelt on the beach, her petite hands digging excitedly in the golden sand. After a brief moment, she exclaimed in delight, Master, Shizuka has found a clam. Hearing her speak in Japanese once more, Song Xian frowned and glanced over, only to discover it was indeed a clam, which prompted his forgiveness. This girl likely did not know the Chinese pronunciation for clam. Thus, he casually taught her, instructing her to attach the clam meat to the fishing hook. Fujihara Shizuka obediently followed his instructions, her enthusiasm undeterred as she continued to dig. With Song Xian as her support, she no longer worried about survival. Her only concern was the well-being of her mother, Fujihara Nishika, which was why she endeavored so diligently to please Song Xian, hoping that one day he might assist her in finding her mother. Half an hour later, splash! Song Xian once again reeled in a plump sardine. Yet this time his expression was not one of joy. Rather, his brow furrowed in concern. For in his recollection, the black suitcase should have made an appearance by now. Yet, there was no sign of it. Could it be that his actions had set off a chain of events? As Song Xian pondered this, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind him. Lu Qingmei had arrived at the beach. She had donned a cropped pink t-shirt over her previously bare torso. Though she donned an additional garment, the woman's voluptuous figure rendered the cropped top even more alluring and sensual. Mr. Song Xian, I believe we have much to discuss. What is there worth discussing? Song Xian retorted with an air of impatience, lifting his fishing rod and turning away from the sea. The sun had begun to shine rather fiercely, providing an opportune moment for a brief respite to avoid the perils of sunstroke. Additionally, he had another matter to attend to. With a flick of his rod, he aimed at the petite posterior of Fujihara Shizuka. With a sharp crack, the rod struck her bottom, eliciting a pitiful cry as Fujihara Shizuka knelt on the ground, her delicate hands clasped together in a gesture akin to prayer, pleading for mercy. Master, Shizuka acknowledges her transgressions. You are the best, and I promise I shall never err again. This evening, I will endeavor to serve you with even greater diligence. Chapter 14. Never have I encountered such brazen individual silence. Do not presume that your coyness will suffice. Observing Fujiwara Shizuka's shameless display of affection, Song Xian rolled his eyes in annoyance. Master is the best. Upon witnessing Song Xian's expression, Fujiwara Shizuka immediately approached him with an ingratiating smile, wrapping her arms around his. As the dream wife of countless otaku, this was her forte. However, Song Xian, disinterested, opted to rest on his fishing stool and casually opened a coconut for himself. With a swift motion, he slightly parted the scissors, creating 2 small openings. This served a dual purpose. First, it prevented the coconut water from being trapped due to air pressure, and second, the remaining coconuts were intended for use as flotation devices for a raft, requiring minimal openings for easy sealing and to prevent leakage. With a satisfying snap, he opened the coconut, discarding the scissors carelessly. He raised the coconut above his head and drank deeply. Seeing Song Xian indulge in the refreshing beverage, Lu Qimei felt parched. Her throat dry to the point of discomfort, yet swallowing was a challenge. The current state of her body left her both famished and thirsty, compounded by the pain from her injuries sustained the previous day. Nevertheless, her stubborn pride kept her from asking for help. Noticing her struggle, Fujiwara Shizuka shook her head in disbelief. Why persist in such a manner in these harsh conditions? In her view, death rendered everything meaningless. Clinging to the strong for survival was not a disgrace. In fact, being able to rely on a strong individual in such dire times was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thus, she decided to set an example for Lu Qimei. With a softening of her delicate, fair legs, she knelt before Song Xian, her graceful hands transforming into paws. Sticking out her pink tongue, she mimicked a dog, playfully exclaiming, "Master, Shizuka is thirsty for your coconut water." Witnessing Fujiwara Shizuka's antics, Song Xian felt a pang of embarrassment. However, reflecting on her seemingly demure yet undeniably provocative mother, Fujiwara Yoshika, along with her Japanese heritage, he found a semblance of understanding in her behavior. Yet, Lu Qimei could not comprehend it at all. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. She had never encountered such unabashed audacity before. Initially, she assumed Fujiwara Shizuka was coerced, believing Song Xian to be a pervert for taking advantage of such a young girl. However, it was now evident that they were willing participants in their bizarre dynamic, truly unsettling. As she contemplated the prospect of cohabiting with these two peculiar individuals, a wave of despair washed over her. While her mind spiraled with frustration and anger, her train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the sound of coconut juice being slurped. Fujiwara Shizuka, enraptured, continued to drink from Song Xian's coconut, occasionally teasingly licking her soft lips. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Perverts. Lu Qimei could no longer contain herself, her throat parched and burning. Just then, Song Xian's expression brightened, and he dashed out, shedding his clothes as he ran, exclaiming, "It's finally here. It's finally here." What? Lu Qimei was utterly baffled by Song Xian's words, yet she found herself momentarily captivated by his athletic physique. Standing at 183 centimeters, he possessed a strikingly handsome and sunlit appearance, with a lithe body, impressive chest muscles, and a chiseled waist, complemented by well-defined abdominals and perfectly shaped limbs. As someone who frequented the gym, she could discern that he had no excess muscle. His physique was nothing short of flawless. Hee, don't just stand there. Fujiwara Shizuka, noticing Lu Qimei's captivated gaze, flashed a playful smile and hurriedly offered her the coconut. Quick, take a sip. Don't let master see, or my little behind will be in trouble. Thank you. With Fujiwara Shizuka handing her the coconut, Lu Qimei felt a surge of conflicting emotions, tinged with guilt. Yet, her thirst was overwhelming. Every cell in her body craved hydration, leaving little room for further contemplation. Upon receiving the coconut, she eagerly brought it to her lips and drank deeply. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Shizuka kept a watchful eye on Song Xian's movements. Noticing that he had no intention of looking back, plunging into the ocean to swim toward the shore, she exhaled in relief. Lu Qimei savored several large gulps, nearly draining the coconut, seizing this opportunity to converse with Fujiwara Shizuka. Thank you, Shizuka. I promise I will repay you in the future. No need to thank me. You should thank Master, Fujiwara Shizuka replied with a sweet smile. All these supplies come from him. Without Master, I would have perished. Lu Qimei found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had intended to persuade Fujiwara Shizuka to resist Song Xian, to refuse servitude. Yet, recalling how Song Xian had saved her life and the fact that he had also rescued Fujiwara Shizuka, she faltered. The leftover food from breakfast, the coconut she had just consumed, and all the resources they had were provided by Song Xian. Fujiwara Shizuka willingly followed him. He had not mistreated her. So why should Lu Qimei urge her to rebel? What could they possibly achieve? Would they seize Song Xian's provisions and repay kindness with malice? Or attempt to eliminate him? Then they would be left as two inexperienced women stranded on this deserted island, awaiting rescue. None of these scenarios seemed feasible, especially with Song Xian's intimidating presence and his threats hanging over her. If she did not offer something in return, it would be challenging to receive further assistance from him. Yet, she remained a virtuous woman, having received a superior education and accolades for her beauty, intellect, and figure throughout her life. She had become a paragon within the law enforcement community, admired by many. It was not an exaggeration to say she was the center of attention, yet to stoop to such a level, she simply could not bear it. Sighing deeply, Lu Qimei, lost in her thoughts, felt a wave of confusion and turmoil wash over her. Just then, Fujiwara Shizuka snatched the coconut back, whispering urgently, "Quick, wipe your mouth. Don't let master catch on." All right. Observing Fujiwara Shizuka's anxious demeanor, Lu Qimei promptly wiped her lips. Her gaze shifted to the shoreline, where Song Xian was returning with a black leather suitcase he had found. Though she felt powerless at this moment, she resolved not to burden Fujiwara Shizuka further. Yet, she could not help but ask, "Shizuka, are you truly content being?" Chapter 15. The game console and the little green snake, of course. She was not entirely willing. When asked, Fujiwara Shizuka felt a hint of embarrassment but nevertheless stammered out an answer, followed by a gentle suggestion. "Sister Chimei, have you ever read apocalyptic novels?" "I seldom read them," Lu Chimei awkwardly replied. Before graduating from school, she had devoted herself to physical training aside from her studies. After entering the workforce, her focus shifted to solving cases, developing a passion for free fighting, earning her the nickname the Thunderous Invincible Queen. Aside from mysteries and detective stories, her interests were practically non-existent. "Oh, I see." Noting that Lu Chimei had never read such novels, Fujiwara Shizuka furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before organizing her thoughts. "Let me tell you about a novel I recently read. The story takes place in 2050, where a global catastrophe unleashes hordes of zombies. In the struggle for survival, humanity's order begins to collapse, and men, utilizing their physical advantages, become the protagonists of this era. The status of women declines daily, initially becoming mere appendages, and eventually, mere commodities. Where a sip of water or a piece of bread can, if such a catastrophe were to occur, the world would indeed transform in such a manner." Hearing Fujiwara Shizuka's articulate description, Lu Chimei found herself in agreement. Yet, she believed that this entire premise was built upon the foundation of disaster. Presently, she was more inclined to think that these were merely lies concocted by Song Xian to deceive her, an innocent young maiden. "Have you ever considered that he might be fabricating stories to mislead you? But what if it's true? What if it's false? To discern the truth, one must first survive, right?" Lu Chimei was momentarily stunned by her words, suppressing the response she had intended to voice. Noticing her silence, Fujiwara Shizuka added, "I believe the master has no need to deceive me. On this deserted island, with his physical prowess, he has no necessity to resort to such lies, including towards you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chimei fell silent again, as Fujiwara Shizuka's reasoning held merit. Given her current state, if Song Xian desired to overpower her, she would likely. But could it be that the only path left was to barter her body? Although she agreed with Fujiwara Shizuka's sentiments, Lu Chimei could not surmount that mental hurdle. Just as her thoughts were tumultuous, Fujiwara Shizuka suddenly dashed outside. "Long live the master! The master is amazing! Shizuka is here to assist the master." Hearing the spirited exclamations from the girl sent chills down Lu Chimei's spine. A peculiar thought arose within her. Was this girl truly lowering herself to survive? Or had she perhaps broken some strange seal on this island? By the beach, Fujiwara Shizuka hurried to Song Xian's side, using a women's t-shirt, mistaken for a towel, to wipe his body. "Master, let me clean you up." Seeing her considerate enthusiasm, Song Xian had no reason to decline. After she dried his body, he changed into his original clothes, preparing for the unboxing ceremony on the beach. With a swift motion, he unzipped the suitcase, laying it flat on the ground to reveal its contents, which were identical to what he had known in his past life. The most eye-catching item was an unopened pack of cigarettes, a red and white box of Dezhonghua, his favorite from his previous life. Next came some essential men's clothing, including a pair of branded sneakers and several pairs of cotton socks. Following that were chocolates and Snickers bars. In his previous life, these were the items that had allowed him to survive several days on the island, alongside the coconuts. Lastly, there lay one of his greatest regrets from his last life, a 256 gigabytes Nintendo Switch console. Unaware of the impending solar magnetic storm, he had activated the console prematurely. The moment he laid eyes on the game-filled screen, it fizzled and sparked before igniting in his hands. Later, he learned that such electronic devices could be used in semi-enclosed spaces at night or in the absence of sunlight during the day. At that moment, he felt as if he had been cursed. Well, upon seeing Song Xian pull out a game console, Fujiwara Shizuka's excitement knew no bounds. Her big eyes sparkled with delight. "Well, a 256 gigabyte Switch. Life will no longer be boring. Master, let us see how many games are inside." Quiet. To prevent her from meddling out of curiosity, Song Xian adopted a serious demeanor, warning her, "The solar magnetic storm is extremely severe right now. Electronic devices can only be used in enclosed spaces or during the night. Otherwise, they will be rendered useless. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," Fujiwara Shizuka replied earnestly, nodding her head. As a devoted gamer and anime enthusiast, she would cherish this game console as if it were her second life on this desolate island. "That's good. I will be making a raft over here. So please carry the 2 boxes back first." After Fujiwara Shizuka obediently nodded, Song Xian walked towards the woods. However, he did not anticipate that he had chosen a small tree near where Lu Chimei was squatting to relieve herself. Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Qingmei's face flushed with embarrassment. Initially thinking Song Xian would pass her by, yet, to her dismay, he unabashedly noticed her and stared directly at her. This made her cheeks burn with shame and anger as she hurriedly shouted, You scoundrel! Stop looking! Go away, you pervert! Nevertheless, Song Xian continued to gaze at her. His expression cold as he commanded, If you don't want to die, stay right where you are. Under his intense scrutiny, Lu Qingmei was unable to comply. She instinctively tightened her grip on her jeans and prepared to stand. However, the moment she moved, she felt a sharp pain in her right side, as if 2 needles had pierced her. Lu Qingmei was instantly petrified, realizing she had been bitten by a snake. Her only thought was one of despair. It was over. Being bitten by a snake on this deserted island meant certain death. However, while she was still in a panic, Song Xian rushed forward, pinning her to the ground, grasping the snake by its midsection and swiftly pulling it away before lowering his head. Chapter 16, she said, I still want a coconut. The strikingly beautiful woman, Lu Qingmei, with her short hair full of spirit, was at this moment blushing from head to toe. Covering her scorching and bashful face, she knelt on the ground with her backside raised, her impressive, supple bosom pressed against the earth. Her appearance resembled that of the legendary ostriches, which bury their heads in the ground when faced with danger. However, as this woman stammered and struggled to voice her thoughts, Song Xian spat blood and coldly stated, This is all I can do for you. Whether you survive depends on your own resolve. After delivering this remark, Song Xian severed the little green snake's head with a knife, extracted its gallbladder, and bit off half of it, discarding the other half at his feet. It is said that snake gallbladders possess detoxifying properties. Whether you wish to live is entirely up to you. With that, Song Xian turned and began chopping wood. Lu Qingmei gazed at the gallbladder on the ground, then at the retreating figure of Song Xian, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. However, this peculiar sentiment quickly dissipated as she confronted a more pressing dilemma, whether to forsake her dignity and consume the gallbladder in order to survive. Staring at the green gallbladder, Lu Qingmei found herself hesitating once more. Yet, after an indeterminate amount of time, she felt the wound on her back itching, dizziness gradually setting in, and her strength seemingly waning. No, I cannot perish like this. I am only 25, still a virgin. There is so much left to accomplish. And my grandmother is waiting for me. I cannot die. Shortly after this wave of weakness overcame her, instinctively, Lu Qingmei's will to survive surged forth. Thus, she crawled on the ground, soon reaching the spot where the gallbladder lay, seizing it and stuffing it into her mouth. However, the moment the gallbladder touched her tongue, she nearly retched it up. Yet, in the name of survival, she forced herself to swallow it, and as she did, she collapsed onto the ground, eyes closed, sobbing. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, her cries filled with sorrow and despair. Yet, not far away, Song Xian witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile faintly, acknowledging that the first step in his training of Lu Qingmei was complete. The snake was, in fact, non-venomous. Otherwise, he would not have dared to use his mouth to draw out its poison. Had the snake truly been poisonous, his attempt to assist Lu Qingmei would have resulted in both of their deaths. As for the gallbladder's purported detoxifying effects, there was indeed some truth to it. But its actual efficacy was not as potent as rumored. Tossing the gallbladder to the ground was merely a tactic to compel Lu Qingmei to shed her excess pride and face this small test. If Lu Qingmei was unwilling to consume even a gallbladder, he would not hesitate to abandon her, even after having savored the taste of the female police officer. When the apocalypse descends, the so-called saintly figure may find a path to survival, but the self-righteous will find only death. To be unmerciful to others is akin to wielding the knife against oneself. Time passed, and noon arrived. The current weather was extremely erratic, with bone-chilling cold at night and sweltering heat during the day. Only the early morning and evening provided 2 hours suitable for activity. Thus, Song Xian prepared for their journey beneath the shade of trees. After felling several large trees, he proceeded to undertake simple repairs, ultimately fashioning a sturdy raft from the materials. During his labor, Fujiwara Shizuka was also doing what she could, such as gathering small wooden sticks to dry in the sun, ensuring they would have kindling for cooking and warmth during the night. Meanwhile, the female police officer, Lu Qingmei, remained collapsed on the ground, her backside raised. It was not until Song Xian ignited a fire and began to enjoy grilled fish with Fujiwara Shizuka that Lu Qingmei was roused by the enticing aroma. Gulp. Inhaling the increasingly appetizing scent of protein, Lu Qingmei instinctively felt her throat tighten, and she opened her eyes to locate the source of the delightful fragrance. However, upon seeing Song Xian and Fujiwara Shizuka, her expression soured. Just moments ago, she had dreamed of returning a criminal to Australia, spending 3 days traveling there, meeting a handsome, upright, and talented man, and falling in love. They returned home, married, and fulfilled all the dreams she had yet to realize. Yet, this beautiful dream was shattered by the scent of grilled fish, pulling her back to the harsh reality of survival, where her dignity and pride were about to be stripped away. She felt utterly miserable. Her wounds from the previous day had yet to heal, and now, with the aroma wafting through the air, her stomach acids began to churn. A fierce and twisted hunger surged within her, though her stomach was empty. She found herself on the verge of vomiting. But then, unexpectedly, just as she was about to retch, a fragrant grilled fish was tossed in front of her. Lu Qingmei's heart leaped with joy, momentarily believing that Song Xian had a sudden moment of conscience. However, the very next second, as she reached for the fish, that devilish man spoke. "Call me master and this fish is yours." Lu Qingmei halted in her tracks, gritting her teeth as she glared at the fish. Then, with her lips pressed tightly together, she shot a furious glance at Song Xian, the rascal. "You want me to bite you?" Noticing the fire in Lu Qingmei's eyes, Song Xian, holding a coconut in his left hand, scoffed dismissively. But the next moment, Lu Qingmei's words nearly made him laugh out loud. "I still want a coconut." Lu Qingmei bit down hard on her silver teeth, clenching her fists. Uttering those words seemed to drain all her strength. "Let me have a sip." "Whether you drink or not is up to you." Faced with such an unreasonable demand, Song Xian smiled and bargained with her. As long as she held onto her will to survive, she would ultimately kneel before him. "Deal." Lu Qingmei furrowed her beautiful brows, complied, and in a soft, shameful whisper, "Utter those two words, master." "I didn't catch that." Hearing her call him those two words, Song Xian deliberately squinted, raising his voice. "Master." Lu Qingmei shouted the words in anger, then, without lifting her head, began to gnaw on the fish, tears streaming down her face as she ate. Fujiwara Shizuka, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Calling someone master on the island felt somewhat shameful to her, yet for her, it was merely a flicker of embarrassment. "Sister Qingmei, don't cry. If you do, you'll become thirstier." Seeing Lu Qingmei in tears, Fujiwara Shizuka hurried over, offering gentle words of comfort. Meanwhile, Song Xian savored the grilled fish and drank the coconut juice, satisfied. Compromise is a one-time affair, and integrity, like chastity, once lost, can never be reclaimed. In the days to come, he sensed that good fortune awaited. Chapter 17. My master, I wish to accompany you in playing a game. The afternoon slipped away swiftly. And after Song Xian, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Lu Qingmei returned to the cave and kindled the campfire for dinner, Fujiwara Shizuka eagerly turned her gaze towards Song Xian, her large eyes blinking like a playful creature. "Come now, it's you who desires to play, I assentee it?" With a roll of his eyes, Song Xian set down the coconut in his hand, while Fujiwara Shizuka, undeterred, nestled into his embrace like a little water snake, indulging in her charming antics, which left Song Xian feeling quite exasperated. He tugged at her twin ponytails and playfully swatted her, eliciting cries of feigned distress before allowing her to fetch the gaming console. "Master!" Hooray! The moment she realized she could finally play on the Switch, Fujiwara Shizuka dashed to rummage through the suitcase. As she unveiled the console, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she pressed it to her cheek affectionately before eagerly powering it on. "Ah, it's on." As the familiar startup tune filled the air, Fujiwara Shizuka danced with joy, her happiness palpable. However, upon witnessing her jubilant demeanor, Song Xian doused her enthusiasm with cold reality. "You may only play for half an hour." "Understood?" "Yes, master." Responding with a military salute, Fujiwara Shizuka plopped down onto a fishskin pouch. She fashioned her clothes into a makeshift backrest and used the suitcase as a pillow, swinging her delicate feet as she settled into the most comfortable position to embark on her adventure in the game. The game she chose was titled Zelda: Shadows of the City, an open-world game renowned for its high degree of freedom and rich gameplay. Built upon the foundation of the two previous hits, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. While it introduced no significant innovations, it merely offered a new map, leading to its mockery as Dungeon and Link upon its trailer release, with many expressing disdain for the developers. Some even predicted its imminent failure, speculating that the next installment might explore the oceans, potentially titled Zelda: Heart of the Ocean or Zelda: Atlantis. Thus, the online community erupted in criticism, yet upon its release, the download numbers soared, proving the saying truth is stranger than fiction. Why such a fuss? Haven't you ever seen a pig run? As the young girl immersed herself in the game, Song Xian adjusted his attire, his gaze wandering to the voluptuous policewoman with a flushed face, who was curled up, hugging her legs. Lu Qingmei, upon hearing his words, slowly turned her body. She had never seen such chaotic things, yet felt too shy to respond. Burying her blushing face against her alabaster knees, her eyes fixed on the flickering flames. Noticing her demeanor, Song Xian teased, "Share your story with me. Perhaps I might show you some kindness in return." Although his inquiry was laced with jest, Lu Qimei replied earnestly, her memories tinged with sorrow. My name is Lu Qimei. I am 25 years old, female, and I work as a criminal investigator, having graduated from. My father was a narcotics officer, killed by drug traffickers when I was 7. At 9, my grandfather succumbed to a sudden heart attack, and by 10, my grandmother passed as well. My mother, a nurse, remarried when I was 10. Subsequently, I attended a boarding school, returning home only during holidays. In my final year of high school, my grandfather died. In my 3rd year of college, my mother died, severing all ties with my stepfather's family. Now, the only relatives I have left are my grandmother and aunt. As Lu Qimei finished her tale, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her large, red eyes glimmering with unshed tears fixed on Song Xian. Is the apocalyptic disaster you spoke of real? Indeed. With a solemn nod, Song Xian confirmed her fears and shared another piece of news. When you awaken tomorrow morning, you will see that I have not deceived you, and you will understand that the world has transformed. After imparting these weighty words, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Qimei. Given your tragic past, I shall allow you to indulge in an extra fish tonight and gift you a coconut. However, from tomorrow onwards, should you disobey my commands, I shall expel you from my ranks, and worse, I may take your life. With that final remark, Song Xian rose and sought out Fujiwara Shizuka, leaving Lu Qimei to ponder his words, her thoughts swirling with the memories of their time together. Reflecting on how Song Xian had saved her life twice, provided her with sustenance and clothing, and how, aside from the incident in the woods, he had not overstepped his bounds. It could be said that if Song Xian were mute, she would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude toward him. His commands would be met with her willing compliance, and even if he were to act inappropriately, considering his life-saving acts and the provisions he offered, coupled with his striking appearance and formidable skills, she might not be entirely opposed to it. Yet, it was precisely his eloquence that complicated her thoughts. Why am I thinking this way? Is it Stockholm Syndrome? Suddenly struck by her own musings, Lu Qimei's expression faltered, and she shook her head as if to dispel the thoughts. Only when Fujiwara Shizuka glanced curiously her way did Lu Qimei hastily compose herself. Seizing the moment to consume the coconut water and fish, fearful that if she tarried, Song Xian might change his mind. However, during this time, Song Xian hardly spared her a glance, and Lu Qimei's suspicions proved correct. Song Xian employed a tactical approach, alternating between rewards and challenges, engaging in a dance of manipulation. As the half-hour elapsed, he seized the console from Fujiwara Shizuka, plunging into a whirlwind of action within the game. Targeting formidable foes such as dark samurai, mechanical bosses, ghostly spiders, and centaur hunters, executing extreme dodges and impeccable counterattacks, navigating through various puzzles and shrines with finesse. He showcased his skill, captivating Fujiwara Shizuka, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. As a devoted gamer, she idolized skilled players, and Song Xian had ascended to the status of a god-tier gamer. Master, you're incredible! Yet, upon hearing her exclamation in Japanese, Song Xian promptly powered down the console, gripping Fujiwara Shizuka's twin ponytails and wielding a ruler to tutor her in Mandarin. Ah, Lu Qimei, caught in the act of eating, witnessed this scene and spewed her grilled fish. Chapter 18, Day of Gratitude. The following morning, as dawn broke, a vibrant orange sun ascended slowly, enveloping the land and sea in a warm embrace. Yet, unlike any other day, this sun showed no signs of transforming into its customary golden hue. More peculiarly, Song Xian, already clothed, had stripped down completely to bask in the sun on the beach, urging Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei to join him in this peculiar display. Without much hesitation, Fujiwara Shizuka lay beside him, albeit her restless feet flailed about. Lu Qimei, her face flushed with shyness, hesitated on the sidelines. But recalling Song Xian's words from the previous day and the strange sun, she eventually succumbed to her trepidation and shed her outer garment, revealing her alluring figure clad only in a bra. She followed suit by removing her jeans, showcasing her long, snow-white legs, delicately sculpted and undeniably captivating. Lying down beside Song Xian and Fujiwara Shizuka, she was too embarrassed to speak and closed her eyes tightly. However, Fujiwara Shizuka, unable to remain still, soon inquired, Master, what are we lying here for? You will understand once you see Lu Qimei's transformation, Song Xian cryptically replied without elaboration. Oh, Fujiwara Shizuka, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from querying further, lest she provoke Song Xian's ire. She rolled playfully, first across Song Xian, then to Lu Qimei, observing her as one might a panda in a zoo. Yet, upon glimpsing Lu Qimei's chest, she pouted in disappointment and reached out to poke her. Ah! Lu Qimei felt an overwhelming sense of shame, and, realizing she was being scrutinized, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her eyelids fluttered as she fought to remain still. But her sensitive body could not withstand the sudden intrusion. In a flurry, she rolled over, burying her burning face in the sand, adopting the posture of a bashful ostrich. The more she tried to conceal her embarrassment, the more mischief Fujiwara Shizuka seemed to relish. Only when Song Xian playfully smacked Fujiwara Shizuka on her rear did she obediently settle back down, though her mischievous glances and little hands continued to tease Lu Qimei, igniting a mix of embarrassment and irritation within her. As half an hour slipped by, Lu Qingmei's emotional turmoil began to ease, interrupted by Fujiwara Shizuka's exclamation. Your dairy re. Qimei sister. It's so shapely. Your lovely backside. Ah, do not shout. Lu Qimei, hearing her words, wished she could bury her head deep in the sand. No, she thought. Better to bury Fujiwara Shizuka entirely and shove a handful of sand into her mouth. Yet, Fujiwara Shizuka's next words filled her with both astonishment and joy. Qingmei sister, look. Your wound is healed, and there's not a scar to be seen. How marvelous. What? Lu Qimei, disregarding her modesty, reached behind her to feel. Indeed. The marks left from yesterday had vanished. Amidst her previous embarrassment, she had not noticed that her once painful body now felt remarkably rejuvenated. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? The miraculous transformation left her both incredulous and bewildered. Yet, she recalled Song Xian's earlier words, where he had promised that today would reveal a world transformed. In that moment, she fully believed in Song Xian's words, but a greater question brewed within her. Who exactly was he? How could he have foreseen the emergence of this red sun? One imbued with healing energy? As her gaze inadvertently fell upon the man beside her, she quickly averted her eyes. Her cheeks ablaze with heat at the thought of his earlier actions with Fujiwara Shizuka. Is he even human? She pondered, recalling the peculiar device he had used to teach Fujiwara Shizuka Chinese the previous night. The thought of it sent her heart racing with both embarrassment and trepidation, her temperature rising as she dared not look at either of them. Fujiwara Shizuka, noticing Lu Qingmei's sudden change in demeanor, seized the opportunity to playfully strike her again. Smack. Ah, Fujiwara Shizuka, if you keep this up, I will lose my temper. Lu Qimei chastised softly, her indignation flaring anew. However, Fujiwara Shizuka's retort was even more mortifying. Who told you to peek at my master's precious body, you hypocritical little vixen? Do you harbor feelings for him, wishing to compete for his affection? As she spoke, her innocent, cherubic face was alight with mischief, her arms raised to deliver another playful smack. 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 Lu Qimei, feeling the fiery sting and a mix of embarrassment, pain, and confusion, could only roll away in a flurry of pink, determined to distance herself from the mischievous Fujiwara Shizuka. But just as she created some space, Song Xian broke his silence. Do not waste your energy moving about. Opportunities like this arise merely once a year. Remain still, the longer you bask, the greater the benefits to your body. With that, he returned to his tranquil silence, relishing the rare blessings of the red sun. All flora and fauna beneath its rays would receive fortification and healing, a singular chance for humanity to strengthen itself. It was merely a physical enhancement, devoid of any strange powers. No one understood the origins of the red sun, much like the inexplicable frequency of natural disasters. The survival of those stranded on the deserted island during the calamity was closely intertwined with the arrival of this red sun. Regrettably, such an opportunity was scarce, occurring only once a year. In a world shrouded in ignorance, many feared venturing outside when the red sun appeared, missing their chance at fortification. It took 2 to 3 years before the majority grasped the significance of the red sun, leading to its designation as the Day of Gratitude. Some even posited that the existence of this day indicated that the world was not truly apocalyptic but rather a divine or celestial evolution ritual. Consequently, a so-called Church of the Red Sun emerged, espousing doctrines that proclaimed humanity's inherent sinfulness and divine retribution. Only by joining the church and obediently submitting could one attain salvation and transformation. As their ambition swelled, they rebranded themselves as the Church of the Apocalypse. However, in truth, they were merely a cabal of unscrupulous charlatans. The leaders of this church were each more depraved than the last. Song Xian had once received an invitation but had decisively eliminated those scoundrels. Though he could have led a more luxurious life, indulging in the company of numerous women, he could never share those he loved. Thus began his life as a fugitive, embroiled in years of conflict. As Song Xian's thoughts drifted to the past, Fujiwara Shizuka, restrained from moving or speaking, succumbed to boredom and began blowing bubbles, the soft sounds reminiscent of flatulence. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shifted positions and rolled about, her large eyes darting around, reaching out to caress Song Xian's chiseled abs. Upon hearing Song Xian's words, Lu Qingmei finally comprehended the reason behind his request for them to disrobe. Yet, as this realization dawned upon her, she could not help but silently berate Song Xian. This fellow, could he not have elucidated the rationale before prompting our actions? However, despite her grievances, thoughts of the advantages he had mentioned lingered in her mind. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Qimei resolutely clenched her teeth and cast aside the last 2 pieces of fabric, closing her eyes. Yet, as soon as her eyelids descended, her thoughts began to wander uncontrollably, particularly concerning various aspects of Song Xian. What manner of person was he? Where did he come from? What had he done in the past? How did he acquire those 8-pack abs? Why did he possess such alluring lines on his torso? The more she pondered, the more her cheeks flushed, prompting her to involuntarily open her eyes. Stealing a glance at Song Xian's physique, she found herself swallowing nervously. To her astonishment, she realized her gaze had inadvertently locked onto that of the little sorceress, Fujiwara Shizuka. Chapter 19. Come. Strike me. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qimei couldn't suppress her guilty cough any longer and quickly turned her head away, rolling herself further away. However, Fujiwara Shizuka would not let her escape so easily and rolled over towards her. Thus began a chase, with Lu Qimei fleeing and Fujiwara Shizuka pursuing, until they were on the brink of rolling into the sea, at which point Lu Qimei had no choice but to stop and align herself beside Fujiwara Shizuka. With a mischievous smile, Fujiwara Shizuka reached out with her delicate fingers to lift Lu Qingmei's chin, speaking with a playful tone as her other hand moved downward. My dear, there is an ancient saying in the East, those who know how to adapt are the true talents. I advise you not to be oblivious. Ah, Fujiwara Shizuka, you pervert. Lu Qimei exclaimed, her pale skin flushing crimson as she felt a sudden touch from Fujiwara Shizuka, causing her to tremble as if struck by lightning, her long, fair legs instinctively clenching together. Yet, upon seeing Lu Qingmei's reaction, Fujiwara Shizuka wore a look of astonishment and queried without a hint of remorse, Sister Qingmei, you are so beautiful, with a generous bosom and long, sensitive legs. How is it that you have managed to remain untouched at 25 years of age? You shut your mouth? Lu Qingmei, appalled by Fujiwara Shizuka's shamelessness, furrowed her brows and clenched her delicate fists. Fujiwara Shizuka, I warn you not to touch me again or speak of such oddities, or else I shall strike you. All right, let's not quarrel. Let's chat instead, dear sister. Sensing Lu Qingmei's genuine irritation, the once impish Fujiwara Shizuka transformed into a compliant confidant. Sister Qingmei, how many boyfriends have you had? Lu Qingmei closed her eyes, feigning death to avoid the question. However, she couldn't withstand Fujiwara Shizuka's self-interrogation. So none? No wonder you can resist temptation. It must be quite comfortable, especially last night. You be quiet. Lu Qingmei's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she raised her fists. No more of this nonsense. Then let us chat. And I want to speak of those things. Fujiwara Shizuka threatened playfully before wrapping her arms around Lu Qingmei's, her small head nudging against her chest. Oh dear sister. I'm so bored lying here on the beach. Would you give me a couple of punches? Ah, don't touch me. Lu Qingmei, already highly sensitive, shivered several times at Fujiwara Shizuka's antics and hastily pushed her away. I will chat with you, but no strange comments. All right, Sister Qingmei. There must have been many suitors during your school days, right? Surely there were handsome boys among them? Did you never consider dating? No. We were not allowed to date in school. What? Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed in shock, finding the prohibition against dating utterly bizarre. In our country, if a girl is still a virgin at 18, she is mocked for being undesirable. What? Lu Qingmei, taken aback by this revelation, felt that both the country and Fujiwara Shizuka were quite peculiar. The ensuing conversation with Fujiwara Shizuka profoundly challenged her worldview, exposing her to the vastness of the world and its oddities, like mixed-gender bathing and peculiar festivals. Yet, when she heard about pregnant wives calling upon familiar sisters or friends, even mothers, for assistance, she could no longer contain herself and interrupted Fujiwara Shizuka. In that moment, she suddenly found herself able to empathize with Fujiwara Shizuka, realizing that perhaps it was not Fujiwara Shizuka who was abnormal, but rather the bizarre customs of their country. As the afternoon wore on, the temperature climbed to 30 degrees. The sun transitioned from a fiery red to a golden hue, casting a shimmering glow over the golden sands and the sea. Noticing the sun's descent, Song Xian decisively concluded their sunbathing session, leading Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei back to rest. While preparing to kindle a fire in their cave for a fish barbecue lunch, Song Xian turned to Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei and inquired, How much stronger do you feel? Quite a bit. I feel as though I could take down a bull. Fujiwara Shizuka proudly raised her small fist in response. Come. Hit me once. Song Xian beckoned to her with a finger. With all your strength. Master, are you serious? Fujiwara Shizuka blinked in confusion, but after a moment's hesitation, timidly amended, Master, Shizuka daren't. Song Xian tempted her further. If you can hurt me, you may play video games at your leisure from now on. Then here I come. As a devoted anime enthusiast, Fujiwara Shizuka could not resist the temptation, stepping back 3 paces to take a deep breath. I'm coming. With determination, She dashed towards Song Xian, her expression earnest and lips pressed together, radiating an impressive aura as if she were the moon determined to vanquish her opponent. Upon reaching him, she unleashed a strike, a girl-esque version of a comet punch without any special effects. Bang! Her delicate fist collided with his firm abs, producing a crisp sound. And then, Fujihara Shizuka let out a pained cry, dropping to her knees while rubbing her wrist and wailing. Whoa, it hurts. Whoa, master. You're so hard. It's killing me. Despite her lament, Song Xian ignored her theatrics and once again beckoned Lu Qingmei with a finger. Come, you too, strike me. And you may eat whatever you wish. Are you certain? Lu Qingmei observed Song Xian's confidence and suddenly realized this was a golden opportunity for revenge. In a fair fight, Song Xian's strength and speed would easily overwhelm her. However, she had been enhanced and felt her strength had increased significantly. Enough chatter, come on, Song Xian urged, gesturing for her to come forward, even pointing his thumb downward. Seeing Song Xian's disrespect, Lu Qingmei's fierce nature resurfaced, and she glared at him indignantly. Dare you let me kick you? Let us raise the stakes a bit. Song Xian smirked, a hint of derision in his expression. I'll let you kick me 10 times. If I don't cry out in pain, I'll slap the soles of your feet. All right. With her competitive spirit ignited, Lu Qingmei adjusted her jeans and removed her shoes, revealing her delicate feet. Here I come. Be careful. After taking off her shoes and positioning herself, her legs spread apart shoulder-width, she established a proper fighting stance, ready to strike. Come on, Song Xian. Noticing her stance was quite good, lifted his shirt to reveal his sculpted abs and playfully clapped his hands together. Don't hold back, or you might get hurt. I'm coming. Upon hearing Song Xian's taunt, Lu Qingmei's anger surged, and she lunged forward, raising her right leg with determination. As her thigh aligned with her abdomen, the muscles in her calves pressed tightly against her thigh, and her toes pointed upward at a 45-degree angle, executing a perfect front kick. However, the moment she unleashed the kick, Lu Qingmei suddenly felt a twinge of regret. After all, her reputation as the Iron Flower is well-deserved. Her innate strength rivals that of any man. Furthermore, now enhanced, her kick can deliver a force exceeding 1,000 pounds, akin to the full might of boxing champion Mike Tyson. A flicker of fear crossed her mind as she realized this kick could injure Song Xian. Thus, just before impact, she slightly tempered her force. However, in that fleeting moment when her delicate soul made contact with Song Xian's abdomen, she instantly recognized the magnitude of her error, a grave miscalculation indeed. Chapter 20. Retribution and Pleas for Mercy. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Song Xian remained steadfast in his position, while Lu Qingmei furrowed her brows in sudden dismay. In that instant, she felt as if she had struck a formidable wall, a solid concrete barrier. The entirety of her right leg throbbed with pain, propelled back by the force of the impact. It was at this moment she comprehended the reality. She had indeed received enhancements, yet the man before her was equally formidable. He had always surpassed her in strength. And while her abilities had increased by 30%, his augmentation was likely far more alarming. As anticipated, the moment the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, he had already scrutinized his data template. Host, Song Xian. Level, 3-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Physique, 27. Energetic level, 34. Equipment, golden fishing rod. Snakeskin pouch. Items, none. Supplies, various men's clothing, chocolate, cigarettes, Nintendo Switch, watch, handgun, several sexy women's outfits, assorted cosmetics, 2 boxes of condoms, 1 box of contraceptive pills, paper documents. Experience points, 300 kilograms. The average adult's strength and mental acuity are rated at 56. His statistics were nearly 5-fold that of an ordinary person, capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. These metrics represented his prowess 7 to 8 years hence. In this apocalyptic world, excluding firearms, this signified 2 things: invincibility. Thus, he had the confidence to engage Lu Qingmei in this playful exchange. As she was sent sprawling backward, he seized her delicate ankle, inquiring, "Coming again?" The short-haired, well-endowed policewoman Lu Qingmei rolled her eyes in frustration. Having been educated, she understood the principle of action and reaction. Fortunately, she had moderated her strike, or else her leg might have been rendered useless. Yet, witnessing Song Xian's smug expression ignited her ire, prompting her to adopt a different mindset. Let go of me. I wish to continue. Very well. Releasing her ankle, he allowed the fiery little pepper to unleash her fury, with a flurry of kicks and strikes. Lu Qingmei did not hold back, treating Song Xian as a mere punching bag, all while refraining from using her full strength. However, Song Xian soon discerned her strategy and remained unfazed, for the desolate island offered little in the way of entertainment. Teasing and training these spirited women provided him with the greatest amusement, especially those with a rebellious spirit, far more engaging than those who surrendered without a fight. As the saying goes, a wife is less desirable than a concubine is less desirable than a secret affair, and an unattainable target is always the most coveted. In a matter of breaths, Lu Qimei executed her final kick, leaving Song Xian's abdomen a rosy hue. You have won. Pleased with her handiwork, she raised her leg, presenting it to him triumphantly. Come on. Yet, as he grasped her large foot, he suddenly yanked it towards him. Lu Qingmei lost her balance and shrieked, only to feel an overwhelming force pulling her, accompanied by a hand pressing against her waist. This hand, however, did not seek to take advantage. Instead, it maneuvered her jeans and flipped her over, pinning her to the ground. Seated atop her thigh, Song Xian held her legs in his embrace, while Lu Qimei, with her face pressed against the ground, exclaimed, What are you doing? Did you enjoy the earlier bout? He asked nonchalantly, securing her ankles with his arm. Did you not instruct me to strike you? She protested, her cheeks flushed, struggling against his grasp. Yet her protests were futile, for his fingers had found their way to her soles, rendering her utterly defenseless. Ha ha ha, I was wrong, please spare me. She laughed, her pleas becoming frantic. Song Xian, you pervert. Stop tickling me. I will allow you 2 punches. Ha ha, I was wrong. Master, I beg you, punish me. Please, do not. Stop. Ha ha, help. Until her voice grew hoarse from shouting, he finally released her. With a swift motion, he struck the spot where she had been bitten by a snake. A crisp sound rang out, and Lu Qimei flopped about like a fish out of water, thrashing in a fit of laughter. Fujiwara Shizuka witnessed the scene, stifling her giggles and stealthily reaching out to tickle Lu Qingmei's soles. However, the friliest of creatures can still possess strength. With her anger seeking an outlet, Lu Qimei pounced on Fujiwara Shizuka, pinning her down and mimicking Song Xian's earlier actions, seizing her slender legs, and directing her playful assault on Fujiwara's delicate feet, even lifting her skirt to swat at her backside. It is often said that when women embrace their vindictiveness, men stand no chance. With a series of playful slaps, Fujiwara Shizuka cried out in distress, wailing and pleading for mercy. Oh dear sister, I was wrong. Please, Lu Qimei, no. Woo-woo. Seeing that her pleas fell on deaf ears, Fujiwara Shizuka turned to Song Xian for salvation. Master, help. Your little maid is being beaten to a pulp. Woo-woo. I love you, master. Observing this scene, akin to a masterpiece painting, Song Xian leisurely enjoyed the spectacle for a while before finally speaking. Cease this at once. It is time to rest. I have noticed changes in the currents. We may reach Plain Island by tomorrow. Should anyone dare to misbehave again, they will face my wrath. Through their time together, Lu Qimei had grown wiser. Although her heart still simmered with unquenched anger, she complied obediently. Once she released Fujiwara Shizuka, Song Xian merely handed her the gaming console, instructing her to exhaust its remaining battery. After preparing the fish for dinner, the two engaged in playful antics before settling down for the night. Before long, the pair, nestled together, succumbed to peaceful slumber, their breaths steady. Yet, while they slept soundly, Lu Qingmei found herself restless, haunted by the events of the day and the recent broadcast. Ultimately, she drifted off, only to find herself ensnared in a most embarrassing dream, with Song Xian as the central figure. Chapter 21. Setting sail. Awakening abruptly in the dead of night from a haunting nightmare, Lu Qimei instinctively tightened her long, snow-white legs, her delicate pink toes curling tightly together. Her body trembled violently, nearly propelling her pristine form into a leap. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was still nestled within the cave, with Fujiwara Saika and Song Xian peacefully asleep nearby. With a flushed complexion, Lu Qimei took a deep breath, releasing a heavy sigh as she attempted to calm her racing heart. Yet, in that moment of relaxation, her mind wandered back to the unsettling dream. In her slumber, she found herself aboard an aircraft, but instead of the expected prisoners, it was Song Xian beside her. The two of them had ended up stranded on a deserted island, her arms shackled to his. Following their arrival on the island, she was forcibly pulled from the water to the beach, then through a thicket. Ultimately reaching this very cave, Song Xian's grip tightened around her throat, jolting her awake amidst a mix of panic and embarrassment. Cursed be this dream. How could I have such an embarrassing vision? The mere recollection of those images flushed her cheeks anew, igniting a warmth throughout her body. Her emotions swirling in a tumultuous dance. Adding to her discomfort was the sweat that clung to her skin, making her feel uncomfortably damp. Resolving to find relief, she quietly rose, rummaging through her suitcase for clothing. After a protracted search, she found nothing suitable to wear. How shameless! Who would don such attire? After surveying the female garments, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Lu Qimei muttered in disdain, ultimately selecting a pair of nearly transparent lace panties adorned with black lace. From the men's section, she chose a pair of casual three-quarter pants to serve as her trousers. As for her upper body, she refrained from changing her undergarment. For the women's sizes were far too small. Even after releasing a large rabbit, she could barely fit into them. Thus, she removed her original white top, opting for a men's t-shirt, layered beneath a blue short-sleeved shirt. Once clad in her new ensemble, anyone glancing from afar would see Lu Qimei transformed into a dapper tomboy, with a well-defined physique and a striking appearance. Having completed her transformation, Lu Qimei returned to her spot, hopeful for a restful slumber. Yet, the night dragged on. With her tossing and turning, her mind plagued by bizarre visions and peculiar dreams. The following morning, the sun rose with urgency. Get up. No time to waste. The current has changed, Song Xian declared, delivering a firm kick to each of their behinds. Fujiwara Saika, the ever-sleepy twin-tailed girl, grumbled and turned over, unwilling to part from her dreams. Lu Qimei, though feeling weary and far from cheerful, forced herself to rise from the ground. Seeing her up, Song Xian commanded, "You have half an hour to gather everything you can carry to the beach. Delay for even a second, and you shall face the consequences." With that, he eagerly set off toward the beach, dragging along his snakeskin bag, fishing tackle, and rod. As Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qimei arrived at the beach, laden with their belongings, they found Song Xian had already pushed the raft into the water, securing the snakeskin bag beneath the surface. This waterproof container served as an excellent buoy, augmented by empty coconut shells. There was ample space for all three of them, even with the addition of 2 more people. "Don't just stand there. Climb aboard. I will take you to a life of comfort," Song Xian called out as he boarded the raft, noticing their lackluster demeanor. Energized by the prospect of a better life, Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qimei quickly followed suit. "Master, is that island truly as wonderful as you say?" Fujiwara Saika inquired, her curiosity piqued by Song Xian's enthusiasm. "Absolutely." He recalled the nose of the large airplane, his spirits soaring as he explained, "I believe the nose of the aircraft landed right on that island. If we can reach it, we can obtain seasonings, enjoy cola, charge our Switch, and recline in the luxury of first-class seats. Wow, this is just like the legendary One Piece," Fujiwara Saika exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she raised her small fist in glee. "If that's the case, life would indeed be heavenly." Lu Qingmei's expression brightened as well. Though not one to indulge in extravagance, she wasn't foolish enough to turn down a good fortune. With a glimmer of anticipation, her gaze turned toward the distant island of the airplane. However, as she scrutinized the scene, her expression shifted to one of alarm. Song Xian, there are sharks." "What?" Fujiwara Saika nearly squealed in fright, instinctively clutching Song Xian. "Fear not," he reassured, unfazed by the sight of the sharks. "Typically, they do not attack objects larger than themselves." "That's a relief." Fujiwara Saika breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Qimei, ever curious, pressed on, "What about in unusual circumstances?" "Unless they are extremely hungry or disturbed during mating season," Song Xian replied slowly, his expression darkening as realization dawned upon him. He suddenly comprehended why the sharks had ventured closer to shore. They were likely seeking to mate and spawn. Based on the current's direction, they were indeed approaching the shark territory. Given the local conditions, it was evident the sharks had ample food supply, but whether they were in mating season was uncertain. Upon witnessing Song Xian's serious expression, both women adopted a grave demeanor. Yet, despite their trepidation, Song Xian couldn't help but chuckle. When Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qimei turned to him, he held up a half-dead sardine, plunging a knife into its belly before tossing it toward the shark pack. With a splash, the sardine hit the water, and the scent of blood drew the sharks' attention as they lunged toward the fish. It appeared they were indeed agitated, yet still, they were merely fish. One sardine was enough to redirect their course, allowing Song Xian to repeat the maneuver. The shark swarm soon vacated their path, prompting relief to wash over both Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qimei. However, Song Xian's brow furrowed, sensing a shift in the currents. It's changed. Chapter 22, once more. "A devastating blow, everyone. Look away." Fujiwara Shizuka raised the sail. "Lu Qimei, row in tandem with me." Upon noticing a subtle shift in the ocean current, Song Xian immediately commanded the two. "Understood, master." Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei promptly set to work, attentively monitoring the current and their surroundings while adjusting their paddling strength and direction to ensure their raft would reach the island of the plain. After half an hour, they had traversed approximately 2 kilometers, and the current stabilized. Song Xian issued another command. "Let us pause for a moment. We'll wait until we're closer to the island to resume rowing." "Yes." Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei ceased their efforts, allowing the raft to drift serenely on the azure sea. A few minutes passed, and as Song Xian gazed at the rippling expanse of water and the fish gliding beneath the surface, a sudden urge to fish overtook him. Having previously fished from the shore, the opportunity to experience deep-sea fishing was too enticing to resist. With nothing else to occupy his time, Song Xian seized his golden fishing rod, baited it with a small piece of sardine, and positioned himself firmly at the center of the bamboo raft. This time, he refrained from casting the line too forcefully, as doing so might hinder his ability to observe the catch. He pondered the potential of hooking a large fish. Despite his immense strength, the raft could not withstand excessive strain. After all, his weight was only 160 pounds, making it all too easy for him to be pulled overboard. Suddenly, a bold thought struck him. Swiftly reeling in the line he had cast, he aimed once more towards the island and cast again with vigor. Whoosh! The movement was remarkably graceful, and the rod sliced through the air with a pleasing sound. As the golden hook descended into the water, he settled into a tranquil wait for a bite. Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei regarded him with curiosity as a few minutes slipped by. Suddenly, the bobber responded. Song Xian quickly turned the reel to retrieve the line. In the realm of fishing, this action was undeniably hasty, as the fish had yet to secure the hook, making it easy for it to escape. However, Song Xian's intention was not to catch fish for consumption. He merely sought to experiment with utilizing them as free labor to propel his raft toward the island. Whether or not he caught a fish was of little consequence. The reason for his swift retrieval was merely to adjust the fish's path. Fish, devoid of human intelligence, would struggle in the opposite direction when faced with resistance. Wow! You've hooked a fish, master. How impressive! Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, having followed Song Xian for several days and gaining a modicum of understanding about fishing, albeit limited. Her excitement was palpable as she cheered upon seeing the line tighten. Yet, as soon as she uttered her praise, the line slackened, indicating the fish had escaped. Song Xian cast a disapproving glance at Fujiwara Shizuka, quickly raising the rod and reeling in the line. Fujiwara Shizuka, having miscalculated her timing, stuck out her tongue in playful defiance and turned away, stifling a giggle with her delicate features. Her beautiful eyes darted about mischievously as she whistled. Clearly, she was up to her usual antics. Upon witnessing Song Xian's misfortune and Fujiwara Shizuka's expression, Lu Qimei could not suppress a smile. Yet, the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her backside as Song Xian kicked her, following it with a swift kick to Fujiwara Shizuka. The mirth vanished from her face. With a quick reprimand to the two girls, Song Xian rebaited the hook and cast the line once more. Despite the previous setback, he had confirmed the viability of his approach. It merely required fine-tuning. However, fate had other plans, and this time, no adjustments were necessary. Bang! The moment the hook touched the water, the line suddenly tightened with formidable tension. Sensing the unusual resistance, Song Xian urgently instructed Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei. Hold onto my legs. Quickly, one on each. Coming, they exclaimed, rushing to grasp his legs. Song Xian knelt, maximizing friction, with the rod secured under his arm and his hands firmly gripping the rod. The line was under considerable tension, spinning rapidly and producing a harsh friction sound. Sizzle, clatter. As these sounds echoed, the raft began to move. Fujiwara Shizuka, with her twin tails bouncing, wore an expression of astonishment and disbelief. Wow, this fish is incredibly strong. Yet, Lu Qingmei's brows furrowed in concern as she cast a worried glance at Song Xian, asking, "You haven't hooked a shark, have you? Is everything all right? Calm your nerves. This fish cannot exceed 100 pounds, Song Xian swiftly reassured her, while deftly maneuvering the rod to guide the fish's movements. Upon hearing his words, both girls obediently silenced their concerns, their wide eyes fixated on the direction of the fish, clutching his legs tightly. After several tense seconds, the once vigorous fish surrendered, lying still. However, Fujiwara Shizuka soon detected something unusual. Well, master, that fish was actually pulling us towards the island you mentioned. Could it be that his intention was never to fish, but rather to have the fish lead them? Lu Qingmei suddenly realized, recalling Song Xian's peculiar actions, and entertained this seemingly ludicrous notion. Yet, as Song Xian reeled in the large, grayish base and unhooked it, he delivered a forceful kick, sending the fish back into the sea. Lu Qingmei could not contain her curiosity and asked, why release the fish after catching it? Firstly, it's not particularly edible due to its numerous bones. Secondly, to expedite our journey, there is no need to burden the raft with extra weight. At that moment, Song Xian's spirits soared, buoyed by the success of his strategy and the capture of a 92-pound base, which also granted him a measure of experience. However, he kept his method of utilizing fish for propulsion a secret from Lu Qingmei. Seizing a stroke of luck, he cast his line forward once more. And as soon as the rod dipped into the water, he felt an exhilarating sense of fortune akin to a long-awaited breakthrough. Chapter 23. The Bounty. Huh? What is this sensation? It seems I have not caught a fish after all. Feeling the hook tug on something, yet there was no sign of struggle. Song Xian gently shook the fishing rod. Noticing that there was still no response, he swiftly turned the reel to retrieve the line. assuming he had snagged some ocean debris or perhaps some seaweed. However, as he reeled in, the closer the float and hook came, the more he sensed something was amiss. At the moment he lifted the rod, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a lucky critical hit. And you have obtained the blueprint for a wilderness cabin. Wilderness cabin blueprint. Gather 1,000 kilograms of wood and 500 kilograms of stone. The blueprint can be consumed to complete the cabin construction. To think he could acquire such a treasure, how delightful. Song Xian truly did not anticipate such good fortune. He had thought that triggering a lucky critical hit would only yield fish like the exquisite Ji and Tai Mei. Yet he had instead hooked this extraordinary item, truly a testament to the celestial fishing system. It seems he must cast his line more frequently, regardless of whether there are fish nearby, for who knows when another lucky critical hit might occur. He could reel in an aircraft carrier, a devil fruit, a Sharingan. Or the Queen Mother's peaches. What is this? Why have I pulled up a mere scrap of paper? While Song Xian reveled in his fortune, Fujiwara Saika gazed at the paper with a puzzled expression. Lu Qimei, too, failed to comprehend why Song Xian bore such a mischievous grin. What scrap of paper? She thought. If you don't understand, then keep your little mouth shut. Hearing Fujiwara Saika's words, Song Xian rolled his eyes at the girl and quickly removed the blueprint from the hook, shaking off the seawater before gingerly placing it into his bag. He then cast his line once more toward the direction of the plain island. However, after this stroke of luck, it seemed Song Xian's fortune had run dry. He caught not a single fish, nor even a thread. After waiting for over 10 minutes with no further developments, he finally saw the float bob slightly. Yet, as he tugged on the rod, he realized the bait had already been devoured. Reluctantly, he reeled in the line, but soon adjusted his mood and prepared to rebait the hook. After all, having survived 10 years in the apocalypse and being reborn, losing one fish was hardly disheartening. Everything that happens is to my advantage, he murmured, reciting his mantra before gracefully casting his line once again. After another long wait, the diligent were rewarded. The float moved once more. However, this time felt peculiar. The struggle was not fervent, yet the pull was substantial. Strange? What kind of fish could this be? With limited experience in deep-sea fishing, Song Xian had only a set of rudimentary gear from his previous life. After catching 3 fish, his fishing rod had completely worn out. The primary means of survival for them had been the wild fruits from the hundreds of nearby islands and gathering shellfish and crabs from the beach. Fishing was typically a crude affair, often accomplished with wooden forks. Following a devastating tsunami, even the first-class cabin had been swept into the sea. Without the comforts of that luxurious seating, life became exceedingly difficult. Some, unable to bear the hardship, chose to end their lives. It could be said that during that time, aside from the abundance of beautiful women, life was quite arduous. Thus, the blueprint for the wilderness cabin became all the more precious. Once constructed deep within the island, it would shield him from the onslaught of tsunamis, waiting for those wretched island fishermen and pirates to arrive. With his strength, he could easily retaliate, commandeering their ships and pillaging the nearby islands, living freely and joyously. Master, are you all right? Do you need assistance? Noticing Song Xian had been holding the fishing rod for quite some time, Fujiwara Saika kindly inquired. However, given her limited proficiency in Chinese, she failed to grasp the implications of her words. But Lu Qingmei, the little rascal, while not a frequent viewer of films or television, occasionally browsed short videos. Upon hearing those words, she recalled a popular meme and glanced at Song Xian with a mischievous smile, muttering to herself, "Little dog, shut your mouth." Song Xian, evidently oblivious to Lu Qingmei's words, kicked Fujiwara Saika lightly in the rear and exerted more force on the line. Naturally, a normal fish would struggle vigorously. Yet this one did not. It simply clung to the hook, as if engaged in a tug-of-war with Song Xian. Feeling the tension in the rod, Song Xian couldn't help but grow suspicious. What kind of fish could this be? It didn't seem particularly heavy, yet its strength was undeniable. Could he have hooked a large squid or octopus? As he continued to reel in, he speculated quietly. After about a minute, he finally managed to pull the creature from the depths, and in that moment, all his questions were answered. A sea turtle, a medium-sized sea turtle, weighing about 200 pounds. Likely a common green sea turtle. In his previous life, he had once kept one out of sheer boredom. However, as life on the island grew monotonous, filled only with hunting and idle chatter, he had to supplement his diet somehow, resulting in no wonder it was so stubborn. It was a little mule of the deep sea. Seeing the turtle's yellow cheeks and deep gray neck, along with its flattened, rounded shell of dark green, Song Xian couldn't help but chuckle as he continued to reel it in. However, as he pulled more of the turtle's body above the surface, it finally began to thrash about, its head and limbs flailing wildly, splashing water everywhere. Wow, a giant sea turtle. Master, you're amazing. Long live the master. Fujiwara Saika had seen fishing before, but this was her first encounter with a sea turtle. The largest turtle she had previously seen was about the size of her face. Mostly kept as pets. This sea turtle, nearly a meter long, including its head and tail, was a sight to behold, filling her with astonishment and curiosity. Lu Qingmei was equally awestruck. She had never seen a turtle so large, estimating its weight to be around 200 pounds. Such weight, combined with the resistance of water, felt akin to lifting a 300 or 400 kilogram barbell. As this realization struck her, Lu Qingmei's gaze towards Song Xian shifted. This guy truly possessed immense strength. Don't just stand there. But just as she had begun to contemplate, Song Xian's command followed swiftly. You too. Use the wooden sticks to help me pull this onto the boat. Yes, master. Fujiwara Saika did not hesitate, grabbing a wooden paddle. Yet Lu Qingmei recalled Song Xian's previous words and his act of releasing the fish. Song Xian, you released that fish. Are you really going to keep this heavy sea turtle? In response, Song Xian's words left her blushing once more. You haven't the slightest idea. This creature is a tremendous supplement for a man. Chapter 24, The Distinction Between Soft-Shelled Turtles and Tortoises. Ahem. Lu Qingmei could not restrain herself and coughed a couple of times, her fair, delicate face instantly flushing with warmth. Fujiwara Shizuka, on the other hand, did not fully comprehend the situation, her beautiful eyes darting between the two. Let us get to work. At this moment, Song Xian was reluctant to explain. As the tortoise was struggling fiercely, if the fishhook were to pierce its mouth, it would be a significant loss if the sea turtle managed to escape. Yes. Upon seeing Song Xian's expression grow serious, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei hurriedly sprang into action. Soon, with their combined efforts, the green sea turtle was flung onto the bamboo raft, and Song Xian flipped it over, exposing its 4 legs to the sky. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a green sea turtle, earning 97 experience points. Stay away from it, you too, lest its claws scratch you. Hearing the system's notification, Song Xian cautioned them and then turned his attention back to the current. Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei responded almost in unison, though their gazes remained fixated on the sea turtle. Noticing this, Song Xian refrained from unhooking the fish to prevent the old tortoise from biting him. Upon observing that the current was slightly off, he set aside the fishing rod and instructed Lu Qingmei to row with him. Once they confirmed that their course was steady, they settled down on the bamboo raft for a brief respite, with Fujiwara Shizuka inching closer. Master, is turtle meat delicious? The texture is average, but it is quite nutritious. Song Xian continued to observe the current, responding with casual indifference. Average texture? I find it quite delightful. Lu Qingmei expressed her confusion, recalling that she had dined on it twice with colleagues, finding the meat exquisite and the soup delightful. How big was the one you ate? About a size larger than my face. Did it have a black, pointed head? Was the meat on its back tender? Yes. Lu Qingmei nodded in agreement, realizing that Song Xian's descriptions were entirely accurate. What you described is a soft-shelled turtle. Song Xian rolled his eyes at her lack of knowledge. When Lu Qingmei heard this, she patiently inquired, aren't soft-shelled turtles and tortoises different? Of course they are different. Soft-shelled turtles have tender, flavorful meat, especially the skirt meat. Once the shell is removed, there is almost nothing but meat inside. Moreover, they reproduce and grow at a much faster rate than tortoises. A soft-shelled turtle can reach the size of a basin in just 1 or 2 years, while a tortoise takes 68 years to grow to a plate-sized diameter. Furthermore, there is very little meat on a tortoise. For this 200-pound tortoise, obtaining 60 pounds of meat is already commendable. The edible parts are limited to the head, tail, and limbs, with the rest being less palatable, suitable only for making soup. Master is impressive. Seeing that Song Xian was so knowledgeable, Fujiwara Shizuka once again lavished him with praise. Lu Qingmei felt a measure of admiration for Song Xian's extensive knowledge, though she concealed her feelings. After a while, the small raft was less than 2 kilometers from the beach of Plain Island. However, Song Xian suddenly noticed a point of concern. In my previous life, I drifted to the island. I wonder how much luck I had back then. Silently grumbling to himself, he furrowed his brow at the reef ahead. Nearly 10 years had passed, and he had forgotten this detail. Noticing Song Xian's displeased expression, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei followed his gaze, but could not discern what he had noticed. It was only when Song Xian instructed them to pick up their paddles and row that they realized they were approaching a vast expanse of reefs. Fortunately, they were close to the island, and their bamboo raft had a shallow draft, coupled with its slow speed. Thus, they only halted the raft when they were less than 500 meters from the shore. Everyone, take off your clothes. We will swim over. Upon seeing this situation, Song Xian decisively issued the command. Lu Qingmei was momentarily taken aback by this order, her cheeks flushing as she quickly wrapped her arms around her chest. Hee. Fujiwara Shizuka mischievously chuckled, explaining, Sister Chime, do you really want your clothes to get soaked? We don't have many spare outfits, especially undergarments. Chime recognized the validity of her words, yet her face reddened even more. But Songxian coldly added, you can choose to undress or not. If you don't want to go ashore, you can just float on the raft. As he spoke, Songxian had already stripped off his clothes and tossed them into a snakeskin bag. Plop! The crisp sound of him entering the water resonated, and he turned to Fujiwara Shizuka, saying, you hold the pink suitcase, give me the black one. Yes, master. Obediently, Fujiwara Shizuka stuffed the clothing into the pink suitcase, then jumped into the sea, adding, Sister, don't be shy. Your body is hidden in the water, and it won't be exposed too much. Besides, the master has already seen what he needs to see. I know. Although Lu Qingmei acknowledged the truth in her words, she immediately posed another dilemma. But I can't swim. Neither can I, but we have the suitcases and coconuts, right? Just hold on to them. Fujiwara Shizuka, already clinging to the pink suitcase, patted it while speaking. Oh. Lu Qingmei, momentarily flustered, quickly undressed, stowed her clothes in the black suitcase, and dove into the water with remarkable speed. However, as soon as she entered, she realized that Songxian was watching her, causing her entire body to flush crimson. Fortunately, Songxian merely cast a casual glance before swimming towards the beach, dragging both their suitcases along. Upon successfully reaching the sandy shores of Plain Island, Songxian simply instructed, you two go find a shady spot to rest, then gather some dry wood for lunch. Fujiwara Shizuka, with her little buttocks emerging from the water, and Lu Qingmei, shyly hiding her figure beneath the surface, replied almost in unison. As soon as Songxian turned to swim back to the previous raft, Fujiwara Shizuka's fair feet touched the sand, and she instantly transformed into a lively girl, leaping with joy. Wow, what a huge island. It's at least 10 times bigger than the last one. There must be so much delicious food here. Lu Qingmei, cautiously surveying her surroundings and confirming that no one was present, finally emerged from the water, albeit bashfully. Yet, as her delicate, pinkish feet touched the sand, Fujiwara Shizuka mischievously splashed a bucket of cold water at her, making Lu Qingmei wish to bury her head in the sand. Sister Qingmei, have you noticed? The closer we get to the shore, the clearer the water becomes. You've been completely exposed. Chapter 25, The Great White Fish and the Homestead. Impudent girl. Do you dare mock me again? Lu Qingmei felt a wave of shyness and embarrassment wash over her, but as soon as she remembered that Songxian was absent, she began to roll up her sleeves, ready to confront Fujiwara Saika. Just moments ago, Fujiwara Saika had been brimming with confidence, but sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere, she turned to flee. Yet, her petite, snow-white legs were no match for Lu Qingmei's strong and athletic limbs. I won't let you escape. Before Fujiwara Saika could run 10 meters, she was pinned beneath Lu Qingmei, followed by a flurry of bamboo shoots, sought Ed with meat. Smack! 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 Sister Qingmei, I was wrong. Just spare me this once. Last time, I let you off easy, and what happened? Ouch, ouch, ouch. I promise it will be the last time. Do you ever speak the truth? I swear this time it truly is the last. I pledge my chastity. No, my integrity. Still trying to wriggle out of this? Just wait until I bruise your little behind. Lu Qingmei relentlessly struck the little girl, Fujiwara Saika, whose twin ponytails and fair limbs flailed helplessly on the beach, a sight both amusing and stunning. The skirmish only ceased when Fujiwara Saika cried out Songxian's name. Master. Save me. That wicked woman Lu Qingmei is bullying me again. Don't try to deceive me. That scoundrel can't possibly return so quickly. Lu Qingmei dismissed Fujiwara Saika's pleas. Yet a chill ran down her spine in the next instant. Fujiwara Saika's face was alight with mischief as she exclaimed, You dare speak ill of master? Lu Qingmei. Your fate is sealed. Lu Qingmei's brows furrowed, followed by a cry of despair. On Flying Island, South Beach, the blue and white waves crashed violently against the shore. A plump and delightful great white fish, along with a petite little white fish, accidentally washed ashore. Naturally, neither fish could escape Songxian's keen gaze. With a swift motion, the small fish hooked its lips, but the great white fish used its weight to pin it down, enduring a struggle before finally subduing it. Then came the sizzling sounds of frying. Soon, the fish was completely consumed. By the edge of the forest, after finishing the fish, Songxian lay between Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qingmei to rest. However, the vividly blushing Fujiwara Saika could not remain still, her curious gaze wandering. Spotting a sea turtle baring its teeth at her, she asked in surprise, Wow, master, this sea turtle has no teeth. How does it eat? Their upper and lower jaws are incredibly robust, akin to human teeth, allowing them to crush and swallow food, Songxian explained casually, considering their efforts. After resting for a while, he discovered 3 coconut trees and kicked one. Bang, bang. 4 or 5 green coconuts plummeted from the tree like cannonballs. As Song Xian returned with the coconuts, Fujiwara Saika cheered exuberantly, showering him with praise. With a flushed face and biting her lip, Lu Qimei bore a complex expression, turning her head away while clutching a coconut, clearly harboring some emotions. Yet Song Xian paid her no mind. He retrieved his knife and approached the turtle, swiftly decapitating it to let it bleed out. After considerable effort, he hollowed out the turtle's shell. Observing him, Fujiwara Saika crawled over with curiosity. Master, can't we just eat the meat? Why go through the trouble of hollowing out the shell? Because I need a pot. As he spoke, he propped the turtle shell upright to let the blood flow out. A pot. Fujiwara Saika's eyes widened in realization, poking the green turtle shell. Can this really be used as a pot? Won't it leak when heated? Of course, it can't be directly heated. One must build a stove. Then coat the turtle shell with a layer of clay to use it as a soup pot for cooking. Song Xian explained succinctly. Then planted the shell into the ground and instructed, prepare some firewood. We shall feast on turtle soup. Long live the master. Upon hearing they would finally eat turtle, Fujiwara Saika ceased her pouting and lay down. Half an hour later, Song Xian, Fujiwara Saika, and Lu Qimei began to savor their first meal of turtle meat. As anticipated, the texture was somewhat tough and not particularly palatable, yet considering its nutritional value, Song Xian still indulged heartily. After all, a more splendid life awaited him. In his previous life, he had arrived on the island 2 days later, when there should have been 8 people. Among them were the glamorous stars Mimi and Fei Fei, a stunning flight attendant from a dance academy, and a technologically adept Korean celebrity. There was also a haughty heiress who looked down on others, and a self-important male painter of little renown. Not to mention 2 troublesome Koreans, one tall and one short. One stout and one strong. He wondered how many people had gathered now. With satisfied sounds of munching, approximately an hour prior, Song Xian, Fujiwara Saika, and Lu Qimei had filled their bellies. They had roasted 20 pounds of turtle meat, with Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qimei consuming less than 3 pounds. The rest devoured by Song Xian. Additionally, he had polished off a coconut. Burp. After a hearty meal, Song Xian rubbed his belly and declared, "You 2 rest here and don't wander off. I will explore this small island and return before dark." Safe travels, master," Fujiwara Saika replied sweetly, though she immediately lay down on the ground, embodying the essence of an anime-loving homebody. Lu Qimei remained silent, holding her lovely white legs, lost in thought. Song Xian cast a glance at Lu Qimei, but said nothing as he turned to venture deeper into the woods. Judging by her focus on food and water, he estimated that fully conquering her wouldn't take long. Thus, he felt no urgency. After all, time was on his side, and he possessed ample means to teach Lu Qimei. Yet, he never expected that barely 100 meters into his walk, he would hear gunfire from the northern shore. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive shots indicated that the 2 South Korean intruders had arrived. Song Xian quickened his pace, eager to ascertain the situation. However, he had only made it halfway when he paused by a small stream. This stream had formed from recent rains, offering precious freshwater devoid of salt. Nevertheless, it was crucial not to drink it directly. It required filtration through soil and sand, followed by boiling to render it safe for consumption. Upon spotting the stream, Song Xian turned in place, surveying the area. In his previous life, he often fetched water from here, and the nearby elevated ground was where they had taken refuge during a tsunami. Thus, the location for the cabin was settled. Moreover, an ingenious plan struck him. He could construct the house without expending any effort. Chapter 26. The Dead Stick, the Female Star. On the northern shore, amidst the golden sands, lay the colossal wreckage of an aircraft, surrounded by scattered debris. Inside the first-class cabin, the anguished cries of women and the exultant cheers of men filled the air. Outside on the beach, 3 women, a silver-haired elder, a middle-aged affluent lady, and the voluptuous and alluring starlet young Mimi, were kneeling on the ground, clutching their heads, alongside a bruised and battered young flight attendant clad in a red, white, and black uniform. Nearby lay the fresh corpse of Lu Qimei's colleague. The elderly woman lamented, "I told you not to provoke those 2 Korean scoundrels, but you wouldn't listen. Look where that has led us." The flight attendant, casting a surreptitious glance at young Mimi's fair bosom, assumed a righteous demeanor and retorted, "He was only looking out for us. Just look at what those brutes have done. If I had a gun in my hand, I would certainly confront them." "Bah, it's all the same under the sun," scoffed Li Fujian, the stunning middle-aged heiress from a Korean chaebol, who at the age of 40 still possessed an elegant figure and flawless skin. Dressed in a blue office attire complemented by white stockings, her tone dripped with disdain as she dismissed the flight attendant's remarks. The silver-haired elder grumbled, "If he had gotten his hands on a gun, we would have had no chance at all. Do you think everyone is like those 2 scoundrels? I certainly am not. The flight attendant argued passionately. Let us all calm down, interjected young Mimi, her enchanting figure clad in a black halter dress, with voluptuous curves and a fox-like visage. Let us not act rashly. Those two bastards are armed. We must ensure our safety before we can discuss our future. As her words hung in the air, the screams from the cabin abruptly ceased, replaced by the contented chatter of the two Koreans. Yet, the expressions of young Mimi, the affluent lady, and the silver-haired elder revealed their distaste, their eyes seemingly communicating. So short? So quick? Is this it? Unbeknownst to them, these two conniving Koreans were remarkably swift, akin to Olympic marksmen, finishing in less than a minute and a half, a feat that would typically take a normal person several minutes. However, this feeling of disbelief soon vanished as the two satisfied Koreans emerged, and the cabin was filled with the cries of women. Bastards! Brutes! You scoundrels shall not have peace in death. A short and dark Korean, reveling in the cacophony, smiled with delight. He relished his current existence. Since basking in the crimson sun, his strength had surged, and his ailments had been miraculously healed, coupled with the bizarre weather of the day. He recognized this as the apocalyptic crisis described in novels, a chance for someone like him to rise. Ha ha ha. I, Park Etienne, am the protagonist of this era. The future king. He cheered inwardly, his small eyes narrowing greedily as they surveyed young Mimi and the affluent lady. But soon, discomfort crept in as he scratched his groin. For he had never encountered such exquisite beauty, let alone a woman adorned in advanced technology. His excitement was palpable. Earlier, he had merely warmed up, stripping her down and receiving a few slaps and kicks, yet had not officially entered the fray. Damn it. It's all that Wench's fault for resisting, otherwise. I wouldn't be so worked up. As these thoughts consumed him, his companion, the robust fitness coach Lu Junlai, resembling a stout man with small, round eyes, chimed in. It's your turn to let loose. He grinned wickedly. Little did he know that Lu Junli's fervent gaze was fixed upon the flight attendant. As he uttered a shocking phrase in broken Chinese, I want you. Coughing, the previously anxious young Mimi turned crimson, while the beautiful heiress and the elder woman wore expressions of astonishment, hastily lowering their heads at Lu Junli's brazen demeanor. Park Etienne's face contorted with disdain. Yet a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Perfect. This jerk prefers handsome men and won't compete with me for these women, otherwise. I'd have to sleep with my butt clenched. Suddenly, the sound of fabric tearing filled the air. The pale and terrified flight attendant was pinned down on the sand by Lu Junlai, who yanked him forcefully, eliciting desperate cries from the young man. Hey, you bastard. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Damn it. But the more he struggled, the more excited Lu Junlai became. With a final, definitive tear, Lu Junlai ripped the flight attendant's pants apart, dragging him toward the cabin. The once righteous flight attendant, now in despair, wept and screamed, No, please, I have hemorrhoids. Don't do this to me. Go after young Mimi. She is a star. She is far more desirable than I am. Please. No. I beg you, spare me. The rich lady isn't bad either. Wench, the stunning heiress, with her exquisitely cropped hair, could not help but curse at the flight attendant's desperate pleas. Young Mimi, feeling a surge of resentment, glowered at the flight attendant for his inconsistency, as she sensed Park Etienne's gaze upon her growing increasingly unsettling. Yet, her greatest irritation arose from the elder woman's words. I say, why don't you both just yield to them? Who knows when the rescue team will arrive? After all, there are no outsiders on this deserted island. If you please them, they might treat us better, perhaps even share food with us, giving us a chance to survive. Ha! You old hag, why don't you go and entertain them? Li Fujian retorted, her voice dripping with disdain. Yet, she underestimated the elder woman's shamelessness, who boldly declared, You think I wouldn't want to? If I were 20 years younger, I'd be indulging in pleasures right now. You're all just too narrow-minded. What's the difference if you're bedded by a man? Living comfortably is what truly matters. I don't believe you can hold out. When there's no one around, you won't be able to resist before she could finish. Park Etienne delivered a swift kick to her face, pressing her head into the sand with a menacing threat. From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to speak among themselves, or this old hag will be your fate. Upon hearing this, young Mimi and Li Fujian exchanged complex glances, subtly nodding. Although they found satisfaction in witnessing the elder's humiliation, they were wise enough to recognize it as a cautionary display. They understood that it wouldn't be long before they would be dragged into the cabin, just like the flight attendant and his colleague. Sighing in resignation, young Mimi envisioned the grim future that awaited them. Her once proud figure seemed to sag, mirroring her disheartened spirit. Yet, just as her fox-like pointed chin was about to pierce her chest, those large, captivating fox eyes suddenly sparkled with a brilliant gleam. Chapter 27. A Heroic Rescue and Fantasies Aflame. How handsome. What a magnificent physique. Upon suddenly catching sight of the man behind the airplane, Young Mimi couldn't help but shower him with admiration in her heart. His chiseled features, sharp eyes, and prominent brow exuded a distinctly masculine allure, while his body resembled a classical Greek sculpture. With defined abs, a chiseled chest, and powerful thighs, he was a sight to behold, evoking a wave of desire and a rush of adrenaline within her. More importantly, she recalled the face and name of Song Xian. On the plane, he had requested her autograph amidst a throng of female stars, singling her out. This indicated he must be a true fan. Little did she know, Song Xian's actions stemmed merely from proximity, aiming to project the image of a wealthy suitor. However, after only a brief moment of watching the match, the plane, it seemed fortune smiled upon her. Lost in her thoughts, young Mimi's joy intensified. Yet soon, the generous-hearted woman cast aside her distractions. She discerned that Song Xian intended to ambush the burly man nearby. Thus, she endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, wary of revealing their intentions. At that precise moment, a buzzing insect approached Park Etienne. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, furious as he prepared to swat the mosquito, his handgun at his side. "Ah, a bug." Young Mimi's heart raced, but she reacted swiftly with a scream. "How dare you!" The stout man, resembling a comedian, was startled and instantly enraged, swinging his arm toward young Mimi. Yet, before his hand could land, he was struck with a heavy blow to his back. With a crack, the wooden stick broke upon impact. "Damn it!" Park Etienne let out a cry, reaching for his gun only to fumble and drop it. Song Xian swiftly planted his foot in the sand, kicking a clump of wet sand into the man's face. In an instant, he advanced with a powerful kick. "Ah!" Park Etienne cried out, doubling over as he was sent sprawling 2 meters away, landing hard on the ground and groaning in pain. "Serves you right," Li Fujian shouted in excitement at the sight. Young Mimi exhaled in relief, patting her ample bosom. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the fallen handgun was seized by an old woman nearby. Simultaneously, the burly fitness instructor, Lu Junlai, hearing the commotion, hastily dressed and emerged wielding a golf club. "Damn it, I'll make you pay," spotting Song Xian with the stick. And seeing his partner Park Etienne on the ground, he charged in a fit of rage, shouting profanities. Upon noticing Lu Junli's approach, Song Xian remained unperturbed, even giving a friendly gesture. "Okay, you yellow-skinned monkey, you're finished." Lu Junlai spat, feeling deeply insulted. Although Li Fujian had been saved, she felt displeased, given her own background. After all, she hailed from the same country as Lu Junlai, and his words were not particularly friendly. Yet, the men from the East were different. With her beauty and noble status, coupled with her widowhood, they would certainly be intimidated by her. As her thoughts churned, young Mimi's emotions stood in stark contrast. Firstly, she had aided Song Xian. Secondly, given her fame and background, she believed he would treat her decently. Thirdly, now that she was divorced, Song Xian's looks and physique were precisely her type. She would prefer him over the stout man. Lastly, she sensed that Song Xian was formidable. As an actress, she often read scripts and novels, even having starred in similar themes. In such a situation, survival hinged on one word: endure. If she could align herself with Song Xian, her days ahead would at least be secure. As for the happenings on the island, she doubted anyone would dare to speak out. After all, a woman's fate was often the same. Men, having committed misdeeds, would not be foolish enough to confess. Even if rumors circulated, public relations teams would manage the fallout. After all, she had her fair share of scandals. With the evidence destroyed, she had little to fear. Wait, perhaps I could leverage this situation for publicity. Maybe even sign this handsome man. With his looks and physique, she could certainly help him thrive behind the scenes. However, it would depend on whether he could keep her pleased. In an instant, young Mimi's mind raced with possibilities, her seductive lips curling into a mischievous smile as her gaze returned to Song Xian. At that moment, Song Xian was already clashing with Lu Junli's golf club. Unfortunately, Lu Junli's weapon proved superior. With a crack, Song Xian's stick shattered, leaving him with only a short piece. "Huh, take that," Lu Junlai howled with excitement, boasting. "You're dead, you yellow-skinned monkey." Young Mimi's heart sank at the sight, her arms instinctively crossing over her chest, nearly causing her to burst out of her attire. Yet, Li Fujian, witnessing Lu Junli's ferocity, felt a thrill of excitement, believing the stout man was finished. If Lu Junlai won, what concerns would she have? Meanwhile, the silver-haired old woman wore a sinister smile, her eyes glinting with excitement, as she firmly grasped the gun. "Let the battle commence. Once you both are weakened, you'll become my slaves, and I shall make you serve me." Seeing Lu Junli's arrogance, Song Xian, who had intended to toy with him a bit longer, transformed into a fierce adversary, stepping forward with the grace of a thunderclap, closing the distance. "Prepare to die." As Song Xian advanced, Lu Junlai squinted. "Fool, you're asking for it." In an instant, his muscles bulged, and with a powerful swing, He aimed to crush Song Xian's skull with the golf club. However, just as the metallic gleam of the club swung through the air, pain shot through Lu Junlai's groin. His face turned pale, contorted in agony as he knelt before Song Xian, clutching himself, tears streaming down his face, feeling the world spin around him. Long live! Yang Mimi cheered, jumping in excitement, while Li Fujian followed suit. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, the silver-haired old woman, with blood at the corner of her mouth, aimed a gun at them. Everyone, kneel before me. Chapter 28. The deceit of human hearts. Yang Mimi felt her fury surging as the old woman instigated a confrontation. However, Li Fujian's expression shifted from grim to gleeful. In her view, empowering women over men was preferable, as it would spare them suffering. There was even a possibility that, reminiscent of her days at the company, she could trample those men beneath her feet, shamelessly manipulating their dignity and lives. She envisioned these men becoming her slaves, catering to her whims. Thus, she was the first to kneel, raising her hands in submission. Sister, we are all women. Girls help girls. Rest assured, I support your dominion over this island, and I am willing to assist you. Very well, those who recognize the times are wise. The old woman smirked at her words. She was not foolish. She understood that she could not control this island alone. After all, even a tiger dozes at times, so she needed to unite these two women. As long as the guns were in their hands, they could transform this place into a paradise, turning these men into their subservient slaves. They could indulge in desires they dared not express or act upon. Thus, she aimed her gun at Song Xian and addressed Yang Mimi. Yang Mimi, I know you are intelligent. You must comprehend the situation on this island. We must unite to avoid harm and even to rule this island. Yang Mimi hesitated upon hearing these words, her mind racing to devise a strategy for survival and maximum benefit. Did she even need to think? Observing Yang Mimi's inner turmoil, Li Fujian scornfully urged her, consider the flight attendants in the cabin. Do you wish to be humiliated like them? I understand now. Yang Mimi exhaled deeply, glancing at the old woman and Li Fujian before her gaze fell upon the composed Song Xian. At that moment, she had made her choice and turned to Song Xian, uttering, I am sorry. She then lifted her fair leg, quietly stepping back. A wise choice, Li Fujian praised with a smile. The old woman, too, looked at Song Xian with satisfaction, a glimmer of avarice flickering in her eyes as she brandished her gun threateningly. I said kneel. Did you not hear me? However, just as she finished speaking, Lu Junlai, having just been kicked in the groin, erupted into laughter. Aha, so this is the person you wish to save. Song Xian, disdainful of the mockery, raised his foot and struck Lu Junli's chin. You. Lu Junlai managed to utter a single word before darkness engulfed him. The reason Song Xian refrained from killing him was to use both him and Yang Mimi as slaves, for building and gathering materials was laborious. Additionally, he planned to dig a fish pond and a cellar on the mountain, perhaps even a tunnel, ensuring they would not worry about food during extreme weather. After all, the number of people around Song Xian would only increase compared to his previous life, including those who should have perished, like Fujihara Shizuka and Lu Qimei, as well as the Dance Academy's beauty who, after enduring humiliation, had taken her own life, an enviably proportioned flight attendant. This thought sparked a sudden yearning within Song Xian. In a post-apocalyptic island, there were hardly any decent forms of entertainment. Should he establish an arts troupe for his amusement, perhaps calling it the Xian Arts Troupe? Since the island was populated with beautiful stars, he could have them perform lively dances or even stage plays. How delightful! Lost in these pleasant musings, a smile spread across Song Xian's face. Yet, the silver-haired old woman, witnessing his demeanor, grew even more furious and frenzied. You wretched creature! Seeing Song Xian defy her orders and display such insolent expressions ignited a fire within her. However, humans are curious beings. As Song Xian's mind wandered, the old woman was reminded of her own unfortunate memories. She had lost merely a house, yet her family had ceased to trust her, freezing her accounts and credit cards. She had borne 2 children for a man, 1 male and 1 female, a match made in heaven. Yet, due to a ridiculous bloodline, one was not his, and the other was also not his. He had the audacity to seek a divorce and marry an Australian woman. That scoundrel. Not a single man is worth trusting. With these thoughts, her rage reached its zenith. Damn it. I command you to kneel. Can't you hear me? Kneel. I said kneel. Just then, Song Xian's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, his expression dripping with disdain. An international mercenary could not hit him with a gun, let alone a frail old woman. Moreover, did she not realize her gun was unloaded and the safety still on? With this knowledge, he stepped forward nonchalantly, contemplating whether to taunt her with a remark about her lack of bullets or the speed of punches at close quarters. But unexpectedly, Yang Mimi sprang into action, swiftly disarming the old woman, locking her arm in a hold. You, are you insane? Li Fujian, witnessing this scene, was nearly rendered speechless. She couldn't fathom why Yang Mimi would not take pleasure in trampling these loathsome men. You foolish BH. How could you? The old woman roared in fury, her finger pulling the trigger repeatedly, yet no bullets emerged. In that moment, she realized the truth. She thought the gun was malfunctioning, or that it had no ammunition. Yet, Yang Mimi had long perceived the truth, which compelled her to assist Song Xian. The old woman was oblivious to the fact that Yang Mimi was far more astute than she. Yang Mimi had undergone military training and had family in law enforcement. Noticing the safety was still on, she understood that with her physique and the awkward single-handed grip, not only would she fail to hit her target, but the recoil could fracture her wrist. Even if the old woman comprehended this, Yang Mimi was steadfastly aligned with Song Xian, for she did not believe the old woman could ensure their survival. With only one gun, could they truly control 3 men? If they exhausted the island's resources or faced further threats, could they hold their ground? Ultimately, as Song Xian had just rescued them, Yang Mimi, despite her many thoughts, was not one to repay kindness with malice. Thus, using her arm to pin the old woman, she called out to Song Xian, "Song Xian, come help me." Oh? Hearing Yang Mimi call his name, Song Xian, who had just been contemplating how to approach the old woman, was taken aback. However, this plea came at an inopportune moment. He rushed forward, seizing the handgun. Just then, the previously unconscious Lu Junlai sprang back to life, lunging at Song Xian and accidentally knocking him onto Yang Mimi. Both Yang Mimi and the old woman cried out in unison. Chapter 29. It is simply a delight to indulge in stacking. Ahem, rise quickly. Damn it. I can hardly breathe. You wretched. The old woman found herself pinned beneath Yang Mimi, with 2 others precariously stacked atop her, feeling as if her life were slipping away. Song Xian, you. At this moment, Yang Mimi was equally uncomfortable, despite her safety cushion. The old woman, all skin and bones, left her body aching, while the hefty Song Xian pressed down on her. You must think of a way. It's so uncomfortable being crushed. What can I do? This fatso is too heavy. Song Xian fabricated a whimsical excuse. He possessed the strength to easily hurl them away, but found no necessity for such an act. He simply reveled in the amusement of stacking. Well, don't move around so much. Yang Mimi was flustered, her face flushed, her delicate legs taut with muscle, her voice rising in panic. Yet, Song Xian's reasoning was undeniably sound. If I don't struggle, how could I possibly toss this rascal off? Yang Mimi fell silent, recognizing the validity of his argument. If only this rogue weren't so adept at positioning himself. This scoundrel. Surely, he was taking advantage of her predicament. Embarrassed and incensed, she hesitated to voice her frustration. Thus, she resolved to wriggle free, determined not to let that rascal continue. Yet, at that very moment, the old woman beneath her began to stir, shouting, "Li Fujian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and grab the gun. Come take my firearm. I'm on my way." Seeing the symbol of power, the beautiful heiress Li Fujian dashed over, thinking that if she could seize the gun, she could dominate this small island, continuing her reign as queen in the company, commanding everyone like dogs and using them as slaves. However, Yang Mimi was quick-witted. She bit down on the old woman's arm, wresting the gun from her grasp. But the short, stout man immediately lunged for it as well. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Song Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. He rose and delivered a swift kick, sending the stout man rolling several meters like a discarded bottle. Li Fujian halted at this sight. Yet she remained unwilling to concede, once more urging Yang Mimi, "Sister, that gun is in your possession. Everyone will heed your command. You've seen the character of these men. Our safety and hope rest entirely in your hands." Yang Mimi found herself wavering, initially resolute in her support of Song Xian. She now reconsidered. "Little girl, you must not be foolish." The old woman continued her earnest plea. "Men are the most unreliable creatures in this world. They think only with their lower halves, forever enamored by youth." Indeed, Li Fujian chimed in, "My ex-husband was just like that. He couldn't resist a younger woman. I tell you." As Yang Mimi's uncertainty grew, her gaze drifted towards Song Xian. Yet, he showed no inclination to persuade her. Instead, he squatted down, cuffing the fitness instructor Lu Junlai and the stout man Park Il Chan. At that moment, a scream pierced the cabin. "What are you doing? Don't come near me. Are you insane?" "I'm insane. I'm bloody insane. Why can that bastard touch you, and I can't? You filthy whore. I want." The flight attendant, once masking a sense of justice, lost control of his emotions, his eyes reddening as he sought to vent his anger on the nearest target, the delicate Xuan, who was now utterly powerless to resist. However, upon hearing the commotion, Song Xian charged into the cabin, seizing the flight attendant by the throat and lifting him like a chick, then flinging him aside with such force that he crashed to the ground, unconscious. "Wretched beasts, you beasts!" Xuan, endowed with a model's physique, lamented pitifully, her tears flowing. As she noticed Song Xian's gaze lingering on her shapely legs, she cried and gradually retreated, curling up between two rows of seats in trembling fear. Song Xian, however, said little. He merely tossed her a nearby blanket before making his way to the cockpit and service area. Due to the international nature of the flight, the storage was brimming with an abundance of food, most of it sealed. There were Orland-style wings, snowflake steak, braised eggplant with rice, and various pre-packaged meals. Furthermore, there were instant foods and beverages aplenty, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ham sausages, beer, drinks, and treasure porridge, everything one could desire. Regrettably, the quantity was diminished, now amounting to only a quarter of the original stock. Yet, this remained a monumental blessing. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing such provisions felt akin to paradise. Days had passed, and those encountered in the countryside fared reasonably well, while major cities worldwide faced water and power outages. Many were still unaccustomed to rationing, enduring hunger and longing for governmental aid. Yet more had likely taken to the streets, fighting tooth and nail for food. Now, with these supplies, he could sustain 5 women without the need for fishing. When the fishermen-turned-pirates arrived, they would launch a direct assault on Ryukyu Island to reclaim what was theirs. Ah, bliss. Clinking and clattering. After a brief inventory of the food, Song Xian began rummaging through cabinets for more useful items, such as precious medical kits and a variety of practical tools, chisels, pliers, wrenches, and knives. Additionally, he discovered pots and pans, which would significantly enhance their quality of life. After a brief sorting, he stowed away some less crucial supplies and non-perishable food in the cockpit, securing the door with a key. The remaining supplies he intended to transport to his future building site. As for transportation, the cabin was strewn with clothing and several usable suitcases. The labor force would naturally consist of the 2 Koreans and the flight attendant, who, in a former life, should have met his demise long ago. Chapter 30. The State of All Beings. Hey, rise and get to work. If you continue to feign death, I assure you, I will end you. With a cold demeanor, Song Xian delivered his threat while kicking the man at his feet. Why yes, the slightly handsome flight attendant stammered, realizing that he could not deceive Song Xian. He hastily rose to his feet, obeying Song Xian's orders while explaining his earlier behavior. I apologize. I was merely off balance. I didn't mean to. Silence. Utter another word of nonsense, and I will end you. Do your job well, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you won't survive the night. Song Xian had no interest in listening to his excuses. If this man had directly confronted Su Yalin, perhaps he would have held him in higher regard. However, to vent his anger on Su Yalin after being overpowered by others, rather than seeking vengeance on those 2 scoundrels, indicated a lack of character that was not deserving of trust. 10 minutes later, large bags were neatly arranged outside the cabin. Song Xian tossed half a bottle of water and a precious Snickers bar to the flight attendant, boosting his favorability before leisurely exiting the cabin. The inept flight attendant, Zhao Yong, was already squatting down, panting heavily. At that moment, the elderly woman and Li Fuzhen were still urging young Mimi. Upon seeing Song Xian emerge, their fervor intensified. The silver-haired old woman exclaimed, "Look at him. He intends to take the food away. He clearly wishes for our demise. We cannot allow our fate to rest in his hands." Li Fuzhen added, "Sister, heed my advice. To survive, we must unite. Otherwise, we will merely become pawns at a man's game." Seeing Song Xian's arrival, young Mimi inhaled deeply, her expression complex as her chest visibly rose. "Song Xian, can we talk? What is there to discuss?" Song Xian replied, having approached the 2 captives. Hearing her voice, he glanced at young Mimi and crouched down, preparing to wake the 2 slaves. "Song Xian, I know you are a good person. I do not wish to threaten you. I merely hope we can coexist peacefully. You need to survive, and so do we. Therefore, I propose we share the resources equally. Why should I?" Song Xian retorted nonchalantly, casually slapping the face of one of the captives. Slap, slap. The sound grew louder and more forceful. The 2 captives remained undisturbed, while the expressions of young Mimi, Li Fuzhen, and the elderly woman grew increasingly grim. The elderly woman, seeing Song Xian's arrogance, advised, "Young girl, what are you negotiating for? He simply wishes to monopolize everything. Indeed, trusting a man only leads to betrayal. As evidenced by me and Aunt Zhao." Li Fuzhen quickly chimed in, discreetly winking at the elderly woman. Receiving the signal, the elderly woman forcefully collided with young Mimi. "Ah, you old hag." Young Mimi winced in pain, instinctively pushing the elderly woman away. Yet, Li Fuzhen seized the opportunity, attempting to snatch the gun from young Mimi's grasp. She harbored deep distrust for anyone and craved power more than anyone else. Such authority could only be secure in her own hands. Intrigued by the unfolding chaos over the gun, Song Xian calmly entered spectator mode. At that moment, a joke crossed his mind, a naive heiress. frustrated by perceived gender oppression in the workplace, founded a company exclusively for women. Yet, the venture collapsed within 6 months due to internal strife and personal scandals, culminating in her losing millions to her own friends in a social experiment gone awry. A minute later, Song Xian observed as Li Fuzhen successfully seized the gun, while Yang Mimi pounded the ground in despair, and the elderly woman wore a triumphant yet contemptible expression. Once a woman of grace and beauty, Li Fuzhen now wielded the gun like a queen. Now that the gun is in my possession, everyone must heed my command, or I will take your lives. How amusing. Song Xian thought this was far more entertaining than television. He mused about how he had missed such a spectacle by merely arriving 2 days late in his previous life. Noticing the shift in emotions, he almost felt compelled to applaud. Why are you laughing? Li Fuzhen, dressed in a blue online uniform with sheer stockings, was delivering her royal address when she noticed Song Xian's smirk. With the gun now in her hands, she could not tolerate his mockery. Aiming the gun at Song Xian, she threatened, "So, Song Xian, crawl over here and beg for mercy at my feet, or I will shoot you." Fool. Yang Mimi scoffed at her words. "What did you say, you filthy whore?" Enraged by Yang Mimi's defiance, Li Fuzhen raised her leg to kick. However, Yang Mimi stood her ground. Knowing the gun was neither loaded nor had the safety been disengaged, she lunged forward, tackling Li Fuzhen to the ground. "You filthy whore." In a fit of rage, Li Fuzhen attempted to pull the trigger repeatedly. Click, click. Despite pulling the trigger multiple times, no bullets fired. What? Li Fuzhen stared blankly, horrified at the realization that she might have run out of ammunition. The thought sent chills down her spine, stripping her of the will to fight. In an instant, Yang Mimi snatched the gun away. The elderly woman, recalling her previous actions and words, also felt a wave of fear wash over her. With Song Xian remaining so composed, she began to entertain a terrifying possibility that he had known everything all along. Gulp. The elderly woman swallowed hard, sweat beading on her forehead under the blazing sun. But just then, the flight attendant, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly sprang into action, snatching the gun from Yang Mimi's hands. "You." Once again deprived of the gun, Yang Mimi's composure shattered, and she felt as if she might explode from frustration. "Aha, you fools. Do you not know that before firing a gun, one must disengage the safety and chamber around?" The flight attendant, ecstatic with his newfound power, reveled in the thought of being able to do as he pleased. Now, he envisioned himself as the king of the island, with the alluring flight attendant Xuan, the voluptuous star Yang Mimi, and the poised heiress Li Fuzhen all kneeling before him. Even Song Xian, who had just assaulted him, and the one who had taken his precious first time, would meet their demise. Chapter 31. I wish to be with you. Tap. Click. Considering this, the flight attendant Zhao Yong cocked the firearm. Following the 2 mechanical clicks, he took a step back, a twisted and triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Now, all the men kneel before me, and the women, strip off your clothes. Immediately. At once. Otherwise, I shall feed him the first bullet. It's over." Upon witnessing that this androgynous scoundrel possessed knowledge of firearms, Yang Mimi realized that the days ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Regret for having allied herself with 2 inept companions and for failing to firmly align with Song Xian. The elderly woman and Li Fuzhen shared in her remorse. Although they too were at the mercy of men, at least Song Xian was not as perverse. Yet, it was too late to voice their concerns. Their fates had already been seized by others. In particular, the flight attendant Zhao Yong, noticing their inaction, raised his hand and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! After the sound of a gunshot, the 3 women turned pale with fear. The elderly woman, trembling uncontrollably, began to remove her clothes. However, upon witnessing her actions, the flight attendant Zhao Yong angrily exclaimed, "You old hag, put your clothes back on. Who told you to undress?" The elderly woman, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, hastily donned her clothing, questioning in her mind, "Wasn't it you who urged me to disrobe?" However, Zhao Yong paid no heed to her thoughts, directing his gun towards Song Xian and the 2 men, his eyes gleaming with malice as they fixated on Li Fuzhen and Yang Mimi. "Undress. You will immediately strip." Seeing that the 2 had yet to make a move, he charged forward and delivered a kick to Li Fuzhen. "Strip. I command you to strip. If you refuse, I shall kick you to death first." "No, no, no. I will strip. I will strip." Li Fuzhen was utterly terrified at this moment. The previous elegance and nobility had completely vanished, replaced by a pitiful expression as she bit her soft lip, humiliated as she removed her tailored jacket. How despicable! Such a wretched individual indeed. Seeing Li Fuzhen obediently yielding, Zhao Yong's attention shifted to Yang Mimi. "Did you not mention that? I undress, I undress." Observing that Zhao Yong has become frantic with rage, Yang Mimi, in a desperate bid for survival, dares not defy his commands. However, in contrast to Li Fujian, who removed a garment entirely and stood clad only in a strapless long dress. She exhibited a greater cunning. She raised her alabaster arm, delicately tracing her shoulder with her fingertip, before gradually slipping down one of her shoulder straps. Her delicate hand then glided softly over her collarbone. Subsequently, she lifted her other hand, employing the same technique to slowly lower the remaining strap. Gradually, she began to draw the dress upwards, inch by inch, from her calf to her thigh, revealing a glimpse of her pristine curves, even exposing the edge of her black undergarments. Gulp. Zhao Yong was utterly captivated, his gaze intensely fixated on Yang Mimi's radiant thighs and alluring curves. As he crouched down, intent on reaching out to touch her, Li Fujian, who had just removed her camisole and was about to take off her form-fitting skirt, was rendered speechless by the spectacle before her. At that moment, she thought to herself, how could the shameless woman still entertain thoughts of seduction? Such a wretched creature. A vixen. A disgraceful harlot. The elderly woman, impeccably dressed, stood nearby, consumed by envy and resentment, her mind swirling with grievances. Little did they know that Yang Mimi aimed to buy time for Song Xian, allowing him the opportunity to retaliate against the lecherous flight attendant. However, when Yang Mimi glanced back at Song Xian, her heart nearly erupted with frustration upon witnessing his demeanor. He remained utterly motionless, seemingly intrigued, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled wisps of smoke like a carefree rogue. Yet, observing Song Xian's unruffled composure, the astute Yang Mimi quickly regained her calm. She recognized that this man was far from ordinary. His nonchalance suggested that he had no fear, even if armed. As he reveled in the unfolding drama, treating everyone else as mere puppets in his show. This scoundrel. Indeed, as these thoughts crossed her mind, Yang Mimi gritted her teeth in frustration and helplessness. Faced with the impending threat, she found herself uncertain whether to resist. She hesitated to gamble on whether Song Xian would intervene on her behalf. If she inadvertently provoked Zhao Yong, her life could very well be at stake. Yet, in the next moment, her thought shifted. She understood Min all too well. If another man were to lay hands on her, her worth in Song Xian's eyes would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Perhaps Song Xian was merely testing them, seeking to sift through potential companions. Otherwise, he could easily walk away without a second thought. With this notion in mind, as she caught sight of Zhao Yong's lecherous hand approaching her delicate skin, Yang Mimi let out a yelp. Song Xian, save me. Simultaneously, she abruptly raised her slender leg, her dainty foot adorned with crimson nail polish, and delivered a swift kick to Zhao Yong's groin. Zhao Yong stumbled back, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. You wretched wench. I let out a furious curse as I aimed the gun at Yang Mimi. Yet, before I could pull the trigger, Yang Mimi, Li Fujian, the silver-haired old woman, and the foul-mouthed Zhao Yong all heard a sharp whoosh slicing through the air. Whoosh. Then, Yang Mimi saw a flash of silver before her eyes. It was a silver dining knife adorned with intricate engravings. In the blink of an eye, this knife struck Zhao Yong's neck. Splat. Immediately, scalding blood gushed forth from his neck. Zhao Yong's pupils dilated, his mouth agape, and his complexion turned an ashen hue, as if he had foreseen his own demise. Yet, this was not the end. For a dining knife had pierced through his neck, sending a spray of crimson flying far away before it entirely vanished into the sands. At that moment, all present were acutely aware of Song Xian's terrifying presence. Li Fujian and the old woman were rendered utterly speechless, sinking to their knees in abject submission. Yang Mimi, too, nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment, simultaneously filled with immense relief for her prior decision. At this moment, the two thugs at Song Xian's feet had also just witnessed the recent events. Observing Song Xian's nonchalant demeanor and the chilling indifference in his gaze toward death, their expressions and hearts swelled with dread. They could sense that Song Xian had undoubtedly taken more than one life. Their minds raced back to a previous statement made by a murdered policeman. There were two fugitives aboard the plane, one an international con artist, the other a merciless assassin. The implications of Song Xian's identity dawned upon them simultaneously, their eyes wide with terror as they exchanged fearful glances. Just then, Song Xian's handcuffs fell upon the head of the shorter, stockier thug, causing him to tremble in fear, collapsing to the ground and fervently begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Do not take my life. Please do not take my life. Previously arrogant fitness coach Lu Junlai hastily followed suit, bowing repeatedly. We were wrong. Please do not kill us. We are willing to serve you like loyal beasts of burden. Witnessing the two in such a state, Song Xian's lips curled into a devilish smirk, and he naturally did not feel inclined to be courteous. He commanded the two to carry his belongings and approached the steward. Zhao Yong, without uttering a single word, he tucked the handgun into his waist and turned to leave. Yet at this moment, Yang Mimi keenly noticed that Song Xian bore another pistol at his hip. In that instant, all her hesitation vanished, and she sprang to her feet. Song Xian, take me with you. I yearn to accompany you on your journey. Chapter 32. The poison of the small mouth. Do you wish to accompany me? What skills do you possess? Upon encountering Yang Mimi, who remained as astute as in her previous life, Song Xian wore a countenance that suggested he had no desire to support a layabout, responding with a cold, reticent inquiry. In their past life, he had shared many nights with this woman, yet she had held sway over him for an extended period. This time around, he sought to promptly restore the balance of power in their relationship. In response to Song Xian's question, Yang Mimi momentarily froze, caught off guard for a full 3 seconds. She had not anticipated that this enchanting being, whom Song Xian had affectionately dubbed Sister Honey during their flight, expressing his fondness for her, would now pose such an inquiry. The implication was clear. If she lacked certain skills, he might reject her. Men. Truly, they are unreliable. Frustration welled within Yang Mimi as she pondered this. Yet she was acutely aware of her current lack of leverage and the wisdom of recognizing the tides of fortune. Hence, she mustered a sweet smile, adopting a high-pitched, endearing tone. I can cook, I can give massages, I handle household chores, and I can serve others. In response, Song Xian let out a cold laugh. He recalled how her culinary skills had previously been unappetizing, hardly fit for even a dog, and how her massages were mere pretense, lacking substance. As for her household duties, she had scarcely endured any hardship since being with him, living like a queen. Her greatest talent lay in providing emotional support, shamelessly charming, and serving those around her. Moreover, as long as she was well fed, she would ensure peace in their abode. It sounds rather appealing, he mused, concealing his amusement at her fabrications. Are you certain your cooking is edible? Of course it is. I do all the cooking at home, and my daughter relishes it, Yang Mimi replied, suppressing her guilt and bolstering her confidence. After all, her daughter had been raised on breast milk, which was akin to her culinary efforts. Song Xian found himself somewhat impressed by her audacity. However, he was not yet in a position to take her away, as he was preparing to construct a dwelling. He was determined to keep his abilities hidden, even from the closest of companions, especially since they had only just reunited. Additionally, he intended for Yang Mimi to experience a taste of hunger, to understand the weight of male dominance, and to reveal the true nature of the seemingly poised and elegant heiress, Li Fusion. Thus, addressing Yang Mimi with a measured smile, he said, what you have mentioned is commendable, but for now, I have no need for it. However, given your previous commendable conduct, I shall grant you an opportunity and a privilege. What opportunity? What privilege? Yang Mimi inquired, her pride evident as she straightened her ample bosom, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The privilege is this. Song Xian produced a Snickers bar from his pocket and placed it in her hands. As for the opportunity, if you can survive on this island for 2 days, I will take you to experience a life akin to that of deities. What does a life akin to that of deities entail? Yang Mimi felt a surge of excitement, but sought clarity. You shall discover in 2 days, he replied enigmatically, lifting her chin with 2 fingers to scrutinize her features, a smile gracing his lips. I hope to see you alive after 2 days. With that, he departed, accompanied by 2 servants. Once he had left, the elderly woman began to curse vehemently. That bastard! He snatched our food and dares to utter such condescending remarks. If I ever return to the south, I shall ensure my father has you all exterminated. Li Fusion, too, grumbled as she hastily buttoned her shirt and retrieved her coat. However, at that moment, Yang Mimi tore open the Snickers bar, the sound drawing their attention. You! Li Fusion exclaimed, her head snapping around. The elderly woman swallowed hard, her eyes glinting with greed as she fixed her gaze on Yang Mimi. Yet, instead of savoring the treat, Yang Mimi, sensing their predatory stares, devoured the Snickers in one bite, her cheeks stuffed full. Vile creature! Li Fusion spat, her eyes practically seething with rage. The elderly woman pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Mimi, exclaiming, You wretched girl! If it weren't for your treachery, that food would have been ours. This entire island belongs to us. Yang Mimi merely chuckled coldly, unable to respond, as she popped a finger into her mouth to assist in chewing the chocolate bar, ensuring nothing went to waste. With every bite, the silver-haired matron grew increasingly irate. You shameless, sycophantic wretch! I would rather starve than consume anything given by a dishonorable man. With unparalleled speed, Yang Mimi finished the Snickers, disregarding the sticky residue on her teeth, and unleashed her venomous words. You think you can have it all without someone feeding you? With that feeble mind of yours, you aspire to dominate this island? One finger from Song Xian could obliterate you 100-fold. Your existence is a waste of air, and your death would squander land. Even in the afterlife, you wouldn't earn a single coin of ghost money. You make me nauseous. I cannot bear to look at you. You insolent wretch. I shall have my revenge. The elderly woman, infuriated, lunged at Yang Mimi, fueled by rage. However, Yang Mimi, far younger and sprier, seized the old woman's hair and executed a swift leg sweep, sending her crashing to the ground. Yet, the grasp was not firm enough, as the elderly woman suffered from severe hair loss, and with a single tug, a significant clump came away. Oh dear. I've committed murder. The star is bullying an old woman. Is there no justice in this world? I shall expose you to the media. The elderly woman wailed, clutching her head as she lay on the ground, crying out in distress. Are you out of your mind? Young Mimi laughed at the absurdity of the situation, discarding the repugnant hair. Do not provoke me again, or I shall rise in the dead of night to strangle you. Chapter 33, The War of Women on the Beach. Within the cabin, young Mimi, feeling parched after discarding 2 women outside, searched desperately for water. However, her efforts yielded nothing but the sight of the stunning flight attendant, Xuan, who had previously been violated. At that moment, the young woman appeared devoid of light in her eyes, clutching a Snickers bar, while a half-empty bottle of mineral water lay beside her. Previously hesitant to ask, her thirst had now become unbearable, and the sticky feeling of the candy in her teeth was discomforting. Despite her attempts to initiate conversation, the girl remained unresponsive. I'll take that as your consent. Rest assured, I shall repay you in the future. Young Mimi, driven by her thirst, reached for the water bottle beside her. Yet, just as her fingers grazed it, the girl suddenly jolted, snatching the bottle to her chest. This was given to me. It's mine. Mine. Hey, calm down. I want to drink it. I want to drink it. Startled, young Mimi quickly withdrew. The girl evidently appeared to be on edge, and any extreme reaction was possible. Once the girl regained her composure, young Mimi cautiously struck up a conversation, but after a few exchanges with no response, her throat felt parched. Resolute, she dashed to the restroom, turned on the faucet, and took a couple of gulps. Though aware that the water might not be entirely sanitary, it was certainly preferable to drinking seawater. Fortuitously, just as she finished, the faucet ran dry. Little did she expect that a mere moment away from the cabin would result in chaos. Upon reopening the restroom door, she was met with the sight of Chang Wei battling. Ahem, the elderly woman and Li Fujian shamelessly teaming up to rob the tall flight attendant, Xuan. While proclaiming lofty ideals, the elderly woman exclaimed, "How can you be so selfish? Food and water should be shared among everyone." Li Fujian chimed in. "Hurry and hand me that Snickers. I'll pay you for it. Don't make me resort to violence." In the central part of the island, on elevated ground, Song Xian, armed with a gun in one hand and a suitcase in the other, finally arrived at his destination after a challenging trek. A site adorned with the sweet fragrance of flowers and the melodious sounds of birds, the 2 slaves, relieved at his halt, promptly set down their burdens. Song Xian, not wishing to impose upon them, allowed them a 10-minute respite and generously provided ample food, though not out of kindness, but to ensure they had the strength to continue working. In 2 hours, the slaves gathered the necessary materials for construction and even procured a considerable amount of clay and stones as required by Song Xian. Throughout the process, he abstained from assisting, focusing instead on cutting wooden blocks with his knife, successfully creating 136 pieces of uniform size. These would naturally serve the purpose of crafting mahjong. In a setting where food was scarce, the overwhelming boredom was a torment. Learning to entertain oneself was essential for survival and enjoyment. After a brief 20-minute break, they returned to the beach. In a buoyant mood after completing the mahjong prototype, Song Xian permitted the 2 slaves to rest again before setting off with them toward the cabin, only to discover he had missed a dramatic scene. Inside the cabin, chaos reigned. The once poised and elegant Li Fujian now appeared disheveled, her hair resembling a bird's nest, her stockings torn. Her designer OL suit was now a wrinkled, tattered mess, with her pencil skirt fraying to reveal more of her alabaster thighs. The buttons of her blouse had popped open, exposing her purple lace lingerie, and a mole was visible on the right side of her chest. Her companion, the elderly woman, lay half-conscious on a large chair. Meanwhile, Xuan's uniform was equally in tatters, as if truly violated, with a bloodstain marring her forehead and a fierce, murderous glare in her eyes. Young Mimi leaned beside her, her hair unkempt and the straps of her black dress broken. Not only had her dress transformed into a strapless outfit, but 3 claw marks marred her left breast, with a similar mark on the outer side of her pristine thigh. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Xian furrowed his brow and scanned the room. Young Mimi, upon seeing him, dashed over with tear-streaked cheeks, resembling a damsel in distress, and collided with him, desperately seeking justice. Woo, Song Xian, these 2 women are outrageous. Not only did they steal my food, but they also took from that poor girl and even assaulted her. Woo, look at what they did to me. I could have been disfigured. The elderly woman, previously feigning near death, suddenly regained her spirit and retorted, You're talking nonsense. We did not. It was you, this wretched girl, who provoked us first. Li Fujian echoed, yes. She was the one who instigated us. Relying on her food too. Silence. As the three women chattered incessantly, Song Xian's voice cut through the noise with a cold command, his gaze shifting to Xuan. What transpired here? They, upon recognizing Song Xian, the one who provided them with food and water, who had previously been engaged in the fray, finally softened, and Xuan spoke, they stole my food. No, we didn't. You were slandering us. The elderly woman, her hair a disheveled mess, immediately began to shout again, but Song Xian did not allow her to finish her sentence. With a precise kick to her abdomen, she was left speechless, collapsing to the ground and retching. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I'll do anything. I was truly wrong. Witnessing the elderly woman's plight, the once high and mighty heiress, Li Fuzhen, knelt before Song Xian, pleading for mercy. Slap. Yet, Song Xian delivered a resounding slap, sending her sprawling onto a chair. Having never encountered such punishment, Li Fuzhen wept profusely, yet she dared not wail or retaliate. Young Mimi, observing this spectacle, felt a surge of delight. Further solidifying her desire to align herself with Song Xian, earlier support would lead to a more enjoyable life. She eagerly anticipated the promised paradise that Song Xian spoke of. As she reveled in her thoughts, Xuan, the flight attendant with a model-like figure, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. You are a good person. Good person was hardly a compliment on this deserted island. Song Xian, responding with a flat tone, brushed off the powder on his face and glanced at Li Fuzhen. What sordid affairs you have entangled yourselves in, I neither wish to manage nor concern myself with. My actions were not for you, but rather because her belongings were given by me. No one may take what is not theirs without my permission, understood? Chapter 34, Worthless. I always knew men were unreliable. Understood. With eyes wide with fear, Li Fuzhen nodded fervently. Excellent. Observing her anxious demeanor, Song Xian realized that the time to tame her was drawing near. This woman, having never endured hardship throughout her life, was accustomed to bullying the weak while fearing the strong, harboring an inflated self-image. In her previous life, she merely went a few days without food and readily submitted to Song Xian. Yet, this was merely superficial. The cunning vixen had always been scheming against him. Tragically mistaking her own cleverness, and time and again, she found herself manipulated at his whim. Ultimately, she succumbed to a mental breakdown, becoming a madwoman. The thought elicited a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. Since he had been reborn, such an intriguing woman was certainly worth playing with for several more years. Heh. Hee. Li Fuzhen, seeing Song Xian smile at her, failed to grasp the meaning behind his expression, yet she felt compelled to return the smile, fearing that angering him would lead to punishment. Shut your mouth. Your smile is uglier than your tears. However, Song Xian deliberately chose to provoke her, adopting a harsh demeanor that startled Li Fuzhen, and promptly resumed his business. Park Etienne, Lu Junlai, each of you disassemble one chair and take it up the mountain. Having issued his orders, Song Xian casually selected a chair to rest upon. As he awaited the two slaves' labor to commence, he reclined and closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Seeing Song Xian audaciously resting in public, eyes shut, Lu Junlai and Park Etienne exchanged furtive glances, clearly harboring malicious intent. With the tools in their hands, they contemplated delivering a decisive blow to Song Xian's head, thereby reclaiming their authority. However, due to the presence of young Mimi and Xuan, they refrained from taking action for the moment, opting instead to work diligently, biding their time until Song Xian lowered his guard, or even fell asleep. Clang clang. Rattle rattle. Moments passed, and Lu Junlai and Park Etienne exchanged glances once more. By this time, Song Xian had been lying still for quite a while, his breathing steady, devoid of any movement. Their patience began to wane. At that moment, the silver-haired old woman winked at them. It was evident that she had noticed their actions. Yet she silently mouthed, I'll help you. After a brief exchange of glances, the two men nodded in agreement, positioned beside Song Xian, with the old woman drawing attention. Particularly diverting Xuan and young Mimi, their chances of success would significantly increase. Thus, after a brief, silent communication, the old woman, lying on the ground, received the signal and began to groan while clutching her abdomen. Oh dear, it hurts so much. Oh, my belly. Oh, my hip. Oh, my elbow. Silence, you old hack. You'll wake Song Xian, and you'll be the one in trouble. Young Mimi, seated not far from Song Xian, took on the role of overseer and, witnessing the old woman's outburst, frowned and approached to issue a warning. Xuan, hearing the commotion, also frowned but remained silent. As for Li Fuzhen, she was solely concerned with her own safety, curled up on the leather chair, hugging her voluptuous, fair legs, lost in thoughts of her once heavenly days. Reminiscing about her past life of luxury, controlling the fates of her subordinates, relishing the sensation of stepping on them like ants. Park Etienne and Lu Junlai, witnessing this scene, exchanged fervent glances. The opportunity had arrived. Both men halted their work, one wielding a metal screwdriver, the other a wrench. With ambitious resolve, they rose. They were determined to reclaim their throne, but in the next instant, they decided to wait a moment longer. For at that very moment, Song Xian raised a hand, gripping a dining knife. In that instant, memories of the deceased air steward flooded their minds. Recalling the image of a lifeless body with a pierced throat, their expressions changed. And they immediately crouched down, sleeves rolled up, laboring with renewed vigor. Huff puff, bang bang. But the old woman, seeing the two stand and then crouch back to work, was nearly driven to madness. Damn it. I give you an opportunity, and you still prove useless. Worthless. I always knew these damned men were unreliable. Damn it. The old woman cursed inwardly, her expression contorting into one of malice. Old lady, are you plotting something? Young Mimi, a professional actress, despite her dwindling popularity, had managed to achieve her current status due to her keen observational skills. She immediately sensed something amiss with the old woman. Oh no. I was just in so much pain. The old woman quickly replied with a forced smile, completely shedding her previous arrogance and rudeness. However, the astute young Mimi was not easily fooled. You better behave yourself, if Song Xian doesn't deal with you. I will make sure you don't see tomorrow, son. Of course. The old woman forced out an awkward smile, her body instinctively retreating in fear. Best you do. Young Mimi narrowed her eyes at her, observing for a moment before crossing her arms and turning back to resume her role as overseer. 10 minutes later, Park Etienne and Lu Julai, the two slaves, finally disassembled two luxurious chairs. As they completed their task, Song Xian opened his eyes. With a commanding gaze sweeping across the scene, he said nothing and proceeded towards the cockpit. Click. Upon opening the cabin door, he retrieved a portion of food. As he passed by young Mimi, he left behind a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits. Thank you. Young Mimi, recognizing that her efforts had not been in vain, received the provisions with a particularly radiant smile. However, Song Xian paid her no heed, simply instructing the two slaves. You two, carry the chairs back with me. Yes. Park Etienne and Lu Julai dared not contradict him, obediently nodding as they lifted the luxurious chairs. Song Xian, carrying a leather suitcase, followed behind. Yet, as he passed by the slender, graceful Su Yalan, the petite beauty, a graduate of the dance academy, unexpectedly blushed slightly and approached Song Xian, asking, Mr. Song Xian, may I accompany you? Chapter 35 Mr. Song, she still. With a sudden rip, young Mimi hastily turned her gaze upon hearing the sound of the biscuit packet being torn open. If Song Xian had agreed to Su Yalan, she would undoubtedly follow him closely. Although their time together had been brief, she sensed that as long as she did not provoke him or cross his boundaries, he would not behave like those perverts who acted as if they had never encountered a woman before. If she could serve him well, a life of comfort would surely await her. Regrettably, even in the presence of the model-like, pure-looking Su Yalan, Song Xian's response remained frigid. What skills do you possess? He inquired. I can cook, do housework, and I have won awards in modern dance, folk dance, and ballet, Su Yalan replied, her voice softening as she lowered her head, her confidence waning with each word. And what else? He pressed, displaying no interest in her previous claims, focusing solely on the pivotal point that followed. With her cheeks flushed, Su Yalan hesitantly took 2 steps closer, nearly pressing against him, and whispered, I am still a virgin. Is that acceptable? However, upon hearing this, Song Xian furrowed his brow, vividly recalling the events of the morning. The cabin had echoed with a woman's screams as Lu Julai and Park Etienne emerged. When he entered the cabin, the woman had appeared thoroughly violated, and now she claimed to be. Seeing that Song Xian did not believe her, Su Yalan's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she bit her lip, yet she bravely continued. I was touched by that lecher, but that scoundrel didn't even take off his pants. Was it really that swift? Song Xian's south gaze shifted to Park Etienne, knowing Su Yalan would not dare to deceive him. Such a lie would unravel at the slightest scrutiny. He pondered how this scoundrel could act so hastily, truly tarnishing the name of Park Etienne. Yet, he found the unfolding situation rather amusing. After merely casting a glance, Park Etienne trembled and knelt before him. Please don't kill me. I'm a quick shooter. You know how fast men from our country are. If I hadn't been on drugs, it rarely lasts. I swear, I hadn't even fully undressed before. Please, spare my life. I will serve you like a beast of burden. I bow to you. Please. Don't take my life. Please. Bang, bang, bang. After this outburst, he bowed 3 times, terrified that Song Xian would end his life. The onlookers displayed a variety of expressions. Lu Junli's was complex, while young Mimi blushed slightly, her gaze drifting to Song Xian's abs. Li Fujian, on the other hand, appeared somewhat disdainful, as if to say that a quick shooter was the most detestable. The silver-haired old woman looked on with a hint of scorn. Su Yalan, her cheeks burning, was inherently gentle and timid. However, after the plane crash, nearly being assaulted, and enduring the theft of food, her character had shifted slightly under such intense stimuli. Yet, this change was minimal. Her previous reticence was merely a facade she wished to project. Thus, after contemplating throughout the afternoon, she recognized that her only path to survival lay in aligning herself with a true powerhouse, as that was the only way to avoid being bullied. Furthermore, having received water and a chocolate bar from Song Xian, and with him having defended her against the old woman, she developed a deep fondness for him, believing he was the only one who could provide her with a sense of security and ensure her survival. So, she mustered her courage, suppressing her shyness, to ask, "Mr. Song, may I? You shall have an opportunity." Seeing her earnestness, Song Xian decided not to feign modesty. "You and Yang Mimi will be tested for 2 days." With that, he turned to his 2 new subordinates. "Get up. As long as you work diligently, I won't harm you. Let us move." Yes, thank you for your great kindness," Park Etienne exclaimed as if granted a reprieve, bowing thrice before rising. Song Xian nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a chocolate bar and a knife for Su Yalan. "If you're still alive in 2 days, I will lead you to a better life." "Okay." Su Yalan, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement. Yet, Song Xian appeared devoid of emotion as he led his 2 subordinates out of the cabin, turning his back to the slightly yellowing sunset. As Song Xian departed, Su Yalan gazed longingly at him until Yang Mimi approached and broke her reverie. "Sister," Yang Mimi smiled, offering, "I have water and chips. Let us share our food." "Sure." Su Yalan readily agreed, remembering Yang Mimi's previous kindness. She knew that if they could endure these 2 days, Yang Mimi would accompany her to follow Song Xian. In the evening, amidst the woods, the crescent moon and twinkling stars began to appear in the dim sky. Observing the campsite within reach, Song Xian checked the time on his watch. "Let us place our things here. You can rest for a while." After speaking, he produced a set of blueprints for a wilderness cabin and, without hesitation, began to recite incantations. "System, use the building blueprints to construct the cabin." "Ding. Congratulations. You have consumed 1,000 kilograms of wood, 500 kilograms of stone, and 1 set of wilderness cabin blueprints, successfully constructing a wilderness cabin." "What? This is impossible. Is this a miracle?" Lu Julai gasped in astonishment at the 2-story wooden house that had materialized before him. Park Etienne, initially panting with his head down, turned in disbelief at the sound and was equally flabbergasted. Just moments ago, the ground had been barren, littered only with logs and stones, and now stood a brown-yellow 2-story house, occupying over 100 square meters, resembling a small villa. Was he dreaming, or was he hallucinating from exhaustion? Park Etienne couldn't help but slap himself, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and upon confirming the wooden house was still there, he realized he was indeed awake. Then, glancing at Song Xian, his entire body bristled, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. Chapter 36. Comfort in the Deluge. It was him. The man named Song Xian standing before him was the culprit. What had he just mentioned about constructing something? He claimed to wield magic, sorcery, and supernatural powers. The mere thought of this left Park Etienne in a state of shock. He then descended into despair, contemplating that if Song Xian possessed such a mysterious and formidable force, it would mean he was destined to remain a slave for life, with no hope of rising again. Damn it. Why him? Why not me? This was infuriating. He was already so handsome, rivaling the readers of the whimsical Seven Cats novels. How could he also possess such immense power? Curse it. Life was so unfair. Park Etienne, resembling a furious bull, felt his anger and jealousy intensify with every thought, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Just then, his companion Lu Junlai confronted him. "Hey." Park Etienne promptly realized he had lost his composure and hastily donned a submissive smile. He looked at Song Xian with an air of humility and respect, as if he wished to bow before him. However, Song Xian seemed oblivious, even offering a kind smile to the two. "Help me move the chairs inside, and then gather some other supplies. After that, you can rest." "Yes, Mr. Song." They responded eagerly, their expressions now more humble and obedient than before. As they moved the chairs into the room, they admired the 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, and then followed Song Xian down the mountain at a leisurely pace. Soon, they reached the beach again, but this time it was not the northern shore where Yang Mimi and the others were, nor the southern shore where Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei were. This was the western shore of the island, where Song Xian uncuffed them. Park Etienne and Lu Junlai were filled with excitement, believing they had earned Song Xian's trust. However, the truth was that Song Xian had left them there forever. No, to be precise, he had sent them into the Pacific to feed the fish. Minutes passed, and as the last rays of the setting sun faded, Song Xian returned to the southern beach of the island. "Master, woo-woo." The twin-tailed idol Fujiwara Shizuka cried out, rushing towards him with her small white legs. "I was so worried about you." Stop pretending. I see you are just afraid of going hungry later, faced with such a perfectly adorable little girl. Song Xian felt a twinge of emotion, though he maintained a stoic demeanor. Yet, Fujiwara Shizuka ignored this and rubbed her little head against him, wrapping her legs around his waist. It was only when Song Xian mentioned taking them to a wonderful place that she transformed back into her twin-tailed beauty. What wonderful place? You'll find out when we get there. Song Xian naturally did not divulge further, instructing the two to carry the luggage while he took the fish skin bag and set off. Half an hour later, Song Xian led Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei to the exterior of a quaint little villa in the wilderness. Upon seeing such a grand and beautiful house, Fujiwara Shizuka practically bounced with excitement, flailing her arms and swaying her twin tails. Master, you are simply amazing. Shizuka loves it here. However, Lu Qingmei, the female detective, held her arms across her chest, a look of skepticism on her face. How strange. How could there be a house here? Why question it? Isn't it wonderful to have a big house to stay in? Fujiwara Shizuka was too engrossed in her excitement to ponder further, rushing inside with her little suitcase, only to let out a piercing scream. Ah, what happened? Lu Qingmei hurried in after hearing the commotion, and her expression mirrored Fujiwara Shizuka's upon witnessing the supplies inside, as well as the luxurious massage chair in the bedroom. Is this an airplane seat? Are there other people alive here? Of course. Seeing their astonished expressions, Song Xian smirked proudly, then strolled over to a chair and reclined, hands behind his head as he leisurely spoke. This house must have been built by wealthy individuals for vacationing. As for these supplies and luxurious chairs, I acquired them from the plane. No one will find this place for now, so tonight we can indulge a little, enjoy sumptuous food, and have a good night's sleep. Long live. Master, let me give you a massage. Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, leaping onto the luxurious chair to tug at Song Xian's clothing. Ugh, you little vixen. Lu Qingmei, with her midriff exposing pink t-shirt and black hot pants revealing her long, fair legs, felt her cheeks flush as she scoffed. Yet, after their experience on the beach, her mindset had shifted. As a famous female author once said, the quickest route to a woman's heart is through. Moreover, there is scientific evidence to back this up. It is said that once a woman, she becomes utterly enchanted. Harvard's scientific reports have proven that just as the proliferation of female fungal infections occurs at a rate several times faster than that of males, the pleasure women derive from is vastly greater than that of men. Their enjoyment is also enduring, unlike men, who only experience pleasure at the final moment before swiftly entering a period of cool down. It is this very disparity that leads to a reversal in gender dynamics over time. Men may go from being unable to extricate themselves to fearing a return home, while women transition from shyness and trepidation to insatiable desire, often disregarding the well-being of their male counterparts. As night deepened, rain began to pour outside, with millions of raindrops cascading from the heavens. The initial sound of the droplets was somewhat normal, but gradually, the downpour morphed into a frenzied assault. The rain pounded relentlessly against the leaves, tree trunks, and the earth below. Even the two beautiful trees by the little house, one tall and one short, were battered by the apocalyptic storm, appearing forlorn and mournful, as if two devout women were kneeling in prayer, beseeching the heavens for mercy. Fortunately, the sturdy wooden house that Song Xian had constructed remained intact, providing shelter from the storm, allowing the three of them to feast, drink, and enjoy a warm and restful sleep. While they luxuriated in comfort, the northern shore of the plain island was plunged into a sleepless night. The sound of crashing waves made it nearly impossible to rest, compounded by the torrential rain and the howling winds that penetrated the cabin, thanks to the broken nose of the aircraft. Eventually, Yang Mimi and Xuan huddled together under a blanket, while Li Fuzhen and the old woman did the same, just barely managing to stave off the bone-chilling cold to sleep. However, it was not long before Li Fuzhen and the old woman were awakened by hunger. Unlike Xuan and Yang Mimi, who had someone to care for them and a stash of Snickers, biscuits, and bottled water, they were left wanting. Seeing that Yang Mimi and Xuan had fallen asleep, the malicious old woman began to scream. Ah, if I can't sleep because I'm starving, then neither shall you. You old hag. The once sleeping Yang Mimi sat up, ready to confront her. Xuan even pulled out a dinner knife, silencing the old woman. But just then, Li Fuzhen suddenly shouted, "Someone is outside. 2 people are coming towards us." Chapter 37. Oh, you little vixen. Is that truly what you think? What? Upon hearing Li Fuzhen's exclamation, Yang Mimi immediately turned her gaze to the beach. Under the moonlight, the blue and white waves lapped at the shore, gradually revealing the silhouettes of a man and a woman. The man, with his short hair and robust physique, resembled a double-door refrigerator, even larger than the previous Lu Junlai. The woman had a slender figure, yet her tight black mini dress accentuated her curves, making her appear exceptionally alluring. In comparison, she made Yang Mimi feel a twinge of insecurity as she glanced at herself and the food she was holding. Suddenly, Xuan exclaimed, "That is Pingu Daxiang, an islander? Do you know him?" Upon hearing the name, Yang Mimi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Islanders are notoriously perverse, and her upbringing had instilled a peculiar disdain for them. Xuan quickly explained that he was a former karate champion, known as the top heavy hitter of the island nation, who had even won medals at the Olympics before entering the entertainment industry due to his physique, often playing tough guy roles, and a karate master? Yang Mimi pondered whether Song Xian could hold his own against him. But the next moment, her curiosity got the better of her. "How do you know so much?" "Domestic films are rather mindless, much of it is plagiarized, so I generally watch Japanese and Korean films." Xuan began but abruptly stopped, hastily clarifying, "Mimi, I didn't mean your films are terrible." Yang Mimi's fair forehead immediately darkened with a frown. "It would have been better had you not said that. I wasn't even thinking along those lines. No, the moment you mentioned bad films, you instinctively looked at me. How dare you?" Seeing Xuan's cheeks flush and her gaze evasive, Yang Mimi felt her anger swell. "Oh, you little vixen, is that truly what you think?" Yang Mimi's fury ignited. She would never be the one to suffer losses. With her eyes half squinted, a devilishly charming smile crept across her stunningly beautiful face. TSK. I didn't expect you to appear so innocent, yet you enjoy Japanese and Korean films. I was talking about that kind." Xuan, with her model-like figure and school beauty face, flushed deeply at Yang Mimi's taunt. Oh, witnessing her innocence and shyness only heightened Yang Mimi's amusement. "I never mentioned that kind." "How do you know it's not? You must have watched quite a bit in secret. Haven't you?" I want to talk to you anymore." Realizing Yang Mimi's mischievous grin was teasing her, Xuan turned her head away, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Hee. Yang Mimi wore a smug smile. But the next moment, a rough male voice echoed from outside the cabin. "Baka, hand over the food." Xuan, Yang Mimi, and Li Fujian were startled by the clumsy Chinese. The elderly woman, unable to see clearly due to her poor eyesight, lit up upon spotting the robust man and exclaimed, "Taijun, I know where there is food. There is plenty of it. Those vixens. Shameless." Upon hearing the term Taijun, Yang Mimi and Xuan's fury ignited, their eyes blazing with indignation. However, the starving Pingu Daxiang wasted no time and rushed into the cabin, disregarding his beautiful companion. Where? Taijun. Over there. Behind the door." The elderly woman, trembling at the sight of the imposing figure, stammered, "The food is locked inside. It's all in there. Yoshi, search it thoroughly." Upon seeing the woman's frantic gestures, Pingu Daxiang burst with excitement and charged towards the control room. Upon spotting the white door, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. The explosive sound echoed, but the steel door remained remarkably sturdy, despite his formidable strength. Bolstered by the enhancements from the sun, he could not break it down in one go. "Baka. The islander barked in frustration as the door remained shut. Yet, with the food so tantalizingly close, he was unwilling to give up easily. He swiftly retreated a dozen steps, preparing to use his momentum to burst through the door. However, as he positioned himself, he caught sight of the alluring Yang Mimi and the pure-hearted Xuan. The sight of these two stunning beauties intensified the gleam in his eyes, and he began barking excitedly again. Subarashi. Afterward, he recalled his previous companion, Lu Yinghua, a new member of the renowned former Southern Country Group TRR, infamous for her laziness and betrayal of teammates. Her actions had nearly led to the disbandment of the group, earning her the moniker Troll. Fortunately, she had managed to align herself with a powerful individual and was still active in various productions, particularly under the subsidiary of the esteemed Li Fujian. Thus, upon seeing Li Fujian, she was initially taken aback but quickly sought to curry favor with the heiress. Little did she realize that she was about to lose Pingu Daxiang's affection, as his earlier remarks indicated his delight at encountering two natural beauties, far superior to any artificial dolls. However, Pingu Daxiang had no inkling that Yang Mimi, well-versed in the ways of the world, had already sensed the impending trouble from the glimmer in his eyes. Moments later, he took a deep breath. His powerful legs propelled him forward, creating a gust of wind that swept past Yang Mimi and Xuan. Thud, thud, thud. Pingu Daxiang charged towards the steel door like a rampaging beast. In less than 3 seconds, he closed the distance to the door. With a sudden leap, he brought both legs crashing down on the door. Boom. A resounding crash followed, and the lock could no longer withstand the force, shattering under the strain. Yoshi. Subarashi. Pingu Daxiang erupted into ecstatic laughter as he rushed into the control room, his eyes widening at the sight of the food. He dove for a can of meat on the floor, tearing it open and devouring it ravenously, oblivious to the cut on his lip. Meanwhile, Li Fujian, the elderly woman, and Lu Yinghua looked on with excitement. Food. So much food. However, they failed to notice that Yang Mimi and Su Yalan had already slipped away, intent on finding Song Xian. Time to make our presence known. Chapter 38. A wise choice as dawn broke. The sun began to rise over the eastern sea, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the world. Shivering in the cold, Yang Mimi and Su Yalan wrapped themselves in blankets, supporting each other as they ambled through the frigid forest, chatting softly. After traversing a small hill, Su Yalan, feeling somewhat disheartened and weak, spoke up. Mimi, do you think we will get lost and perish in this jungle? Fear not. I have everything under control. It will not happen, replied Yang Mimi, struggling with her own hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Noticing Su Yalan's low spirits, she forced a smile to reassure her, adding, let us rest once we reach the highest peak. There are no ferocious beasts on this island. It will be perfectly safe. And we'll have a panoramic view of the entire isle. Today, Song Xian will surely be there. Perhaps we might encounter him along the way. All right. I trust your judgment, Su Yalan responded, acknowledging the sense in Yang Mimi's words, while also recalling their conversation from the previous night and the unsettling gaze of Pingu Daxiang. Had they not slipped away, they might have been subdued and violated last night. Thus, she steeled herself, enduring hunger as they ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace. However, after only a short while, Yang Mimi suddenly halted, her voice reaching an excited pitch. Ah, Xiaolan, look over there. We found it. We finally found it. What? Su Yalan was taken aback for a moment before her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to look in the direction Yang Mimi indicated. There, she beheld a charming two-story wooden cabin, and a bare-chested Song Xian clad only in shorts, his back turned to the cabin. He squinted against the light, humming a cheerful tune as he relieved himself. Ah, this was Su Yalan's first encounter with such a sight, and she couldn't help but gasp in embarrassment, quickly turning her flushed face away. Meanwhile, Yang Mimi, having released Su Yalan, bounded joyfully towards Song Xian, her white bunny-like demeanor radiating excitement. Song Xian, we've come to find you. Huh. Hearing that familiar voice, Song Xian yawned and glanced toward the source of the sound. He was taken aback to see the exuberant Yang Mimi dashing toward him, followed closely by the stunning Su Yalan. What could these two be up to? But soon, as Yang Mimi leapt into his embrace and began to complain into his ear, he learned what had transpired the previous night. It dawned on him that while he had been blissfully asleep, there were those who coveted his women and his provisions. This time, it seemed he had indeed underestimated the situation. He had felt secure leaving them in the cabin, remembering that there were only 8 individuals on the island when he arrived. Having dealt with 2 threats, the old woman and Li Fuzhen posed no danger to Yang Mimi and Su Yalan. The others who had not yet appeared were Lu Feifei, a feeble artist, and Lu Yinghua, a tech-savvy starlet. Neither of them represented a significant threat. Yet, he had overlooked the existence of the silver-haired old woman, who, by all accounts, should not have been there. Since the old woman was absent when he arrived on the island, and given that the 2 men had firearms, it was possible there were others who had met their end. The likes of Pingu Daxiang, and perhaps even more, could be lurking about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so few bullets left. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Song Xian led Yang Mimi and Su Yalan back to the wooden cabin, providing them with ample food and water, which thrilled them immensely. You may rest here. Choose one of the 2 rooms upstairs. I will check on the plane, he instructed, observing as they eagerly devoured their meal. Upon his departure, the unexpected appearance of Pingu Daxiang served as a subtle warning. Although he had become extraordinarily powerful, it had also led to unforeseen changes. For instance, he had arrived at the island earlier than anticipated and had rescued Jingxiang Fujihara and Qishui Lu, 2 beauties who were originally fated to perish. Thus, the butterfly effect had already taken hold, and the future would undoubtedly bring more changes and unknown dangers. The reason he had survived for a decade in his previous life was not solely due to strength and experience. Luck played a substantial role. After all, one cannot resist the onslaught of natural disasters, and numerous accidents could occur. Though his abilities were formidable, he recognized that if he were caught off guard by a hidden firearm or a grenade, it could lead to severe injury or death. Therefore, this was not the time to rest on his laurels. Should he succumb to blind arrogance, he might not last even a decade. Thus, he must remain vigilant and continue to enhance his strength. Once his attributes reached tenfold, or even 20 or 30 times that of a normal human, perhaps only a nuclear bomb could threaten him. At that point, he would be free to act as he pleased, having adjusted his mindset. Song Xian equipped himself with weapons and swiftly descended the mountain from the villa. The situation with Pingu Daxiang needed to be resolved prudently. His possessions were not so easily claimed, nor were his women to be trifled with. In the cabin's living room, as soon as Song Xian departed, Yang Mimi raised her voice, her eyes scanning the room while clutching a cream-filled pastry. This is simply delightful. So peaceful and free of insects, with food and drink available. It's not damp at all. It's absolutely perfect. Song Xian truly didn't deceive us. This place is a paradise compared to our previous days. Indeed. Su Yalan echoed, her face bright with joy, feeling immensely satisfied with her decision to follow Yang Mimi up the mountain. However, the next moment, both women froze in astonishment. The door to the east bedroom swung open, revealing Lu Qishui, clad only in an oversized t-shirt, resembling a policewoman whose thighs were on display. With a dazed expression, she clutched her stomach and stumbled out, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Her long, alluring legs moved awkwardly, as if she had just completed a marathon and could barely walk after waking up. Su Yalan and Yang Mimi exchanged incredulous glances. One stood with her mouth agape, while the other pressed her lips tightly together. They had presumed they were alone in the room, only to discover that there was a fourth woman present. Just as they locked eyes, a little girl in a strawberry-patterned tank top, with twin ponytails and an innocent, captivating face, appeared. She struck a pose, hands on her hips, and with an air of mock authority declared, "So, you must be the new maids of the master. I am Fujihara Jingxiang, your headmaid. From now on, in this household, you must heed my words, except when the master speaks, otherwise." Chapter 39, Pursuit. North Shore, Beach. Song Xian arrived alone at the golden sandy shore, cautiously entering the cabin once more, only to find it utterly deserted. The supplies and practical tools within the control room, such as a hammer and a fruit knife, had been completely plundered, leaving behind only the corpse of the self-serving, silver-haired old woman. It seemed that Pingu Daxiang was not entirely foolish. A brief inspection led Song Xian to coldly commend him. Clearly, the adversary was aware of his possession of a firearm and had fled with the supplies and people. Yet, intriguingly, this silver-haired matron was no mere lightweight. Last night, at 3 a.m., the silver-haired woman, driven by insatiable hunger, had approached the control room while Pingu Daxiang was preoccupied with his meal. "Commander, I have something to report." Song Xian is armed. With a sycophantic demeanor, she drew near, naively believing that her contributions would allow her to engage in casual conversation with Pingu Daxiang while they dined. However, Pingu Daxiang's command of Chinese was severely limited. Upon witnessing precious food being touched by the old woman, he delivered a forceful kick that sent her sprawling. His strength was far greater than what Song Xian had anticipated. Song Xian had no intention of killing her. His fishing skills ensured that he would not go hungry. He had spared her life with the hope that she might serve as a maid on the island, managing household chores and receiving her daily scraps. This way, the women in the household would be spared the burden of bickering over cleanliness. Yet, Pingu Daxiang saw her as an eyesore, considering her age and lack of beauty, deeming her presence a waste of resources. Thus, his kick had been laced with lethal intent. The old woman flew backward, crashing into the wall, her ribs fracturing upon impact, leaving her to writhe on the ground, unable to rise. The remaining two women in the cabin were taken aback by this scene. Li Fuzhen, her face ashen, clutched Lu Yinghua's arm. "Yinghua, you know my family is the foremost conglomerate in the south. If I can survive this, I will offer you everything you desire. You must convey this to Pingu Daxiang. I will treat you well upon my return." At that moment, Li Fuzhen was blissfully unaware of the impending changes to the world. Fortunately, Lu Yinghua shared a similar ignorance, still clinging to the hope of rescue and dreaming of riding on Li Fuzhen's coattails to achieve her stardom. Consequently, she approached Pingu Daxiang, revealing Li Fuzhen's identity. Having heard of the Li family conglomerate, a titan controlling assets worth trillions, Pingu Daxiang weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided to share his food with Li Fuzhen. He reasoned that, given her esteemed status, the presence of numerous celebrities aboard the aircraft would compel a vigorous rescue effort. It would not be long before they were saved. And gaining the friendship of the esteemed Li Fuzhen was undoubtedly a profitable venture. Thus, the trio shared their meager provisions and intelligence before departing, leaving the old woman, barely clinging to life, to await her fate in the cabin. In a desperate act, the old woman, witnessing their departure, bit her finger and drew a large arrow on the ground. Upon observing this arrow, Song Xian furrowed his brow, his caution reignited. He could not discern whether it was a trap laid by the adversary or a final message from the dying woman. Regardless, with a lead to follow, Song Xian was not one to disregard it. He dragged the corpse out of the cabin and cast it into the sea, proceeding with careful precision. To his astonishment, he discovered that the three had foolishly concealed themselves in a ravine rather than seeking refuge on a nearby island. Lu Yinghua was engaged in a game of poker with Pingu Daxiang, while Li Fuzhen sat nearby, flushed and sipping water. Song Xian, feeling merciful, refrained from attacking immediately, choosing instead to observe their interactions with interest. After all, Lu Yinghua's current beauty was commendable, and her physique had been well maintained. Yet, he knew that in a few months, Without diligent care and modern aesthetics, her features would likely become grotesquely distorted, and her silicone-enhanced form would sag alarmingly. This was precisely why he was disinclined to intervene. The thought of such women haunted his nightmares. However, Song Xian's intervention was rendered unnecessary as Pingu Daxiang, a muscular figure, was revealed to be a quick draw. When the insatiable Lu Yinghua clung to him once more, he roughly pushed her away. "Baka!" he exclaimed, clearly a man of a short temper. Observing this from a distance, Song Xian muttered to himself, leisurely approaching the trio. Yet, he paused a short distance away, disdainfully scoffing before continuing his advance. As he came into view, he greeted them. "Hello." However, the trio was clearly in no mood for pleasantries and hastily attempted to flee. Lu Yinghua cast a furtive glance at the ground beneath Song Xian's feet, for that was where they had set their trap. Originally, there had been a large pit, which they had painstakingly camouflaged, surrounded by smaller holes filled with sharpened stakes. Their plan was to retreat while engaging in combat, ready to counterattack should Song Xian sustain any injuries. Little did they expect him to arrive so quickly. To their shock, as Song Xian took a step forward, he inadvertently triggered their trap, causing it to collapse. A pit over 2 meters long and more than a meter wide was suddenly exposed before him. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua, realizing their trap had been uncovered, turned pale and instinctively looked towards Pingu Daxiang. However, they were unprepared for him to seize his bundle and abandon them, fleeing in the opposite direction. "Ashiba!" They both cursed in unison, their faces darkened with rage. Yet, Song Xian had no intention of punishing them. After all, they were merely his playthings, and eliminating one would only leave him with fewer. Moreover, with the old woman dead, he required 2 new maidservants to handle the menial tasks. Thus, he easily circumvented the so-called trap and approached Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua. Upon seeing Song Xian, the 2 women fell to their knees, bowing and pleading for mercy. "Take the remaining supplies and return to the cabin. Await my return." With this command, Song Xian swiftly pursued Pingu Daxiang, refraining from drawing his weapon. After all, it was not easy to find such a robust slave. There was much work awaiting him on this island. Chapter 40. A resounding slap. "Baka! Don't truly believe that I fear you." Just having crossed a mountain, Pingu Daxiang, panting heavily, drew a dining knife and turned to threaten Song Xian with a fade of bravado. In his mind, Song Xian's prolonged silence indicated he was unarmed. However, unbeknownst to him, Song Xian had already arranged a plethora of tasks for him upon his premature employment. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua, not one to comply quietly, stealthily ascended to the mountaintop, eager to discern who would emerge victorious, Pingu Daxiang or Song Xian. Observing Pingu Daxiang's movements, Song Xian merely smirked disdainfully as he drew his handgun, discarding the knife. "Baka!" Upon seeing the gun in Song Xian's hand, Pingu Daxiang froze momentarily, but then, with a sense of unwillingness, shouted angrily, "Despicable Chinese! If you have the guts, fight me barehanded." "Very well, but first, cast away your knife to avoid injury," Song Xian replied, knowing full well he would not shoot, for if he harmed him, how could he fulfill the tasks ahead? This was also for Pingu Daxiang's own good. Yet, unsurprisingly, Pingu Daxiang, lacking intelligence, foolishly retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? If I lay down my knife, I'll have no choice but to shoot you." Realizing he still could not comprehend the gravity of the situation, Song Xian cocked the gun and chambered around, extending his arm slightly forward. With a swift motion, Pingu Daxiang hesitated but ultimately dropped the knife, only to add in Japanese, "If you dare deceive me, I will haunt you as a ghost." "Rest assured, I shall not let you perish so swiftly," Song Xian assured him, retracting the gun after he complied and beckoning him with a finger. "Come, I shall only use one hand. If you can land a hit on me, I will not only let you go but also gift you 2 women." "Baka! You foolish Chinese pig. Today I shall demonstrate the might of karate." Seeing Song Xian holster his gun, Pingu Daxiang assumed a karate stance and charged forward with a fierce expression. On the small hill, Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua watched in excitement. "This fool, Pingu Daxiang, is a 7th-degree black belt in karate. He is an Olympic medalist," exclaimed Lu Yinghua. "Leaving a gun unused is utterly foolish. It's no wonder Eastern men are so dim-witted. No wonder there are so many sycophants in the East," Li Fuzhen remarked. But just as their words fell, Song Xian and Pingu Daxiang collided. With all his might, Pingu Daxiang launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Song Xian's chest. With his current strength, a normal person struck would either faint instantly or suffer a heart attack, potentially dying on the spot. Yet, he was not facing an ordinary individual. Song Xian had survived for a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, possessing physical prowess several times that of an average person. Thus, to him, the rapid and forceful punch appeared sluggish and feeble. Calmly, he raised his right arm and swatted it away as if swatting a fly. In an instant, Song Xian's palm transformed into a blur, generating a gust of fierce wind. "Nai nai!" Feeling the pressure of the wind against his face, Pingu Daxiang sensed a foreboding. Yet, it was too late. As the slap landed on his face, he felt a searing pain, akin to being pierced by hundreds of steel needles. As if his face had been smeared with chili oil. Then, darkness enveloped him as he was sent spiraling over 5 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. On the hill, Lu Yinghua was rendered speechless, her shock leaving her dumbfounded. Li Fujian's sultry red lips parted in disbelief. She had seen her fair share of UFC and boxing matches, even attended underground fights, yet she had never encountered such a terrifying man. What manner of monster was he? However, Lu Yinghua quickly regained her senses. Miss Li, we must hurry back to the cabin. Otherwise, yes. Let us return to the cabin immediately. Li Fujian concurred, realizing that compared to Song Xian, Pingu Daxiang was not but a waste. To survive before the rescue team arrived, or before a stronger monster emerged, they must unconditionally comply with Song Xian. At 9 in the morning, Song Xian returned to the villa with his captive, Pingu Daxiang, whose left cheek had swollen grotesquely. Handcuffed with silver restraints, he carried a luxurious chair on his back. Meanwhile, Song Xian held a bundle filled with food and tools. As for Li Fujian and Lu Yinghua, they were abandoned in the cabin, starving. It wouldn't be long before they would beg him once more. If he chose, those two wretches would also kneel before him, rendering the game rather dull. What is this? In the shaded area outside, Lu Qimei, seated, furrowed her brow upon seeing Song Xian return with a man in handcuffs. A perverted rapist captured to amend his ways? Song Xian explained with a playful smile, his gaze drifting towards the wooden cabin's living room. Meanwhile, Lu Qimei muttered under her breath, "You dare call others a perverted rapist? My leg still hurt." Yet, Song Xian remained oblivious to her discomfort, merely inquiring, "Have you seen Yang Mimi and Su Yalan?" "Yes, they are upstairs sleeping," Lu Qimei replied, her expression somewhat unnatural, a tinge of discomfort stirring within her. Noticing her odd demeanor, Song Xian frowned, questioning, "Did you not argue out of jealousy?" "I am not so base as to fight over you," Lu Qimei retorted, rising to leave, albeit with a staggered gait. "Wait until I've healed. You shall see how I treat you." As he watched the girl throw a tantrum, Song Xian muttered indignantly at her retreating figure before giving a fierce kick to Pingu Daxiang. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Move that chair upstairs immediately." "Hi." Pingu Daxiang, feeling wronged, lowered his head and trudged upstairs with the heavy chair. He was then assigned to dig a pit beside the small cabin. This was the reservoir prepared by Song Xiaobai, for the catastrophic tsunami was imminent. Though he could not recall the specific day, however, it would undoubtedly occur within the next fortnight, a time during which he needed to make certain preparations. Moreover, many would soon realize that the airplane's nose was on this island. In the coming fortnight, the island would grow increasingly lively, and the pressures of survival would escalate. Lu Feifei and several married actresses, alongside those flirtatious Western stars, would arrive. His former friend who betrayed him, as well as the con artist who led a rebellion against him years ago, would also come. In this life, he would settle the score with them meticulously. Chapter 41. A Fire in the Backyard. In the cabin, the bedroom on the first floor. "Wah! The mistress is being bullied. Master, Shizuka has been mistreated." Sob, sob, sob. The words spilled from Fujihara Shizuka, who had just been released and flung herself into Song Xian's embrace, weeping. The they she referred to were, of course, Yang Mimi and Su Yalan, who were nestled in slumber together. Their rooms were assigned upstairs, but alas, there were no beds or bedding to be found. All they had were damp blankets, making sleep an elusive luxury. Consequently, they descended to the first floor, seeking Shizuka's counsel, hoping to rest in the bedroom below. However, their initial encounter was far from harmonious. Seeing that the two sought her favor, the spoiled little servant girl, Shizuka, demanded that they address her as Your Majesty and obey her commands. Yang Mimi and Su Yalan, eager to avoid conflict as newcomers, initially intended to placate her. Yet, Shizuka grew increasingly demanding, insisting they massage her legs and shoulders. After a series of complaints, the two decided to bind Fujihara Shizuka. Soon after, Song Xian entered the bedroom, coming to her rescue. "Enough of the tears. I shall avenge you." Aware of Shizuka's tendency to exaggerate, Song Xian nonetheless roused Su Yalan and Yang Mimi, delivering a slap to each of their bare backs. "Up you go." The two women exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. Yang Mimi, the voluptuous vixen, playfully kicked off the covers, flaunting her alluring curves as she stretched her fair arms, emitting a soft, seductive sound. In contrast, Su Yalan, startled from her slumber, let out a shriek upon feeling the chill, hurriedly pulling the blanket around her to shield her enticing form. "I shall grant you 3 seconds to articulate why you bullied Fujihara Shizuka and even went so far as to bind her. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With Song Xian supporting her, Shizuka hid behind him, triumphantly sticking out her tongue at the two. Young Mimi, rolling her eyes at Shizuka's smug expression, felt disdain, while Su Yalan's irritation grew, perceiving Shizuka as the true instigator. Yet, Song Xian remained unperturbed when the time came. He fixed his cold gaze on the two. Who will speak? I will. Young Mimi raised her delicate hand, puffing out her chest in preparation for her impending speech. The situation is thus. We were cold and hungry after a night of wandering, utterly exhausted and in poor spirits. Upon reaching upstairs, we found no beds or blankets. And after attempting to rest for a while, we were still uncomfortable. We initially approached her in a friendly manner, even considering placating her. But this little girl kept making unreasonable demands, insisting we massage her and calling herself Your Majesty. We merely sought a good night's sleep. Yet, as Young Mimi spoke, her voice trembled with feigned distress, tears welling in her fox-like eyes, rendering her utterly pitiable. I did not do that. She is lying. Fujihara Shizuka, witnessing Young Mimi's performance, panicked and rushed to defend herself. Meanwhile, the previously bashful Su Yalan, now clutching her chest, chimed in. I can attest to her excesses. We had no desire for conflict. Wah, you are bullying me and fabricating lies. Fujihara Shizuka, a cunning little schemer, clung to Song Xian's leg and wept. Young Mimi rolled her eyes, recognizing that while her words were somewhat embellished, the core of the matter was true. Yet, the little girl audaciously lied with even more conviction, her acting surpassing that of Young Mimi's, coupled with her familiarity with Song Xian, who she addressed as master. There was a palpable concern that he might lean in her favor. They had only recently secured a comfortable residence and were not eager to return to the hardships of the past. Su Yalan shared similar sentiments, but her thoughts leaned more towards safety. The prior encounters with two lascivious men and the perverted Takiro Pingu had left her with significant psychological scars, making her apprehensive that Song Xian might cast her aside. Thus, both women watched Song Xian anxiously, with Young Mimi eager to speak again. However, Song Xian cut her off, gripping Fujihara Shizuka's small neck. Everyone silence. Now listen to me. With a single command, Song Xian commanded the room. His icy gaze fixed on Su Yalan and Young Mimi. Whatever sordid affairs transpired between you, I shall not concern myself with. However, under my roof, you are to adhere to my rules. I have arranged rooms for you upstairs, which are now yours. Likewise, this room is designated for Fujihara Shizuka and Lu Chimei, making them the rightful owners here. You trespassed into her room, thereby violating my rules. Su Yalan felt a pang of urgency upon hearing Song Xian's words, sensing his lack of empathy. Yet Young Mimi, sensing an opportunity, squeezed her thigh gently and shook her head, then turned to Song Xian with a smile. We acknowledge our mistakes and are willing to accept punishment. We shall certainly abide by the rules in the future. Understanding Song Xian's temperament, Young Mimi knew that contradicting him would only lead to further trouble. Good, I'm pleased you understand. Not wishing to prolong the discourse with Young Mimi, Song Xian turned to Fujihara Shizuka, patting her head. How do you propose we handle this? Well, Fujihara Shizuka pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I shall treat them as they treated me, and then, Master, you help me tie them up and punish them. Chapter 42. Women's Conversations. As soon as Shizuka Fujiwara had finished her words, flight attendant Su Yalan's fair face flushed instantly. She had never encountered such an eccentric young girl. What surprised her even more was that Young Mimi was even more outrageous, casting a disdainful smile at Shizuka Fujiwara, extending her fair hands into fists. She pressed her jade arms closely together, accentuating her enviable curves. Come on, I dare you to tie me up completely, tighter. She huffed, seeing Young Mimi's audacity. Shizuka Fujiwara realized she was up against a formidable opponent, letting out an irritated huff. Song Xian, recognizing that the situation was under control, managed to win over a few hearts with his words while also issuing a warning. Considering this is your first offense, just bend over and take a light smack each. I have other matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. If anyone dares to cause trouble at my home again, they can starve in the cabin. We won't do it again, came the quick response from Su Yalan and Young Mimi, their expressions brightening at Song Xian's reasonable approach. In this precarious situation, he had not made excessive demands, enhancing their impression of him significantly. However, it wasn't long before the two women began to sulk again, as Song Xian picked up a section of the golden fishing rod. With a crack, he struck down twice, leaving Young Mimi and Su Yalan, now in a state of distress, to wail in agony on the luxurious seats, tears streaming from Su Yalan's eyes. Unforgiving, Song Xian turned and left, finding Lu Qingmei to exchange a few words, instructing her to keep watch while bringing the young boy down from the mountain. After several trips to completely empty the plane, he returned with an aircraft seat, finally retreating to his room to rest. Shizuka Fujiwara hurried over to flatter him, serving tea and offering to massage his shoulders and legs. Meanwhile, the young boy, Pingu Daxiao, was bound to a tree. After a morning of tumult, the boy's energy was nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yang Mimi and Su Yalan were engaged in conversation about Song Xian. Initially, both felt a buildup of resentment towards him due to their discomfort. But once settled in their lavish seats, all grievances dissipated. Yalan, what do you think of Song Xian? Yang Mimi asked. Which aspect are you referring to, Mimi? Su Yalan responded. Hiki, which aspect do you have in mind? Yang Mimi teased. Why is your face turning red? Are you thinking of his handsome face and strong physique? Mimi, can you not be so inappropriate with just a few words? Isn't it natural for women to chat about men? But why, little lady, are you so shy when it comes to mentioning them? Have you never had a boyfriend before? I have had. Su Yalan seemed flustered, akin to a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. So what if I have? Why the excitement? Yang Mimi smirked mischievously, her eyes twinkling as she continued to tease. Just because you've had a relationship doesn't mean you've gone all the way. Ignoring her, Su Yalan suddenly turned away, presenting her fair back to Yang Mimi. All right, let us not discuss this anymore. Seeing the girl's annoyance, Yang Mimi, despite her words, wore a grin akin to that of a cunning fox and shifted the topic. Yalan, given the current situation, what do you plan to do next? What do you mean? Su Yalan didn't turn around, but her tone clearly reflected her despondence. Stop pretending, you're no fool. Yang Mimi, perceptive as ever, picked up on her mood. You don't think such a good life will come without a price, do you? I know. Su Yalan sighed in response. She was fully aware that no free lunch exists in this world, and had already prepared herself for sacrifices since Song Xian had helped her and eliminated those two threats, providing her with the current circumstances. She understood that her only contribution, her sole asset, was, yet, she had no idea that Yang Mimi was far more astute than she imagined. While Su Yalan was still contemplating these trivial matters, Yang Mimi's thoughts had already soared into higher realms. Yalan, as a flight attendant, you must know about the black box on airplanes, right? Of course. It records flight data and transmits a distress signal via satellite in case of issues, and good, that's enough. Have you not noticed that nowadays, electronic devices tend to malfunction and burn out the moment they are activated? Huh, I didn't know that. Su Yalan was taken aback, turning around in surprise. How do you know this? Because I was the first to awaken, my phone was already destroyed, and so was that of Li Fujian. Before you woke up, that flight attendant was also using the plane's radio, and the outcome was the same. Yang Mimi's tone turned serious as she continued. Do you understand what this implies? What does it mean? Su Yalan's eyes reflected confusion, but then realization dawned on her. You mean the black box that can send out a distress signal has also been destroyed? Exactly, Yang Mimi nodded, taking a deep breath before elaborating. In this vast ocean, if a rescue team wishes to locate us, they will certainly require a GPS signal. However, this place is exceedingly peculiar. The magnetic fields must be disrupted. They cannot even detect GPS signals, making rescue efforts impossible. Thus, we must prepare ourselves for a prolonged stay here. And what? Upon hearing the mention of a long-term preparation, Su Yalan's heart skipped a beat, tightening in apprehension as she awaited the continuation. And this idyllic existence may not last long. Yang Mimi stated this conclusion, noticing Su Yalan's tense expression before gradually explaining. Do you remember how many celebrities and beauties were in first class? Well, there should have been about 20 celebrities and at least 30 beauties, Su Yalan recalled, providing her estimate. Sighing at the answer, Yang Mimi's expression darkened. What's wrong? Su Yalan, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, asked. My naive sister, Yang Mimi said, seeing her confusion and offering a wry smile. I understand men all too well. Right now, there are simply fewer women, which is why he treats us so well. As resources dwindle and more women surround Song Xian, do you think we will continue to receive such favors once he grows weary of us? Chapter 43. A good day. After listening to Yang Mimi's words, Su Yalan felt a heaviness in her heart, yet she still clung to a flicker of hope. Is it possible for so many people to survive? Initially, she had been skeptical, but Yang Mimi urged her to reconsider. If that old woman can survive, and Pingu Daxiang along with that flower girl can come from other islands, why can't others? Upon hearing Yang Mimi's remarks, Su Yalan fell silent once more, her thoughts tumultuous. However, Yang Mimi observed her expression and, rather than remaining solemn, a sly smile crept onto her lips. Her analysis had painted the direst of scenarios. Yet her true intention was to ensure Su Yalan would heed her guidance in the future. After a brief pause, Yang Mimi resumed her role as a caring older sister, saying, what I mentioned are merely the worst-case scenarios. Do not be too anxious or disheartened. The black box is an exceptionally sturdy piece of equipment, and it may very well remain unaffected. Perhaps, Su Yalan replied, forcing a weak smile that betrayed her despondency. Observing her demeanor, young Mimi dangled an enticing proposition. Yalan, I truly believe you're a wonderful person. If one day we manage to escape this predicament, would you consider joining my company? With your beauty and grace. Having been the belle of the dance academy, I could easily package you for stardom. You may not become a household name, but I assure you, you would shine as a minor celebrity and a prosperous woman. Do you think I could? Xuan, a former dance academy student with aspirations of stardom, felt a twinge of excitement at young Mimi's suggestion. Why not? As long as you listen to me going forward. With the fish on the hook, young Mimi revealed her most beguiling smile once again. On the first floor, in the dining area, Xian took a brief respite before instructing Fujiwara Shizuka to summon the others. Soon, young Mimi, Fujiwara Shizuka, Xuan, and Lu Qimei, along with the diverse array of beauties, gathered before him. After briefly outlining the household rules, they commenced preparing the meal. Given their current stockpile mostly consisted of long shelf-life pre-cooked dishes requiring only simple heating, within half an hour, they had a feast of mapo tofu, 2 large roasted fish, stir-fried meat, blueberry yam, minced eggplant, fruit salad, and a fresh fish soup, accompanied by a generous pot of rice. Upon seeing the spread, Fujiwara Shizuka and Lu Qimei remained relatively calm, but young Mimi and Xuan were nearly brought to tears with hunger. They had gone nearly 4 days without a proper meal, and aside from the snacks and fish provided by Xian, they had consumed virtually nothing. Their eyes were glued to Xian's movements, waiting for him to take the first bite before they began to devour the food ravenously. Seeing young Mimi, who had indulged in countless delicacies in the past, nearly drooling at the sight of the roasted fish, Xian maintained a stoic facade while internally smirking. You little imp. In your past life, you delighted in tormenting me, and now that I control the provisions, I shall ensure you face some hardship. Thus, Xian unilaterally declared a new rule. While I am away, you will heed Lu Qingmei's guidance. Should I learn of any disobedience, you shall face the consequences upon my return. Understood? Understood, young Mimi replied, still unaware of the dynamics between Lu Qingmei and Xian, eagerly complying and flattering Lu Qingmei. Qingmei, I will rely on your care in the future. Not at all, Lu Qingmei responded, though she was not particularly fond of managing affairs or dealing with high-maintenance women. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to comply with Xian's directives. Xuan nodded in agreement, while Fujiwara Shizuka appeared somewhat discontent, pouting slightly. However, Xian's subsequent arrangement brought a beaming smile to her face. The key to the first-floor storage was entrusted to Fujiwara Shizuka, while she and young Mimi were assigned the tasks of maintaining the household and preparing meals. Understood, Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, her face alight with joy, casting a challenging glance at young Mimi. Yet young Mimi merely smirked, unfazed, raising her chin imperiously as she regarded Fujiwara Shizuka. As the two began their silent rivalry, Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though his exterior remained indifferent. The 4 stunning women complied obediently, with Xuan and young Mimi resembling ravenous wolves. Xian found the scene amusing, yet when he recalled the hardships they had endured in recent days, he felt no surprise at their hunger. In this desolate world, being able to enjoy such a meal was indeed a rare blessing. As he calculated the time since the solar storm began, he realized they had now entered the 5th day. With modern communication in disarray and the power grid having collapsed, coupled with the fact that most people in urban areas lack the habit of stockpiling food, the bizarre weather conditions of acid rain, hail, sweltering heat during the day, and frigid nights made preserving food increasingly difficult. Even farmers, who might normally have some surplus, could not afford such a lavish meal. Thus, he continued to eat leisurely. Once satiated, he tossed a sardine at Pingu Daxiang's feet, who, famished and desperate, pounced on the fish like a wild dog, devouring it hungrily. Work diligently, and in 2 days, when you have excavated the water tank, I shall reward you with a proper meal. With no dignity left, Pingu Daxiang knelt, bowing his head in gratitude. Yet, as his forehead touched the ground, a scornful expression crossed his face. Once a celebrated karate prodigy and idol in his home country, he could not accept this humiliation. He was biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to retaliate against Xian, hoping to repay every ounce of indignity he had suffered 100-fold. Unbeknownst to him, Xian was fully aware of his thoughts, but could not be bothered to even glance his way. After tending to the wild dog, he strolled leisurely to the hammock nestled among the trees for a well-deserved rest. The midday temperature on the island soared to at least 40 degrees Celsius, making it unbearable to remain indoors. The heat, a result of their island setting surrounded by ocean, was a luxury compared to the temperatures exceeding 50 degrees in the cities. In the absence of air conditioning or fans, not only would food spoil rapidly, but the high heat and lack of water could easily claim many lives. For someone like him, free from worries of hunger and thirst, life was remarkably comfortable, especially with the enchanting young Mimi, who, clad in a small bikini, swayed her voluptuous figure, embodying a vixen ready to express her gratitude. Chapter 44, Digging Pits. My dear, I truly should have recognized you sooner. You are the epitome of manhood. Like a snow-white mermaid, young Mimi entwined herself around Song Xian's body, her limbs playfully caressing him. Her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue as she exhaled warm breath near his ear, her bright eyes shimmering like spring waters and peach blossoms. Be a good boy and sleep. I still have to go fishing this afternoon. Although Song Xian was thoroughly enjoying the moment, the essence and fragrance of young Mimi's presence made him feel as if he were indulging in a juicy peach. However, he did not bestow her with much warmth. In his previous life, he had been indifferent, allowing her to dominate the backyard. But such a state of affairs was evidently unreasonable. Competition fosters growth. Without it, there can be no service. Coupled with her dubious history from his past life, Song Xian felt compelled to demote her status, ensuring she could not ascend to the role of Empress Yang. At most, she could aspire to be a mere Yang Guifei. It suddenly struck him that invoking the name of Yang Guifei might not be auspicious. Nevertheless, as he did not share the surname Li, it should not pose a significant issue. After all, they all heed your command. Seeing Song Xian's disinterest, young Mimi, slightly melancholic, turned and obediently lay beside him, drifting into slumber. By the time she awoke, Song Xian had already vanished. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and he had arrived at the northern shore. The autumn mornings from 7 to 10 and afternoons from 3 to 7 offered the most favorable temperatures for outings, and the fish were likely to be the same. Thus, Song Xian was eager to seize the opportunity. Moreover, he had already caught a magnificent fish weighing over 50 pounds, a Chinook salmon. This salmon was characterized by its symmetrical physique, with a yellow-green dorsal side and a silvery white belly, resembling a spindle shape. The ventral fins originated just behind the dorsal fins, which were centrally located yet slightly posterior. These features were typical, but the truly distinguishing aspects were its notably large eyes positioned below the body axis and an expansive mouth that slanted downward like a bird's beak. Its upper jaw extended past the eye's rear edge, and both upper and lower jaws bore sharp, formidable teeth, despite its somewhat fearsome appearance. The Chinook salmon was affectionately dubbed the motherfish. Each year, during the months of September to November, this very autumn season, it embarked on a fateful journey of spawning. Predominantly found in the Pacific at latitude 35, these fish, driven by an instinct to reproduce, would venture upstream through perilous tributaries such as the Heilong, Suifan, Ushuri, and Songhua rivers, defying countless obstacles, particularly the insatiable greed of humanity. The journey claimed the lives of nearly all but a mere fraction. Upon reaching the gravel beds of rivers to spawn, they inevitably met their demise. Yet, they pressed on, gathering near the estuaries to commence this odyssey of rebirth, destined for death. Reflecting on this, Song Xian felt a twinge of melancholy. However, it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Having endured a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, he had long since forged a heart of stone. In the coming days, a cataclysmic tsunami was imminent, preceded by several days of fierce storms. More individuals would soon arrive, and he needed to stockpile provisions. Thus, Song Xian swiftly reeled in his catch, and the familiar sound of a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a Chinook salmon. You have gained 27 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 4-star angler. Your attributes have been enhanced, and your physical condition has been restored. The satisfaction of indulging in his passion, satiating his appetite, and enhancing his attributes all at once filled him with joy. As the system notification chimed, Song Xian could not suppress his delight. Yet, at that moment, 2 women knelt before him. Lu Yinghua, adorned with a futuristic touch, her exquisite features marred by desperation, pleaded in broken Mandarin, "Please, give us something to eat. I beg you." Once a regal beauty, Li Fujian, scion of a wealthy family, now appeared pale and weak, imploring, "Mr. Song, please, grant me something to eat. I can offer you money, a lifetime of wealth." However, in the face of these 2 humble beauties, Song Xian displayed no compassion. Lu Yinghua had committed numerous transgressions before the apocalypse, and the depths of her depravity afterward were better left unspoken. Li Fujian was no paragon either. She had wielded her influence arrogantly, nitpicking at flight attendants and demanding apologies from those beneath her. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had harbored treacherous intentions, particularly in his previous life, when he had fought his way through the island nation, starting from Hokkaido and landing in Busan. He had sought to barter her return to the Li family for resources, hoping for a peaceful parting. Yet, her betrayal had been merciless. He vividly recalled how she had been pinned beneath him, entirely oblivious to the fact that, without him, she would have met the same fate as most, perishing on a deserted island. Now, granted a second chance at life, he was determined to exact vengeance. She would face both physical and psychological torment, ultimately perishing just as she was on the verge of returning home. Thus, Song Xian could not bear to let them perish so easily. He commanded the two, "You shall dig pits for me on the beach, before I catch another fish. The one who excavates the largest pit shall claim it as their own." With that, he tossed the Chinook salmon beside them. Lu Yinghua did not fully comprehend. But Li Fuzhen sprang into action. She had discarded her flesh-colored stockings, her fair knees kneeling in the sand as she began to dig a pit. Her voluptuous figure prominently displayed. Lu Yinghua, not one to be outsmarted, observed Song Xian's words and Li Fuzhen's actions, assuming this was an order to store the fish. Thus, she joined Li Fuzhen in digging. However, Li Fuzhen, being quite cunning, offered no explanation and allowed Lu Yinghua to assist for some time before dismissing her, insisting she dig her own pit. Lu Yinghua, bewildered, sensed something was amiss but had no choice but to continue digging alone. In her mind, she still harbored dreams of returning to the south and becoming a star, fearing the repercussions of offending Li Fuzhen, which could lead to her being blacklisted. In the south, crossing the Li family was far more perilous than opposing the president, just as she had dug a couple of shallow holes. Song Xian cast his line once more and reeled in yet another Chinook salmon. However, upon seeing this fish, his expression soured, and he cursed, "Damn little devils." Chapter 45, Equipment Upgrade. To his astonishment, it was a radiated mutant salmon. Curse those wretched little devils. Upon seeing this emaciated creature with eyes of contrasting hues, a long, slender mouth, and protruding spines, reminiscent of a monster from a bioweapon horror story, Song Xian comprehended the unfolding situation. With the tremors, those scoundrels had begun illicitly discharging nuclear waste, truly a self-destructive act that harms others. In recent years, the southeastern coast had witnessed an influx of bizarre fish species, all due to the repercussions of nuclear effluence. Given the current calamity, it wouldn't be surprising if those shameless devils thought they had another opportunity at hand. Damn it. The mere thought filled Song Xian with anger, causing an itch for vengeance. He recalled his modest ambitions. This time, when he traversed the island nation, he would surely unleash a tempest of chaos. He would vanquish numerous foes, seize their vital supplies, and liberate more innocent women, to bring glory to his nation and demonstrate that love exists in this world. With such fervor in mind, Song Xian swiftly reeled in the mutant salmon. Yet, just before releasing it back into the waters, he suddenly reconsidered. This fish might still serve a purpose. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a salmon, and you have gained 22 experience points. Thus, Song Xian brought the fish to the shore. Ignoring Li Fuzhen's delighted exclamations, he continued his fishing endeavors, successfully sowing discord between Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua. When Li Fuzhen caught her second fish, Lu Yinghua finally grasped the nature of the game Song Xian was playing. Whoever dug the deepest pit would reel in a fish. Consequently, on her third attempt, she disregarded Li Fuzhen's status entirely. After all, if she could not survive on the island, what hope was there for tomorrow? With renewed vigor, Lu Yinghua triumphed in the third round, successfully landing a hefty sardine weighing over 10 pounds. However, the game concluded there, and soon they faced a new dilemma. Although they had fish, they lacked the means to cook it. No utensils, and certainly no fire. They could only continue to beseech Song Xian, who dismissively told them to be quiet and resumed his fishing in comfort. As time progressed, however, his catch diminished. Clearly, the fish resources in this area were not as abundant as those near the island where Song Xian's aircraft had crashed. The reasons were twofold. The island was vast, with extensive sandy beaches, causing fish to shy away from the shallows for fear of stranding. Additionally, due to the rising temperatures, fish often sought refuge in deeper waters. As the sun dipped halfway into the horizon, marking the time at 5:30 p.m., Song Xian felt less compelled to persist. The temperature had begun to chill. Despite his remarkable physical condition, the damp beach coupled with the biting sea breeze was unwelcoming. He had no desire to catch a cold, as illness in a post-apocalyptic world often equated to death. Though he considered the risk minimal, caution was prudent. However, just as he prepared to reel in his line, the hook seemed to snag something. It felt remarkably light, akin to seaweed. Had he triggered a stroke of luck? A thrill of excitement surged through him as he hastened to reel in. Clatter! The reel spun furiously, nearly sparking with friction. After a suspenseful few seconds, Song Xian's golden hook emerged from the water, bearing a prize ticket. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a lucky critical hit. You have obtained an equipment upgrade voucher. What a marvel! The possibility of upgrading equipment. Song Xian's exhilaration was beyond words upon hearing this announcement. No wonder his fishing rod was dubbed golden, and the silver insignia on his snakeskin pouch added a touch of grandeur. This was simply spectacular. Yet, amid his excitement, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Both the golden fishing rod and the silver snakeskin pouch were equally vital. Without the pouch's preservation capabilities, the pre-packaged meals and vegetables would scarcely endure in such harsh temperatures. An upgrade would undoubtedly enhance its functions. Conversely, the golden fishing rod was his primary means of sustenance. An upgrade would likely bolster its capabilities as well, possibly even increasing the critical hit chances. With this contemplation, Song Xian made a decisive resolution. For the sake of better future prospects, relinquishing some culinary desires was a small price to pay. Perhaps upgrading the golden rod would enhance his fortune, allowing him to quickly reel in another upgrade voucher. System. Upgrade my golden fishing rod. Ding. Congratulations. You have consumed an upgrade voucher. Your golden fishing rod has been upgraded to a platinum fishing rod. Platinum fishing rod. Exceptional platinum quality, capable of handling fish weighing up to 2 tons, with a 1 chance of critical rewards, reducing stamina consumption by 20. What a pity. Although the platinum rod boasted an additional attribute and doubled the weight limit, Song Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. The critical hit chance was what he valued most. Nevertheless, having used the voucher, he bore no regrets. After all, the silver fishing rod was undeniably powerful. A rod capable of lifting 2 tons would enable him to fish for medium-sized sharks. Such strength in a rod was unheard of. With a sigh of resignation, he prepared to depart, comforting himself as a cold wind swept past. He planned to let Pingu Daxiang survive a few more days and construct a small boat for himself. However, just as he turned, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shattered wing floating nearby, with 2 figures adrift upon it. They were approximately 5 or 6 kilometers away. The individuals were none other than the delicate painter from his past life and one of his former favorites, the celebrity Lu Feifei. So, you truly have returned. Observing the 2 adrift, Song Xian chuckled softly, muttering to himself as he turned back, seemingly oblivious to their plight, entirely unprepared to lend a hand. He intended to let them experience firsthand the harsh realities of life. Soon, he reached the shore, where he found Lu Yinghua, who had gathered a pile of dry wood. Kneeling with her hands clasped in a prayer-like gesture, pleading earnestly, "Please, fire. I beg you." At that moment, Li Fujin could no longer contain herself. She lowered her once proud head, kneeling before Song Xian with tears streaming down her face. "Song Xian, please help me. I beg you to take me with you. I cannot bear to stay here any longer. As long as I can avoid hunger, I will do whatever you ask. I implore you. I cannot endure this suffering any longer." Chapter 46. Wretch, what do you take me for? I have made it clear that I do not support idleness. What skills do you possess? Upon witnessing Li Fujian kneel before him, Song Xian felt no surprise. His expression remained indifferent, his gaze tinged with mockery. Hearing his words, Li Fujian hastily began to promote herself. "I can manage. I speak 6 languages: Chinese, Japanese, Korean, German, French, and English. I can parachute, ski, dive yet." Before she could finish, Song Xian rendered his verdict: useless. He was well aware of what Li Fujian could offer. Her only valuable asset was her proficiency in 6 foreign languages, while the rest were mere pastimes of the affluent. In this apocalyptic world, they held no value. Upon receiving such a judgment from Song Xian, Li Fujian's complexion grew increasingly pale, her heart seething with rage, though she dared not show it. Gritting her teeth, she cast out her final gambit. "I can offer my body. I take good care of myself, and I am fair-skinned. I can even give you money. A lot of money. Just get me back to the Southern Kingdom." However, before she could complete her sentence, Song Xian delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed crisply as Li Fujian found herself stunned, collapsing to the ground. Lu Yinghua, who had intended to cling to him, was startled and quickly ceased her actions to assess the situation. Song Xian pointed a finger at Li Fujian, scolding, "You wretch, what do you take me for? I was wrong. I'm sorry." Seeing Song Xian's sudden fury, Li Fujian hurriedly apologized in a panic, crawling over to clutch at his thigh, pleading, "Please. I can do anything you wish. As long as I can eat and survive, I can let you. Do as you please." Wretch. Observing that the moment had ripened, Song Xian sneered, "Now bark like a dog for me." Li Fujian's expression darkened, but in her desperation for survival, she quickly donned a smile. "Woof woof woof. Where's the action?" Yet Song Xian remained unsatisfied. "Woof woof woof." Li Fujian, humiliated, cried out again. Crawling back to kneel before Song Xian, her delicate hands mimicking dog paws, her pink tongue peeking from her red lips. "Good dog." Seeing this, Song Xian chuckled, reaching out to pat Li Fujian's head. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Yinghua was equally shameless. Indeed, one might argue she was clever. Just as Li Fujian assumed her position, Lu Yinghua leaped forward, imitating her with even more alluring gestures, and brazenly bumped into her. Yet, recalling Lu Yinghua's future demeanor, Song Xian felt no inclination to engage. Nevertheless, he still patted Li Fujian's head and instructed her to translate a phrase for Lu Yinghua. After issuing a few commands, He ignited a fire for the two and returned home with his spoils: 3 large salmon, 2 sardines, 1 mutated salmon, several small fish, and some shellfish and shrimp. Half an hour later, Song Xian returned home to find several women waiting for him. They could not begin their meal without his return, as he had established this rule. This resulted in everyone eagerly anticipating his arrival, gradually fostering a sense of belonging. Especially upon seeing the bounty he brought back, their joy was palpable. Thanks to Song Xian's hunting prowess, they need not go hungry even without provisions from the plain. Upon his arrival, Fujiwara Saika and young Mimi, one a petite girl with twin tails, the other a formidable mature woman, rushed out to greet him. "Welcome back, master. Dear, you've finally returned." Witnessing this scene, Song Xian felt a sense of satisfaction, though he maintained a calm demeanor, his expression neutral. "Let us prepare dinner. We'll stew these 2 fish. And I'll teach you how to process the others for drying into preserved fish." "Yes, master." "All right, dear." Yang Mimi and Fujiwara Saika replied simultaneously, their eyes meeting in a spark of electricity. Yet Song Xian remained oblivious, gathering Su Yalan, Yang Mimi, Fujiwara Saika, and Lu Qimei around him. He demonstrated twice how to handle the fish, then delegated the remaining fish to them. He tossed the 2 large salmon into a pot, adding a few seasonings and covering it. Additionally, 1 salmon was left unprocessed and tossed into the fire pit, destined for the dog. No, for Pingu Daxiang. This fellow had worked hard earlier, digging a grave-sized pit, and was now collapsed in it, exhausted like a dead dog. Truly a valuable worker. After assessing this outcome, Song Xian smiled as he passed by the deep pit, then climbed the small hill behind the cabin to observe the movements on the northern shore of the plain island. However, after a while, he still saw no sign of the wreckage carrying that pretty boy artist and the actress Lu Feifei. With dwindling interest, he returned to his room to rest, watching Yang Mimi, Fujiwara Saika, Lu Qimei, and Su Yalan prepare dinner together, each possessing their unique charm. Song Xian felt an indescribable contentment. Life felt no different from that of the immortals. The sun rises and sets, meals are plentiful, and beautiful companions surround him. This existence, one might scarcely believe it belonged to the apocalypse. Another half-hour passed, and finally, dinner was served. The evening's menu consisted of 4 dishes and a soup: stewed salmon soup, stir-fried broccoli, braised pork with preserved vegetables, spicy stir-fried meat, and red braised Japanese tofu. "Let us eat." Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, Song Xian picked up his chopsticks and reached for the salmon. He had tasted this fish in his previous life, and the stewed soup was quite palatable. Though not comparable to tiger grouper or coral grouper, it possessed qualities that the former could not match. For instance, salmon meat has diuretic, swelling-reducing, and pain-relieving properties, all at a more affordable price. As Song Xian began to eat, the 4 women followed suit. Lu Qimei ate her portion, while Su Yalan occasionally glanced at Song Xian and Yang Mimi. Yang Mimi and Fujiwara Saika exchanged glances while eating, their chopsticks even colliding several times, until Song Xian coughed, prompting them to behave. Half an hour later, the 5 of them comfortably finished their dinner. Song Xian assigned tasks to the 4 women, to smooth the wooden blocks meant for mahjong and mark them appropriately. As for himself, he once again took the slaves out, this time to the beach to retrieve 2 chairs. Now that the room had a bed, the living room still lacked 2 sofas. Additionally, he wanted to see if Lu Feifei and that pretty boy had arrived at the beach. Chapter 47. The Green Tea Man on the Northern Shore. As fragments of the aircraft were washed ashore by the waves, the pale-faced Lu Feifei and the painter Zhang Langming struggled to crawl across the beach. For the past few days, they had subsisted on a meager diet of wild fruits. Had it not been for the eerie red sun, they likely would have succumbed to starvation by now. After a few agonizing seconds, Lu Feifei finally emerged from the water, collapsing onto the sand, gasping for breath. Gazing at the clear starry sky, she felt an exhilarating sense of survival and exclaimed, "Hooray, we made it." However, at that moment, a despondent voice interrupted her revelry. "Miss Lu, could you lend me a hand?" Upon hearing the voice, Lu Feifei's beautiful brows furrowed in displeasure as unwelcome memories from the past few days resurfaced. Initially, this man had claimed he would protect her, yet it was he who succumbed to the heat, gathering wild fruits, searching for water, opening coconuts, and lighting fires to cook fish were all tasks she had undertaken. It felt as though she was caring for a grown child, enduring this ordeal. Had she been alone, she would have reached safety long ago. This man was constantly seasick, fretting over one triviality after another. He contributed nothing, yet acted as if he were the delicate one. It was utterly infuriating. Yet, despite her complaints, she still extended her hand to help. Having grown up enamored with martial arts novels and having played numerous leading roles in period dramas, a sense of chivalry had become ingrained in her character. She could not turn a blind eye to someone in distress. However, good deeds often go unrewarded, especially when the recipient is a scoundrel. In her previous life, this man had nearly repaid her kindness with betrayal. Thank you, Zhang Langming said, misinterpreting her assistance as a sign of affection. His self-satisfied smile suggesting he believed he had won her heart during their time together. He fancied himself a melancholic yet gifted artist. Believing that their fateful plane crash had been orchestrated by the heavens to unite them. Rest assured, I will never let you down, he declared. Grasping Lu Feifei's hand in what he thought was a romantic gesture. Are you out of your mind? Lu Feifei felt nauseated and quickly withdrew her hand, wishing for a place to wipe it clean. I've told you I dislike being addressed that way. Please use my surname. With that, she coldly delivered her words and began to walk toward the plane's nose. Behind her, Zhang Langming smirked, his lips curling into a satisfied grin. Ah, another shy woman. Her words betray her true feelings. After resting for a few minutes, he finally managed to rise, resembling a zombie as he trudged toward the cabin where Li Fuzhen, Lu Yinghua, and Lu Feifei were located. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of grilled fish and spotted Lu Feifei devouring it ravenously. How dare you eat alone? Seeing only 3 women in the cabin, Zhang Langming's expression darkened. Nevertheless, he suppressed his irritation and, upon noticing the women turning to look at him, forced a warm smile. Hello, I am Zhang Langming, a painter and architect. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Not at all. We are all stranded on this deserted island, and it is only right that we help one another, replied the cool and composed Li Fuzhen. Though her mind was preoccupied with why Song Xian had orchestrated such a situation, with his formidable power, couldn't he have simply eliminated Zhang Langming? Li Fuzhen's elegance only intensified Zhang Langming's charm, and he stole glances at Lu Yinghua, his imagination running wild. The trio accompanying him on this deserted island, one with a delicate face, another regal and dignified, and the last a youthful starlet, seemed like the perfect fantasy for a protagonist in a light novel. How fortunate he felt when he heard Lu Yinghua's intentionally sweet voice. His excitement surged even higher. Hello, hello. Upon her greeting, Zhang Langming instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Lu Yinghua's ample bosom. The 3 women noticed his lascivious demeanor. However, Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua had their own missions and chose to remain discreet, while Lu Feifei regarded him with increasing disdain, thinking, what a lecherous man. With that feeble physique, he wouldn't stand a chance with any woman. Regretting her decision to save him, she resolved not to share even a morsel of her fish. As she contemplated this, she focused intently on her meal. Little did she realize that just as she was about to flip the fish to continue eating, Zhang Langming's stomach growled audibly. Yet, being the opportunistic man he was, he feigned moral superiority. Feifei, don't rush. Take your time and eat more. As a man, I should take care of the women. Rest assured, I won't take any from you. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, her expression radiating hostility. How can you say that and expect me to eat slowly? Especially when the 2 women who had provided her with food were sitting directly across from her. What a scoundrel. Now, not only did Lu Feifei regret saving him, but she also fantasized about exacting vengeance. Zhang Langming, sensing her icy demeanor, felt a twinge of nervousness. He had assumed Lu Feifei was too dim-witted to see through his charm, but her expression suggested otherwise. Yet, the pangs of hunger compelled him to persist. Just leave me a small piece, will you? To his surprise, Lu Yinghua offered him a fish from behind her, although it appeared somewhat misshapen and undercooked. He accepted it eagerly, grateful for her kindness. Is this, for me? Yes, Lu Yinghua replied with a sweet smile. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Langming nodded vigorously, convinced that this woman harbored feelings for him. His prospects seemed bright, for he was the only man among them, and surely, as time passed, he chuckled inwardly, feeling triumphant. Little did he know, the fish he consumed was a mutated creature, contaminated by radiation, and he remained blissfully unaware of the consequences of his ill-fated meal. Even more oblivious was he to the fact that Song Xian was patiently awaiting the unfolding drama. Chapter 48. Such a fortunate event as Lu Feifei and Zhang Langming indulged in fish. A brief silence enveloped the cabin. Once Lu Feifei finished her meal, she engaged in conversation with Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua, exchanging a few simple words that led to a basic understanding among them. Curiously, Lu Feifei inquired, Sister, how did you obtain this fish without any fire? Li Fuzhen replied earnestly, It was given to us by Song Xian, the leader of the island. He is quite adept at fishing, capable of catching dozens in a single afternoon. Wow, that is truly impressive. Lu Feifei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Her father also enjoyed fishing, particularly in the wild, claiming that fishing in a pond lacked challenge. However, since leaving the pond, he had returned empty-handed, often resorting to purchasing fish at the market to maintain appearances. She vividly recalled the day her father had been cornered by her and her mother at the market, his face a portrait of embarrassment. She even speculated that his divorce from her mother was linked to. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, Li Fuzhen remarked after Lu Feifei's exclamation, continuing with a hint of embellishment. If it weren't for Song Xian's generosity, we might have perished. There was even a perverse individual. Ah, is that true? Lu Feifei, being a girl, felt a blend of anger and fear upon hearing this. Nevertheless, her curiosity led her to ask, what happened to those people afterward? I don't know. Aside from Pinggu Daxiang, they have not reappeared. Perhaps. Li Fuzhen stated honestly. At this moment, Zhang Langming, who had been preoccupied with his meal, seemed to have just caught on to their conversation, exclaiming, what? There are others on this island? Of course, Li Fuzhen nodded again. Without any skills, how could we two women possibly survive? Then he truly is a good person, Lu Feifei praised, admiring his willingness to share food and aid the vulnerable. Indeed, Li Fuzhen agreed. Lu Yinghua appeared to grasp the sentiment and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, leader, good person, gives fish. Haha, sister, you speak so amusingly. Lu Feifei laughed, her smile radiant despite her disheveled appearance, dirted jeans, a stained t-shirt, seaweed in her hair, and a smudged mouth. Yet, she still resembled a distressed Snow White. Lu Yinghua, not fully comprehending, joined in the laughter, as did Li Fuzhen. The three women grew increasingly animated in their conversation, while Zhang Langming fell silent, finding the remaining fish unappetizing. He had initially thought this deserted island marked the beginning of a blissful chapter in his life, but was now troubled by the revelation of other men residing there. Particularly concerning was the apparent strength of these individuals. He feared they might steal the beautiful women away, leaving him to merely watch, or worse, become their subordinate. Damn it. The more he pondered, the more his mood soured, his expression darkening in stark contrast to the joyful laughter of the three women. About half an hour later, the three women concluded their chatter, and exhausted, Lu Feifei sought a luxurious seat to recline in. Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua whispered in Korean, with Li Fuzhen settling near Lu Feifei, while Lu Yinghua positioned herself not far from Zhang Langming. Moments later, clad only in alluring lingerie, Lu Yinghua noticed someone observing her. Intentionally, she tossed aside her blanket, flaunting her enticing curves, her creamy bosom partially exposed, her smooth abdomen on display, followed by her hips adorned in lace underwear, and finally, her lovely legs glistening under the moonlight. The blanket slipped from her flawless feet. Zhang Langming, filled with desire, felt as if he might combust. His mind swirling with lascivious thoughts. Damn, this woman is incredibly alluring. Her figure, her face, her legs. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly recalled the mention of Song Xian. His heart sank, and he struggled to suppress his urges. However, fortune favored him unexpectedly. Lu Yinghua, having kicked off the blanket and feeling cold, woke up and, feeling embarrassed, approached him, saying, can I join you? I'm scared alone. Of course. Zhang Langming, previously worried about being labeled a lecher, eagerly agreed. Hee, is this really happening? Perhaps she finds me handsome and is trying to entice me? He mused as he got up to accompany Lu Yinghua off the plane. Lu Yinghua led him to a nearby beach while he pretended to be a gentleman by turning his back. Not long after, he heard a sound and couldn't resist glancing back, only to find Lu Yinghua gazing at him with interest. Damn, this little minx. Zhang Langming cursed upon seeing her expression, quickly shedding his shirt and rushing towards her. You little tease. Today, I shall. Yet, just as he lunged at Lu Yinghua, tearing at her clothing, she began to struggle and scream, help, assault. Wah. Ah. So you enjoy playing this game, do you? Zhang Langming misinterpreted her struggles as flirtation, grinning as he stuffed her undergarment into her mouth. But Lu Yinghua became even more agitated, and soon, Li Fuzhen's voice echoed from behind. You scoundrel. You beast. Lu Feifei's eyes blazed with fury as she gripped a wooden stick. You vile creature. Let her go. Mind your own business. We are two consenting individuals. Zhang Langming, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued. But before he could finish, Lu Yinghua delivered a powerful kick, sending him into a state of shock. Ah. Zhang Langming's face turned pale as he doubled over, clutching his groin and rolling on the ground in agony. Lu Feifei and Li Fuzhen rushed over, delivering blows to him, but soon retreated, disgusted, as he began to vomit from the pain, filling the air with a foul stench. Chapter 49. Kindred spirits. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Puff, puff, puff. Clap, clap, clap. Honk, honk, honk. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Fueled by their anger and the grievances they had endured in recent days, several women unleashed their wrath upon Zhang Langming's frail body. This unfortunate fellow, already lacking in physical robustness, had recently endured a painful blow to his groin, which might have nearly cost him his life. As a sudden, chilling sea breeze swept through, Lu Feifei, Lu Yinghua, and Li Fuzhen shivered involuntarily. Zhang Langming, who had merely been experiencing a bout of flatulence, suddenly, puff, puff, puff. Yuck, how disgusting. Lu Feifei's delicate features contorted with revulsion as she quickly stepped back in dismay. Li Fuzhen, born into a wealthy family, felt a wave of nausea grip her abdomen. Lu Yinghua, feeling the chill due to her scan attire, clutched her chest and hurried back into the cabin. Seeing Zhang Langming in such a pitiful state, Lu Feifei presumed he was no longer capable of causing trouble and assisted Li Fuzhen back to the cabin for some respite. However, along the way, she couldn't help but turn back and hurl a scathing insult. Scoundrel! Beast! You deserve to fend for yourself on that island. Once inside the cabin, Lu Feifei immediately began to console Lu Yinghua while striving to distance herself from Zhang Langming. Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen bore her no ill will, and the three engaged in lively conversation, their bond seemingly strengthened by the ordeal. But when the foul-smelling Zhang Langming returned, his body battered and his expression twisted with rage. Brandishing a long wooden stick, the atmosphere shifted. You wretches! How dare you strike me? Today, I will ensure your demise, first blood, then violation. You shall not meet a good end. Li Fuzhen, upon hearing his threats, responded with a volley of curses. Lu Yinghua, undaunted, retorted, Beast! Lu Feifei, initially intimidated, felt a glimmer of hope when she spotted a handsome man with a cold smile approaching from behind Zhang Langming. She surmised that he must be the capable leader Lu Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua had spoken of Song Xian. Vile creatures! Do you dare to insult me? Die! As Zhang Langming raised his makeshift weapon, he charged toward the cabin, but to his shock, he found himself rooted in place. For a powerful hand had seized one end of his stick. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was flung several meters away by a swift motion of that robust arm, nearly costing him his life. When he finally recognized the man who had disarmed him, a chill ran through him as he witnessed the confident stride of Song Xian approaching. Big brother, please don't misunderstand. I only intended to frighten them. Silence. Song Xian stood before him, granting him no chance for explanation, yet refraining from violence. Instead, he coldly commanded, stand in the seawater and cleanse yourself. Yes, yes. Zhang Langming, relieved that Song Xian had not immediately struck, hurriedly complied. After washing himself, he attempted to explain again, only to be met with a blow from Song Xian that relegated him to the status of a second slave, tasked with labor in the cabin. Upon Song Xian's return, Lu Feifei, with her cheerful demeanor reminiscent of a young boy, eagerly approached him to greet him, displaying an admirable awareness of the situation. Hello, leader. I am Lu Feifei, the new arrival. I hope to rely on you in the future. Recognizing her spirited nature, which had also captivated him in a previous life, Song Xian did not complicate matters for her. After hearing from Lu Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua about today's incident involving Zhang Langming, Lu Feifei would soon grasp the reality of their circumstances. This seemingly carefree fairy was, in truth, quite decisive and astute. There were matters she simply preferred not to ponder deeply. Yet, should she choose to reflect, she could swiftly arrive at the truth. It would not be long before Lu Feifei made the choice to stand by him, without needing his coaxing or manipulation. 20 minutes later, Zhang Langming and Pingu Daxiang, both reduced to slaves, successfully dismantled 2 seats. The cabin now contained only 4 luxurious chairs, the rest having been transported to the villa on the mountain. I'm leaving with my men. You all may rest. After the 2 slaves completed their task, Song Xian ordered them to carry the seats away and prepared to depart the scene. However, Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua gazed longingly, clearly wishing to leave with him. Having endured their previous experiences, and after the events of the night, they felt a tinge of fear at the prospect of encountering another reckless fool. But Song Xian had no intention of being merciful. As the saying goes, one only learns to cherish what they have after losing it. The more hardships they faced, the more they would recognize the happiness of following him. Thus, Song Xian departed decisively, leaving the 3 women in the cabin, exchanging silent glances. It was only when Lu Feifei broached the subject of Song Xian that their silence was broken. After learning more about this enigmatic and powerful man, Lu Feifei felt not fear, but rather an increasing curiosity. Who exactly was this individual? As she prepared for sleep, Lu Feifei murmured to herself before closing her eyes and pulling up the blanket. At the hillside camp, in the living room on the 1st floor, Song Xian generously arranged for the 2 slaves to sleep on the ground to prevent them from freezing to death. Arigato. Thank you. Pingu Daxiang and Zhang Langming expressed their immense gratitude, nearly bowing in reverence to Song Xian. But as Song Xian entered the room, the sounds of women's voices emanating from Fujihara Shizuka and Lu Qingmei's quarters set Pingu Daxiang's eyes alight with desire, while Zhang Langming, witnessing the robust physique of Pingu Daxiang, harbored similar thoughts. Unfortunately, their communication barrier was too great. Zhang Langming's plans for revenge would have to wait. However, 2 hours later, after Song Xian had visited Yang Mimi and Su Yalan, Pingu Daxiang suddenly patted Zhang Langming on the shoulder. We must take him down. Let us steal his flower girl. Chapter 50. Sea urchin. On the second floor, in the eastern bedroom, late at night, a sudden noise echoed, and Xuan, her face flushed, finally let out a sigh of relief. However, her body felt quite uncomfortable. She had not had the opportunity to bathe in days, and to make matters worse, Songxian had been causing a ruckus downstairs for over an hour. Just moments ago, he was now nestled against young Mimi, embracing her slender waist, their bodies intertwined, with his leg draped over her pristine limb. At this moment, they were both facing her. Songxian, with his handsome features and masculine aura, was undeniably striking, and young Mimi's fair and ample form had a considerable impact on Xuan. Merely observing the two of them ignited a flurry of thoughts within her, a blaze of desire stirring in her heart. She recalled young Mimi's earlier words, suggesting that a wife is inferior to a concubine, and a concubine inferior to a secret affair, urging her to keep Songxian intrigued. Initially, she had wholeheartedly believed this. Yet, as the relationship between young Mimi and Songxian deepened, she sensed something amiss. Witnessing the two of them together, young Mimi's alluring and blissful demeanor, and her radiant complexion only intensified her unease. Songxian had not shown her much interest, which made her feel even more perplexed. It seemed less like she was enticing Songxian and more like he was luring her. In truth, both young Mimi and Songxian viewed Xuan as a mere pawn. Young Mimi's true intention was to first solidify her position with Songxian, and if that did not work, she would then bring Xuan into the mix, using her as leverage. Songxian, meanwhile, darted between the floors, deliberately avoiding Xuan, biding his time until she would willingly offer herself. After all, with the increasing number of individuals in the base, the pressure would only grow, and with it, the resistance would intensify. A solitary ruler, no matter how powerful, is destined to be overthrown eventually. Hence, he required more allies. Voluntary submission was undoubtedly the best outcome. As time passed, with the deepening of emotions and interactions, for the sake of survival, happiness, and status, they would gradually lean towards him. Supporting and upholding him would, in turn, serve their own interests. The next day, in the morning fog. What a splendid day it was! Gazing at the low-visibility fog, Songxian's spirits were lifted. With the sun not blazing, his two slaves could generate more labor value. At this moment, he finally understood the joy of capitalists, squeezing employees to work hard, ensuring that next year's Buick could be swapped for a Bentley. You too, expand this pit by double before you are allowed to eat. Having arranged his two slaves, Songxian turned to the four individuals behind him. Lu Qimei, ensure the safety of the house and supervise these two in their work. Fujihara Saika, accompany me to fish. Yang Mimi and Xuan, you are responsible for cleaning and gathering some firewood. With everything organized, Songxian descended the mountain, intending to try a new fishing spot on the southern shore. The results were splendid. In the morning, until the fog dissipated, he caught over 50 fish of varying sizes, elevating his levels significantly. Host, Songxian. Level, 6-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Apocalypse Forecast. Avoid calamity. You can foresee impending disasters. Physique, 30. Energy, 37. Equipment, Platinum Fishing Rod. Platinum Fishing Rod. Exceptional platinum quality, suitable for fish weighing under 2 tons, with a 1 critical hit chance, saving 20 stamina. Item, Silver Snake Skin Bag. Silver Snake Skin Bag. Internal space of 1. 5 cubic meters, weight capacity of 1. 2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, and has preservation functions. Supplies, various men's clothing, chocolate, cigarettes, a Switch gaming console, a watch, a handgun, several sexy women's outfits, cosmetics, a box of condoms, a box of contraceptive pills, and paper documents. Experience points, 600 kilograms. Nice. I shall return this afternoon. After reviewing his data, Songxian silently made a decision. He instructed Fujihara Saika to take a few small fish back, while Lu Qimei would supervise the two slaves in carrying the fish, allowing him to take a few more casts in the meantime. Not long after Fujihara Saika departed, Songxian unexpectedly caught a rare sea urchin. He never anticipated that he would reel in such a creature, as they typically inhabit coral reefs or rocky crevices, using their sharp spines to capture food and their chewing apparatus to consume it, primarily emerging at night to forage. Catching one was akin to triggering a lucky critical hit. As he slowly reeled it in, he marveled at the dark, spiky mass. The rarity of such a catch was exhilarating, and he had never tasted sea urchin before. It was said to be exceptionally delicious, soft, tender, and bursting with flavor. He recalled watching a food blogger who prepared 5 different dishes with sea urchin. Firstly, there was sea urchin sashimi, the most classic and primal way of consumption, simply drizzled with soy sauce, wasabi, and lemon juice. This was easily replicable. Next, steamed egg with sea urchin roe, presenting a vibrant and rich dish. This too was feasible. Thirdly, sea urchin fried rice, combining sea urchin with eggs and rice. Seasoned to perfection. This must also be arranged. Sea urchin and loofah soup, incorporating sea urchin roe into a loofah soup and adding egg mixture. Finishing with sesame oil for a refreshing taste. Unfortunately, the loofah would not suffice for such a dish. Lastly, sea urchin dumplings. Mixing sea urchin meat with pork to create dumpling filling. While there was no pork, he could certainly attempt it with steak. As he pondered, his mouth watered slightly. However, he soon received a notification that dimmed his excitement. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught one sea urchin. You gained 3 experience points. Regrettably, it was too small. It would have to suffice as sashimi. Gazing at the spiny sea urchin in his hands, Song Xian sighed, as the edible portion, the roe, was known to be the reproductive gland, rich in protein, fats, and various nutrients. Opening its hard shell, one would be lucky to find a pound of edible flesh. Not enough to satisfy, he murmured, staring at the sea urchin. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since he had caught one sea urchin, there must be more in the vicinity. Perhaps he could dive and achieve freedom in sea urchin hunting. Chapter 51. Rebellion. Let us go. Dive in. Recalling the exquisite taste of sea urchins, Song Xian decisively disrobed. He inhaled deeply and plunged into the water. Splash. The heat of the day made the cool water a refreshing respite. However, the shallows yielded little of value. Song Xian surfaced and swam towards the nearby reefs, eager to dive again. To his delight, he truly stumbled upon a new treasure. Dozens of black sea urchins concealed themselves in the shadows of the rocks. Regrettably, he lacked a net. Otherwise, he could have indulged in sea urchin feasting over the next few days. Nevertheless, having come this far, he was determined not to return empty-handed. He dove into the cluster of sea urchins, capturing 4 before resurfacing and swimming ashore. As fate would have it, Lu Qimei and Fujiwara Saika arrived with 2 slaves in tow. Upon spotting the sea urchins in Song Xian's hands, Fujiwara Saika's excitement was palpable as she bounded towards him. Sea urchins. They were her favorite delicacy. Their texture was akin to a richer pudding, bursting with freshness and flavor. Her mother had once mentioned that the roe contained high levels of protein easily absorbed by the body, and its delectable taste stimulated saliva production, enhancing appetite. The bright yellow roe was rich in fatty acids that lowered serum cholesterol and triglycerides, stabilized blood pressure, and protected cardiovascular health. Additionally, it was teeming with hormones and biologically active substances like structural proteins and lecithin, which nourished women and invigorated men. Many fatigue-fighting health products derive their ingredients from this treasure of the sea, leading some to refer to it as an ocean gas station. Master, you're amazing, Saika exclaimed, rushing to meet Song Xian as he returned with his catch. Indeed, he replied with a slight smile, tossing the sea urchins onto the ground and brushing his face and hair to prevent seawater from dripping onto his face. Saika, intrigued, squatted down, poking at the spiny black sea urchins. However, noticing her actions, Song Xian frowned and cautioned her, be careful not to get pricked. While the edible part of the sea urchin is generally safe, the spines can be dangerous. In this environment, a sting could lead to poisoning, and I might not be able to save you. Oh. Saika quickly retreated a step, setting aside her curiosity and behaving obediently. Meanwhile, an unexpected commotion unfolded on Lu Qimei's side. 2 slaves, seizing the opportunity while Lu Qimei blushed and averted her gaze from the emerging Song Xian, caught her off guard. Pingu Daxiang grabbed her attention while Zhang Langming audaciously snatched the gun from her waist. The moment Zhang Langming secured the black pistol, he trembled with excitement, immediately aiming it at Lu Qimei. You vile wench. Hand over the handcuff keys now. Otherwise, we'll kill you first. Baka. Kneel. Don't move, or you'll die? Pingu Daxiang, witnessing Zhang Langming's acquisition of the firearm, was equally exhilarated. Ever since last night, when he laid eyes on the stunning air hostess Su Yalan, the fierce policewoman Lu Qingmei, the double ponytailed Fujiwara Saika, and the alluring star Yang Mimi, he had been unable to suppress fantasies of usurping Song Xian's place. Zhang Langming shared his ambitions, indulging in even grander dreams where not only Su Yalan and Lu Qingmei fell at his feet, but also Lu Feifei, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Yinghua, all vying for his affection. Ultimately, he envisioned a schedule of rotating favor, indulging each beauty in turn throughout the week. Such a life was simply. Yet, as they reveled in their aspirations, Lu Qingmei, having lost her gun, regarded the two with a disdainful smirk. Heh, baka, foolish Yalu. Pingu Daxiang was infuriated, and had it not been for Zhang Longming's presence beside him, he would have rushed to strike Lu Qingmei. He had physically abused ex-girlfriends in the past without remorse. And in this apocalypse, attacking a woman posed no psychological burden. Zhang Langming was equally incensed, glaring at Lu Qingmei's form with a cowardly aggression. What are you laughing at? Do you think your breasts give you license to act as you please? Fueled by rage, Zhang Langming cocked the gun, and in Lu Qimei's presence, pulled back the safety and chambered a round, aiming the pistol at her once more. You filthy wench. One more word, and I'll blow your chest apart. Go ahead. Try. Lu Qimei retorted, her defiance unwavering as she puffed her chest even more, mockingly tilting her head to look down her nose at him. Furious, Zhang Langming was poised to pull the trigger when Song Xian, now clad in shorts, called out from a distance, "Give them the keys." Lu Qimei rolled her eyes but complied, retrieving the handcuff keys from her pocket. Haha, finally, you're wise, Zhang Langming exclaimed, taking the keys from Song Xian with glee and unlocking his and Pingu Daxiang's cuffs. However, the moment the cuffs fell away, Pingu Daxiang seized Zhang Langming's wrist with a powerful grip, swiftly disarming him of the pistol. In an instant, he delivered a fierce kick that sent Zhang Langming sprawling onto the sand. Yoshi, this island, it's mine. Superb. I am the king of this place. Zhang Langming, now painfully sprawled on the ground, felt the sting of betrayal piercing his heart. Yet, as he processed the betrayal, he quickly found solace in the fact that Song Xian was approaching, his voice laced with mischief. Lu Qimei, take him down. In an instant, Lu Qimei's leg shot forward, delivering a vicious kick to Pingu Daxiang's wrist. Zhang Langming's opportunity had arrived again. Chapter 52, The Fruit Basket. Blasted fool. Wretched scoundrel. As the pain surged through his wrist, Pingu Daxiang's fury ignited against Lu Qimei, prompting him to unleash a powerful punch. Yet, Lu Qimei was well-versed in martial arts, and with her body enhanced by the previous day's efforts, her strength was not far behind that of Pingu Daxiang. As his fist descended with tremendous force, she deftly lowered her shoulder and crouched, stepping forward with her left leg, swiftly clasping his arm with both hands. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, she propelled him downward with a forceful thrust. Realizing the peril of his situation, Pingu Daxiang understood that inaction would lead to the destruction of his arm. Reacting swiftly, he leapt, allowing Lu Qimei to execute a throw over her shoulder. However, in that fleeting moment, he unceremoniously grasped her hair. This audacious act incensed Lu Qimei. Damn it! Her brows furrowed in anger as she retaliated with a fierce counterattack. Howl! Pingu Daxiang emitted a pained cry, his complexion paling, eyes rolling back as he coughed violently, feeling as though he had lost half his life. Thud. In less than half a second, he was forcefully slammed to the ground. Following this, Lu Qimei unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, striking his face repeatedly. I'll teach you a lesson for pulling my hair. I'll teach you a lesson for pulling my hair. I'll teach you a lesson for pulling my hair. What cruelty! Song Xian, who happened to be nearby, could not help but marvel at the woman's ferocity. Internally, he mused that in the future, it would be wiser to keep their dealings strictly professional, avoiding any frivolities with her. Yet, in that brief interval, Zhang Langming suddenly perked up again. He has a handgun, and he had also created some distance from the others. Haha. Zhang Langming gleefully clutched the firearm, his body quivering with excitement. Nobody move, or I'll blow you all away. Fool. Yet upon witnessing his demeanor, Lu Qimei could not help but utter a rare curse. You filthy bastard. Dare you insult me? I have a gun. Zhang Langming aimed the pistol at her, his expression menacing, his finger lightly pressing the trigger. A slight twitch on my part, and you'll be sent to hell. Just try me. Lu Qimei regarded him with a look of disdain, as if staring at a simpleton. Try what, you fool? Zhang Langming was infuriated by her response. However, driven by malicious intentions toward her, he envisioned overpowering her later and subjecting her to various tortures. He redirected the gun at Song Xian and mercilessly pulled the trigger. Click, click, click. He pressed 3 times, yet the gun failed to fire. Zhang Langming was left utterly dumbfounded, realization dawning upon him. Why? Fujihara Saika, Lu Qimei, and Song Xian remained so composed. I was just joking. Just joking. Acknowledging that his reliance and actions were a mere farce, Zhang Langming awkwardly swallowed hard and knelt. He discarded the handgun at Lu Qimei's feet and, in a display of submission, clasped his hands with Pingu Daxiang. Bowing his head against the sand, he repeatedly apologized. I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly made an error. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lu Qimei, known for her cold disposition, found little inclination to engage with such a waste of space, merely picking up the handgun and tucking it into her waist. However, at that moment, Song Xian approached, aiming a gun at her lower back, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She suddenly recalled his previous words. He had given her a gun, but withheld the bullets for her safety. If she could ensure a month without mishap, he would eventually provide her with ammunition. But if anything went awry in the interim, her fate would be dire. On the dimly lit path, she muttered, You bastard. The first one I'll take down once I have bullets. The normally composed and taciturn female officer stumbled as she walked, cursing under her breath. Hee. Fujiwara Saika mischievously chuckled ahead, envious of her sister for receiving special treatment from their master. Yet, after receiving a glare from Lu Qimei, Fujiwara Saika quickly silenced herself and hid behind Song Xian. Master, did you see that woman? She is glaring at me. Then go hit her. If she dares retaliate, I'll help you teach her a lesson, Song Xian replied with a wicked grin, prompting Lu Qimei to roll her eyes at him. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Pingu Daxiang continued to laboriously carry fish, his face bruised and eyes filled with fear, his head bowed low. As for Zhang Langming, Song Xian had already tossed him into the sea to feed the fish. A liability with a cunning mind was not worth retaining. As the afternoon sun waned, Song Xian assigned Yang Mimi and Fujiwara Saika to deliver fish to Lu Feifei, Lu Yinghua, and Li Fujian at the plain. Su Yalan and Lu Qimei remained at home, observing the slaves at work. After satisfying his hunger and enjoying a good nap, Song Xian set out to fish on the southern shore. This time, he had reinforced the bamboo raft he had used upon arrival, securing it among the reefs, effectively creating a nearshore fishing platform. Delightful. Perhaps owing to the bait he had used on Zhang Langming, the harvest that afternoon exceeded that of the morning. As dusk approached, Song Xian, aboard his solitary boat amidst the undulating waves, had already amassed a bounty of over 30 fish. The efficiency was simply exhilarating. As the number of fish continued to rise, he sensed that fortune was smiling upon him. Sure enough, after reeling in a few more fish, he felt a weighty tug on the line. Something substantial was on the other end, though it lacked any struggle, indicating he had hooked an object. What could it be this time? With anticipation mounting, he continued to reel in the line. However, when he finally brought the prize to the surface, his expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a mysterious critical hit, obtaining a premium fruit basket. Premium fruit basket. 1 imported Musang King durian for Pattaya honey peaches. 1 Su tea fragrant cantaloupe. 1 bunch of Mexican milk grapes. This is. Upon hearing the notification and seeing the fruit basket, Song Xian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Yet, considering the rarity of such a bounty in the apocalypse, particularly on this isolated island, it was indeed a valuable find for replenishing vitamins. Thus, he drew the fruit basket closer, plucking a grape to taste. Instantly, his expression transformed. This grape. It was simply exquisite. Chapter 53, Tao Tao and Mahjong. As I gently bit into the slightly pale purple grape, its sweet and fragrant juice burst forth in my mouth, causing Song Xian to unconsciously salivate, his expression becoming increasingly animated. Soon after, he devoured 2, 3, and then 4, finishing off more than half of them before pausing to leave a succinct evaluation. Delicious. Then he reached for another peach, followed by a plum, indulging in the delightful fruits he had never encountered before while fishing. As he enjoyed these exotic imported fruits, he mused that the joy of the wealthy was indeed beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Among these fruits, the only one he had a vague recollection of was the imported Musang King durian. However, he had never tasted the imported variety. The regular Musang King was priced at over 200. Yet, due to its overwhelming aroma, he seldom indulged in it, and thus had little knowledge of its pricing. At that moment, Song Xian was unaware that the imported Musang King durian before him was named Blackthorn 2000, a premium fruit priced at 1,300 yuan per kilogram this year. This price meant that the flesh alone, without the husk, could purchase 10 ordinary Musang Kings. The fruits he had consumed, each unique in their own right, included a bunch of grapes that could fetch over 1,000 yuan. The total value of the fruits in that luxurious fruit basket amounted to a staggering 100,000 yuan, had he not found himself in this post-apocalyptic world. The self-proclaimed Earth Dog Song Xian would never have had the opportunity to savor such delicacies. As the clock struck 6 in the evening at Nansha Beach, the wind howled fiercely. With his back to the roaring sea breeze, Song Xian returned to the shore on a bamboo raft, dragging it from the water onto the sand. This precaution was to prevent the raft from rotting in the salt water and to avoid the tumultuous waves scattering it. Once he secured the raft, he tossed some of the spoils into a puddle on the beach. The night air was sufficiently chilly, ensuring that even if the fish perished, there was no need to worry about spoilage. He merely needed to arrange for his slaves to collect them the next morning. With those trivial matters settled, Song Xian carried the fruit basket, along with 2 large fish, back home. Upon his return, Fujiwara Shizuka, Yang Mimi, and Su Yalan greeted him with expressions of delight. Their faces lit up, especially when they beheld the fruit basket in his hands, their small faces beaming with joy. Meanwhile, Lu Qingmei was still recuperating, having spent the entire afternoon lying down without rising. Ah, delicious. I adore peaches. Let's eat peaches, Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she reached for a plump, rosy peach, even jumping up to plant a kiss on Song Xian's cheek. Xuan, too, displayed a hint of happiness. Despite her typically quiet demeanor, she had grown fond of their current lifestyle. Free from the worries of office intrigue and the need to cautiously serve others, though she occasionally felt a touch of boredom. Young Mimi, recognizing the fruits, was filled with astonishment as she accepted the fruit basket, exclaiming, "My goodness, where did you acquire these fruits? You would need to reserve them days in advance in the international market." Fujiwara Shizuka chimed in, imagining, "It must have fallen from an airplane." "Impossible. You can't bring durians on a plane," replied Xuan, the statuesque flight attendant, promptly dismissing the notion. Young Mimi, brimming with excitement, speculated. Could there be other people living nearby? Perhaps wealthy individuals? Wealthy individuals? Song Xian's interest was piqued by Yang Mimi's words. He listened as she explained to him, the self-proclaimed Earth Dog, that the 4 peaches were worth 5,000 yuan, the Muzang King Durian over 20,000, the cantaloupe more than 10,000, and that bunch of grapes over 1,000. All right, since we've gathered these to eat, let's each choose a small one. We can save the rest for the coming days. He instructed, noticing the eagerness in their eyes as they prepared to dive into the feast. After a brief look at Lu Qimei, he brought her a large peach, only to receive a reprimand as she playfully shoved him out of the room. He then readied dinner for the others. Originally, Song Xian had planned to prepare sea urchin for lunch, but due to the rebellion of 2 slaves and the punishment of Lu Qimei, his plans were delayed. Thus, the sea urchin was saved for dinner, making the evening's meal quite lavish. The table was adorned with sweet and sour pork, silken tofu, steamed shrimp, and crab, a large pot of fish soup, and fresh sea urchin. Life was simply delightful, especially the sea urchin, which was incredibly fresh and tender, paired with a hint of sauce. It melted in the mouth, evoking an irresistible urge to indulge. Song Xian silently resolved to dive and gather some more the following day. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered something. He cast a glance at the girls around him and wrinkled his nose, sniffing the air. The women, noticing his expression, couldn't help but blush slightly, turning their faces aside, for they had not bathed in several days. With all the recent commotion, they were in need of a wash. They had considered bathing in the sea, but the salt water only made them feel more uncomfortable after drying. The pure water in their home was a precious resource they dared not waste. Observing their predicament, Song Xian smiled and asked, "Would you like to take a bath?" "Master, I would love to." Fujiwara Shizuka eagerly raised her hand, while Lu Qimei, still fuming, simply thought, "I want to." Yang Mimi and Su Yalan nodded in agreement. "All right. Then I'll take you tomorrow," Song Xian replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as all 3 women nodded in enthusiasm. Yang Mimi instantly caught on to his playful intent, winking at Su Yalan. The statuesque flight attendant blushed, lowering her head, while Fujiwara Shizuka, oblivious to the exchange, continued to devour the sea urchin. As the 2 girls playfully squabbled over the delicacies, Song Xian feigned indifference, continuing to eat. Once they were full, he instructed them to clean up. After feeding one of the slaves a grilled fish, he returned to assess their work. Previously, he had tasked the women with smoothing out the 136 mahjong tiles. He was pleased with their efforts. The edges had been rounded, and the tiles felt quite smooth to the touch. Thus, the inaugural mahjong tournament of the post-apocalyptic island commenced, with participants including Song Xian, Su Yalan, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Yang Mimi. As there was no concept of money on the island, the stakes were based on a punishment system. Given the rivalry between Fujiwara Shizuka and Yang Mimi, one claiming to be the undefeated queen of Beiping, and the other asserting her status as Tokyo's gambling goddess, the rules evolved into this. Losing a round resulted in a slap on the backside. Chapter 54. A Little Show. On a deserted island, in a quaint wooden cabin, the ambience was lively with the sounds of laughter and the clattering of tiles. A small emergency flashlight illuminated a square table, surrounded by 4 stools, as 4 friends gathered to engage in a spirited game of mahjong. Each player held 3 shells representing the number 10 and 10 wooden sticks denoting 1. With the inclusion of their foreign friend, Saika Fujiwara, and the novice player, Yalan Su, they opted for the simplest version of Northern Mahjong, devoid of any wild cards. The presence of 1 and 9 did not affect the game. As long as they formed an Aabab pattern, they could declare a win, making it quite accessible for all. As they played, conversations flowed effortlessly. Song Xian instructed Lu Qimei to cut some fruit, enhancing the cozy atmosphere, which felt far removed from any sense of an impending apocalypse. Song Xian, 5 dots. How are Lu Feifei and Li Fujian doing today? Saika Fujiwara, 3,000. They're all considering coming to join us. By the way, Master, Yang Mimi has been blabbering, revealing many of our secrets. Yang Mimi, who are you calling a blabbermouth? You are the one being foolish. Darling, They want me to talk about these things to showcase our superiority. How else would they want to join us? Yalan Su, 6 dots. Don't touch. Let me see if I've won. Yalan Su, East Wind. Young Mimi. Peng, darling, how do you know so much? Are you preparing for the apocalypse? Song Xian, 4000. I've always been an enthusiast of apocalyptic themes, and I regularly stay fit, indulging in novels of this genre. Saika Fujiwara, eat. Why do you have so much to say? Do you not trust your master? Young Mimi, you little instigator, can I not ask? Yalan Su, I'll Peng. Song Xian, no Peng, you've won. Half an hour later, Yalan, the novice, lost all her chips. Song Xian won over 20, while Yang Mimi secured 9, leaving the remaining chips in Saika's possession. Under the watchful gaze of Yang Mimi and Song Xian, Saika trembled slightly, aware of the scrutiny. Yalan, as a penalty, emitted sounds that stirred the imagination. However, as a considerate man, Song Xian only applied a firmer touch at the beginning and end, while the rest of the time was more gentle. Another half hour passed as they continued playing and chatting, with Yalan becoming more familiar with the rules. She began to turn her luck around, her expression becoming notably serious, as if she had unlocked a new realm of understanding. The Northern and Tokyo Mahjong champions fell one after another, bested by Song Xian's skill. As the emergency flashlight dimmed, signaling the end of the day's game, Saika and Yang Mimi had collectively endured over 100 playful slaps, while Yalan, in her beginner's protection period, received only 50. Seeing the light fade rapidly, Song Xian concluded the gaming session. All right, everyone, time for bed. It looks like rain tomorrow. We can play again later. The group complied. But Saika and Yang Mimi immediately began vying for Song Xian's attention. One attempted to pull him back into the cabin, while the other sought to drag him upstairs. As the ruler of the island and the head of the household, Song Xian remained unfazed, pulling both Saika and Yang Mimi into the cabin. Lu Qingmei, hearing the commotion, hurried upstairs, fearing she might be summoned for some mischief. Yalan, with a flushed face, listened for a moment before tidying up the mahjong tiles and ascending the stairs. A night passed in silence. Upon waking, Song Xian, nestled between Saika and Yang Mimi, elicited displeased murmurs from both, who were still in slumber. Yet, Song Xian paid no heed to their discontent. With a playful slap on the soft curves of the two beauties, he roused them for a bath. The prospect of washing brought joy to all, especially Saika and Yang Mimi, who felt no guilt whatsoever. Lu Qingmei, however, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Song Xian might develop an addiction to this routine. The strikingly beautiful flight attendant, Yalan Su, held her lips tightly together, lost in contemplation. Casting occasional glances at Song Xian, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Minutes later, Song Xian led the 4 enchanting ladies to the bathing spot. A small pond nestled between 2 hills, previously used for fetching water. Due to the absence of rain over several days, the pond had dried up significantly. Yet its remaining depth was just right for a refreshing wash. Upon reaching the water's edge, Song Xian stepped in, followed closely by the twin-tailed Saika. Young Mimi, with her alluring figure, deliberately took her time shedding her garments, playfully swaying her hips and legs into the water. In contrast, Lu Qingmei swiftly removed her attire, diving into the water with a sense of urgency, only to realize that Song Xian's gaze was fixed on Yalan, who remained on the shore. This realization brought a wave of embarrassment and disappointment, especially after witnessing Song Xian's intense gaze directed at Yalan following her performance. Her emotions in turmoil, Lu Qingmei found herself questioning whether it was affection for Song Xian or a newfound shamelessness that stirred within her. Song Xian, I have prepared a little show for you. Courtesy of Yalan, Yang Mimi chimed, ignoring Lu Qingmei's entry into the water. Very well, Song Xian replied, his tone nonchalant, aware of Yang Mimi's playful intentions. With a triumphant smile, Yang Mimi beckoned Yalan with a clap. With 3 sharp claps, Yalan unveiled herself from the blanket, showcasing her vibrant red and blue uniform. A fitted blazer over a crisp white shirt, a form-fitting skirt accentuating her legs, complemented by sheer stockings and elegant black heels. After her display, she exuded confidence, strutting toward a nearby tree with a regal demeanor. Chapter 55, Dance. As Su Yalan, a graceful flight attendant with an enchanting figure, approached the young tree, she delicately hooked her slender hand around the trunk. Her body flowed against it like a wave, and with a playful turn of her charming face, she blew a kiss towards Song Xian, her lips parting invitingly. Her movements became alluringly serpentine, radiating an irresistible charm. Her captivating gaze seemed to send electric sparks towards Song Xian, leaving him momentarily entranced as she commenced her soft and fluid dance. Her motions were both light and agile. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and her body moved with the grace of a delicate serpent, exuding confidence and a lethal allure. Not only did she capture Song Xian's attention, but she also drew the eyes of Fujihara Shizuka, young Mimi, and Lu Qimei, who followed her every move intently. Although there was no music accompanying her performance, her every gesture and smile created a melody all their own. She twirled around the small tree, releasing her passion and vitality with abandon. As time progressed, her dance grew increasingly intense. One delicate hand rested on her abdomen while the other glided upward from her chest to her collarbone, then to her neck. Simultaneously, her other hand descended from her abdomen to her hips, then to her thighs, reminiscent of the actresses seen in films. However, compared to them, Xuan displayed a level of professionalism and allure that was unparalleled. Repeating this captivating sequence, her legs, encased in flesh-toned stockings, entwined around the tree, while one hand gently unfastened a button of her shirt. Though merely one button was undone, it revealed little, yet Xuan seemed to embody infinite possibilities. With a flourish, Song Xian recognized her performance had concluded, realizing it was now his turn. Thus, he became her partner for a duet beside the pond. Initially, their movements were simple, but soon Xuan introduced more complex maneuvers. With one hand, Song Xian gripped her waist while she raised her blue pencil skirt, executing an astonishing split with her leg, her ankle resting on his shoulder. Impressive, indeed, she was the belle of the dance academy. Observing her elegance and flexibility, Song Xian couldn't help but praise her inwardly. Feeling a twinge of inferiority at his more straightforward repertoire, it became evident that he would need to practice more dance moves, lest he disappoint both the audience and his partner. Half an hour later, due to their initial collaboration and Xuan's prior performance, her energy began to wane, leaving her flushed and breathless. Almost losing her balance, she teetered dangerously close to falling. "Ah," she cried. "Don't worry, I'll take you to rest." Fortunately, Song Xian was quick to catch her, preventing any injury. However, at that moment, the sky, already overcast, erupted in a fierce storm. Lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant white. "Ah!" Xuan exclaimed, her fear evident as she trembled uncontrollably. Aware that rain was imminent, Song Xian held her close, offering silent comfort. As the rain began to pour, he urged Xuan to freshen up before returning to the cabin with the others. Just as they arrived, the downpour commenced, followed shortly by hail the size of lychees. The sound of hail striking the wooden roof and walls rang ominously, sending shivers down their spines. "Thank goodness you reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble," young Mimi remarked, watching the hail fall like beads of jade. Fujiwara Shizuka expressed her concern. "Master, with hail this large, will our home be safe?" "Rest assured," Song Xian replied, sensing their anxiety. "Our roof is sloped, and I reinforced it with added shock absorption. As long as the hail isn't the size of a fist, we should be fine." He then set up a mahjong table, though this time, the players had changed. Xuan retired to rest while Lu Qimei took her place at the table. The group played until evening. After dinner, young Mimi, Fujiwara Shizuka, and Lu Qimei retired for the night. Meanwhile, Song Xian instructed his servants to continue their tasks before descending the mountain with food. He felt uneasy about letting the young women venture out on the muddy post-rain roads. On the northern shore of Plain Island, prior to Song Xian's arrival, Lu Feifei, Li Fujin, and Lu Yinghua huddled together, shivering from the cold and hunger. Their conversation was sporadic, with Li Fujin occasionally acting as a translator. "This weather is terrifying. Is this the third hailstorm already?" one of them remarked. "Indeed, the waves are massive. I fear the plane might be swept away," another replied. "Surely, this world isn't heading towards an apocalypse, is it?" "Don't speak nonsense. Perhaps the weather is just unusual here? But why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? How many days has it been?" "Yes, we should have just exited the East China Sea, right near the island." "Sigh. Let us not dwell on that. I'm starving." "What if Song Xian doesn't come today?" "I'm starving too. Do you think young Mimi's claims are true?" "That Song Xian build a house and..." Just as their murmurs faded, Song Xian appeared at the cabin door. The three women brightened at the sight of him, their faces lighting up with joy. "Let's eat," Song Xian announced, pleased with their eager expressions as he approached them with bags of food. They expressed their gratitude and dove into the meal eagerly. However, as they ate, the three women exchanged glances, their lips parched and dry. Lu Feifei hesitantly spoke up. "Song Xian, could you get us some water? We are terribly thirsty." Yet, Song Xian's response was rather frosty. "Providing you with food is a generous gift. Do you treat me as a servant or a nanny?" Chapter 56, System, Weekly. No, that is not what I meant." Startled by Song Xian's tone and expression, Lu Feifei hurriedly explained. We are simply too thirsty, and we sought your assistance, without any intention of coercion or command." "Surely, you wouldn't dare." Song Xian was merely attempting to instill a sense of humility in them. After delivering this admonition, he glanced towards the collection of firewood, shells, small shrimp, and even 2 crabs that the trio had gathered during the day. The reason they remained hungry was likely due to the absence of a fire. Thus, An idea struck Xian. Those shells and crabs belong to me. I shall help you kindle a fire. The three women nodded eagerly, recalling previous experiences that indicated the night would be quite cold. Given their inherently lean constitution, they had been huddling together for warmth at night. The prospect of a warm fire was undoubtedly a welcome boon for them. After sharing a rather unpalatable meal of grilled fish, the trio gathered around the fire, basking in its warmth, yet unable to suppress the smoke that irritated their throats. Lu Yinghua, unable to contain herself, nudged closer to Xian, her silicone-enhanced figure brushing against him. However, Xian paid her no heed and instead addressed them. Whether you believe it or not, the world has changed dramatically. The number of future refugees will only increase, and rescue teams will not be forthcoming. Therefore, I am establishing a simple hierarchy and set of rules that you must adhere to. He continued. At the apex is I, Xian, the leader, followed by 5 tiers ranked from high to low. The first tier consists of hunters, followed by second-tier managers and skilled individuals, third-tier ordinary people, fourth-tier outsiders, and fifth-tier criminals and slaves. Your current status is that of third-tier individuals. I will provide for you within reasonable limits, contingent upon your obedience. However, resources are finite, as is my compassion. Should food become scarce, resources will be allocated upwards, leaving you to starve or perish. He emphasized, starting tomorrow, you must continue gathering supplies, be it firewood or food. What you collect belongs to you, and you may trade freely. Any act of theft violates my rules. After elaborating on various points, Xian cast a glance outside the cabin. Following this prolonged solar storm, compounded by various natural disasters, global industry had nearly come to a standstill, especially as we were at sea. Thus, the purity of rainwater is significantly improved compared to before. If you are thirsty, you may collect rainwater for drinking. Additionally, hail contains excessive dust and impurities. It is best to avoid it. After delivering these instructions, Xian picked up his fishing rod and departed. The three women left in the cabin exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of information. They required time to digest it all before fully accepting their new reality. After all, none of them were ordinary individuals. Lu Feifei was a goddess in many eyes. Li Fujian hailed from a wealthy family, and Lu Yinghua was an active figure in Japan and South Korea. The world had changed drastically, and all they had once prided themselves on had turned to mere illusions. Now, returning to a primitive existence, they possessed no advantages aside from their physical forms and appearances. How they would live, what their lives would become, and how long they would endure, all remained uncertain. As the women remained lost in thought, Xian had already immersed his legs in the waves, casting his line into the vast ocean. The temperature was still bearable, allowing him to fish for at least another hour. However, the resources on the northern shore were indeed scarce. With no bamboo rafts available, he could only fish near the sandy beach. After roughly 50 minutes, he had managed to catch 5 or 6 fish, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, having come this far, he continued casting his line, knowing that a greater catch could trigger a lucky strike. Perhaps, the heavens, in their compassion, would gift him a luxurious yacht, perpetually stocked with fuel. Xian entertained this whimsical thought as time passed. A small blue fish was caught, which he promptly returned to the water, then cast his line with renewed vigor. With a swift motion, the rod sliced through the air, and the multifunctional hook sailed far into the distance. Soon, it landed over 40 meters away. In truth, he could cast further, but the fishing line was only 50 meters long, and he couldn't exhaust it entirely. This limitation made it challenging to reel in the fish. Should one bite, he would have to rely on brute force, significantly increasing the likelihood of losing it. Minutes later, the temperature dropped sharply as a brisk sea breeze swept in, causing Xian to shiver. After another minute without any catches, he resolved to leave. Just as he decided to depart, fortune smiled upon him. Despite the few fish caught, he had indeed triggered a lucky strike. The sensation was remarkably weighty. "Thank you, heavenly deities," he murmured, feeling the gratifying tug on the line as he reeled it in. Soon, he beheld the spoils of his labor. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the complete collection of Dragon, Tiger, Leopard Weekly from 2023. This revelation left Xian with a solemn expression as he furrowed his brow, gazing at the 48 magazines sealed in plastic. Quietly, he gathered his belongings and made his way back. Along the way, illuminated by the moonlight, he critically opened the first issue. The magazine was thin, less than 1 centimeter thick, yet it contained a plethora of content: comics, short stories, gossip, serialized novels, and even pure imagery, all of which could be deemed utterly vulgar. Ugh! Despicable! After hastily perusing the magazine, Xian quickened his pace and continued on his way. Upon returning home, he retreated to his room, resolutely critiquing the poor quality literature. When Fujihara Saika and young Mimi invited him to play mahjong, he declined. Rarely did he spend an entire night alone, and the next day, he indulged in a well-deserved sleep-in. It was only in the afternoon that young Mimi, dressed in a flight attendant uniform, woke him with news that 3 individuals had landed on the northern shore. Among them was an Eastern man, accompanied by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man and woman. Chapter 57. Why are you wearing Su Yalan's clothes? Upon hearing that there were 3 individuals, Song Xian instantly recalled their information. 2 blonde, blue-eyed foreigners. A couple named Julia and Smith, with the man being a mechanical engineer and the woman a waitress. As for the Oriental man, he was the fraudster that Song Xian remembered. This scoundrel, an Australian of Chinese descent named Li Bo, was known on the island as Li Bo. In his previous life, he had conspired with a friend to nearly overthrow Song Xian's rule. Fortunately, having treated his few cherished confidants well, after some tribulations, Song Xian successfully turned the tables on them, thereby solidifying his position. Among them, Lu Feifei was the most formidable. She had been exposed to period dramas from a young age and had trained in martial arts, possessing greater strength than the average woman. After the enhancement from the Red Sun, her combat abilities became quite formidable. Thus, during the apocalypse, young Mimi helped her manage the backyard. Lu Feifei served as his deputy, accompanying him on resource scavenging missions. After this brief reflection, as Song Xian rose from bed, he complimented, "The information collection is commendable. I shall meet those newcomers." However, young Mimi playfully pushed him back down, seductively fluttering her large, fair eyes at him. "Darling, haven't you noticed something different about me today?" Song Xian instantly understood her playful intent, placing his hands on young Mimi's waist. "Why are you wearing Su Yalan's clothes?" "Since we are pursuing excitement, we must fully embrace it," young Mimi replied, clearly pleased with Song Xian's reaction, and then she climbed onto his chest. Feeling her weight and the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, Song Xian could only look at her with a heavy heart and remark, "You are quite provocative." At 3 p.m., Song Xian, carrying a fishing rod, descended the mountain with Lu Qimei and the slave Pinggu Daxiang. At that moment, Li Bo, the international fraudster, had already adopted the alias Li Bo and was familiarizing himself with the blonde couple, as well as Li Fujian and Lu Feifei. He had gathered considerable intelligence regarding Song Xian's regulations and classifications, the drastic changes occurring in the outside world, and Song Xian's combat prowess. Thus, he began to feel a twinge of anxiety. If that were indeed the case, with his modest stature, he would likely become the lowest among them. Fortunately, the police officer had been killed by the foreigner. Currently, there should be no police presence on the island. Therefore, for the time being, his identity would remain concealed, allowing him to survive as a third-class ordinary person. Additionally, armed with his intelligence and eloquence, if he could align himself with Song Xian, he might just ascend to a position of authority. He even fantasized about swaying those islanders and the foreigner who had suffered due to Song Xian's past misdeeds, acquiring a handgun and advancing further to become the ruler of the island. As Li Bo pondered these possibilities, excitement coursed through him, and he began secretly plotting his scheme. However, he was unaware that Song Xian was not the same individual from his past life. The 2 foreigners and Zhang Langming had already been disposed of by Song Shui, thrown into the sea to feed the fish, and would no longer appear on the island. The policewoman Lu Qingmei had also survived thanks to Song Xian. Soon, he would experience the same fate as Pinggu Daxiang, enduring the joys of labor reform on the deserted island. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at the northern shore once again. However, Song Xian did not allow the 2 to accompany him into the cabin. Instead, he instructed them to wait in the shadows. The 6 individuals inside the cabin greeted Song Xian with utmost respect, while Li Bo appeared particularly enthusiastic. There is a psychological concept known as the anchoring effect, which suggests that during initial interactions, individuals tend to anchor their impressions of one another. If the first impression is favorable, subsequent interactions will be considerably more productive. Conversely, if the initial impression is poor, future exchanges tend to be less fruitful. As an international fraudster, Li Bo was well aware of this principle. After the foreign couple introduced themselves, he continued to elaborate on his fabricated identity and profession. "Mr. Song Xian, I am a manager in a foreign enterprise. In addition to Chinese, I am fluent in English, Japanese, and Korean, possessing exceptional execution and management skills." He laid out all the abilities he could offer to Song Xian. "Very well," Song Xian acknowledged with a nod, refraining from exposing his lies directly. He then turned to the mechanical engineer Smith and inquired in reasonably good English, "You are a mechanical engineer. Can you handle electrical circuit repairs and modifications?" Okay. I can manage most electrical repairs and simple mechanical modifications." Smith, in his middle age, promptly responded, "Excellent. You will be assessed for a period. Should you prove to be competent without engaging in criminal activities, I will ensure your provisions are sufficient," Song Xian stated. Fully aware of the foreigner's capabilities and his less-than-honest nature, intending to gradually assess him. Thank you, Chief. I will not disappoint your expectations. The middle-aged foreigner, Smith, humbly nodded. However, his wife, Julia, only 30 years old, was discontent with her husband's submissiveness and Song Xian's assertiveness, as she was a staunch feminist. Enough, Smith. Your obsequious behavior is truly disgusting. And you, arrogant Oriental, who are you to categorize people into ranks? Without a vote or election, what gives you the right to be the leader of this island? And you? Before she could finish, Song Xian stepped forward and swung his arm. Smack! A resounding slap struck Julia's face, causing immediate pain and disorientation, as if her neck might snap. Mr. Song, please calm down. Do not hold this against her. She is young and spoiled by me. She does not understand. Smith hastily intervened, noticing the swelling on Julia's cheek and the blood trickling from her mouth. But Julia's temper flared even more, and once she regained her composure, she shouted, "Damn it! How dare you hit a woman? I will see you bankrupt. I will post about you on Twitter and make you the enemy of all women. Smith, are you not a man? You should hit him. You." "Shut up." Smith, seeing her relentless defiance, also struck her hard. "This is a deserted island, not your home. If you want to live, you better behave." Chapter 58. Teasing. "You. How dare you strike me?" Julia was momentarily taken aback by her meek husband's audacity, only to be engulfed by a surge of fury. "I demand a divorce. I will expose you. I will have you imprisoned." However, as Song Xian took a step forward, she recoiled, abruptly sealing her lips. Observing this, Smith positioned himself in front of her and smiled at Song Xian. "Sir, rest assured, I will take good care of her. She is merely experiencing her menstrual cycle, compounded by the emotional turmoil of being stranded on a deserted island. There is no need for you to explain. I have no desire to hear it. Nor am I obligated to." Song Xian's demeanor was cold and indifferent, and he fixed his gaze on Smith, stating, "Considering your recent arrival, I shall grant her a reprieve. Should she transgress again, she shall be classified as a fifth-class person, a slave. Thank you for your magnanimity, sir, I assure you." Smith finally exhaled in relief, forcing the smile to flatter. Julia, too, momentarily recognized her reality. On this island, no one would champion her rights. And there were no legal safeguards or media oversight. Here, might is right, and Song Xian's rules were the only ones that mattered. Thus, she had no choice but to endure, waiting for the rescue team to arrive, hoping for her return to the United States or a chance to confront the media as her opportunity to retaliate against this scoundrel. "Scoundrel, just wait. I will ensure you become a pariah, your reputation shattered, living a life worse than death." Meanwhile, Song Xian redirected his attention back to Li Bo. "Since you claim to be an executive at a foreign company, which university did you graduate from?" "The Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, with a master's degree." Li Bo hastily responded with deference to Song Xian's inquiry. However, Song Xian offered no kindness to this international fraudster, continuing his interrogation as if performing a census. "Name 10 of your classmates from business school, as well as the names of your professors. Mike, Luke, and Andrew. Arthur. What are their ethnicities? And what do they enjoy eating? Caucasian, Black, Asian, donuts, fried chicken, beer. How many girlfriends did you have during college?" I was rather focused on my studies and did not have a girlfriend. Let me ask you a fundamental question. What is the Andean business theorem?" I graduated quite some time ago, so I don't remember it clearly. Is it that you genuinely do not recall? Or have you never attended the Wharton School?" As Song Xian observed his inability to respond, he maintained a cold, piercing gaze. "I truly cannot remember, sir. Li Bo wore an awkward smile. Yet his eyes retained a semblance of sincerity, portraying an unwillingness to divulge the truth. "Alas, to be candid, I did not study diligently during my undergraduate and graduate years. My grades were fabricated by hired help, and I have spent these years gaming at home while my parents." "I see. Then let me pose a few more questions. How many family members do you have, and what are your parents' names?" "There are 3 in my family. My father is named Li Yunfei, and my mother is named Zhang Xiuhua." "Name 10 of your colleagues in the office, as well as your chairman's name." "Zhang San Li Si. Alas, I can't keep this up." Noticing Song Xian's relentless inquiries, Li Bo realized where he had faltered. With a sigh, he quickly shifted his narrative, crafting a plausible persona for himself. "In truth, I am merely a recluse. I was afraid you would look down on me and deny me sustenance, which is why." However, before he could finish his explanation, Song Xian struck him with a resounding slap, the force far exceeding that which he had delivered to Julia. Crack! The sharp sound echoed, and Li Bo's cheek burned with pain, feeling as though half his face had vanished, 3 of his teeth lost, and his neck felt as though it could snap. The impact sent him crashing into a chair, his head colliding with the airplane's wall, nearly rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, everyone fell silent with shock, their breaths becoming cautious, fearful that a misstep might invoke Song Xian's wrath, landing them the next slap. Yet, at that moment, a smile crept onto Song Xian's face, his gaze mocking as he looked at the fallen Li Bo. Do you understand why I struck you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have deceived you. I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistake, and I shall never dare again. Li Bo feigned a look of grievance and innocence, his lips continuously uttering apologies. Heh! Seeing him still attempting to play a role, Song Xian coldly chuckled and clapped his hands. Lu Qimei, come in. You. Upon hearing that name, Li Bo was instantly rendered speechless. He recognized the name of that female officer, which meant that from the very beginning, this man before him was aware of his true identity. That scoundrel, he has been toying with me all along. Damn it, having deceived people for half his life. Li Bo found himself outmaneuvered in the one area where he prided himself, his rage surging like a tempest. Yet, he dared not exhibit the slightest sign of rebellion. Especially under Song Xian's mocking gaze, which sent a jolt of fear through him. He suddenly recalled Song Xian's hierarchical system. Once his identity was exposed, he would be categorized as a fifth-class person, reduced to a slave on this island. Furthermore, should his fraudulent identity be revealed, no one would ever believe him again. The prospects of redemption would be increasingly bleak, especially with Song Xian possessing a firearm and an impressive combat prowess, along with the uncertainty of how many others were in the other camp. In this situation, he had no chance to refute or weave a lie to malign Song Xian. The potential consequence was his immediate demise, discarded into the sea to feed the fish. Thus, his only path forward was singular. As Lu Qimei approached Song Xian, before she could utter a word, Li Bo fell to his knees, weeping. I'm sorry, I previously deceived everyone. In truth, sob, my identity is that of a criminal involved in electrical fraud. But I was coerced. I was truly coerced. I've lost both parents. My grandmother shows no affection, and my uncle offers no love. I dropped out of middle school to work, and due to my lack of knowledge and education, I was lured by unscrupulous agents to Myanmar. Chapter 59, Heart-to-Heart Conversation. At this point, Li Bo could only conceive one strategy, to feign pity in hopes of eliciting sympathy. However, before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him once more. Crack. What began as swelling on his left cheek now mirrored on the right, and with a sudden blackout, he collapsed into unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, the disdainful and loathsome glares of those around him were unmistakable. Lu Qimei had perused his case file and divulged all his transgressions. For instance, he had deceived young girls for their money and exploited them to swindle hotel proprietors. He had even established a gang in Myanmar, orchestrating electronic scams. Furthermore, he was involved in the nefarious trade of human organs, with the disobedient victims often losing their organs. His malevolence was truly appalling. Glimpsing the contempt in their eyes, he realized his fate was sealed. He might very well perish on this island. Yet, to his surprise, Song Xian merely approached him and patted his face. From now on, aside from eating and answering questions, keep your mouth shut. Should I hear your voice, I will slit your throat and limbs and toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Yes, he quickly nodded, eager to appease Song Xian, wishing he could bow even lower. Little did he know, this was merely the onset of his torment, with the conclusion being succinct: death. Song Xian first instructed him to continue dismantling the chairs, then arranged for Lu Qimei to escort Lu Yinghua, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei while transporting two slaves laden with supplies back to his rustic cabin. Exhausted from his indulgences, Li Bo retched thrice, his limbs trembling and drenched in sweat. Yet, rather than receiving any sympathy, he was met with additional blows, causing him to wail and roll on the ground in agony. As for the mechanical engineer Smith, Song Xian directed him to dismantle the devices capable of generating electricity, as well as the aircraft batteries. Although modern communication equipment had been destroyed and electronic devices were unusable during the day, they could be operated at night if set to flight mode or in relatively enclosed spaces. After making the necessary arrangements, Song Xian shouldered his fishing rod and strolled towards the beach, waiting for the sun to reach its zenith before returning to the villa with his fishing rod and spoils for lunch. The grilled fish brought by the Smith couple earlier that morning would be left for them, as this mechanical engineer proved to be remarkably useful. Whether it was circuit modifications or future repairs on larger vessels, he was a true asset. In the small mountain cabin, Lu Yinghua exclaimed with delight, "This place is simply paradise." Upon entering the cabin, her eyes sparkled with excitement, lamenting that she had not sought refuge with Song Xian sooner. Li Fuzhen, who had previously inhabited countless luxurious hotels, was equally astonished by the environment. Compared to the cold, damp, and sweltering conditions of the aircraft, this haven nestled against the mountains, shielding them from the sea breeze, featured a large pool nearby, ample forest cover, and lavish seating brought from the kitchen, rendering it a veritable earthly paradise. Lu Feifei, too, was taken aback, never expecting to find such a dwelling on this desolate island. While she was still absorbing her surroundings, Yang Mili, clad in a flight attendant uniform, emerged from Song Xian's room. Feifei, welcome to our new home. Lu Feifei smiled and nodded at her former friend. Their relationship had once been quite amicable. But as time passed and their respective fame grew, they had been increasingly compared, leading to mutual estrangement. Nonetheless, their bond remained stronger than that of ordinary acquaintances, especially under the current circumstances. After engaging in a brief, familiar conversation, Yang Mili hurriedly led her upstairs to choose a room. The rustic cabin's layout featured similar upper and lower levels, each comprising 3 rooms and a hall. Song Xian occupied one room, while Lu Qimei and Fujiwara Saika shared another, leaving one as a storage area and the hall transformed into a multifunctional space. Upstairs, Yang Mili and Su Yalan originally shared a room, so Lu Feifei's choice was limited to one of the 2 options. However, for Lu Feifei, this was already a splendid choice, as both Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen were South Korean women, likely to share a room together, allowing her to enjoy a room to herself. Here it is, Lu Feifei joyfully declared as she selected the room adjacent to Yang Mili's and promptly flopped onto her luxurious seat. Yet, the moment she lay down, Yang Mili's smile faded, and with a serious expression, she approached Lu Feifei. Feifei, do you really believe this room will always be yours? Lu Feifei turned her head to the sound, and upon seeing Yang Mili's expression, she suddenly grasped the reality. The rooms in this cabin were limited, and the island's resources were scarce. What right did she, a woman devoid of particular skills, have to claim such privileges? Moreover, there was a couple at the aircraft, and that engineer Smith was capable of circuit modifications and repairs. Given Song Xian's regard for him, it was certain they would share a room. Consequently, she would have no choice but to vie for a room with others or end up sleeping in the living room. Do you realize the gravity of the situation? Yang Mili, aware of Lu Feifei's intelligence, noticed the seriousness on her face dissipate. Lu Feifei nodded, her expression revealing a hint of parental concern. As someone in the entertainment industry, she understood that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Her ascent in the industry was undoubtedly due to her efforts and talent. However, without her mother as support behind the scenes, her father's family backing, or the financial aid of a benefactor, she would not have achieved her current status. Yang Mili, thriving on the island, was not oblivious to the circumstances leading to her comfort. Nevertheless, a sliver of hope lingered within her as she anticipated the arrival of a rescue team. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, Mili, do you genuinely believe that the so-called apocalypse has arrived? Or is it merely a fabrication of Song Xian's imagination? At first, I too was skeptical, thinking this was just his ploy for dominance on the island. Yang Mili, recognizing Lu Feifei's lingering optimism, spoke earnestly. However, after getting to know him on a deeper level, I realized he is not a villain. On the contrary, he is a highly capable and charismatic man, one who upholds his principles and boundaries. Chapter 60, Appointment. What is it? Yang Mimi suddenly paused mid-sentence, prompting Lu Feifei's insatiable curiosity. Leader. Yang Mimi had not initially found the right word, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she arrived at this term. Leader? Lu Feifei echoed the phrase, intrigued. Indeed. Yang Mimi nodded at Lu Feifei, then proceeded to elaborate on Song Xian's particulars, from his robust physique and formidable skills to his ability to procure ample food, as well as his methods of dealing with people and the various rules he had established. Your explanation does make sense, Lu Feifei conceded, her thoughts beginning to shift slightly. However, it was only a minor change. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not. Yang Mimi, aware of her character, chose to leave it at that and refrain from further elaboration. Hearing the sounds of Li Fuzhen and Lu Yinghua ascending the stairs, Yang Mimi patted her thigh. You should rest well and give it some thought. I currently have a decent relationship with Song Xian, and I will do my best to look after you. Mimi. Thank you. Lu Feifei sincerely expressed her gratitude to Yang Mimi. The two exchanged a few more words before parting ways, awaiting Song Xian's return for lunch. When they would reconvene at the dining table, the others, Su Yalan, Fujiwara Saika, Lu Qingmei, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Yinghua, were also present. Once everyone had gathered, Song Xian addressed the group before the meal commenced. The room is nearly filled, and more residents will arrive in the future. I have stated before that I will not support idleness here. Those who cannot contribute value will see a decline in their provisions. Now, I will outline the revised work assignments and reiterate the classification of the 5 tiers. First, I am the leader, not included in the hierarchy. Everyone must adhere to my commands and regulations. Second, the first tier consists of robust hunters, individuals who ensure the survival of the team. The second tier encompasses managers and technical personnel. Lu Qimei will continue to oversee the slaves, while Fujiwara Saika will manage the warehouse. You are both considered managers. First and second tier individuals possess supervisory authority over those in the third tier and below and should report any issues promptly. Additionally, Fujiwara Saika will move to my room, while Uchime and Lu Feifei will share a room. Yes, master, Fujiwara Saika beamed with delight, exchanging mischievous glances with young Mimi. Humph. Young Mimi scoffed, crossing her arms, accentuating her ample bosom. Yes, Lu Feifei responded, somewhat surprised but quickly acquiescing. She had anticipated that Song Xian would free up a room for the Smith couple, fearing she might be relegated to sleeping in the hall. She was pleasantly surprised by his arrangement, seeing Lu Feifei's agreeable demeanor. Song Xian nodded slowly and turned to Su Yalan and young Mimi. Starting today, Su Yalan will be responsible for managing household cleanliness and meals. You may choose one of the 3 ordinary individuals to assist you. The other ordinary women will fall under young Mimi's management, guiding them in simple tasks such as gathering and sewing. Understood, Su Yalan and young Mimi replied, their expressions radiating joy. Clearly, both had ascended to the second tier, which came with less work and subordinates to oversee, promising a more comfortable existence in the future. Young Mimi was acutely aware of the implications. As the number of women increased, so too would her authority. Indeed, my decision was undoubtedly correct, she thought to herself, relishing the prospect of manipulating Fujiwara Saika. Meanwhile, Song Xian's gaze swept over Lu Feifei, Lu Yinghua, and Li Fuzhen. You 3 belong to the third tier, ordinary individuals with the rights of normal citizens. As long as you do not violate my rules and conditions permit, I will strive to ensure your survival and dignity are upheld. However, should anyone betray me or breach my regulations, you will be demoted to the 4th tier, becoming subjects of surveillance, facing hunger and punishment. You may even become 5th tier, slaves of this island, enduring nothing but humiliation and endless toil. Alternatively, you may meet a fate worse than that, your throat slit or limbs severed, cast into the sea to feed the fish. Do you understand? Yes, they replied, nodding earnestly. Excellent, let us eat. With that, Song Xian ceased further discourse and began his meal. The newcomers, Li Fuzhen, Lu Feifei, and Lu Yinghua, were already salivating at the sight of the 4 dishes and soup, along with grilled and steamed fish before them. These past few days, they had either gone hungry or subsisted on wild fruits or grilled fish. The banquet laid out before them felt like a feast of emperors. They devoured the food with little regard for decorum, eager not to fall behind. Observing their eagerness, Song Xian merely smiled inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior as he finished lunch and retired for a nap. He knew it would not be long before these women would surround him, vying for his attention, as long as they wished to live comfortably. In the afternoon, Song Xian awoke naturally, while young Mimi, accompanied by Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen, ventured outside, aware that this little imp was planning to accompany him. Song Xian said nothing further, merely glancing at the 2 slaves by the pond. He instructed Lu Qimei to arrange for them to gather wood in the afternoon. With the increasing population, he intended to construct 2 more shelters, along with the slave quarters. This would serve not only as accommodation, but also instill a sense of urgency in the inhabitants. Should they fail in their duties or err, they would be relegated to sleeping in doghouses. With these arrangements made, Song Xian led the 3 to the southern shore, humming a cheerful tune. I hold you in my hands, fervently burning incense. I cut a segment of candlelight, igniting the scriptures, not seeking grand emotions, merely desiring a love affair. A love that ultimately leads to pain, weeping and despair. Ahem. However, his vocal talents were limited, and his voice was rather ordinary, unable to reach higher notes. Consequently, aside from young Mimi's exasperated eye-rolling, Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen stifled their laughter behind him. Yet, in the next moment, their smiles vanished abruptly, for Song Xian suddenly halted, turning to face them with a rather nuanced expression. Chapter 61. Pursuit. Confronted by the unpredictable Song Xian, both Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen instantly wore solemn expressions, fearful of displeasing him. Young Mimi, however, wore a peculiar expression and smirked, giving a thumbs up, acknowledging, you sing better than I do. Enough of the flattery. I am well aware of my own worth, Song Xian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at young Mimi, his lips curling into a subtle smile. When we return at noon, sing this song, the offering of love for me. I wish to witness your true skill. As you command, young Mimi replied, well aware of Song Xian's playful nature. Though not entirely pleased, she complied obediently. If she dared to protest, I cannot do that. He would surely make her miserable for an entire day, much like Lu Qingmei. Who would he even dare to sit on her bed? Indeed, you are a woman who knows how to read the situation, Song Xian remarked, pleased with her acquiescence before turning away. Young Mimi pouted, instructing the others to gather firewood nearby, while she gazed thoughtfully at Song Xian's retreating figure. After spending several days together, her curiosity about this man had only intensified. It seemed as though he possessed a sixth sense, as if everything unfolded according to his design. Moreover, she had encountered several fishermen in her time, having seen them return with bountiful catches, yet none compared to Song Xian's prowess. Who exactly was he? And why was he so formidable at night? As Yang Mimi's thoughts spiraled, she suddenly flushed, her focus shifting dramatically. For Song Xian had stripped down by the shoreline and swiftly plunged into the sea, aiming for a silvery gray suitcase hidden among the reefs. Upon entering the water, Song Xian quickly spotted the suitcase and swam toward it. Today is indeed my lucky day, he mused, feeling buoyant. However, just as he was about to reach the suitcase, a sudden surge of adrenaline coursed through him as an ominous system alert blared in his mind. Heavenly revelation. Warning. A school of sharks is approaching. Please return to shore immediately. Damn. Only upon hearing the alert did Song Xian notice a black triangular fin piercing the surface, rapidly approaching him. Beneath the water, numerous dark shapes lurked, indicating that he was not facing a solitary shark. Without a moment's hesitation, he swam with all his might toward the reef area. Unarmed in the water, he had no means to confront a shark, let alone a pack of them. His only chance for survival lay in leveraging the coastal terrain to escape the impending danger. Splashing sounds echoed as the sharks, having zeroed in on Song Xian, surged toward him with fierce determination, their powerful tails propelling them forward. Thus began a frantic underwater chase. Yang Mimi gasped at the sight, her body trembling, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hurriedly sprinted toward the beach. Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen were equally alarmed. Yet, in the next moment, Li Fuzhen's eyes caught a glimmering black handgun on the sand. A wicked thought crossed her mind. If Song Xian were to be devoured by the sharks, the balance of power on this island would inevitably shift once more. If they could seize the gun, then. With this thought in mind, Li Fuzhen leaned closer to Lu Yinghua and whispered, "Yinghua, we should." "All right," Lu Yinghua replied, narrowing her eyes at the pistol on the beach, nodding gravely in agreement. Meanwhile, on the surface of the water, Song Xian continued to swim with remarkable speed, his physical prowess allowing him to keep pace with the sharks. Stealing a glance over his shoulder, he could not help but roll his eyes. The number of sharks was far greater than he had anticipated. Rather than a mere dozen, there were at least several dozen pursuing him. These were island reef sharks, belonging to the family Carcharinidae. Though slender and elongated, adults measured at least 1 meter, with the largest individuals reaching up to 2 meters. Their heads were roughly 1/5 the length of their bodies, and they possessed a streamlined shape that rendered them more akin to typical fish rather than the behemoths commonly depicted in popular culture. They primarily inhabited coastal waters and continental shelves, ranging from the surface to depths of 900 meters, preying on smaller fish and various marine life. However, in terms of culinary value, they were rather lackluster, their flesh being of mediocre taste and texture. The reason for Song Xian's exasperation lay in the fact that these sharks were not only highly social, but also fiercely tenacious once they had set their sights on a target. Come on, let us see who will prevail. Having identified the species, Song Xian realized there was no room for negotiation. He unleashed his full strength, propelling himself into the reef area, with dozens of island reef sharks relentlessly pursuing him. "Song Xian, be careful," Yang Mimi cried out from the shore, her face pale with anxiety as she paced restlessly. Lu Yinghua and Li Fuzhen, harboring ulterior motives, moved closer to the beach, standing protectively beside Yang Mimi. Li Fuzhen had stealthily positioned her delicate foot atop the handgun. If Song Xian were to meet his end in the water, Lu Yinghua would immediately pounce on Yang Mimi, while Li Fuzhen would seize the gun, claiming dominion over the island. However, this time, Song Xian afforded them no opportunity. Just as the sharks were about to close in, he pressed his palms against the reef and summoned all his strength. With a powerful leap, Song Xian surged out of the water, breaking free atop a rock that jutted above the waves. Phew! Yang Mimi, witnessing Song Xian's narrow escape, breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Yet, the danger was far from over, for the sharks had not relented. They circled menacingly around the low rock, their lifeless eyes fixated on Song Xian with an insatiable hunger. Chapter 62, A Narrow Escape. Perched precariously on a jagged rock, with his hands gripping for stability, Song Xian surveyed the surrounding waters, where sharks lurked with predatory intent. Suddenly, he was reminded of a particular film. It had indeed transformed into a scene reminiscent of The Shallows. The movie depicted a stunning blonde who, after a breakup, had ventured to the beach for a swim, only to encounter a great white shark and find herself stranded on a large reef. However, she was fortunate. There was only one shark, and the director had provided her with numerous props, along with a generous dose of luck, which allowed her to evade disaster. In stark contrast, Song Xian's plight seemed far less favorable. The rock beneath him was not only small, but also slick and damp. Were it not for his extraordinary strength, he would have already plunged into the sea to become shark bait. Given the current circumstances, remaining here would surely lead to his demise. Within an hour or two, the beach temperature would rise rapidly, and he would be left with no escape. This predicament was quite troublesome. Having assessed his situation, Song Xian recognized the gravity of his circumstances. His earlier decision had been flawed. He should have swum directly back to shore. Now, he saw only two options for escape: either plunge into the sea and swim against the sharks, or, with that thought, he turned his gaze toward the shore. Yang Mimi, Li Fujian, Lu Yinghua, hurry and push the raft into the water. Otherwise, if the sharks scatter, there will be no chance for a meal tonight. All right, we'll do it, Yang Mimi replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she began to mobilize. Li Fujian and Lu Yinghua, unaware of the behavioral patterns of the island's sharks, exchanged glances and rushed to push the bamboo raft. After several exhausting minutes, the three women finally managed to get the raft into the water. From a distance, Song Xian instructed, there should be a few fresh fish in the nearby puddles. Bring my fishing rod and toolbox. Understood, Yang Mimi replied promptly. She then ordered Lu Yinghua to board the raft, while sending Li Fujian to catch the fish. However, both women hesitated, having noticed that the sharks around Song Xian had not dispersed. If they ventured out on the bamboo raft now, they might very well become targets. This seemingly rickety raft might easily be torn apart by the sharks. Noticing their inaction, Yang Mimi furrowed her brow and, with a sudden spark of cunning, dashed forward in front of them. Lu Yinghua and Li Fujian's eyes widened in alarm as they realized what was happening. By the time they processed the situation, Yang Mimi had already covered considerable ground. When they finally caught up, Yang Mimi had drawn a pistol, cocked it, and aimed it at them. Get to work immediately. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to shoot. Yang Mimi, why must you go this far for him? Li Fujian pleaded, her heart racing as she saw the gun aimed in her direction. Don't forget we are all women. Song Xian is the true aggressor. There is enough food at the mountaintop for us to last 10 days or more, even without him. And what happens after those 10 days? What if no one comes to rescue us? Will you eat excrement? Yang Mimi retorted sharply, her tone laced with disdain as she raised the gun higher. Stop wasting my time. Get to work right now, or I will shoot you first. Make Lu Yinghua do it. Recognizing Li Fujian's pivotal role in keeping Lu Yinghua motivated, Yang Mimi threatened the wealthy woman, her finger tightening on the trigger. No, I will go right now. Faced with the imminent threat, Li Fujian quickly turned around, and under Yang Mimi's command, she and Lu Yinghua boarded the raft while Yang Mimi directed from the shore. All of this unfolded under Song Xian's watchful eye. Although he understood that Yang Mimi was employing a cunning tactic driven by her own desire for self-preservation, his regard for her had undoubtedly elevated. Yet, simultaneously, he was acutely aware of his unfortunate predicament, attributing it to his own complacency. While sharks were seldom seen near the coast, in this apocalyptic world, anything was possible. If he did not approach the situation with utmost caution and reverence, the dangers would only escalate. After 7 or 8 minutes, a trembling Li Fujian and Lu Yinghua cautiously approached the rocky outcrop on the raft. Due to the presence of hidden reefs and protruding rocks, they could only come within 3 meters. While the island sharks were aggressive, they rarely targeted larger creatures. Thus, Song Xian instructed them to kill the live fish on the raft and toss them into the water. Soon, following Song Xian's orders, the frightened duo complied. Splash, splash. Several bleeding fish were tossed into the sea, and the nearby sharks were immediately drawn to the scent of blood, leaving only a few remaining sharks around Song Xian. Taking a deep breath and narrowing his eyes, Song Xian calculated the distance before suddenly propelling himself off the rock with both hands and feet. However, having exhausted considerable energy while swimming earlier, coupled with the slippery surface of the rock, he managed to leap only a little over 2 meters before plunging into the water. Splash! The nearby sharks immediately pursued him. But despite falling into the water, he refused to succumb to despair, propelling himself forward with frantic strokes. Within moments, he reached the edge of the raft. Just then, 2 sharks lunged at him with open jaws. Damn it! Song Xian cursed. Using the edge of the raft to push himself up, he quickly retracted his left leg and, with a swift kick of his right leg, struck the shark on the head. With that force, he managed to clamber onto the raft. However, his sudden movement caused the raft to wobble violently. Ah! Lu Yinghua screamed as she toppled backward. Lacking Song Xian's strength and luck, she was quickly dragged underwater by the sharks that had been pursuing him. The surface of the water was soon stained red with her blood. Li Fujian, terrified, clung tightly to the mast, her body curling into a ball, paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Song Xian narrowed his eyes, coldly observing the group of island sharks, his mind echoing a singular battle cry. Awaken! It's hunting time. He was determined to annihilate those sharks. Chapter 63, A blessing in disguise. Ah! Help! I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to perish. Li Fujian, pale and trembling as she clutched the mast, cried out in terror. However, Song Xian had already sprung into action, swiftly opening his toolbox. With scissors and a knife, he sharpened the previously used oars to a deadly point. Aimed at a neighboring island shark, he plunged it down fiercely. With a sickening thud, the harpoon struck true, piercing the shark's gills and sending a larger bloom of crimson into the water. Unperturbed by the fate of the shark, Song Xian quickly withdrew the harpoon and targeted another one. Thrust after thrust resounded, and within minutes, he had lost count of how many he had struck. The sea around him had turned a deep scarlet, as if the azure waves had blossomed into a magnificent yet sinister flower, enveloping the small bamboo raft. At that moment, the school of island sharks retreated in disarray, frightened by Song Xian's prowess, his brutality leaving them no choice but to abandon their fallen comrades. Covered in shark blood, Song Xian collapsed onto the raft, gasping for breath, feeling as though his lungs might burst. Yet, after a brief moment, a radiant smile broke across his face. He erupted into laughter, even as he coughed. Ha ha. Cough, cough. Ha ha. For the surface of the sea was now dotted with the carcasses of island sharks, and Song Xian was greeted with a series of system notifications, heralding his fortune from this perilous encounter. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured an island shark and earned 203 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured an island shark and earned 195 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured an island shark and earned 257 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 7-star angler, and your attributes have improved. Half an hour later, with 12 shark carcasses floating on the surface, Song Xian ascended to a new level, 8-star angler. He could see the next level, 9-star angler. On the horizon. Host, Song Xian. Level, 8-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Apocalypse Forecast. Foresee calamities and avoid dangers. You can predict impending disasters. Physique, 33. Stamina, 39. Equipment, Platinum Fishing Rod. Platinum Fishing Rod. Exceptional platinum quality, suitable for fish under 2 tons, with a 1 chance of critical reward. Reducing stamina consumption by 20. Item, Silver Snake Skin Bag. Silver Snake Skin Bag. Built-in space of 1. 5 cubic meters. Load capacity of 1. 2 tons. Waterproof. Dustproof. Electric-proof with preservation functions. Supplies, several men's garments, chocolate, cigarettes, a Switch gaming console, a watch, a pistol, various sexy women's outfits, cosmetics, 2 boxes of condoms, 1 box of contraceptive pills, and paper documents. Experience points, 481,800 kilograms. Having briefly admired his status, Song Xian set to work, gathering his spoils. Aside from a few that had drifted too far, he strung the remaining 7 sharks together and towed them back toward the shore. Upon his return, Yang Mimi dashed towards him, jumping into his arms, not only colliding with him, but also presenting him with imported candy as a reward for his valor. Darling, you are simply remarkable, comparable to the legendary war gods. Enough with the flattery, Song Xian thought to himself, secretly reveling in the praise while maintaining his aloof demeanor. He firmly instructed, get everyone to come down immediately and process these sharks. If we don't dry them quickly, they will spoil in this heat. Okay, I'll go right away. Yang Mimi responded, promptly executing his command. However, she turned back to hand him his pistol. Here, keep it. I have a bigger and more powerful one. Song Xian winked at Yang Mimi, a smug smile gracing his lips. Feeling that she had gained his trust, Yang Mimi playfully extended her hand and let out a tinkling laugh, swaying her alluring legs and swiftly disappearing along the beach. Rolling his eyes, Song Xian continued his journey, having unceremoniously kicked Li Fujian off the raft. Drag all these sharks into the water. If I return and find any sharks left on the beach, you will regret it. After issuing this stern warning, Song Xian retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With a satisfying snap, he lit one, inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon. He then donned his shirt and set out to sea once more. 3 minutes later, he caught another shark. 5 minutes later, he once again pursued the silver suitcase that had nearly cost him his life, dragging it onto the raft. He opened it to inspect its contents. Inside, he discovered an array of peculiar items: depilatory cream, contraceptive devices, beast girl ears, fox toys, various sultry swimsuits and lingerie, ball gags, toy handcuffs, red leather boots, a dark red whip, and several used candles, both manual and electric massagers. This was undoubtedly the most scandalous suitcase he had ever encountered, without a doubt. Disgraceful. After examining the entire suitcase, the upright Song Xian offered this succinct assessment. He then quietly closed the suitcase, cast it aside, and resumed fishing. However, perhaps due to the earlier shark activity, The fish seemed too frightened to bite. After half an hour, he had only caught 2. Noticing the rising temperature, he decided to abandon this endeavor. After all, the morning's accomplishments could be aptly described with a phrase from Master Xiao, terrifying indeed. Just then, on the beach, Xuan, Fujiwara Saika, Yang Mimi, Lu Qimei, Lu Feifei, Li Fujian, and the 2 slaves were all present. The 2 slaves, upon seeing the plethora of sharks, wore grim expressions as they toiled. In contrast, the other young women, aside from the ashen-faced Li Fujian, were filled with joy. After all, this was several thousand pounds of food, enough to sustain them for quite a while. Thus, when Song Xian's grand vessel finally approached the shore, Su Yalan, Fujiwara Saika, and Yang Mimi rushed forward, eager to reward him. Chapter 64, Coastal Harvest. What are you staring at? Get to work. Drag the fish back to the villa. Lu Qimei snapped at the slaves, her lips biting red. Ever since the betrayal incident, after being severely punished by Song Xian, she no longer showed any kindness towards these slaves. With a heavy heart, the conman and the young boy swallowed their resentment and obediently hoisted the shark, leaving under Lu Qingmei's watchful eye. However, the exchange of furtive glances between Li Bo and Pingu Daxiang hinted at their shared discontent. One was an international fraudster living a lavish and debauched life, while the other was an Olympic medalist and a renowned actor. It was hard to believe they would accept the status of slaves. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei, the so-called little fairy, observed the scene with a complex expression for a moment before doing her part, lifting a few large fish and heading up the mountain. Li Fujian, fair-skinned and graceful, clad in a blue uniform that showcased her flawless legs, caught sight of the 3 young beauties near Song Xian, biting her slightly plump, sensual lips. She crawled over to join them. In the afternoon, Song Xian lay in the forest, feeling a sense of emptiness after waking from a nightmare. In his dream, he had returned 10 years into the future, not transformed into a monstrous sea base nor reborn into the present. Instead, he faced a far grimmer disaster. The greatest threat in this world was not natural disasters, but the horrors brought about by humankind. All humans had mutated, sprouting soft, white tentacles. Just as he sought refuge in the forest, for monsters captured him, subjecting him to brutal torment that left him gasping for breath. Their tentacles. Hiss. The nightmare was too horrifying, jolting Song Xian awake with a start. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. Realizing it was a false alarm, he wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the 2nd floor of the wooden cabin. At that moment, Lu Feifei was watching him. Upon meeting his eyes, she hastily vanished from the window. Song Xian was unfazed. Stretching lazily, he rolled out of bed, only to step on Li Fujian's pristine thigh. Ouch! Li Fujian couldn't help but scream, hurriedly shifting her bruised and swollen body aside. Yet, Song Xian showed no hint of sympathy, donning his pants and grabbing his fishing rod. He headed to the southern bank. The only way to alleviate his fright was through fishing. On the northern bank, near the shore, after a morning of bloody battles and a tense afternoon, Song Xian cast his fishing rod from the bamboo raft, savoring the refreshing sea breeze that enveloped him in blissful comfort, even humming a few tunes. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The afternoon waves were more turbulent than those of the morning, and the pace of the tides had clearly quickened. In his view, these were unmistakable signs of an impending tsunami. Observing his surroundings closely, he noticed that the shallow waters were faintly turning white, and the group of bull sharks from that morning typically wouldn't venture so close to the shore. All these changes led him to believe that the tsunami would arrive sooner than anticipated. Therefore, Song Xian returned to the near shore in his small boat, ensuring he could reach land promptly should any danger arise. 2 hours later, Song Xian was delighted to receive a system notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a sea base, earning 13 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to a 9-star angler, enhancing your attributes. Oh, how ironic it seemed to encounter the sea base at last, reminding him of a slap from his previous life. However, that one had been mutated and had endured numerous enhancements under the scorching sun. This one, clearly, would not pose a threat to him. Even if it were to thrash against him for a night, it would likely not breach his defenses. The sea base belongs to the Perseformes order, and it is also known by various names such as Qingzhai, Huazhai, and Lujia. The one in his hands had an elongated, laterally flattened body, with a large lower jaw protruding beyond the upper jaw, and its back was adorned with scattered small black spots, characteristics of the most common type. This fish is ferocious, feeding on smaller fish and shrimp, with its dorsal fin lined with numerous spiny rays and fine teeth along its inner edge, making it an effective predator. Moreover, Song Xian recalled that they often exhibited cannibalistic behavior, a rarity among most species. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their popularity domestically due to their tender and delicious flesh, coupled with high economic value, making them a favorite among fishing enthusiasts. The saying goes, though the sea base is renowned for its taste, few acknowledge the toil of the fisherman. Song Xian had once felt a pang of empathy, but now he thought, I've paid for this. Who hasn't he struggled in these times? With that, he unhooked the sea bass, casting it onto the shore before continuing his fishing endeavors. However, he soon reeled in his line and abandoned sea fishing altogether, as the waves had become too violent. He could manage, but the bamboo raft could not withstand it. Thus, he decisively turned back to the shore, only to spot a wave of opportunity. Fish stranded on the beach during low tide. This was far quicker than fishing in the sea. Done. Spotting the 10 or so fish on the shore, Song Xian rushed over to scoop up the bargains. As the waves receded, he collected a multitude of fish. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a sardine, earning 7 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a sea bream, earning 5 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a flower crab, earning 1 experience point. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a. In less than an hour, he joyfully gathered 100 fish, including a dozen sea urchins, a remarkable harvest indeed. Of course, the fish washed ashore were generally small, but they were free, requiring only a bit of effort to collect. What could be better? Thus, Song Xian lingered by the sea for an additional hour, successfully advancing to a significant new stage and receiving an even greater surprise. Ding. Congratulations. You have captured a sea base, earning 5 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to a 1-star angler, granting you a chance for a lucky draw. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 65, Water Purifier. Activate. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Xian immediately initiated the lucky draw. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a manual water purifier. System, display my mobile panel. Upon hearing the nature of his reward, Song Xian promptly summoned the system. Host, Song Xian. Level, 1-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Apocalypse Forecast. To attract good fortune and avert calamity, you can foresee impending disasters and dangers. Physique, 36. Stamina, 42. Equipment, Platinum Fishing Rod. Platinum Fishing Rod. Exceptional platinum quality, suitable for fish under 2 tons, with a 1 chance of a critical hit reward, conserving 20 of stamina. Items, Silver Snake Skin Bag, Manual Water Purifier. Silver Snake Skin Bag, built-in space of 1. 5 cubic meters, load capacity of 1. 2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, and electric-proof with preservation capabilities. Manual Water Purifier, filters and purifies seawater and wastewater to drinking standards by turning the handle. Supplies, several men's garments, cigarettes. Switch gaming console, wristwatch, handgun, several sets of women's clothing, a box of condoms, a box of contraceptive pills, paper documents, several swimsuits, a whip, massage tools. Experience points, 1,000 kilograms. What a splendid item, just as my bottled pure water is nearly depleted, saving me the trouble of constructing a purification device. After reviewing the attributes of the manual water purifier, Song Xian felt quite pleased. However, what truly delighted him was the fact that with each elevation in rank, he received a chance to draw again. Furthermore, with every level increase, both his mental acuity and physical strength augmented by 2 points, effectively doubling his previous capabilities. As he continued to ascend in levels, this figure would undoubtedly rise further. At present, his physical attributes were already equivalent to 6 or 7 times that of an average human. Once he reached the pinnacle of 9-star angler, his physique would be tenfold that of a normal person. At that point, even conventional bullets would be unable to harm him. Boom. Crash. Just as Song Xian was indulging in his pleasant daydreams of the future, a colossal wave surged forth like a tidal wave. Sensing that something was amiss, he decisively abandoned the notion of scavenging for more treasures, opting instead to take the most delectable sea urchins, a few crabs, and some shrimp, disregarding the remaining odds and ends. Indeed, as he ascended a small hill, an even more ferocious wave crashed down. The sheer force of nature obliterated the beach, uprooting nearby trees. In the face of such natural might, humanity appeared woefully insignificant. Observing this scene, Song Xian could not help but express his awe once more. Before shouldering his spoils and returning to the wooden villa, the group of lovely ladies, upon witnessing the abundance of sea urchins, were filled with exuberant joy. Everyone relished the meal, with the newcomers, Lu Feifei and Li Fuzhen, particularly astonished. They were astounded not only by the lavish dinner but also by the fact that everyone could enjoy dessert after the meal. In this apocalyptic island setting, leading such a life felt akin to a dream. Thus, as they looked at Song Xian, both Lu Feifei and Li Fuzhen underwent noticeable transformations. However, before they could ponder further, Song Xian informed them of the recent tsunami, even hinting at the brewing of a super tsunami. He urged them to avoid the beach to prevent any potential hazards. The expressions of the group shifted once more, for if that were indeed the case, the prospect of rescue might be indefinitely postponed. A tsunami would inevitably bring about untold disasters, not to mention the increased number of individuals requiring assistance. The survival rate for plane crashes was already low, and this would further diminish their chances of being rescued. If an enormous tsunami were to occur, the calamities it would unleash would be beyond reckoning. The very notion of a rescue team would be rendered moot. Their survival would remain in question. Hence, silence enveloped the group, their faces devoid of their previous vibrancy. Yet, it was not long before young Mimi suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Xian, what about that engineer couple by the sea? They wouldn't be in any trouble, would they? I'll check on them shortly. Prompted by her words, he remembered the couple. They had survived the apocalypse, only to be reborn a decade later. Apart from a few significant events and terrifying natural disasters, many details had faded from memory. Thus, caution was paramount to avoid missteps in treacherous waters. Consequently, Xian swiftly descended the mountain with his two companions, arriving at the northern shore of the island. To his surprise, the northern coast was considerably calmer compared to the south. Nevertheless, the waves were still sufficient to inundate the cabin's floor, leaving Smith and Juliet in a state of trepidation. Their anxiety lessened only upon seeing Xian's arrival. To ensure that this valuable technical expertise was not lost, Xian decided to take them away immediately. However, before that, he assigned them some tasks, such as dismantling 2 luxurious seats and retrieving the aircraft's batteries and charging equipment. After completing these tasks, the cabin was left almost empty, while the control room and storage area were in disarray. Nonetheless, there remained a plethora of salvageable materials, including aircraft-grade glass and detachable steel panels. Yet, Xian was disinclined to squander time on them. The impending tsunami was imminent, and the following days promised violent storms. Once this period passed, a new wave of survivors would arrive, and he would then venture to nearby islands to search for other survivors. Following that, he would prepare for the arrival of the troublesome island fishermen and pirates. At that point, he would contemplate claiming dominion over Ryukyu Island, amassing substantial resources before proceeding to Okinawa and eventually to the main island of Japan. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The weather grew increasingly erratic, and the surrounding waves roared with greater ferocity. The women felt a heavy gloom settling upon them, yet Xian was unusually ecstatic during these days. For the greater the tumult, the more abundant the fish. His speed allowed him to easily outpace the waves, even surpassing them considerably. Thus, over the course of 3 days, he gathered an astonishing 3,000 pounds of fish. This feat propelled him up 3 levels, a sheer delight. Moreover, the surprises did not cease there, for he also stumbled upon a mermaid, once a celebrated pop singer in the West. Avril. Chapter 66, The Tsunami. Whoosh. Crash. 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 Beneath the dim, overcast sky, buffeted by the howling winds, Xian quietly awaited the retreat of the waves, eager to rush to the shore and seize any fortunate finds. However, amidst his tranquil anticipation, a cluster of golden hair adrift on the surface of the sea caught his discerning eye. A golden retriever? A foreign woman? As Xian focused intently, he swiftly discerned the situation. Crashing waves. At the very moment the tide receded, he dashed forward without hesitation, disregarding the size of any fish, prioritizing the rescue of the person instead. Without a glance at her face, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and made haste back to his original position, placing her gently on the platform before him. Avril. Upon recognizing the once popular pop diva, a beauty who had captivated countless hearts, he immediately extended his hand in aid. Feeling her neck and pulse, he realized her breath had ceased, her complexion ashen. Urgently, he propped her up and administered the Heimlich maneuver, cradling her closely, positioning her upper body downward, and relentlessly compressing her abdomen to expel the seawater from her lungs. Following this, he proceeded to artificial respiration and CPR. Yet, observing her current state, Xian harbored doubts about his ability to save her. Nevertheless, in such dire circumstances, he chose to act with resolve, leaving the outcome to fate. After all, during his previous life on the island, he had never encountered Avril, suggesting that she was destined for demise. If she were to survive, it would be a testament to his benevolence. Conversely, if he failed, he would bear no sorrow or guilt, for such was the course of events. Thus, he commenced the rescue with utmost urgency, pinching Avril's nose and parting her pale, delicate lips to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Following this, he pressed against her chest, diligently administering CPR. Whoosh. After a relentless cycle of efforts, just as he was on the verge of despair, she began to cough violently, her complexion reddening and her eyes rolling back. Seeing this, Xian quickly turned her over, helping her to kneel, her back arched towards him, gently patting her back while speaking earnestly. Breathe slowly and cough as forcefully as you can. I just saved you. There might still be seawater in your lungs. Do not inhale it again if an infection occurs. I want to be able to help you. Avril, listening to Song Xian's somewhat peculiar English, adjusted her breathing and coughed vigorously. After approximately 10 minutes, her breathing finally stabilized, and she quickly expressed her gratitude to her savior. Upon seeing Song Xian's handsome visage, radiating masculine beauty devoid of any softness associated with East Asian men, she was struck by a striking physique, highlighted by defined muscles and an impressive six-pack. Mr. Song, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life. I promise to repay you in kind. However, before she could await his reply, her stomach let out an embarrassing rumble. Gurgle, gurgle, flushing with embarrassment. Avril covered her stomach but was undeniably famished. The seawater she had ingested and the wild fruits she had previously consumed were now expelled. Mr. Song, do you have any food to spare? Of course, but it comes with a small price. Are you willing to accept? Song Xian replied with a teasing smile, retrieving a Snickers bar from his bag. Certainly, but could I also have a sip of water? As an uninhibited Western woman, combined with Song Xian's life-saving act and his striking appearance, Avril found herself with no reason to refuse, despite her current state. Clad in nothing but her underwear and adorned with numerous tattoos. I'll give you a bottle, and make sure you're full. Seeing her readiness, Song Xian produced a bottle of water and shared some of his snacks with her. Munch, munch, crunch. Avril wasted no time, devouring the food and water with gusto. Song Xian, equally unreserved, gently embraced her, occasionally inquiring about her tattoos. What do the letters on your thigh represent? My ex-boyfriend, Virus. Oh, and what about the large butterfly on your lower abdomen? I just think it looks nice. Oh, and the letters inked on your chest? Surely they aren't tea from your ex as well? That was for my late grandmother. Apologies, I shouldn't tea of pride. Allow me to treat you to some milk. As night descended, Song Xian returned home with the petite, golden-haired Avril. Upon seeing the rustic wooden cabin, she dramatically exclaimed, "Did you build this house? Oh my god. It's simply extravagant. Well, I possess such capabilities. If you obey, brighter days lie ahead." Thus far, Song Xian was quite pleased with her behavior. However, in the days that followed, he would find her somewhat bothersome. It became evident why such a beautiful pop sensation, with just a touch of glamour, resembled a Disney princess, yet faced tumultuous romantic endeavors. She seemed rather clingy. 3 days later, crash, thunder, whoosh. Following a series of torrential rain, hail, thunder, and tumultuous waves, a terrifying tremor ensued, heralding the violent tsunami. The surging waves battered the island, casting a shadow of dread over all. Even the women within the cabin were gripped by fear, gathering around Song Xian for solace. Fujihara Shizuka and Avril clung to him like devoted guardians. Fujihara Shizuka, having evolved remarkably, boldly demonstrated her newfound confidence before the others. Song Xian couldn't help but give her an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly embody the spirit of Fujihara Kyoka's daughter." The women present exchanged bewildered glances at Fujihara Shizuka's actions, some even gulping nervously. Gulp. Chapter 67, Abundant Harvest. Boom. Bang. Crash. The ferocious tsunami rampaged with abandon, akin to the relentless hammer of the thunder god, striking at the bodies and hearts of all. The frothy white waves surged violently, ruthlessly sweeping away everything in sight, causing the women inside to scream in panic. Ah, how terrifying. No, we are going to die? It's so scary. Ah, no, don't come any closer. Help us. As time swiftly passed, the raging tsunami finally began to recede, leaving much of the island in disarray. The peak where Song Xian stood was one of the few sanctuaries, albeit only in a relative sense. For aside from Lu Feifei, the others were in disarray, some even frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, unable to cease their lamentations. Lu Feifei was not faring much better either. Witnessing Song Xian's power was an overwhelming shock to her psyche, a spectacle she had only ever seen in films, rarely even depicted there. Suddenly, she found herself red-faced, leaning against the wall, clutching her knees. In that moment of panic, she feared she too would not escape this calamity. Yet, Song Xian merely smirked at her, his gaze igniting a strange anticipation within her. To her astonishment, he simply reclined back. The world soon fell silent, filled only with the sounds of breathing and the waves crashing. However, even in this calm, a glance at Song Xian made Lu Feifei's face flush deeper, her mind spiraling into chaotic thoughts. She recalled the words of Song Xiaobai and Yang Mimi, that no rescue team would come during such a cataclysm. Now, with the tsunami they had foreseen unfolding before her, she believed at least 60% of their warnings. If initial rescue efforts failed to materialize amid such a terrifying tsunami, The black box recording flight paths might now be adrift. In light of the devastation, it was likely that countries would take an extended time to respond to the tsunami-induced calamities. A rescue within 6 months to a year would be considered fortunate. The thought of such a lengthy wait left Lu Feifei glancing again at Song Xian, then at Su Yalan, Avril, Yang Mimi, Lu Qingmei, Fujihara Saika, and Li Fuzhen. Her thoughts became increasingly convoluted. As the day turned to dusk, the violent tsunami finally ceased its assault. The tides receded back to the shore, and after lunch, Song Xian set out once more. For him, this would undoubtedly be a sleepless night, as the massive tsunami had brought forth an abundance of fish and marine treasures to the island, promising him a wealth of experience. Yet, he needed to ensure that the fish were alive. Those that had perished would yield no experience. Thus, determined, he prepared for a long night ahead. After a satisfying dinner, he embarked on his expedition. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a blacktip shark, earning 78 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a black sea urchin, earning 7 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a yellow bass, earning 23 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a pearl starfish, earning 2 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a dolphin, earning 117 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 5-star angler, enhancing your attributes and restoring your stamina. Laughing with delight, Song Xian felt invigorated after just 20 minutes of fishing. His spirits lifted as he continued his relentless pursuit through the biting cold winds for most of the night. Eventually, he heard 2 notifications, signaling his success. And he joyfully made his way home, a tuna draped over his shoulder. This was not his limit. The night was simply too frigid, with ice coating the ground and hanging from the trees, causing many fish to succumb to the cold. Continuing would yield diminishing returns. So he decided to return to the warmth of his abode. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a yellowfin tuna, earning 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 8-star angler, enhancing your attributes and restoring your stamina. On his way back, Song Xian glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Song Xian. Level, 8-star angler. Skill, Apocalypse Forecast. Apocalypse Forecast, foresee and avert disasters, allowing you to anticipate impending dangers. Physique, 50. Energetic, 56. Equipment, Platinum Fishing Rod. Platinum Fishing Rod, exceptional platinum quality, suitable for fish weighing under 2 tons, with a 1 chance of critical rewards, conserving 20 of stamina. Items, Silver Snake Skin Bag, Hand Crank Water Purifier. Silver Snake Skin Bag, internal capacity of 1.5 cubic meters, weight limit of 1.2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, and preserves freshness. Hand Crank Water Purifier, filters and purifies seawater and wastewater to drinking standards through manual operation. Supplies, various men's clothing, chocolates, cigarettes, Switch gaming console, wristwatch, handgun, various women's attire, cosmetics, 2 boxes of condoms, half a box of contraceptive pills, paper documents, massage swimwear, whip, etc. Experience points, 54 1,800 kilograms. It could be said that he was indeed formidable now. Thus, Song Xian resolved to utilize the hand crank water purifier, deeming his current water supply sufficient. He planned to have his slaves reinforce the bamboo raft, preparing to embark on an age of exploration, seeking resources and overlooked fish from the nearby larger islands. Chapter 68. Yellowfin Tuna. What? Is it not going to move anymore? Useless. As Song Xian carried the tuna home, the yellowfin tuna suddenly ceased its struggle, becoming completely still. Resigned, Song Xian had no choice but to set it down early, making a cut at the tail and along the fisherman's side to drain the blood from the yellowfin tuna. This practice stemmed from videos he had watched. The tuna, also known as the skipjack, belongs to the Scombridae family within the Perciformes order. They typically have elongated, robust bodies that taper towards the tail, resembling small torpedoes. With a long, slender tail base and a forked or crescent-shaped caudal fin, the yellowfin tuna features pronounced ridges on either side of its tail base, with small fins behind the dorsal and anal fins and a slightly rounded cross-section. However, these characteristics are quite similar to those of bluefin tuna and other large tunas. The primary method of distinguishing between these types of tuna is through the unique coloration of their scales on the dorsal and ventral sides. Song Xian knew he had to bleed the fish promptly because, like other tunas, their gill muscles have degenerated. Thus, they must continuously swim to ensure a fresh flow of water across their gills for oxygen. They do not rest at night. As long as they live, they must keep swimming. To replenish the energy expended from constant movement, they must also feed continuously. If they stop eating or struggling, their blood deteriorates rapidly, compromising the fish's edibility and accelerating spoilage. At that point, his sashimi would be far from delectable. The thought of delicious sashimi made Song Xian salivate. Tuna is an omnivorous species, primarily consuming squid, crabs, eels, and shrimp. Consequently, their flesh is exceptionally tender and nutritious, rich in vitamin E. Recently, it was discovered that they also contain a trace element called selenium, which aids in preventing arteriosclerosis and slowing the aging process. Thus, not only Song Xian, but also people from Southeast Asian nations greatly favor tuna sashimi. Of course, with his previous income, he had only consumed substitutes for golden and silver tuna or the cheapest skipjack available. If he were to sell a yellowfin tuna of this quality at the market, it could fetch anywhere from several hundred to over 1,000 per pound. This thought reminded him of a friend who once went to a Japanese restaurant for tuna, accompanied by a date. Unfortunately, the unscrupulous establishment replaced the tuna with oilfish, a cheap variety costing only a few dollars per pound. Consuming such fish could lead to mild stomach cramps or, in severe cases, hospitalization due to diarrhea. Some individuals with sensitive stomachs could even become jet-propelled warriors shortly after eating. Recalling his friend, Song Xian couldn't help but smirk. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, they no longer belonged to the same world. In the future, with humanity's population drastically reduced, his friend's carefree nature likely increased the odds of his demise. With a series of pressing motions, Song Xian swiftly drained the blood from the tuna. After several minutes of effort, he finally finished and triumphantly carried his prize home. He then woke Xuan, Avril, Yang Mimi, Lu Qingmei, Fujihara Shizuka, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei to share the sashimi with him. These beautiful women had never tasted such fresh sashimi before. Paired with various accompaniments like vinegar, wasabi, and chili oil, they savored every bite, their faces lighting up with joy, showering him with compliments. Fujihara Shizuka, Master, you are amazing. Little maid adores you. Yang Mimi, darling, this is delicious. You are the strongest man in the world. Xuan, Songgu, you are incredible. This is the best tuna I've ever tasted. I feel like the ones I had before were plastic. Lu Feifei, it's truly fresh. I've never had such delicious tuna. Lu Qingmei, smacking sound. Song Xian savored his meal at a leisurely pace. Though internally he felt a swell of satisfaction, his expression remained composed. Once everyone was satiated, he returned to his room, wearing a cropped tank top and shorts that accentuated her fair thighs, with her feet clad in white ankle socks. Fujihara Shizuka quickly set down her chopsticks and hurried back to her room. A moment later, the women who had dined on fish had rosy cheeks. Then, clad in a blue office outfit, Li Fuzhen hesitated, biting her lip and scratching her thigh wrapped in red stockings before putting down her chopsticks and heading to Fujihara Shizuka's room. Noticing the two had left, Xuan blushed as she turned to Yang Mimi. Sister Me, should we change into swimsuits first? While the two whispered, Lu Qingmei set down her chopsticks and headed back to her room. Lu Feifei glanced around and followed Lu Qingmei. As soon as they departed, Avril licked the juices from her fingers and casually smeared some on her alabaster belly, making her way to Fujihara Shizuka's room. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Song Xian entered Lu Qingmei's room to wake her and engage in conversation. Lu Feifei feigned sleep, pretending not to hear their voices. However, her delicate face was flushed, and her exposed little feet, with their soft pink toes, were tightly pressed together. Unbeknownst to her, she occasionally peeked through her eyelids. In the afternoon, excluding Smith and Julia, everyone else arose quite late, with Song Xian emerging as the champion of early risers. Aware that these two foreigners could not cook and knowing their tendency to waste food, Song Xian rarely ventured into the kitchen. Observing his culinary skills, Julia's perception of him shifted once more. The last time her perspective changed was the previous day when Song Xian showcased his extraordinary abilities, leaving her unable to sleep all night, nearly driving her husband, Smith, to his wits' end as she vented her frustrations. Useless, spineless shrimp. Chapter 69, The Great King Squid. On the first floor, in the dining area, the strikingly beautiful Julia, with golden locks and azure eyes, descended the stairs. Spotting the leftover chunks of tuna on the table, she couldn't help but swallow in delight. Song Xian, may I partake in this tuna? Feel free, came the casual reply. However, Song Xian had no intention of consuming the overnight food, despite the frigid night temperatures often plummeting below freezing. Rendering the environment akin to a refrigerator, the tuna would remain unspoiled for half a day. Thus, he simply heated a few pre-prepared dishes, roasting 2 large fish and stewing another pair, rousing everyone for the meal. Amidst the sounds of enthusiastic eating, apart from Lu Feifei and the Smiths, the others, Xuan, Avril, Yang Mimi, Lu Qingmei, Fujihara Shizuka, and Li Fuzhen, appeared somewhat lackluster, their spirits visibly diminished after the tumult of yesterday's tsunami. After the sumptuous lunch, Song Xian instructed Lu Feifei and Julia to tidy up before leading the foreigner Smith and the two slaves into the woods. Smith, your task today is to supervise them as they chop wood. Should they disobey or exhibit any unusual behavior, inform me immediately. Understood, Chief, Smith readily agreed, feigning utmost loyalty. With that, Song Xian said little more, shouldering a fishing rod and carrying a metal bucket as he departed. Shortly thereafter, Li Bo, an international con artist fluent in multiple languages, began to subtly engage with Smith while working. He lavished praise on America, claiming the air was sweet and expressing his yearning for freedom and democracy. Then he covertly complimented Smith's imposing stature and leadership qualities, likening him to the heroic Optimus Prime from the Transformers. This flattery succeeded in charming Smith, drawing the two into a closer rapport. However, Smith was not foolish. He recognized Li Bo's attempts at ingratiation were not without ulterior motives. Given Song Xian's strength and authority, Li Bo understood it would take more than mere flattery to instill thoughts of betrayal in Smith. Thus, he continued to seek an opportunity to acquire a firearm that could control the entire island, knowing that even the mightiest warrior could not withstand the power of a gun. Through gathered intelligence, he was aware of the previous actions of Pingu Daxiang and recognized that Lu Qingmei's pistol was devoid of ammunition. Therefore, he urgently needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the bullets, perhaps leveraging Smith to investigate further. On the southern shore of Plain Island, upon discovering that his small bamboo raft had indeed vanished as anticipated, Song Xian reluctantly opted to fish in the nearby sea. To his surprise, after casting his line for the first time, he triggered an unexpected stroke of luck. Gently tugging the rod, he felt a weight on the line. Yet it offered no resistance. With a sense of delight, he began to reel it in. Please let this be something of great utility. A yacht or a speedboat would suffice. I shan't be so greedy as to ask for an aircraft carrier, he mumbled greedily as he pulled in the line, but the system appeared to have other plans. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a lucky critical hit, and you have received a Frogman diving suit set. The suit included a diving respirator, a wetsuit, goggles, earplugs, and flippers. Oh, diving gear. How splendid it would be to operate a submarine, Song Xian lamented, pulling the lucky find from the water. Momentarily disregarding the fact that even if gifted a nuclear submarine, he would lack the knowledge to operate it. Testing the gear, he donned the Frogman suit and plunged into the water. With a splash, he immediately sensed a marked difference. With his current physical condition complemented by the sharkskin diving suit and the propulsion from the flippers, he outpaced even the former shark he once encountered. His agile movements, combined with the mask's ability to function like gills underwater, suggested that, armed with the right offensive equipment, he could feasibly hunt medium to large marine creatures, provided he timed his approach correctly to prevent his prey from escaping to the depths. Delighted by the prospect, Song Xian continued to swim deeper into the sea, aiming for the coral clusters previously obscured by reefs, where he hoped to collect sea urchins for a delectable feast. Yet, as he neared the area, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure, a 2-meter-long, strikingly colored giant squid, presumably the legendary king squid, and notably, it was a juvenile. Adult king squids typically exceed lengths of 10 meters, with some reaching over 20. Such large squids are seldom seen near the coast, preferring the deep sea. Rarely encountered or caught, its presence here was likely a consequence of the recent tsunami. His knowledge of these creatures stemmed from past fishing experiences, during which he had been ridiculed for his inability to differentiate between squid, cuttlefish, and octopus. Thus, he had taken it upon himself to study them extensively, with a diligence far surpassing his school days. Squids, cuttlefish, and octopuses belong to the class of mollusks, specifically cephalopods, characterized by their true coelom. Firstly, squids and cuttlefish are essentially the same species, differing only in nomenclature, with various alternate names including flower branch and ink fish. They release ink when threatened. Octopuses, alternatively referred to as 8-limbed or short-tentacled, are distinct in their appearance. Lastly, squids, known by names such as gun squid and softfish, also possess unique characteristics. The differences among these creatures can be summarized in several points. Externally, octopuses have an oval shape, lacking fins, while squids are slender and soft, resembling a conical tube, with fins situated at the rear. Cuttlefish, on the other hand, exhibit a shield-like shape with a broad body and fins along the sides. Secondly, the arrangement of their arms varies. Octopuses have 8 identical-length arms. Squids possess 10 arms with 2 longer than the others, and cuttlefish typically have 10 arms as well, with 2 longer. Thirdly, the structure of their suckers is distinct. Octopus suckers are cup-shaped, squids may have hooked suckers, while cuttlefish suckers are unique, featuring stalks with fine teeth. Finally, the internal shell can only be examined by dissection. Octopuses have smooth bodies without any internal shell. Squids contain a semi-transparent internal shell, while cuttlefish possess a hard calcareous internal shell. These distinctions underscore the primary differences between these three types of mollusks. Among them, Song Xian had only ever consumed squid. Thus, sensing the weakness and lethargy of the king squid, he felt a pang of compassion for the creature. Chapter 70. The Hunt. Circling around the colossal squid, Song Xian squinted thoughtfully as he contemplated his strategy. How could he flawlessly capture this creature? After all, a malnourished camel is still larger than a horse. Should this behemoth entangle itself in the coral reefs, drawing it ashore would prove to be no simple task. Moreover, being a mollusk, it would evade even the sharpest fishhook unless he possessed a grand net. After pondering for some time without any clear solution, Song Xian noticed that the squid seemed to have taken notice of his presence, having circled nearby several times. Consequently, it began to swim away in the opposite direction. At this moment, inspiration struck Song Xian. He swam towards the depths of the ocean, extending his retractable platinum fishing rod to resemble a small whip, driving the squid toward the coast. Realizing this method was indeed effective, Song Xian began to fantasize about an extravagant squid feast that night. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, his plans encountered an unexpected setback. With a sudden splatter, the giant squid expelled a cloud of ink, obscuring the vicinity in darkness and causing it to vanish from view. Song Xian hastily swam backward to create distance, while the squid maneuvered to his left and darted towards the depths. Unfortunately, its speed was already diminished, likely due to prior injuries or a lack of sustenance, rendering it weak. With a swift pace, Song Xian quickly closed the gap once more, driving the squid with his rod again. The creature responded by releasing another burst of ink. This time, however, Song Xian was prepared and evaded the inky cloud, positioning himself to strike as the squid attempted to flee. Yet, the astute squid recognized that the fishing rod posed little threat, and this time, it swam deeper into the ocean. Determined not to let it escape after their lengthy engagement, Song Xian decided to employ more direct means. Armed with a pair of scissors, he was resolute in his intention to capture the squid, believing even Poseidon could not thwart him. With this conviction, Song Xian swiftly pursued the giant squid, entangling its head with the fishing line and disregarding its ink sprays as he closed in. He then unleashed a flurry of quick thrusts with the scissors. With precise strikes to its head, he targeted its critical weakness. As an invertebrate, the squid's anatomy differed significantly from that of most animals, possessing a heart and memory system unlike others, with 9 brains in total. The primary brain, situated above its large, expressive eyes, was crucial for thought and memory, connected to its memory system. Consequently, the primary brain was highly developed, and the larger the head, the greater the intelligence. Song Xian was unaware of its exact location, but he knew that damaging the main brain would grant him control over the colossal squid. Thus, he raised and lowered his powerful arms with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of any cinematic portrayal. The squid soon sensed its impending doom, and all its tentacles lunged toward him. Yet, Song Xian, with remarkable agility, evaded the onslaught, and after delivering numerous strikes, he propelled himself away like a torpedo. After the squid's attacks missed, he closed in again. And this pattern continued thrice until the giant squid succumbed to Song Xian's relentless assault. Congratulations! You have captured the giant squid, earning 137 experience points. Upon hearing the familiar system notification, Song Xian felt exhilarated as he began to drag the squid toward the southern shore of the plain island. However, he was unaware that further challenges awaited him on his return journey. Having barely dragged the giant squid 100 meters, a pack of tenacious island sharks appeared. With a cold smile, recalling his previous encounter with them, Song Xian set aside his fishing rod and the giant squid. Gripping a dagger in his left hand and scissors in his right, he awaited the sharks' approach. These creatures, oblivious to the danger, charged towards him and the squid. 8 of the sharks aimed directly for the giant squid, while the remaining 5 approached Song Xian in formation. Noting their division, he smirked in anticipation. As the sharks closed in, he unleashed his powerful legs, easily dodging their attack. With swift precision, he wielded his dagger and scissors, inflicting deep wounds on 2 of the island sharks, leaving them writhing in agony. Their combat effectiveness severely diminished. However, this act only served to enrage the remaining sharks. The 3 that had attacked him quickly redirected their assault, while 4 others abandoned the squid to converge on him. Yet, Song Xian remained vigilant, aware that as long as he was not surrounded, he could easily evade their strikes. Thus, for the next 5 minutes, he engaged in a dance of death, swiftly dispatching the sharks one by one. Congratulations! You have captured an island shark, earning 121 experience points. Congratulations! You have captured an island shark, earning 97 experience points. Congratulations! You have captured an island shark, earning 113 experience points. In total, Song Xian had vanquished 3 of the ferocious island sharks. 7 others were severely wounded, 2 lightly injured, and 1 had fled in fear. This encounter yielded a bountiful harvest. However, misfortune often accompanies fortune. The battlefield, tainted with the scent of the giant squid and the blood of the island sharks, deterred ordinary fish from approaching. Thus, Song Xian's afternoon fishing endeavors were less fruitful. Nonetheless, having captured the giant squid and slain 3 island sharks, along with 2 severely injured ones, he felt a sense of accomplishment. With this in mind, he decided to dive once more, hoping to gather some sea urchins before returning home. Yet, little did he know that a delightful surprise awaited him near the sea urchins. Chapter 71. The lobster. After swimming underwater for several minutes, Song Xian arrived at the depths of a dark reef. Here lay a vast expanse of coral formations. Though the previous catastrophic tsunami had left them in a state of disarray. Fortunately, while sea urchins were sparse, he spotted 7 or 8. Ensuring that this excursion would not be in vain. Swiftly approaching the coral, he began to collect the sea urchins, tossing them into his bag until it contained 6 or 7 of them. Just as he was about to gather the remaining sea urchins in the vicinity, he suddenly stumbled upon something even more delightful, a lobster. An Australian lobster, weighing at least 8 pounds, a magnificent specimen. The creature before him exhibited a deep red and orange hue, with a pale yellow underside. Its abdomen bore slightly wavy horizontal grooves on the 2nd to 6th segments, occasionally interrupted. The carapace showcased 2 pairs of prominent spines, interspersed with smaller ones, and was somewhat cylindrical in shape, with 4 large, evenly spaced spines along the front margin, save for those near the eyes. Its walking legs were a striking golden yellow, lending it an exquisite appearance. Indeed, Song Xian felt fortunate to encounter this splendid creature. Although labeled as an Australian lobster, this species is not solely confined to Australia. It is also found in New Zealand, Southeast Asia, Africa, and the United States, making it a common variety. This adaptability allows them to thrive in harsh environments, enduring water temperatures of 53 to 65 degrees Celsius. And they have minimal requirements for water quality. Being omnivorous, they exhibit remarkable resilience, coupled with their ease of cultivation, high yield, and survival rates. A substantial aquaculture industry has developed around them in China. In recent years, the international market has seen a decline in lobster prices, allowing Song Xian to indulge in this delicacy several times. The taste of Australian lobster is said to be exceptionally gratifying, with an abundance of succulent meat that provides a delightful sensation. It is also rumored to be beneficial for the elderly, children, and those with weakened bodies, aiding in the healing of wounds, though Song Xian could not confirm this. After reminiscing briefly about the Australian lobster, he swiftly captured it and continued to search the area, greedily hoping for another. However, luck was not on his side. Ultimately, he collected a few more sea urchins before returning with his bag full. Upon his return to the wooden cabin, the women beheld the sea urchins and the sizable lobster, each beaming with joy. Fujiwara Saika exclaimed, "Master, did you know Saika wanted to eat a lobster?" Lu Qingmei remarked, "This guy is incredible. He even caught a lobster." Avril expressed disbelief. "I can't believe after the crash, we can still enjoy tuna, lobster, and sea urchins." "Song, you are amazing." Su Yalan added, "I've never eaten lobster in my life. I'm looking forward to it." Yang Mimi chimed in, TSK, following Song Xian has truly been a stroke of luck. Living on this deserted island, who would have imagined such a life? While they chatted animatedly, Song Xian had already extracted the lobster, intending to prepare it personally. Allowing these clumsy women to handle it would only result in a waste of precious ingredients. Their culinary skills, at best, extended to reheating pre-packaged food or grilling fish for soup. With the lobster in hand, he approached the chopping board, swiftly removing its head and tail. He then cleaved the lobster in half, revealing the generous chunks of meat within. Having finally caught a large Australian lobster, Song Xian planned to prepare it in 2 ways. One portion would be steamed and sliced into strips for dipping, while the other would be battered and fried. The residual oil perfect for cooking or stir-frying rice, providing a unique flavor. Thus, the knife in Song Xian's hand danced with precision and speed, eliciting gasps of admiration from the surrounding women. Yang Mimi, intrigued, inquired, "By the way, I never asked about your profession. You weren't a chef, were you?" "Let us just say that," Song Xian replied, reluctant to divulge his past, as it would only lead to further inquiries and complications. After slicing the lobster, he tossed half into the steamer with the rice, allowing its essence to infuse the grains as the residual heat cooked the lobster. Next came the preparation of the batter, a straightforward task of balancing water and flour. Ideally, he would have preferred to prepare garlic butter lobster, but regrettably, he only had 3 garlic cloves left, most of which had been used to cultivate garlic sprouts, hoping to grow more. Half an hour later, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the table. The highlight was the lobster prepared in 2 styles, accompanied by 4 fresh sea urchin sashimi, 2 large grilled fish, 2 stewed fish, spicy stir-fried meat, shrimp oil-flavored dry-fried green beans, boiled pork slices, and celery with peanuts. Notably, with the lobster on the menu, Song Xian even uncorked a rare bottle of red wine, pouring half a glass for each woman, leaving himself with the remainder. "I will say a few words before we eat," he announced, capturing everyone's attention as they settled at the table. "I know some of you still doubt that we have entered an apocalyptic era. However, you will soon realize that every word I, Song Xian, utter is the truth. I do not expect gratitude from each of you. But I must convey this. The life you enjoy today is entirely due to me, Song Xian." With this declaration, he surveyed the gathering, most gazes affirming his statement. Though Smith's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Recalling his earlier interactions with the 2 slaves, Song Xian surmised that something may have transpired, but he chose not to address it directly. Instead, raising his glass to declare, "Cheers, let us eat." With a chorus of cheers echoing around the table, the women raised their glasses and, after downing the wine, eagerly began to eat. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Song Xian, most were quite familiar with him, eschewing any pretense of politeness. Before long, the prized lobster was devoured completely. Yet, some of the women, lacking in cleverness, did not share the same cunning as young Mimi. Just as the last morsel of lobster was consumed, young Mimi slyly lifted the remaining piece from her bowl and, with a mischievous smile, offered it to Song Xian. "Darling, you've worked hard during this time." As she spoke, the succulent lobster meat found its way to his lips, delivered by her alluring red lips. Chapter 72. The 9-Star Fishing Master. Young Mimi's audacious antics elicited exasperated eye rolls from the surrounding ladies. Yet, Song Xian found himself devoid of a valid reason to refuse her. After all, who could resist a charming young woman with an alluring figure and a sweet voice, who also exhibited such thoughtfulness? Thus, 10 minutes later, the dinner resumed, with young Mimi being the first to satiate her appetite before retreating to her room to change. Shortly thereafter, she emerged clad in a striking blue bikini, sauntering leisurely past the dining table. The sight of the slender strings connecting the small triangular pieces of fabric left the onlookers exchanging incredulous glances. However, young Mimi walked with unwavering confidence, though her ample bosom made her movements somewhat precarious. Upon entering her room, she playfully peeked out, as if using the door as a safety barrier. Addressing Song Xian with a sultry tone, "Dr. Song, I've been feeling a bit fiery lately. Don't forget to administer my cooling injection." Fujiwara Saiko exclaimed. "What a flirt, such a schemer." Li Fujian remarked, "Does this woman have no sense of propriety? Is she truly unafraid of Song Xian's potential deception? What if the outside world is perfectly normal?" Su Yalan said, "Sister Mimi, you truly are something else. How audacious." Avril chimed in, "Indeed, this woman possesses quite a figure. Even I am tempted." Lu Qingmei inquired, "Lu Feifei, is it only her that is so brazen in the entertainment industry, or is it a common phenomenon?" Lu Feifei remained silent. As the night passed, Su Yalan, Avril, young Mimi, Lu Qingmei, Fujiwara Saika, and Li Fujian remained unable to rise. Meanwhile, Song Xian awoke feeling refreshed and called to the bleary-eyed Lu Feifei and the Smiths to rise and prepare for today's brunch. Noticing Lu Feifei's dark circles, Song Xian teasingly remarked, "Did you sleep too much during the day and find it hard to rest at night?" Lu Feifei, upon hearing his words, felt a surge of irritation threatening to boil over. However, considering Song Xian's prowess and her reliance on him, she managed to suppress her anger. Yet, his next comment proved to be the final straw. "Lu Feifei, it seems you have some blemishes appearing on your face. Are you experiencing a flare-up or just a few adolescent pimples?" In an instant, Lu Feifei dashed away, rushing back to the wooden cabin to locate a mirror. There, she discovered 2 small red spots on her cheek, the very cause of which mirrored Song Xian's teasing words. After the tumultuous night spent with Song Xian and the others, sleep had eluded her. To her dismay, Song Xian had even barged into her and Lu Qingmei's room, directly engaging with Lu Qingmei in her presence. How could she not be inflamed by such antics? That rascal was doing this on purpose. Lu Feifei, astute as she was, sensed Song Xian's malicious intent and understood her endurance was waning. Thus, she prepared herself for whatever he had in mind. However, she was well aware of his cunning nature, deliberately toying with her emotions as if she were a bird in a cage. Realizing his intentions, her rebellious spirit ignited, and she resolved not to let Song Xian have the upper hand so easily. Thus, both parties found themselves at a stalemate, leading to her current predicament of developing blemishes on her face. Upon seeing them, Lu Feifei felt more distressed than if she had been struck down. She would rather face Song Xian's wrath than endure this humiliation. Ugh, this devil, this scoundrel. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Yet it only fueled her defiance. Humph. Song Xian, you wicked brat, fishing, are we? Let us see who can outfish whom. At 8 a.m. On the southern shore of Plain Island, Song Xian had already been diving for a while, only to find no substantial catches. Given the considerable energy expenditure underwater and the need to drag any catch back, he decided to return to shore and pursue his fishing ambitions to become a 9-star fishing master. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a sardine, earning 12 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a mackerel, earning 20 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a sarin fish, earning 7 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 9-star fishing master, enhancing your attributes and restoring your stamina. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Song Xian felt invigorated and in high spirits. He cast his line once more and glanced at the sun blazing in the sky. Just a couple more casts, and then I can head home for a meal and some rest. However, shortly after casting, he heard young Mimi's voice behind him. Darling, while I was surveying from the mountaintop, I noticed a large plume of black smoke rising from a small island to the southeast. Could it be a distress signal? To the northeast? Song Xian mused, momentarily pausing as he tried to recall such an occurrence. Plain Island was vast, surrounded by at least 10 other islands within a radius of several dozen miles, none of which were particularly close. The reason he had ventured here was due to his ignorance of the other islands' circumstances. In his previous life, he had no knowledge of how many people inhabited those other islands. He only knew that, during the morning, the total number of individuals present had not exceeded 10. Now, however, with the awakening of his system and the advantages of his rebirth, he had arrived much earlier than before. The living conditions had vastly improved, and the resources at his disposal were unparalleled, allowing him to sustain a larger group. Thus, hearing young Mimi's remarks piqued his curiosity about how many survivors might be on the other islands and whether any of them could be of use to him. Just as he was deep in thought, his fishing line snagged on something, yet there was no struggle from the other end. This suggested he might have triggered a lucky strike. Mimi, please return and continue observing, noting down the approximate location. I'll tidy up here and return shortly. All right. Young Mimi nodded in agreement and turned to head home. As Song Xian slowly reeled in the line, he quickened his pace to bring the catch closer. But as he finally brought the item within reach, he squinted and fell into contemplation. Chapter 73. A pink beep. Congratulations. You have triggered a lucky critical hit and obtained a surfboard. Sturdy surfboard, capable of bearing a weight of 200 kilograms. It seems the heavens are urging me to rescue someone? Suddenly bestowed with such a reward, Song Xian silently gazed at the oval surfboard, murmuring to himself. Half an hour later, Song Xian, carrying a massive surfboard over 2 meters long, leisurely returned to the campsite. After having an early dinner, he instructed, I shall visit the nearby island. I may not return tonight, so be cautious. Lu Qingmei, arrange for someone to take turns keeping watch. If anyone having made these arrangements. Song Xian set off down the mountain alone. 13 kilometers northeast of Plain Island lies a desolate island, mostly comprised of barren mountains. Atop the highest peak, the renowned South Korean girl group of Pink, Park Cho-rome, Yoon Bo-mi, Young Eun-ji, Kim Nam-ju, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Na-eun, huddled around a fire they had managed to kindle, shivering uncontrollably, clad in tattered and filthy matching white dresses. Some of the 6 had bare legs with sports shoes, others barely donned a single cotton jacket, while some wore stockings riddled with holes. And a few had nothing on their legs at all. Their trembling was not solely due to the cold, but rather from illness. The apocalyptic weather had plunged them into sweltering heat by day and biting cold by night, exacerbating their naturally frail constitutions, coupled with a lack of adequate supplies and wilderness survival skills. They had survived these past few days primarily due to Young Eun-ji's experience from participating in a jungle adventure program, where she had learned the skill of friction fire. Enduring the frigid nights was possible only because the 6 of them huddled together for warmth. However, this very proximity had led to one member succumbing, resulting in the potential demise of the entire group. Thus, they mustered the strength to ignite a substantial fire, realizing that if help did not arrive soon, they might perish on this desolate island. As the leader, Park Cho-rome, with her golden curls, noticed the group's spirits were exceedingly low, she forced a smile to comfort them. Let us eat more. Perhaps if we fill our bellies, we will feel better. Oh no, I'm so sick of grilled fish. I detest it. Yoon Bo-mi, who sported a short haircut and had a notoriously fiery temper, could not contain her complaints. It's all we can manage now. We should eat what we can. If it weren't for the tsunami bringing in all this fish, we might have starved by now, chimed in the plumpest among them. Young Eun-ji, the eldest. Why are we so unfortunate? Lamented Kim Nam-ju, the one with the smallest face, clutching her beautiful legs while wearing only one white stocking. Na-eun, who had only a pair of pure white cotton socks on her feet, comforted her, no matter what, At least we are together as sisters. We share our fortunes and misfortunes. Yet upon hearing this, the youngest, Oh Ha-young, could not help but burst into tears. Wah, sisters, I don't want to die. I haven't even experienced a sweet romance yet. Initially, the atmosphere was somber, but her words and innocent demeanor elicited smiles and playful teasing from the others. Why are you so flirty on this deserted island, yearning for a man? If you're really that desperate, should I play the role for you? Ah. It's a shame you haven't tasted the sweetness of love yet, though the teasing caused Oh Ha-young to blush. The laughter soon faded. Perhaps due to their raucous mirth, they all began to cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough. The coughing escalated, each one more severe than the last, and their spirits plummeted as the grim realization set in. They might die here today. Silence enveloped them, faces pale, eyes fixed on the flickering flames. As the temperature dropped, the six quietly huddled together once more. As the sun began its descent, casting a half-red orb into the water, Park Cho-rong finally spoke softly. It's about to get colder. We should return to the cave. Forget it. I don't want to move anymore. I might as well just die here. Yoon Bomi muttered, her spirits shattered. However, the ever-spirited Yoon Eun-ji stood up, urging, let us go. Who knows, a miracle might happen, perhaps if we sleep. Things will change, but no sooner had she spoken than Kim Namju collapsed beside her. Startled, Oh Ha-young and Sun Na-eun cried out in alarm, no. Namju, don't die. Wake up, please. With Kim Namju fainting, the atmosphere plunged again into despair. Yet at that moment, their savior, Song Xian, appeared. Seeing Park Cho-rong, Yoon Bomi, Young Eun-ji, Kim Namju, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Na-eun gathered around the fire. His heart leapt with hope. Goodness, the only South Korean girl groups he knew were Girls' Generation, Wonder Girls, Blackpink, Tiara, A Pink, and Cosmic Girls. To encounter one of them, and in such a state, was nothing short of astonishing. It could only be said that they were truly fortunate. Had he not arrived, they might have met their end on this nameless island. With this thought in mind, Song Xian sprinted toward the six women, employing his unique methods to revive their dear companion, Kim Namju. However, his unconventional approach left Park Cho-rong, Yoon Bomi, Young Eun-ji, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Na-eun blushing and flustered. Chapter 74, Healing and Salvation. What is this? You. Who are you? The dazed Jean Namju awakened to find herself cradled in the arms of a strikingly handsome man. At first, she thought that perhaps fate had been kind to her, allowing her to dream of a handsome figure in her final moments. However, as time progressed, an unsettling feeling began to arise within her, the pain coursing through her body, the uncontrollable beads of sweat, and the man's breath all felt disturbingly real. Moreover, she noticed the five sisters, Park Cho-rong, Yoon Bomi, Young Eun-ji, Woo Hyun-young, and Sun Na-eun, peeking at her with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of curiosity and embarrassment. Thus, she confirmed that she was indeed being rescued by a remarkably strong and handsome man, right in front of her five companions. If you wish to survive, you must obediently follow my instructions. In response to the beautiful woman's inquiries in Korean, Song Hyun appeared not to comprehend a single word, retorting instead in blunt English. He then placed her on the ground, positioning her to kneel before the fire, initiating further treatment. As her breathing became more labored, her delicate dress clung to her skin, drenched in sweat. The peculiar sound she emitted and her unusual demeanor caused the five sisters to flush with embarrassment and their hearts to race. However, faced with the imposing figure of Song Hyun, who had genuinely awakened Jean Namju, they refrained from openly questioning him, instead opting for hushed discussions among themselves. Yoon Bomi, can engaging in such activities truly cure a cold? Is that for real? He must be trying to take advantage, right? Park Cho-rong, it shouldn't. It couldn't be, could it? Young Eun-ji, I think I've heard something about this. Such activities can accelerate blood circulation and metabolism, boosting immunity. Woo Hyun-young, Sister Na-eun. What do you think of Namju's expression? Is she happy, excited, or in pain? Sun Na-eun, how would I know? You should ask the captain. She has experience. After more than half an hour, Song Hyun, having transmitted the active enzymes from his body to Jean Namju, finally released her. After a long wait, Park Cho-rong, Yoon Bomi, Young Eun-ji, Woo Hyun-young, and Sun Na-eun observed that Jean Namju's complexion had regained a rosy glow, markedly better than before. This led them to recall his earlier claims regarding enhanced blood circulation and metabolism through the transmission of active enzymes to boost her immunity and resistance. Upon reflection, it seemed that there might indeed be some truth to it. As the five sisters exchanged bashful glances, Song Hyun turned his attention to them. Where are you staying tonight? We reside in a small cave halfway up the mountain, Park Cho-rong, the team leader, replied softly in English. Let me there. The weather is turning cold. We cannot remain here. or Jin Namju may not survive the night. Song Hyun's tone remained authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Understood. Park Cho-rong hastily agreed. With Song Hyun's presence, despite the initial awkwardness, the arrival of a capable and commanding man filled them with renewed hope, making them believe that perhaps they could survive with his assistance. A few minutes later, Song Hyun, carrying Jin Namju in his arms, accompanied the unsteady Park Cho-rong, Yoon Bo-mi, Young Eun-ji, Woo Hyun-young, and Sun Naon as they made their way to their previous campsite. The small cave, barely half a meter tall and less than 2 meters wide, was a tight squeeze for the 6 of them. The remnants of several campfires marked their previous existence. Upon arrival, Song Hyun set Jin Namju down and instructed, "You all start a fire here. I will fetch some supplies from the shore." "Okay," Park Cho-rong promptly replied as the leader. Once he departed, the 6 sisters could no longer contain their chatter. Yoon Bo-mi, this man is incredible. He carried Namju for over half an hour and still walked so far with ease. He must be quite the athlete. Jin Namju, hey, stop it. Can't you refrain from saying such things? Young Eun-ji, haha, Namju, you look splendid. No wonder, having just been revitalized. Woo Hyun-young, sister, what did you truly feel just now? Sun Naon, puffed. Park Cho-rong, all right, enough questions. If you keep asking, Namju might just die of embarrassment. Yoon Bo-mi, haha, that one tea happened. She just enjoyed herself. She wouldn't want to give that up. Young Eun-ji, nevertheless, he truly is impressive. I've only seen such feats in movies. Sun Naon, speaking of which, have you all read novels about post-apocalyptic islands? A man and a few beautiful women stranded, and then Park Cho-rong, Sun Naon, V Young Eun-ji, Woo Hyun-young, Jin Namju. As the saying goes, joy begets vitality. With the appearance of Song Hyun, who had temporarily saved Jin Namju, the spirits of these women were lifted considerably. However, as darkness gradually fell, anxiety crept back into the hearts of the 6 sisters, who awaited his return. Previously, they had no one to rely on and had to fend for themselves. Yet now, with a man they could depend on, the thought of his potential disappearance weighed heavily on them. The atmosphere grew heavy once again, and the youngest among them, Woo Hyun-young, could no longer suppress her concerns. He wouldn't abandon us, would he? And no, he wouldn't, Park Cho-rong replied, though her own heart lacked certainty. Yet, the candid Yoon Bo-mi chimed in. I bet he will definitely return. Really? Young Eun-ji blinked curiously, while the others turned to her as well. Yoon Bo-mi continued, that man is clearly a lecher. With 6 of us beautiful ladies, how could he resist not indulging? Chapter 75, the chicken leg. As soon as In Pume's words were spoken, the faces of Park Cho-rong, Jong Eun-ji, Kim Namju, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Naon flushed with embarrassment. Coincidentally, Song Hyun returned, carrying a suitcase, 2 large fish, loquats, and some mulberries he had gathered from the island. His initial thought was that if the people on this island were of no use, he would leave them to their own devices. If they proved to be of some utility, then he would reveal the suitcase. Upon seeing Song Hyun return with the suitcase, the expressions of Park Cho-rong, In Pume, Jong Eun-ji, Kim Namju, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Naon transformed into uncontainable delight. However, their desire to taste the food he brought back was not as easily fulfilled as they had imagined. Song Hyun set the items before the fire and began to eat alone. The 6 women exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Kim Namju was the first to approach, leaning in front of Song Hyun, her golden waves cascading as she bit her lip, gazing at him with longing. Could you share some of your food with me? You may take some for yourself, but don't waste it. Eat beside me, Song Hyun replied with a meaningful glance at Kim Namju, who quickly selected a ham sandwich from the suitcase, unwrapped it, and devoured it without a hint of her idol status. Meanwhile, the short-haired, white-haired In Pume, an avid taekwondo practitioner with a toned physique, could no longer endure the monotony of grilled fish. She boldly approached Song Hyun, sitting beside him, wrapping her delicate hand around his neck and extending her other hand towards her friend Kim Namju. Hey, don't just think about yourself. Pass me that chicken leg. I want to eat it. Oh, okay. Kim Namju, her mouth stuffed, quickly complied, retrieving the chicken leg from the suitcase, tearing it open, and handing it to In Pume. Upon seeing the large chicken leg, In Pume could not suppress her physiological reaction, swallowing hard. Ah, it's huge. So big. In one swift motion, she devoured it, her expression soaring with delight until only the bare bone remained. Park Cho-rong, Jong Eun-ji, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Naon, having been starved through the night, felt their faces burn with embarrassment upon witnessing In Pume's exaggerated delight, while their stomachs audibly grumbled. Yet, despite their hunger, they remained motionless, fully aware of the cost of past actions. Thus, the atmosphere momentarily fell into an awkward silence, leaving only the sound of In Pume exclaiming in ecstasy, "Ah, so delicious," accompanied by Kim Namju smacking and the crackling of the fire. Time passed slowly, and at one point, the eldest sister among them, Jong Eun-ji, distanced herself from the other three. However, her English was not proficient, and she was not as bold as In Pume. So she approached Song Hyan and stammered in broken Chinese, I want to eat. In Pume, noticing her struggle, reached out with her greasy hand to assist her. The crackling fire continued to burn, producing sporadic sounds of cracking wood. The six sisters divided into two camps due to Song Hyan's presence. In Pume, Jong Eun-ji, and Kim Namju were gathered around him, some sleeping, others eating, while Park Chulong, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Naon remained in a corner, their faces flushed and expressions peculiar. After finishing a fish, Song Hyan turned to Park Chulong, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Naon, and said, Park Chulong, I have established a camp on another island where the living conditions are tenfold better than here. I can take 3 people with me tomorrow. As for the rest of you, if you survive for 3 days, I can bring you along as well. Why only 3? Park Chulong asked, her expression darkening as she bit her lower lip. Is it because they are with you? Not at all. I only brought a surfboard to this island. And with your weights, it can only accommodate 3 people at most, alongside myself in the water, Song Hyan explained casually, then playfully slapped In Pume's thigh, who had boldly demanded more from him. As time slipped away, Song Hyan added more wood to the fire, then crawled into the cave to sleep. With Kim Namju and Jong Eun-ji on either side of him, and In Pume directly atop him, having brought 2 thin blankets, one for the ground and another to cover themselves, they all huddled closer for warmth. However, the airplane blanket was insufficient, leaving Park Chulong and Sun Naon largely exposed. The bond among the 6 sisters was strong. With a blanket to share in the warmth of Song Hyan, In Pume, Jong Eun-ji, and Kim Namju removed their clothes, offering them to Park Chulong and Sun Naon. This ensured they maintained a basic level of warmth, preventing them from succumbing to the cold. As Song Hyan slept, enveloped in their warmth, the Apink sisters each harbored their own thoughts. With In Pume, Jong Eun-ji, and Kim Namju seemingly secured for departure the next day, they contemplated their future with Song Hyan and the possibility of rescue. Meanwhile, Park Chulong, Oh Ha-young, and Sun Naon pondered whether they would survive the next 3 days, if Song Hyan would return for them, or if they should engage in deeper conversation with him before he left to ensure their safety in the coming days. Chapter 76. The sound of gunfire the following day, early morning. This little wretch, sensing the unusual movements of In Pume and noticing the delicate pink soles before him, Song Xian lazily stretched out, cradling his head in his hands. The other members of Apink Park Churong, Jong Eun-ji, Kim Namju, Woo Ha-young, and Sun Naon were gradually roused from their slumber by the commotion created by In Pume. Among them, the youngest, Woo Ha-young, had already been stirred with thoughts the night prior. Learning that Song Xian intended to take In Pume along with the 3 elder sisters, she had regretted her indecision all night. Thus, upon hearing In Pume's voice, she knelt before Song Xian, her fair knees touching the ground, bending her supple waist like a submissive pup. Jong Eun-ji and Kim Namju were equally anxious about their own precarious positions. They swayed beside Song Xian, lifting their beautiful legs in a bid for attention. Park Churong and Sun Naon, witnessing this, felt their cheeks flush, their thoughts becoming muddled, as both had boyfriends, with Sun Naon even secretly engaged. Yet, they found themselves in the minority, estranged from their 6-sister bond. Observing the assertiveness of the other sisters, the defenses within Park Churong and Sun Naon were on the verge of collapse. After all, without life, nothing else mattered. By 10 in the morning on the beach. What? I want to go too. I don't want to stay here. The youngest, Woo Ha-young, burst into tears upon realizing that Song Xian intended to leave with the 3 elder sisters. Sitting on the surfboard, In Pume, Jong Eun-ji, and Kim Namju lowered their heads. In matters of life and death, even among close friends, no one wished to concede. Park Churong and Sun Naon exchanged concerned glances, embracing Woo Ha-young tenderly, attempting to comfort her, but the more they spoke, the louder her cries grew. Eventually, she ran to Song Xian, clinging to his leg and weeping. Oh, Appa, I want to go with you. Unfortunately, Song Xian did not understand Korean, only surmising that this girl wished to accompany him and not remain on the deserted island. Considering the surfboard's weight limit of 200 kilograms, and with his suitcase in tow, it was feasible to take 2 additional people. If everyone were to float in the water, utilizing the buoyancy of the surfboard and suitcase, it might even be possible to take them all. However, for safety's sake, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, such as encountering a school of sharks, Song Xian decided he could only take 1 more person. Thus, he looked to Park Churong, asking her to inquire about the weights of In Pume, Jong Eun-ji, Kim Namju, and Woo Ha-young. After translating his inquiry, Park Cho-rong received their responses. In Pume, I weighed 46.9 kilograms before, and I should be lighter now. Young Eun-ji, I was 48.2 kilograms last time, and I have lost weight since. Kim Nam-ju, my weight has never exceeded 46 kilograms. I am only lighter now. Woo Ha-young, being the smallest, I weigh about 43 kilograms. Surely, the South Korean idols were remarkably dedicated. Upon hearing the translations, Song Shin couldn't help but express his admiration. He then invited Woo Ha-young onto the surfboard, leaving only Park Cho-rong and Sun Na-eun on the island. As they watched 4 of their sisters depart, Park Cho-rong and Sun Na-eun felt an even greater sense of complexity in their emotions. When Song Shin instructed them to take the suitcase and leave, Sun Na-eun could no longer contain herself and rushed out, awkwardly articulating in broken English, I want to go with you. I can offer my... I'm sorry. He interjected, shaking his head. Taking 4 people was already a challenge. Adding more would only heighten the risk. With a thud, Sun Na-eun collapsed to her knees on the sand, her eyes blank with despair. Regret washed over her, regret for her reticence the previous night, and for her indecision that morning. Seeing her sisters aboard the vessel only intensified her sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, at this moment, her tears were too late. In a world ravaged for a decade, even a pack of instant noodles could barter for a woman's night. He had not only provided ample sustenance, but had also saved their lives, offering them a chance for a better existence. Such conditions were more than generous. Missing this opportunity was solely her fault. Thus, Song Shin departed the island with In Pume, Young Eun-ji, Kim Nam-ju, and Woo Ha-young. His heart hardened by 10 years of desolation. Moreover, the presence of these 2 women only served to amplify his worth, prompting the others to cherish their current circumstances. By noon, on Plain Island, after a long and arduous journey under the blazing sun, Song Shin brought In Pume, Young Eun-ji, Kim Nam-ju, and Woo Ha-young to the beach. Upon reaching a nearby grove, he retrieved food and water from his pack. After a brief respite to replenish their energy, he led the 4 young ladies clad in pink dresses up the hill. However, as they progressed, Song Shin sensed something amiss. Thus, he instructed In Pume, Young Eun-ji, Kim Nam-ju, and Woo Ha-young to maintain a safe distance, assuming a seemingly relaxed stance at the forefront. As anticipated, after traversing merely a few meters, a crude trap caught his eye. From behind 2 small hills, 2 heads emerged. To the left, Li Bo brandished a handgun, his gaze menacingly fixed on Song Shin. The weapon subtly aimed. Song Shin, I will kill you first, then deal with those little wretches. To the right, Pingu Daxiang gripped a spear, his left arm bandaged with visible bloodstains. The previous night, in the early hours, Pingu Daxiang and Li Bo confirmed that Song Shin had not returned, thus discreetly signaled to awaken the Smiths. Ensnared by madness, Smith descended the stairs, acting as an inside man to grant them entry. They forcefully burst into Lu Qingmei's room, seizing her handgun and the key to her handcuffs. Pingu Daxiang smashed open the warehouse door, retrieving bullets with a triumphant flair. The trio, brimming with arrogance, first dragged Lu Qingmei, Lu Feifei, and Fujihara Saika from the first floor into the hall. While Pingu Daxiang and Li Bo guarded the 3, Smith ascended the stairs, wielding a kitchen knife, intending to bring down Yang Mimi, Avril, Su Yalan, and Li Fujuan for a raucous celebration, intending to humiliate Song Shin's women. However, barely moments after Smith ascended, the sounds of gunfire echoed through the air. Bang! Chapter 77, Counterattack. Yang Mimi, bedroom. The lifeless body of Smith lay sprawled at the doorway, while Yang Mimi, with a gun in hand and her crimson lips curled in disdain, sneered at the corpse before her. Do you think you can take advantage of me? Sister Mimi, how do you possess a gun? Su Yalan, who shared the same room, asked in a state of panic. Wasn't the pistol in Lu Qingmei's possession? Song Shin discreetly handed it to me before leaving, and there are more firearms on this island, Yang Mimi casually explained, secretly admiring Song Shin's intelligence and vigilance. Su Yalan felt a bit reassured upon hearing this, yet her fear resurfaced as she glanced at the corpse. What do we do now? Does Song Shin have any other plans? I don't know. We'll take it step by step. We can't manage what's happening downstairs. Let's secure the upper floor first, and wait for Song Shin to return to handle the rest, Yang Mimi decisively declared, and thus began a prolonged standoff. With both parties armed and Smith remaining silent, he did not descend from the upper floor. Li Bo and Pingu Daxiang quickly deduced that Smith was dead and dared not act rashly against the women downstairs. After a while, Li Bo called out to the upper floor, "Beautiful lady, how about we discuss a collaboration? We can share the power on this island. You wouldn't want someone like Song Shin looming over you, would you?" A woman's voice responded from above, "Haha, with Song Shin controlling this island, at least our safety, food, and basic order are guaranteed. You, a fraud along with a lustful little Japanese, Do you think I would trust you? Hearing this, Li Bo smirked coldly. Having already confirmed the woman's identity and position, Xuan, the slender, model-like flight attendant. With this thought, Li Bo grinned sinisterly and whispered to Pingu Daxiang, who immediately subdued Lu Qingmei, ripping her top apart. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as her ample bosom was suddenly exposed, pressing against the ground. However, at that moment, gunfire erupted outside. Bang! Pingu Daxiang's arm was instantly hit, and Li Bo reacted by fleeing without a thought for his teammate. Despite the pain, Pingu Daxiang gritted his teeth and charged towards the window. That shot, of course, was fired by Yang Mimi. She had deliberately left Su Yalan upstairs while she used a rope made from blankets to descend from the second floor to the first. The risk she took was driven by a clever suspect. Li Bo and Pingu Daxiang would likely take the supplies from downstairs, abduct the women, and set the house ablaze, sealing her and Su Yalan's fate. On a mountain path, Song Xian halted before a trap, pulling out a cigarette to smoke. He lit it and stood there, seemingly lost in thought, as if contemplating the meaning of life. Meanwhile, Pingu Daxiang, having escaped the villa, noticed Song Xian's stillness, his anxiety growing. Li Bo, having carefully aimed for a long time, finally seized the perfect moment to pull the trigger at Song Xian's torso. Why the torso and not the head? It was due to his lack of skill. For an untrained individual, hitting the head from within 10 meters is already remarkable, just like Yang Mimi before, who aimed for Pingu Daxiang's head but only struck his arm. Moreover, hitting the torso usually yields similar results. On this island, there are no hospitals to provide medical assistance. A bullet striking any part of the body would induce such intense pain that it could incapacitate the individual. If a vital organ were hit, death was almost certain. Bang! Die! I am the king of this island. As the bullet was fired, Li Bo shouted frantically, pulling the trigger twice more. Bang! Bang! However, as he pulled the trigger the first time, Song Xian had already reacted. Though he appeared to be leisurely smoking, he was actually relaxing and sharpening his senses. The speed of ordinary handgun bullets ranges from 300 to 500 meters per second, so by the time one hears the gunshot and reacts, it is often too late to evade the bullet. Although Song Xian considered the possibility of catching the bullet barehanded, he refrained from attempting it. He was not foolish. What benefit would come from catching a bullet? If he failed, he would suffer the consequences. Therefore, the moment the gun fired, Song Xian had already initiated his movement. With a graceful backward step, he simultaneously drew a fruit knife from his waist and hurled it towards the source of the sound. Whoosh! Just as Li Bo finished his taunt, the flying knife struck his eye socket, embedding itself deep. The previously exuberant Li Bo was met with this knife, and his vision blurred into darkness as he collapsed, convulsing. Yet, after a few spasms, he fell silent, for the knife had destroyed his brain. He was dead. However, his comrade was still alive. Upon hearing the gunfire, Pingu Daxiang rushed forward with a spear, unaware that his teammate had perished due to the hill's concealment. He charged before Song Xian and thrust the spear forward. His eyes reddened as he shouted, "Die!" But to Song Xian, Pingu Daxiang appeared as a fool. A mere hand strike severed the spear in two. Crack! He then lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Thud! The kick landed squarely in Pingu Daxiang's abdomen, eliciting a pain scream. The burly figure flew backward, expelling the food he had eaten that day mixed with stomach acid, and in a twist of fate, he was kicked into the trap, nearly meeting his demise. Fortunately, the trap was merely a ruse, shallow and filled with stones. He did not die from the fall. However, at this moment, Song Xian exhaled a plume of smoke like a dragon, savoring a deep breath before tossing the cigarette but into the trap, which was met with another anguished cry. Chapter 78. The master angler In Pume exclaimed, He is simply too handsome. Young Unji gasped, my goodness. How could there be a gun on this island? He actually killed someone, Jin Namju remarked. But can we really blame him? The other party struck first. After all, this island is exceedingly perilous. Wu Haryang pondered. Could he possibly be the martial arts expert from the novels and television shows? As Song Haiyan swiftly dispatched two individuals within mere breaths, In Pume, Young Unji, Jin Namju, and Wu Haryang finally came to their senses and began to discuss the events. Meanwhile, in the trap, as a cigarette stub fell into it, the anguished cries of Pingu Daxiang echoed once more. Yet Song Haiyan paid no heed, heading straight to retrieve his handgun from the other side of the hill, returning to In Pume, Young Unji, Jin Namju, and Wu Haryang without offering any explanation for the recent occurrences. He felt no inclination to explain, even if he did. It would be futile, as his limited English vocabulary would leave them perplexed. Once they reached his camp, he knew someone would assist in clarifying matters. Thus, Song Haiyan quickly led them back to the camp, where they discovered the lifeless body of Smith at the entrance. upon seeing Song Hien return with 4 beautiful women. Fujiwara Saika, Yang Mimi, and others wore peculiar expressions. The 4 sisters, In Pume, Jung Eunji, Ji Namju, and Wu Haryang, also displayed a variety of emotions upon witnessing so many alluring women at the camp. Nevertheless, Song Hien remained indifferent. Having endured the events of the previous night and that day, he knew the women would only grow more united around him. Therefore, he simply inquired about what transpired the night before. Well done. After listening to their accounts, Song Hien felt immense satisfaction with Yang Mimi's performance. Although he reclaimed his handgun, he bestowed upon her greater authority, granting her the power to oversee all the women except for Fujiwara Saika and Lu Qingmei, along with a generous reward for the evening. Just as he conversed with several women, Julia, the blonde, blue-eyed widow, bound and kneeling, began to wail, "Song, I truly had no knowledge of their actions, nor did I partake in them. Please spare me. I beg you not to kill me. I am willing to do anything. Just please do not take my life. What shall we do with this woman?" Yang Mimi inquired playfully, noticing Song Hien's gaze fixed upon Julia. "We shall discuss it after lunch. There is no rush." Song Hien had certain thoughts regarding the widow, but not many, given that Yang Mimi and the others had just dispatched her husband. He was uncertain about the true nature of their relationship. Thus, he already held a resolution in his heart. After everyone enjoyed a sumptuous lunch and indulged in a comfortable nap, he took the bound Julia to the southern shore alone. As Julia observed Song Hien loosening his shirt buttons in the shade, all her previous apprehensions evaporated. In their place, she adopted an irresistibly seductive demeanor, deliberately swaying like a beautiful serpent, and opened her alluring crimson lips, extending her tongue to unfasten her top, revealing her ample bosom, her hands caressing her form. 2 hours later, using the surfboard as a fishing platform, Julia had been cast into the sea to feed the fish, while Song Hien successfully caught his first fish of the day. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a large yellow croaker, earning 13 experience points. After tossing the yellow croaker into the ugly fish basket, Song Hien leisurely cast his line once more, reveling in the joy of fishing in this apocalyptic setting. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a sardine, earning 13 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a Japanese pomfret, earning 6 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a mackerel, earning 3 experience points. Time swiftly passed, and as the weather cooled, Song Hien hummed a tune. The taste of mackerel made him contemplate. After patting himself off, he returned home for a delightful dinner, only for the sky to unleash torrents of rain for 2 consecutive days. With nothing pressing to attend to, Song Hien occupied himself with games, mahjong, and watching the women's performances. For instance, he enjoyed the dances of Su Yalan, In Pume, Jung Eunji, Ji Namju, and Wu Haryang, which ranged from modern to ethnic, and even fiery displays. He also witnessed Lu Qingmei's military boxing, Yang Mimi's calisthenics, Avril's musical performances, and Lu Feifei's martial arts routines. Even Fujiwara Saika, who, despite being a beautiful idol, displayed a lack of coordination, brought forth amusement. In summary, life was joyful and vibrant. Though a troubling matter loomed, the household's laborer, Pingu Daxiang, had fallen ill from exhaustion. While the others enjoyed ample sustenance, Pingu Daxiang subsisted solely on grilled fish, compounded by excessive labor. Having recently endured a rough ordeal and narrowly escaping a trap, it was fortunate that his constitution held strong. Thus, facing this capable worker, Song Hien decided to grant him a swift end, sparing him from any potential illness and leaving no remains behind. After all, Pingu Daxiang had attempted rebellion several times during this period. As the weather cleared, Song Hien took Pingu Daxiang to the southern shore to feed the fish. True to his expectations, fresh blood attracted numerous predators. Thus, clad in diving gear, Song Hien experienced a bountiful harvest. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a large salmon, earning 17 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a black marlin, earning 9 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a Japanese bullhead shark, earning 88 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have captured a sardine, earning 14 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to a 1-star master angler, enhancing your attributes, restoring your stamina, and granting you a mysterious lottery opportunity. Will you use it? Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a Diamond Space Ring. Diamond Space Ring contains a built-in space of 10,000 m, cannot store living beings or gases in unstable states, solid and liquid. Chapter 79. Business Trip Beautiful. Upon encountering the extraordinary artifact known as the spatial ring in this apocalyptic world, Song Xian could not contain his excitement and clenched his fists. With a capacity of 10,000 0.000 cubic meters. It is equivalent to a 100 square meter house towering 100 meters high, akin to a 30-story building. Should it be filled with provisions? It would suffice to feed the inhabitants of the island for a lifetime, hence Song Xian's exhilaration. He decided to inspect his attributes. The system promptly displayed his status: Host, Song Xian, Level, 1-star Master Fisherman, Skill, Apocalypse Forecast, a skill that allows you to foresee disasters and dangers, enabling you to avert misfortune. Physique, 55. Energy, 61. Equipment, Platinum Fishing Rod, Silver Snake Skin Bag, Diamond Spatial Ring, Platinum Fishing Rod, an exceptional quality rod suitable for fish under 2 tons, with a 1 chance of critical hit rewards, conserving 20 of energy expenditure. Silver Snake Skin Bag contains 1.5 cubic meters of space, with a weight capacity of 1.2 tons, waterproof, dustproof, and electric resistant with preservation features. Diamond Spatial Ring houses 10,000 cubic meters of space. Living beings cannot be stored. Items: Frogman Diving Suit, Hand Crank Water Purifier. Sturdy Surfboard. Frogman Diving Suit comprises a diving respirator, Frogman swimwear, goggles, earplugs, and flippers. Hand Crank Water Purifier filters seawater and wastewater through manual operation to achieve potable quality. Sturdy Surfboard, capable of supporting a weight of 200 kilograms. Supplies: Tiger and Leopard Journal, various men's clothing, chocolate, cigarettes, Switch gaming console, watch, handgun, paper documents. Electric Massager. Experience points, 2,000 kilograms. Splendid. Following this upgrade, my attributes have improved by 3 points each time. It seems I shall soon transform into a superhuman. After perusing my data panel, Song Xian clenched his fists and struck the air. Boom. A punch produced a sonic boom. If it were to connect with a person, it could very well shatter their skull. Exhilarating, hearing the sound and gazing at his fists. The only word that remained in Song Xian's mind was that single expression of joy. Hence, he concluded his work for the day and returned to the camp to engage in amicable interactions with Aver, Yang Mimi, Fujiwara Shizuka, Lu Qingmei, and Su Yaoan. After dinner, he was joined by In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, Wu Haryong, and Li Fujin, 5 mischievous girls from the southern country. While they were deeply engrossed in their conversation, In Pume suddenly interrupted with a clumsy sentence in Chinese. Master, can you bring my sisters over today? I will come to visit tonight. Just wait at home. Song Xian, almost having forgotten about the two, readily agreed. Upon hearing his words, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, and Wu Haryong were instantly filled with joy, and their enthusiasm grew even warmer. As evening approached, Song Xian set off before the weather turned chilly. He carried a suitcase, his sturdy surfboard, and 2 spears to serve as paddles. The prospect of heading out to sea to rescue people was invigorating, akin to a business trip to a distant place where he might unexpectedly encounter 2 downcast beauties and unwittingly transform into a benevolent deity. Splash! As the sun began to set, Song Xian finally arrived at the small island where a pink had been. Upon reaching the island, he directly stored his surfboard and paddles into the spatial ring with a mere touch. He had previously experimented and discovered that all objects he had come into contact with could be easily stored within the space. However, for substances like water or sand, which lack a definitive form, they needed to be contained within a bottle or basin. Overall, this was remarkably convenient. On the hillside, in a small cave, Park Chorong, with long black hair cascading to her chest, donned a pink dress and sheer white stockings. Sun Naon, with golden wavy curls, similarly wore a pink dress and white socks. At that moment, the sisters gazed vacantly into the fire, their expressions and emotions heavy with gravity. With a darkened complexion and cracked lips, Sun Naon gritted her teeth and sighed. Sigh, today marks the 3rd day. Do you think Song Xian has forgotten us? Surely, he wouldn't forget. Park Cho-rong replied, lacking confidence yet harboring a glimmer of hope. Oh, Sun Naon sighed again. Sister, do you think the world has truly entered the apocalypse? Why else would there be such strange weather? The rescue teams haven't arrived for so long, and we haven't even flown out of the island's waters. Perhaps the tsunami delayed everything, Park Cho-rong suggested. Ugh, I loathe this place. I'm hungry, thirsty, and bored. I wish I hadn't been with Song Xian that day. Enough, let us not dwell on that. Get some sleep. Perhaps Song Xian will appear first thing in the morning. Let us hope so. If he never returns, I might as well starve to death out of boredom. All right. Let us not speak such dismal words. Come here, sister, let me hug you. Seeing her sister's despondent state, Park Cho-rong suppressed her own disappointment and comforted her gently. Okay. Sun Naon complied and nestled into her embrace, but just as she did, a mischievous smile spread across her face. Sister, how long have you been with your boyfriend? Hey, You little rascal, why do you suddenly ask that? Hee hee, it's because you pretended to go to the bathroom yesterday and secretly alleviated your loneliness. I saw you. Ah, you little brat. You, be quiet. Teeth, your blushing face is so pretty. Why fear it? We're all good sisters, who knows? We might die on this deserted island one day. How about I help you out? Ah, don't mess around. It's annoying. If you get the cave wet, we won't be able to sleep. Ah, you little rascal. I won't stop, no matter how loud you scream. It won't help. Humph. You little devil, do you want to play? Let us see who begs for mercy first. Ah, sister. I'm sorry. Help? Haha. Help? Don't. There. Help? I'm sorry. Whoa. Chapter 80 New Friends. TSK. You two little vixens certainly know how to have fun. No wonder. Due to his limited proficiency in Korean, Song Xian arrived at the hillside, only to hear Park Chulong and Sun Nian chattering away, and then the two began to. At first glance, Song Xian thought about shouting, "Let that girl go. I'll take over." But reflecting on it, he found it somewhat tiresome and dull, so he took out a small bottle of liquor, a roasted fish, and a small can of peanuts, settling down in the woods to enjoy the scenery. After all, this was far more entertaining than any television drama. The only drawback was the dim lighting, but fortunately, his extraordinary eyesight allowed him to perceive many details that would elude the average person. Smack, crackle, thud. Thus, Song Xian watched with great interest for quite some time, waiting for the two to tire themselves out from their playful antics. Only then did he stroll over to the cave entrance, puffing on a cigarette that wafted white smoke. Ah, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. As night fell, a torrential downpour struck, drenching the wildflowers in the mountains, leaving them battered and unable to stand upright. However, when the morning sun cast its warm rays, the flowers, rejuvenated by the rain, blossomed into vibrant beauty, even exuding an alluring charm. Wow, a rainbow! Sun Nian exclaimed, her radiant face aglow in the sunlight, her soft lips glistening with moisture as she gazed excitedly toward the horizon. With no worries in life, a full stomach, and Song Xian's reassurance, her spirits soared. Park Chulong felt similarly uplifted by the stunning sight, recognizing it as a good omen, although she concealed her excitement more subtly. After all, it had rained several times in recent days, but this was the first appearance of a rainbow, igniting a flicker of hope for the future. Yet, just as a smile graced her lips, she was unexpectedly slapped hard from behind, nearly bringing her to tears. Smack. The voice of Song Xian, the instigator, followed closely. You have 10 minutes to tidy yourselves up. We must return to Plain Island before it gets too hot. All right, Sun Nian replied cheerfully, having escaped the slap. While Park Chulong pouted in frustration, casting a glare at Sun Nian as her only means of venting. At 10:15 a.m., Song Xian returned to Plain Island with Sun Nian and Park Chulong, only to fortuitously encounter 3 new guests on the nearby coastline, 2 men and a woman, all of whom he recognized. The woman was the stunning, fair-skinned star, Gully Nana, now disheveled, covered in bruises, and with a dazed expression. The second was her assistant and bodyguard, Li Kai, who, despite his impressive stature and trustworthy appearance, was a notorious lecher and sadistic tormentor, playing a significant role in Gully Nana's current state. Lastly, there was Zhang Kaishan, Song Xian's loyal brother, who, upon learning of Song Xian's windfall, had secured another seat at a bargain price, thus gaining a first-class ticket. In his previous life, he had also lacked a reliable assistant and had trusted this brother implicitly, only to be betrayed, nearly costing him his life. This foolish man, after betraying him, had himself been shot by Li Bo. Yet, Li Bo, unexpectedly surviving a stab wound, later acquired a firearm through Lu Feifei's theft, and with assistance from Yang Mimi and others, managed to regain his position of power. TSK, my dear friends. You finally made it. This time, I shall treat you generously, Song Xian mused with a smile as he pulled Park Chulong and Sun Nian ashore. However, the 2 beautiful women shuddered involuntarily at the sight of his smile, their intuition warning them of impending misfortune. On Plain Island, at the mountaintop camp, Song Xian led Park Chulong and Sun Nian up the mountain to reunite with the Pink S Yun Bomi, Yung Yunji, Kim Namju, and Wu Hyunyang. The 6 sisters, Park Chulong, Yun Bomi, Yung Yunji, Kim Namju, Wu Hyunyang, and Sun Nian, embraced joyfully, tears streaming down their faces, their words a jumble of incomprehensible excitement. Song Xian, indifferent to their commotion, returned to his room with Fujihara Shizuka and Yang Mimi, engaging in light conversation while waiting for lunch. As for Li Kai, Zhang Kaishan, and Gully Nana, Song Xian knew they were not foolish and would surely find their way here when they did. Soon, Song Xian gathered the lovely ladies for a meal. Park Chulong and Sun Nian, fresh from their hardships, could hardly believe their eyes at the sight before them. 5 dishes, 3 meat and 2 vegetable, alongside a chilled dish. 4 grilled fish, 2 large bowls of fish soup, a small bowl of shellfish, and beautifully sliced sea urchin sashimi. This was no post-apocalyptic island. It was a feast far superior to what they had experienced in most southern restaurants. Even their first-class airline meals paled in comparison. Yoon Bomi, Young Yunji, Kim Namju, and Woo Hyun-young couldn't help but chuckle at the astonished expressions of Park Chulung and Sun Nian. However, they quickly composed themselves, recalling their own less-than-stellar performances just days prior. Let us eat. Seeing that some were already eager, Song Xian, as the host, picked up his chopsticks, choosing to delay his words for a moment. Smack. Crunch. Thud. But just as they began to eat and converse, within less than 10 minutes, Li Kai, Zhang Kaishan, and Guli Nana had reached a nearby hillside. Spotting Song Xian's grand villa, Li Kai and Zhang Kaishan looked on in excitement, while Guli Nana, already weak, appeared utterly exhausted after the trek. Her beautiful eyes growing increasingly vacant, with fresh wounds marring her back. Damn, I knew they were moving fast. Something's amiss. Li Kai exclaimed. I can already smell the aroma. They must be dining on a feast with more than one dish. Zhang Kaishan added. Let us go and snag a meal. Li Kai suggested eagerly. Wait. It seems there are quite a few people inside. Let us scout first. If there are few, we can seize this place and reign supreme. If there are many. Chapter 81. Giving face yet being unappreciative in the wooden cabin-ass dining area on the first floor, the sounds of feasting echoed, slurp, chew. Song Xian continued to indulge in merriment with a large entourage, while Zhang Kaishan and Li Kai, one a retired soldier and the other a bodyguard, had commenced their reconnaissance. The outcome of their investigation elicited considerable excitement in both men. The villa housed but a single man, Song Xian. The remaining occupants, Averil, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Shizuka, Lu Qimei, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, Lu Feifei, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zheng Indi, Jin Nanju, Wu Zairan, and Sun Nain, were all delicate women, with a modicum of strategy. They could be manipulated like Guli Nana. Ha ha ha, fortune truly smiles upon me this time. Zhang Kaishan, upon seeing the array of beauties, nearly drooled in anticipation. Li Kai, equally exhilarated, mused on their forthcoming fortune, though uncertainty lingered regarding the man's temperament. He chuckled, that kid is merely a pathetic security guard. I could easily crush him with a single hand. Zhang Kaishan swiftly recognized Song Xian, his disdain unabashed. Just days before the plane crash, he had developed an intense loathing for Song Xian. Had it not been for Song Xian winning the lottery and a subsequent 7-day getaway, he would not have sought discounted tickets, narrowly escaping death from the crash and starvation on a deserted island. However, after encountering the movie star Guli Nana and experiencing the enhancement from the Red Sun, his perspective shifted. He perceived himself as exceptional, akin to protagonists in certain novels. This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him to rewrite his destiny. Now, believing himself the protagonist, he found himself accompanied by the star, Guli Nana. Faced with a banquet of sumptuous food and surrounded by so many beautiful women, a surge of wicked ambition ignited within Zhang Kaishan. Let us approach directly. We shall eliminate this scoundrel and seize this mansion along with these women. I'll follow your lead, Brother Xuan. You feast while I savor the broth. Li Kai, having missed the Red Sun enhancement, lacked the physical prowess of Zhang Kaishan and had always obeyed his commands. Rest assured, if my brother thrives, you shall not be deprived of your share. Zhang Kaishan chuckled in response, yet internally contemplated, if Song Xian could support so many women, why couldn't he? The supplies on the plane must have been claimed by them, now that they had arrived on this island, with ample food and beauty at hand. Why should he bear the burden of a companion who would sleep with his women? Thus, Zhang Kaishan's mindset had transformed. He awaited the moment to dispatch Song Xian and then eliminate the fool Li Kai, positioning himself as the ruler of the island, free to indulge in a life of unrestrained opulence. As they approached the wooden cabin, Song Xian and the women remained engrossed in their meal and conversation, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Zhang Kaishan, seizing the opportunity to witness the stunning beauty before him and the lavish spread, kicked the door open with a wooden spear in hand. Looks like you're living quite well here. Everyone, freeze. Otherwise, I shall end your lives. Li Kai followed closely behind, brandishing a spear, attempting to project an intimidating demeanor. However, the reactions from the diners were markedly different. Averil, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zheng Indi, Jin Nanju, Wu Zairan, and Sun Nain, having never witnessed Song Xian in action, were struck with terror, their eyes darting in panic. In contrast, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Shizuka, Lu Qimei, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei regarded the intruders with expressions of bemusement, as if observing the intellectually challenged. Song Xian, maintaining a playful demeanor, merely regarded them with mild amusement, his calmness serving as the greatest mockery of Zhang Kaishan and Li Kai. His subsequent words incited a fury within Zhang Kaishan. Ah, is that not Brother Zhang? Since we are acquainted, let us speak amicably. Have you not had enough to eat these past few days? There are leftovers on the table. Do help yourself to fill your belly. Song Xian, you. Zhang Kaishan's anger flared at the suggestion of eating leftovers, and he lunged at him with a spear. Song Xian, intent on mocking him, simply evaded the attack without retaliating. Oh, Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Can we not converse civilly? I shall end you. All the women and provisions on this island are mine. I'll have you know. Zhang Kaishan had planned to intimidate Song Xian, but the audacity of the latter's mockery ignited a desire to eliminate him, to set an example for others. Yet, he remained oblivious to the caliber of his adversary and failed to notice the amused expressions of Yang Mimi, Fujihara Shizuka, Lu Qimei, and Su Yalan as they observed the unfolding drama. At that moment, Li Kai, captivated by desire, reached out toward Yang Mimi. His attraction to her had always been intense, and now, faced with her, he could hardly contain himself. Just as he extended his hand, Lu Qimei's eyes narrowed. Should he dare to advance, he would regret it for a lifetime. Yet, neither Lu Qimei nor Li Kai had the chance to act. Exhausted from pursuing Song Xian, Zhang Kaishan called upon his companion. Li Kai, are you blind? Come help me take him down. Coming. Li Kai, heeding the call, momentarily abandoned his pursuit of Yang Mimi and charged at Song Xian with his club. Yet Song Xian remained unfazed, continuing to smile at Zhang Kaishan. Brother Zhang, you are being rather ungrateful. Had it not been for our acquaintance, not only would you not have scraps from the table, but you'd be left with nothing warm to eat. Chapter 82, The Doghouse. With an exclamation of disbelief, Zhang Kaishan erupted into a torrent of profanities, wielding his spear as if it were a club. Yet, Song Xian, maintaining his jovial demeanor, effortlessly evaded each blow as if he were merely toying with him. At that moment, Li Kai also lunged forward, seemingly coordinating effortlessly with Zhang Kaishan, pushing Song Xian into a corner. A group of onlookers, Avi, Park Chulong, Yun Pumi, Zhang Yundi, Jin Nanju, Wu Haryong, and Sun Nian, watched with mounting anxiety. Oh no, they wouldn't actually kill Song Xian, would they? These two are so fierce. If they take control of this island, what will happen to us? Should we intervene? After all, we are all connected to Song Xian. Stop. Don't be impulsive. We are merely women, on this island. We must submit to whoever claims dominance. However, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Shizuka, Lu Qimei, Su Yalan, Li Fujian, and Lu Feifei found the spectacle increasingly entertaining, even engaging in secret wagers. Fujihara Shizuka, I bet if Master truly fights, he can finish them in 3 moves. Yang Mimi, I'd say 2 moves would suffice, 1 punch for each. Su Yalan, actually, a single kick could send both of them flying. Lu Feifei, Qimei, how many moves do you think it would take for Song Xian to resolve this? It seems he is enjoying the show. Lu Qimei had already discerned that Song Xian was deliberately toying with the 2 men. Just as her words trailed off, the seemingly unavoidable moment arrived. Song Xian finally struck. Boom. With a casual punch, he created a sonic boom, colliding with the wooden stick that Li Kai swung at him. Crack. The stick, as thick as an arm, splintered with a sharp sound, leaving Li Kai's expression one of shock and fear. You. He realized that Song Xian's fist remained unscathed and watched in horror as it approached, only to hear a sharp crack and plunge into darkness. Bang. Li Kai, who had been thrusting a wooden stake at Song Xian, was similarly struck with terror at the sight. However, his stake had already aimed for Song Xian's abdomen. If this hit, Song Xian would surely perish on this desolate island. Die, Song Xian. Your woman. Your home. Everything you possess is mine. As the sharp point neared Song Xian's midsection, Zhang Kaishan's excitement peaked, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Yet, just as the stake grazed Song Xian's clothing, 2 seemingly ordinary fingers clamped down on it. No matter how hard Zhang Kaishan pushed forward, even employing his full weight and thrusting his legs, the scene turned comically absurd, as though he were running in place on a treadmill. Ah, damn it. I will pierce you. I will kill you. Zhang Kaishan's emotions spiraled into madness at the sight before him. Yet, no one anticipated that Song Xian would not take further action. The beautiful and slender actress, Gulina, previously lost in thought, now bore a fierce glint in her large, enchanting eyes. She snatched the broken stake from the ground and charged at him. Thud. Ah, Li Kai, who had just regained consciousness, felt an excruciating pain in his lower back, his complexion draining of color as cold sweat coated his forehead. He turned with a grimace, only to see Gulina withdraw the stake and plunge it into his abdomen once more. Thud. You. Cough, cough, cough. He managed to utter a single word before his face contorted in agony, blood spilling forth. Seeing this, Song Xian realized that his toy might not survive until dawn. Meanwhile, Gulina dropped the stake, collapsing to the ground in tears. Wah! Yang Mimi, Avi, Fujihara Shizuka, Lu Chimei, and Su Yalan witnessed her sorrowful state. Bruised and weeping uncontrollably, even resorting to violence. They suspected something dreadful must have transpired in her life. Feeling fortunate for their own safety, they rushed to comfort her gently. Do not worry, Lena, such things will not happen again. Here, no one will bully you. We will protect you. Indeed, here you will be well fed and warmly clothed. And you can play games. Stop crying, stop crying. Song Xian will ensure they are taught a lesson. Those two scoundrels will face dire consequences. However, the more they tried to console her, the more Gu Lena's sobs intensified. She was particularly prone to such emotional outbursts. Yet, with so many women on the island and ample time to spare, they remained patient. Song Xian observed as Li Kai succumbed to the ground, breathless, and watched Gu Lena weep uncontrollably. He instructed Fujihara Shizuka, bring her some snacks, change her clothes, and take her to bathe. Young Mimi, you handle the arrangements for her bed. Understood. Seeing Song Xian delegate the responsibility of bed arrangements to her, young Mimi felt a surge of joy and exchanged a sly glance with Fujihara Shizuka. Noticing that the young girl had yet to respond, young Mimi smirked inwardly, reveling in her triumph. Little fool, soon I will ascend to the role of queen, while you remain here as a mere caretaker. What can you possibly challenge me with? As she basked in her secret delight, Song Xian turned his smiling gaze upon Zhang Kaishan. Zhang Kaishan promptly knelt, shedding his previous contemptuous demeanor and pleading, Song Xian, please, grant me a chance at life. I was driven mad with hunger and despair. I beg you, spare me. Fear not, old acquaintance, how could I possibly harm you? Gazing at the man before him, Song Xian maintained his friendly smile while applying pressure with 2 fingers. Crack! The sharp point of the stick was instantly severed, eliciting gasps of shock from those present, especially Zhang Kaishan, who trembled anew. Yet, Song Xian merely smiled kindly at him and instructed Lu Chimei to gather Park Chulong, Yun Pumi, Zhang Yundi, Jin Naju, Wu Haoyang, and Sun Nian to dispose of Li Kai's remains. The aim was to engrave this day into their memories. He then shackled Zhang Kaishan and led him to the doghouse outside the villa. Kaishan, this will now be your home. If you behave well, I assure you, you shall feast on leftovers each day. How does that sound? Chapter 83. Words of kindness. Faced with Song Xian's humiliation, Zhang Kaishan repeatedly nodded in a sycophantic manner, attempting to appease him. Song Xian, I was truly dazed from hunger earlier. It was that Li Kai who, he forced my hand. Given our previous amicable relationship, smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Xian's palm struck his face, causing Zhang Kaishan's cheek to swell and blood to trickle from his mouth. Song Xian then grasped his neck firmly, stating, it is only because of our past friendship that I have spared your life, is it not? Why yes, Zhang Kaishan nodded vigorously. Trembling at the sight of the dangerous glint in Song Xian's eyes, his heart pounding with fear and regret. In that moment, he realized how absurdly wrong he had been. For he sensed that Song Xian had not only killed Li Kai, but had also taken many lives. Good, Song Xian remarked, noticing Zhang Kaishan's newfound awareness. He released his grip and affectionately patted the top of his head, before handcuffing him to a beam in the doghouse. For the sake of our past friendship, I shall allow you to rest for a while before assigning you your duties. With a playful smile, Song Xian stood and departed. In his past life, this wretched man had betrayed him, attempted to seduce his woman, and caused him to suffer a permanent injury. This time, he would repay the betrayal tenfold. Inside the wooden cabin, as Song Xian dealt with the slave Zhang Kaishan, Yang Mimi, Fujihara Saika, Su Yalan, Li Fuzhen, and Lu Feifei were tirelessly comforting Gu Lena. Rest assured, no beasts will harm you here. Nana, please stop crying. The bad men have received their just punishment, and we will protect you from now on. Indeed, life here is wonderful. You need not worry about food or clothing, and there are companions to play with. We even have video games. However, the nature of women is such that the more one tries to console them, the more agitated they become. Listening to their reassurances, Gu Lena recalled her recent ordeals, which only deepened her sorrow, leading her to weep even more. Creak. As Song Xian opened the door and returned, all attention shifted towards him. He issued a few simple commands, and Yang Mimi escorted Gu Lena upstairs. Due to recent changes within the household, room assignments had been reorganized. On the first floor, aside from the storeroom brimming with provisions, there was only one room shared by Song Xian and Fujihara Saika. The other 6, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, Wu Xiaorong, and Sun Nain shared adjacent rooms with 2 beds each, considering the weight capacity of the building. As for the second floor, Yang Mimi and Su Yalan shared a room, while Lu Feifei and Lu Qingmei had another, and Avril and Li Fuzhen shared yet another. Gu Lena was temporarily assigned to Yang Mimi's room, claiming the last single bed in the house, converting it into a 3-person room. This was also a clever move by Yang Mimi, as it not only demonstrated her sense of fairness but also helped to win hearts. Furthermore, Gulina was a slender beauty with striking features, and Yang Mimi believed that if she nurtured her well and presented her to Song Xian, he would surely appreciate her more and grant her greater authority and space in the future. Thus, as Yang Mimi earnestly urged Gulina, she subtly infused her own agenda, with Su Yalan echoing her sentiments. Don't be too disheartened, Nana. We faced similar tribulations ourselves, if it weren't for Song Xian. Sister, let me tell you. In this desolate world, we must rely on men to survive. Indeed, you should consider yourself fortunate. If you weren't so beautiful, those two ruffians might have torn you apart. Rest assured, as long as we can win Song Xian's favor, provisions will never be scarce. And he will not treat you as the villains did. You need not worry that the events on this island will affect our future. If we can return to our original world, the company will surely handle public relations for us, and Song Xian would never dare disclose these occurrences, otherwise. Yet, amidst their incessant chatter, shouts and curses erupted from the neighboring room, where Lu Qingmei was expressing her outrage. Ah, you beast. Don't you ever tire? Every day it's, ugh, how disgusting. Can you not? Stop, cough, cough. I loathe you. Ah, Song Xian, you scoundrel. Are you a dog? Yang Mimi and Su Yalan exchanged bewildered glances, their cheeks flushing while their eyes darted about. However, Lu Qingmei soon changed her tone, prompting Yang Mimi and Su Yalan to share a knowing smile. Yang Mimi patted Gulina's shoulder gently, saying, We have a brief matter to attend to. We shall return shortly. With a cheeky grin, she led the statuesque beauty Su Yalan to the adjacent room of the police officer Lu Qingmei and the ethereal Lu Feifei. Gulina, taken aback by their sudden departure, was soon drawn in by the increasingly frantic and blush-inducing sounds emanating from next door. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she stealthily approached the door to eavesdrop, peering in to witness an astonishing scene. Yang Mimi, Song Xian, Lu Qingmei, and Su Yalan were engaged in a game of mahjong, specifically a variant known as Blood-Flowing River. But the most shocking sight was Lu Feifei, the legendary Jade Maiden, lounging in a luxurious airline seat, her delicate figure swaying as she observed the game with her sparkling eyes, her alabaster hands. Chapter 84. The Iron Fishing Boat. Cough, cough, cough. I must have been mistaken. Unconsciously, Gulina had been gazing at the scene, her face flushed and her entire body aflame with an unfamiliar sensation. As a woman in the entertainment industry, she was not overly preoccupied with matters between women. Yet, the outrageous behavior of Li Kai and Zhang Kaishan, akin to two raucous dogs in heat, had crossed a line. Previously, she had held on to the hope of returning to the real world, believing she could once again bask in the limelight as a star. However, after Yang Mimi's persuasion and reflecting on her current circumstances and potential future, her perspective began to shift, particularly upon witnessing Lu Feifei's brazen actions, the renowned goddess of the industry, and the likes of Yang Mimi, a top-tier celebrity. She felt a growing sense of inadequacy. Despite being a star in her own right, she could never compare to them, prompting Gulina's thoughts to evolve. Yet, before she could fully embrace this transformation, she caught sight of the petite, ponytailed Fujiwara Shizuka, who appeared to be clad solely in a large white shirt, her slender, fair legs scampering up the stairs. Following closely were Li Fujian and Avril, and the sight left Gulina feeling utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, an unusual sensation washed over her, reminiscent of Tang Seng's fateful encounter with the spider spirit in the kingdom of women. It seemed that she no longer needed to fear coercion from men. Rather, she had to confront another reality, the scarcity of resources amidst the competition. However, mere hours later, Gulina reversed her sentiments, for Song Xian was no delicate Tang Sung. Gulp. After peering for quite some time, Gulina's face burned crimson as she reached this conclusion. Whispering to herself in disbelief, is this fellow truly human? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Song Xian's family lived in harmonious bliss. Yet, amidst joy, there was also despair. Zhang Kaishan, now a slave, found himself laboring tirelessly, digging trenches and chopping wood. His daily fare consisted of leftover scraps, a bizarre concoction resembling slop, filled with fish bones and remnants. Moreover, having learned of Zhang Kaishan's past bravado, the women subjected him to various forms of torment. Gulina, in particular, eagerly volunteered to become Lu Qingmei's assistant, even fashioning a stick adorned with wooden spikes. Any hint of laziness from Zhang Kaishan would result in a harsh lash. Were it not for Lu Qingmei's intervention, asserting that the remaining slaves still had utility, Gulina would have surely beaten Zhang Kaishan to death. On the eastern shore of Plain Island, a group of women rested at home while Song Xian, clutching a suitcase and a surfboard, ventured to the beach, accompanied by a brand new raft. This one was notably larger and sturdier than the one he had previously brought to the island. This time, Song Xian intended to set sail once more, heading towards the island situated to the east of him, Dongshan Island. He had named it himself. Lying approximately 30 kilometers from Plain Island, boasting 3 towering mountains, each grander than the last, with lush vegetation and abundant resources. In his previous life, they had exhausted the resources on this island before moving to the next. Had it not been for the wilderness cabin built there, along with the remnants of an aircraft, Song Xian would have undoubtedly chosen to relocate there without hesitation. However, now faced with the unknown dangers and the unclear situation of the island, he hesitated, opting to set off alone for the time being. To his surprise, just as he was about to depart, Lu Feifei stealthily followed him. Today, she donned a white shirt, gold earrings adorning her ears, her lips painted with lipstick, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore 3/4 blue jeans and white sneakers paired with cute cotton socks. Song Xian, I have something to tell you. Upon hearing the call, Song Xian turned, regarding Lu Feifei with suspicion. What is it? Lu Feifei nodded, her fair face slightly flushed as she approached Song Xian and softly bit her lip. Her voice gentle. Are you deliberately teasing me? Oh. Song Xian found amusement in her inquiry. You traveled all this way just to ask that? Yes. Lu Feifei nodded again, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him. Yet, despite her earnestness, Song Xian remained silent. Is this question so significant? Indeed. How significant? Very significant. Then what advantage do I gain from answering? There is one. Lu Feifei suddenly smiled playfully, a hint of flirtation dancing in her innocent eyes. Do elaborate. Song Xian sensed a twist in her words, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. But Lu Feifei continued to play coy, stating, that depends on your answer. Well, curiosity piqued, Song Xian slowly replied, of course, there is. An hour later, Song Xian set sail alone on the wooden raft, while Lu Feifei lounged beneath a tree, draped in her pristine shirt. However, just as he paddled out a short distance, his expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily returned to shore, for he had spotted a lengthy iron fishing boat, manned by several island men, heading out to sea. Among them were familiar faces from his past life, whom he had encountered on Dongshan Island, typically around 10 days later. Little did he expect to encounter them today. With this turn of events, his plans could be expedited. Chapter 85. Thick Smoke. How have you returned? I can hardly endure your presence again. Upon seeing Song Xian suddenly return to the boat, leaning against Lu Feifei like a mermaid, her delicate face, flushed with a rosy, dewy sheen, unmistakably bore traces of anxiety. Observing Lu Feifei's demeanor, Song Xian's expression shifted to one of displeasure. After all, he considered himself far from a lecher. Apart from that little vixen, Lu Qingmei, all transactions should be fair. It was merely a matter of mutual consent, along with the allure that these women held for the honest, kind, and orderly Song. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. Carrying Lu Feifei and clasping her pristine thigh, Song Xian hastened back to the camp with utmost urgency, intending to lure this group towards their destination through the means of survival. Subsequently, he planned to seize their vessel and set sail for Ryukyu Islands. Upon reaching the mountaintop camp, Song Xian immediately organized everyone to gather firewood. After igniting 3 piles, he left young Mimi, Fujiwara Saika, and Lu Qimei to tend to the flames, while escorting the remaining members Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Neju, Wu Haryong, Sun Nain, Su Yalan, and young Mimi, to the eastern shore. As the most astute among them, young Mimi, intrigued by the series of peculiar actions, could not help but express her curiosity. Song Xian, can you now explain why we are doing this? Have you discovered something? I spotted a fishing boat passing by. We may soon be able to leave this place. Song Xian revealed without concealing the thrilling news. The few women who understood Chinese were momentarily taken aback, and Su Yalan quickly inquired, Xian Ge, didn't you say modern civilization has been destroyed and all electronic devices can only function at night? How, then, is there a fishing boat here? Hearing this question, Song Xian merely rolled his eyes. Yang Mimi was quick to respond. Though electrical appliances may be destroyed, fishing boats run on fuel, not electricity. Their presence here is not surprising. Su Yalan's cheeks flushed slightly at this, and she bit her lower lip, choosing silence, not wishing to prolong the conversation. Song Xian urged everyone to proceed. Nevertheless, due to Li Fu's presence, he relayed this news to Avril, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nanju, Wu Haryong, and Sun Nain. Upon receiving this information, they could not contain their discussions. My goodness! A fishing boat? Does that mean we can return to our original world? But if what Song Xian says is true, wouldn't he returning mean facing an even more perilous apocalypse? What if he is lying? What if the world outside ISNT is chaotic? Have you considered that he could have chosen not to inform us about the fishing boat? Yet he brought us here to find it, which proves. Amidst the chatter of the foreign women, The statuesque flight attendant Xuan curiously asked, Xian Ge, why did you light 3 piles of firewood? Wouldn't a larger fire produce more smoke, making it easier for others to spot us? Of course, I am aware of that. However, the international SOS signal consists of 3 columns of smoke. Song Xian patiently explained, elaborating on various wilderness survival signals. He described methods such as using a flashlight to send Morse code, drawing SOS in the sand, or waving brightly colored flags overhead. He intended to employ all these techniques. Additionally, the reason for bringing these beautiful women to the beach was part of his most formidable strategy from the 36 stratagems, using beauty to his advantage. Thus, he deliberately had them don feminine attire or lingerie, parading along the beach while igniting a bonfire. Meanwhile, he planned to conceal his prowess and retreat to the southern shore, masquerading as a fisherman. In this apocalyptic scenario, fishermen would naturally consider the danger. A group of women on an island would certainly be far more enticing than a single man accompanied by them. If these fishermen grew wary, they might hesitate to come to their rescue, rendering the endeavor futile. As Song Xian prepared to depart with his fishing rod, Yang Mimi grasped his arm and asked, Song Xian, are you truly leaving us here alone? Aren't you afraid those fishermen might? That is a valid concern, Song Xian acknowledged, realizing he had overlooked this point. After all, the crew aboard that fishing boat were indeed a band of ruthless individuals, and encountering these women could prove perilous. Consequently, he retrieved the handgun from his waist and handed it to Yang Mimi. Rest assured, this firearm is for your protection. Should they return, I will be able to observe from the southern shore and will hasten to your side at the first sign of trouble. After offering these reassurances, Song Xian set off with his platinum fishing rod and snakeskin bag. The remaining women, Park Chulong, Yin Pume, Zhang Indi, Jin Nezhu, Wu Harong, Sun Nain, Su Yalan, Li Fujian, and Avril, under Yang Mimi's guidance, began to create an SOS signal on the beach, proceeding according to plan. At the southern shore of Plain Island, Song Xian arrived at the familiar golden sands. He pushed his surfboard into the water, halting near the reef to cast his first line. Whoosh! Plop! The silver multifunctional hook swiftly traced a beautiful arc, sinking into the water several dozen meters away. Moments later, the buoy on the surface began to respond. Tentatively, Song Xian lifted the rod and reeled it in. After several tugs, a half-meter-long spotted silver fish was dragged from the water, thrashing vigorously. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a blue-spotted mackerel, earning 9 experience points. Excellent! Another new species unlocked. Song Xian felt quite pleased. However, the next moment, his expression darkened, for he suddenly noticed a thick plume of smoke rising from Dongshan Island to the east. Chapter 86, Survivors. Is it a business opportunity? Gazing at the plume of smoke rising from over 30 kilometers away, Song Xian's brow involuntarily furrowed, triggering memories from a past life. At this time of year, they should have still been on the island constructing shelters, entirely oblivious to the passing fishing boat. Consequently, the inhabitants of Dongshan Island had spotted the vessel ahead of time, sending out a signal and being rescued by its crew. By the time they became aware of the fishing boat, it would have been more than 10 days later. This realization led Song Xian to contemplate another matter. UQ Island must lie to their northeast. Could it be that the route taken by these invaders did not pass through the space between the 2 islands? If their course was near Dongshan Island, it might have obstructed their view, preventing them from seeing the smoke rising from the island of plains. Alternatively, they might have chosen not to approach due to the distance, seeking to conserve fuel. Suddenly beset by multiple possibilities, Song Xian's enthusiasm for fishing waned abruptly. After a brief period of reflection, he returned to the camp, reorganizing personnel and assigning the armed Lu Qingmei to the seaside. Once again, he embarked on a journey across the sea, confident in the presence of Lu Qingmei and Yang Mimi on the beach, armed enough to deter any marauding fishermen or pirates, ensuring that no significant trouble would arise in the short term. Thus, he could wait at Dongshan Island for opportunities to present themselves. Regarding the premature return of the fishing boat, he felt little concern. In a world so chaotic for such an extended period, the number of individuals able to secure a full meal was dwindling, and resources were becoming increasingly scarce. These fishermen would not easily abandon their voyage. They would at least strive to fill their boats to avoid incurring losses. Soon, a massive wooden raft, crafted by Song Xian and the women, was launched into the water. Before departing, he waved goodbye to them, urging them to take care. Yang Mimi stepped forward, her ample bosom accentuating her concern. Song Xian, why not take a handgun with you? We still don't know what the situation on Dongshan Island is like. Do not worry, with my abilities, unless an entire armed battalion is stationed on the island, I shall not suffer even a single hair's harm, Song Xian boasted deliberately to reassure the women. After a few more words to calm their apprehensions, he unfurled the sail of the raft and paddled away from the island. as his vessel ventured into the vast sea. The women on the beach divided into two groups and began to chatter animatedly. Su Yalan remarked, "Sister me, do you think I will be rescued this time?" Yang Mimi replied, "How should I know? We can only leave it to fate." Gulina added, "Sister me, do you really believe the outside world has descended into chaos?" Yang Mimi responded, "Is there any doubt? If it weren't for such circumstances, Song Xian would not be here, reigning over us beauties as a local emperor on this island. He could easily ignore any fishing boats." Park Chulong expressed, "I truly hope that fishing boat returns soon. That way, we can leave here and go home." In Pume countered, "Sister, are you overthinking? Even if we leave here, we're headed to Ryukyu. Returning to the South Country will be exceedingly difficult." Zheng Indi added, "Indeed. Even if we return home, we cannot ascertain the state of affairs." Ji Nanju questioned, "Do you genuinely believe in Song Xian's assurances? Is it not possible he is fabricating lies to enslave us here on the island?" Wu Xiangrong interjected, "Surely not. If that were the case, he would simply pretend not to see us, and then the fishing boat would be the answer." Sun Name concluded, "Let us not dwell on these matters. We will take it one step at a time. We must return to the South Country where our parents and loved ones await us." Listening to their discussions, Li Fujin, who had not caused any trouble for a long time, felt her mind stir once more. With her beautiful eyes darting around, she proclaimed, "Fear not. With my family's resources, we are undoubtedly well prepared in the South Country. If you follow my lead and return with me, I promise to fulfill all your wishes." Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Endi, Jin Neju, Wu Xiangrong, and Sun Nain were momentarily taken aback by her words, but after a brief exchange of glances, they nodded in agreement. After all, the fearsome influence of the Li family in the South Country had been ingrained in them since birth. It was well known that the three unavoidable aspects of life in the South Country were taxation, death, and the Li family. Their enterprises spanned the entire region, earning the title of the Unseen Emperor of the South. At their peak, they accounted for 1/3 of the South's GDP, and even in this era of decline, they still commanded 1/5. Even the president of the South must rely on their favor to maintain his position. Meanwhile, on Dongshan Island in the highlands, 2 men and 2 women gathered around a campfire. Among them, 1 man and 1 woman were a couple named Li Huan and Zhao Yan, both affiliated with a trading company. The woman, now 50, was the boss, while the man, in his early 20s, served as her assistant. The other 2 individuals were the renowned national goddess and actress Gao Yuan, alongside Lu Qingmei's colleague Wang Gang. Unaware of the impending apocalypse and sheltered by the previous day's crimson sun, they sat amidst dense foliage, feeling no change. The island's resources remained relatively abundant, so while their conversations about the rescue team were not entirely cheerful, they did not descend into fierce disputes. Wang Gang remarked, "How wonderful. I never expected there to be survivors on the neighboring island. The aircraft's wreckage fell there. Perhaps they can contact the outside world." Li Huan replied, "Let us hope so. I've had enough of this wretched place. Zhao Yan, go fetch me some water. I'm parched. You're utterly useless. I wasted so much money hiring you." Zhao Yan responded, "Yes, boss. I'll go right away." Gao Yuan interjected, "Li, could you speak a little more courteously? Zhao Yan has been working hard these past days." Li Huan retorted, "Mind your own business. Just because you're a washed-up star doesn't mean I have to treat you kindly. My dog doesn't even need your help." Unbeknownst to them, in a past life, none of them would survive among the survivors. This indicated that upon encountering those fishing boat pirates, they would meet a merciless end. What transpired before their demise remained a mystery to Song Xian. However, one thing was certain, the stunning actress Gao Yuan would undoubtedly face inhumane torment. Chapter 87. The Wicked Woman. How can you be so unreasonable? Gao Yuan exclaimed, her delicate, pale face now etched with a rare display of anger as she witnessed this woman's escalating accusations against her. "Am I unreasonable?" Li Huan, the arrogant boss, scoffed mockingly at Gao Yuan's expression. "Don't think I haven't invested in the entertainment industry. You shameless harlots sleep with actors, then with financiers, directors, producers, and investors. I could count the male stars I've been with on 2 hands. You." Gao Yuan glared at the woman, her eyes wide with indignation. "How can you say such things? Just because those male stars are shameless doesn't mean everyone is as despicable as you, and they are. How dare you? You little harlot? Do you believe I wouldn't have someone blacklist you?" Li Huan, accustomed to her position of power, raised her hand as if to slap Gao Yuan. However, before her hand could reach Gao Yuan's strikingly beautiful face, Wang Gang, a male police officer standing nearby, seized her wrist. "Miss Li, this is a deserted island, not your company. I advise you to mind your words and actions." At that moment, Zhao Yan also stepped forward. "Boss lady, please, it's all my fault. Let's not argue any further." Yet, His attempt at mediation only incited Li Huan's fury further as she yanked her hand free from Wang Gang's grip and struck Zhao Yan across the face, revealing his vulnerabilities. Go to hell. When I return, I'll kick you out, and you'll continue your pathetic life as a gigolo in nightclubs. With that, she struck him again. Zhao Yan, stung by the slap, felt tears of frustration welling in his eyes but refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he gritted his teeth in silence. Wang Gang, witnessing this scene, sighed. He had previously advised both Li Huan and Zhao Yan, urging Li Huan to temper her temper and suggesting Zhao Yan be more assertive. Yet, each time, they reverted to their old behaviors, and he had grown weary of their petty dramas. However, Gao Yuan stepped forward. Zhao Yan, don't work with this woman anymore. Once we escape and return home, I will help you find a high-paying job that guarantees you won't earn any less than before. Senior Gao, I. Zhao Yan replied, overwhelmed with emotion. Li Huan, with her usual arrogance, coldly retorted, Oh, Gao Yuan, you think you're so special? He has just a high school dropout. A good-for-nothing. Besides, who can offer him a salary as high as I can? And don't forget, I know exactly where your family lives and how many mouths you have to feed. If you defy me, I will ruin you socially and take you to court, demanding back every penny you've earned from me and sending you to prison. You are utterly shameless. Gao Yuan clenched her fists in anger. Wang Gang glared at Li Huan, realizing that the wealthy often thrive either through connections or through sheer audacity. Today, he was witnessing the latter firsthand. If such a vile woman were to speak to him in that manner, he would risk his life to teach her a lesson, showing her the true meaning of wrath. Before he could dwell on this, the timid Zhao Yan spoke again. Senior Gao, please stop. It's all my fault. Boss, I'll get you some water. After saying this, Zhao Yan ambled down the hill, looking disheartened. Humph, useless, Li Huan jeered, watching Zhao Yan retreat with a taunting glance directed at Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, infuriated, shot a furious glare back at her. Wang Gang, nearing 50, shook his head in disappointment, lamenting both Zhao Yan's misfortune and his lack of ambition. However, he remained oblivious to Zhao Yan's darkened expression filled with murderous intent as he turned away. Minutes later, Zhao Yan returned with water, only to be met with another barrage of insults from Li Huan. You fool! Do you expect me to drink water that isn't even boiling? Are you trying to kill me? I'm so sorry, Li Zong. I'll boil the water right away, Zhao Yan stammered, hurriedly nodding and apologizing as he used the only pot they had scavenged from the beach, a rusted shovel. For days, they had used this pot to boil water and occasionally make soup, while their meals consisted of grilled fish or wild fruits and mushrooms found on the island. Soon, the water boiled, and after serving it to Li Huan, Zhao Yan began cooking with the gathered mushrooms and mussels, while also grilling the leftover fish. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Li Huan, eyeing the grilled fish and sautéed mushrooms with mussels, cautiously glanced at Gao Yuan before instructing Zhao Yan. Bring me the food. I'm starving. Yes, boss. Zhao Yan obediently delivered the food to Li Huan, kneeling as he served her. Gao Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt immense disgust and turned to gather wild fruits. Wang Gang, equally appalled, shot a disapproving glance at both Li Huan and Zhao Yan. Keep an eye on the fire. I'll take over in 2 hours. Understood, Brother Wang, Zhao Yan responded with a forced smile that barely concealed his distress. Li Huan rolled her eyes disdainfully. What are you pretending for? You spent your entire life as a mere sergeant, and you can't even manage to wear a proper shirt in retirement. Her voice was low, masked by the crackling fire, so Wang Gang did not hear her. However, Zhao Yan caught every word, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. 20 minutes later, after Li Huan had finished eating, she arrogantly commanded, Zhao Yan, come over and massage my legs and shoulders. Of course, boss. Zhao Yan remained obedient as always. Yet, just as he settled beside her, Li Huan suddenly blinked, her expression shifting. Zhao Yan, why are you swaying? My eyes are blurring. Wait, why does the world seem to spin? Ugh. With that, Li Huan began to froth at the mouth and convulse, as if struck by a seizure. Chapter 88. The Toxic Man on the western shore of Dongshan Island. After nearly 2 hours of arduous trekking, Song Xian finally set foot on the sandy beach. Just as his feet touched the ground, the bonfire atop the mountain extinguished mysteriously. Was the firewood exhausted? Or had those up there succumbed to hunger and fatigue? Noting the anomaly, Song Xian's suspicions deepened, prompting him to hasten his movements. He secured the raft on the shore and concealed his luggage before arming himself with a stick for protection, ascending the mountain at a deliberate pace, occasionally foraging for wild fruits along the way. After basking in the glow of the crimson sun, the flora thrived more robustly than humanity, a testament to their resilience against harsh conditions. As he munched on the tart little apples, he gradually made his way up the mountain. Soon, he reached a point mere meters from the fire pit, but before he could reach the summit, he overheard a woman's vehement curses. Zhao Yan, You despicable wretch. You intend to kill me, don't you? Let me tell you, if I don't return alive, I swear I will ruin your family and see you imprisoned. My father is Li Gang. He could crush you with a mere finger. Song Xian rolled his eyes at her tirade, only to hear a man's voice in response. Boss, I don't understand why this is happening. We ate the same things yesterday. I swear it's not my fault. No, it's all my fault. I won't dare again. The woman's incessant vitriol continued as the man knelt on the ground, filled with remorse and trembling apologies. Their exchange was abruptly halted by the arrival of a middle-aged man. What on earth is going on? Why has the fire gone out? If the signal is lost, how can we be saved? Li Huan, who had appeared weak and frail, immediately perked up upon seeing Wang Gang, a hint of color returning to her pallid cheeks. Wang Gang, you've arrived just in time. That scoundrel Zhao Yin wants to repay kindness with malice. He intends to poison me. Remember this. If I don't make it back to the mainland, it is this bastard who has caused my death. You must imprison him and inform my family. I want him to suffer. Zhao Yin, ever the victim, quickly began to defend himself. I didn't do it, boss. I swear. We ate the same food yesterday, and I just had the same thing again, but enough of your lies. It must be you who poisoned it. Li Huan glared menacingly at Zhao Yin, convinced that he had tampered with their food. She believed the only possible explanation for her symptoms was Zhao Yin's treachery. This vile woman aimed to eliminate her and join forces with that wretched Gao Yuan. In this perilous environment, plagued by poisoning and dehydration, she felt her life was slipping away, thus she clung tightly to her accusations against Zhao Yin. However, she overlooked the fact that her long-standing despicable behavior had already drawn the ire of old Wang. Zhao Yin, for his part, continued to feign innocence and play the pitiful victim. Wang Gang, unwilling to believe Zhao Yan's sob story, retorted sharply to Li Huan, you both ate the same food. If you're feeling unwell, it's due to your own frail constitution. Stop blaming fate and others for your mess. Handle your own issues. I have no interest in getting involved. With that, Wang Gang resumed his efforts to rekindle the fire. Seeing Wang Gang's disbelief and indifference toward her plight, Li Huan redirected her ire toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, though enduring the blame silently, soon succumbed to tears, retreating into the woods to weep. Yet as he wiped his tears, an eerie grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, Song Xian, hidden in the thicket and observing, couldn't help but smirk at the unfolding drama. Indeed, one could know a person's face but not their heart. He decided to remain a silent observer for a while longer. After 20 minutes had passed, the national goddess Gao Yuan returned to the camp, bearing a basket filled with mushrooms, wild apples, and plums. Gao Yuan is back, Wang Gang exclaimed, impressed by her bounty. How impressive. You've brought back so much food. Not at all. I merely picked them up along the way, Gao Yuan replied modestly, handing Wang Gang an apple. Uncle Wang, how did the fire go out? Don't mention it. It's the work of those two adversaries, Wang Gang said disdainfully, casting a glance at Li Huan, who had finally settled down, seemingly asleep on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin, lurking in the nearby grove, intentionally reddened his eyes and dried his tears before returning. Gao Yuan. Noticing his demeanor, couldn't he suppress her curiosity? Zhao Yin, has Li Huan been bullying you again? And no, Gao Yuan, you mustn't overthink it, Zhao Yin replied, offering a grateful smile before hastily returning to Li Huan's side. However, the now feeble Li Huan summoned her last ounce of strength to hiss, Zhao Yin. If I die, you won't escape unscathed either. You will pay for this. My father is. After stumbling through her words, Li Huan fainted from exhaustion. Wang Gang and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions grim, clearly unconvinced by her claims. Zhao Yin, on the other hand, burst into tears once more, wiping his eyes while stifling sobs, deliberately turning his face away from Gao Yuan and Wang Gang. Seeing this, Gao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, prompting her to inquire about the source of Zhao Yan's humiliation. After much hesitation, he concocted a woeful tale about a gambling father, a gravely ill mother, a sister in need of schooling, and a slew of ungrateful relatives. He lamented how he had to drop out of high school to support his family, working in construction, only to end up in a nightclub, sacrificing his dignity, and encountering the twisted Li Huan. As he spun his tragic narrative, Gao Yuan was moved to tears, while Wang Gang could only shake his head in disbelief at the cruelty of fate. Yet, just as they became engrossed in sympathy, Song Xian approached them, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 89, The Deceiver. In just a few moments, Song Xian arrived near the trio, and before Zhao Yin could finish his tale, he was already clapping joyfully. As the sound echoed, the three turned to look, with Gao Yuan and Wang Gang first displaying a look of astonishment, quickly followed by delight. Gao Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. You, who are you? Are you here to rescue us? However, upon noticing the watch on Song Xian's wrist, Wang Gang appeared to have a sudden realization. You're a survivor from the plane? How did Lu Qingmei's watch end up in your possession? Yet, in response to the unexpected arrival of Song Xian, Zhao Yan's eyes momentarily flashed with murderous intent before he awkwardly forced a smile of surprise. It was evident from Song Xian's clapping and beaming expression that he came with ill intentions. As expected, upon hearing Zhao Yan's story, Song Xian was reminded of a short story he had once read, where the character bore a striking resemblance to the female protagonist. Approaching the trio, Song Xian did not answer Gao Yuan and Wang Gang's inquiries. Instead, he flipped the nearly lifeless Li Huan over, examined her briefly, and after lifting her eyelids, remarked, TSK. TSK? Indeed poisoned. You certainly have some skills, my friend. I have never wronged you. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao Yan maintained his facade of innocence. Gao Yuan and Wang Gang, upon hearing Song Xian's words, were equally bewildered, uncertain of the intentions of this sudden stranger. Yet, Song Xian disregarded them, returning the favor. Stop pretending. Your name is Zhao Yan, is it not? I am Zhao Yan. Faced with Song Xian's menacing gaze, Zhao Yan's ominous premonitions heightened. Song Xian's subsequent words only confirmed his suspicions. You infamous scoundrel, a parasite. I'm a private investigator sent by the family of your deceased ex-girlfriend to look into you. Including Li Huan, this makes at least the third life you have taken. Does it not? What? Gao Yuan was taken aback, her scalp prickling. Wang Gang's expression toward Zhao Yan shifted instantly. Zhao Yan hurriedly attempted to explain, Brother, you must have misunderstood. How could I ever kill anyone? My breakup with my ex-girlfriend was amicable. I would never harm her. Despite his frantic explanations, Song Xian seized upon one of his phrases, inquiring, amicable breakup? So there are victims I am unaware of? You deceitful scoundrel, today I shall rid society of your menace. As he spoke, Song Xian lunged at Zhao Yan, unleashing a flurry of blows that left Zhao Yan spitting blood and convulsing, all while demanding, Will you speak? Will you speak? It was not until Wang Gang, unable to watch any longer, intervened. Brother, if you keep this up, you'll kill him. Let us resolve this through dialogue. We can clarify matters first. Very well. Speak then. Song Xian relented, having delivered enough punishment, and took a cigarette from his pocket. As he fished for a lighter, he muttered, Confess all your deceitful schemes. For every discrepancy I find, I shall break a limb. If there are more than 5, I shall take your life. Faced with Song Xian's intimidation, Zhao Yan, already terrified from the beating, dared not continue his lies. He confessed to his escapades in the nightclub, deceiving wealthy women and young girls. However, he categorically denied any involvement in murder, for this was indeed his first time. And he had merely sought to exploit Li Huan. I've told you everything. I truly have never killed anyone. This woman has tormented me relentlessly these past few days. Yet, after listening to his numerous confessions, Wang Gang and Gao Yuan ceased to believe him. As for Song Xian, he was convinced by Zhao Yan's admissions and chose to reveal his true identity. In truth, I am not a private investigator at all. I merely concocted this ruse because I saw you laughing in the woods. I never expected you to be such a scoundrel. What? You? Zhao Yan was left dumbfounded. At that moment, however, the poison Li Huan, barely clinging to life, began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, ha ha ha. Zhao Yan, you fool. With his cover blown, Zhao Yan saw no need to maintain his facade. He glared at the cackling Li Huan and lunged at her, gripping her throat tightly. Given her already frail state, this brutal act only exacerbated her condition. Zhao Yan, how dare you commit murder? Wang Gang rushed forward to intervene. But Zhao Yan forcefully pushed him away and rolled into the woods, escaping. Ha ha ha, so what if I've killed? You can't catch me. No one can judge me. Wang Gang and Gao Yuan exchanged solemn glances, their expressions troubled as they looked at the barely conscious Li Huan. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Yan's brazen words, Song Xian's gaze turned to one of disdain. He casually picked up a stone, weighing it in his hand before tossing it into the thicket. Whoosh! The black stone sliced through the air, and within moments, a scream echoed through the trees. Zhao Yan fell to the ground, rolling down the slope, wailing in agony. Witnessing Song Xian's unexpected skill, Gao Yuan and Wang Gang were momentarily taken aback. However, Song Xian remained unfazed, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, where he spotted a Japanese fishing boat. It hovered on the surface of the sea, seemingly preparing to haul in its nets. If it followed this course, it would inevitably pass near Plain Island. Thus, Song Xian promptly commanded, Gao Yuan, Wang Gang, if you wish to live well, follow me. I will not force those who wish to remain here. With that, Song Xian hastened down the mountain, eager to return. He cared little for women. But that fishing boat was a prize he coveted. Chapter 90. Pirates Mr. Song Xian. Are we really just going to leave Li Huan and Zhao Yan stranded on the island? Gao Yuan inquired. her heart heavy as she noticed Song Xian preparing to depart. Then you can stay here, waiting for a miracle where Li Huan comes back to life to accompany that swindler and murderer. Song Xian retorted coldly, displaying no sympathy for her maternal instincts, and continued his descent down the mountain, adding, "If I reach the beach and do not see your figures, I shall assume you have surrendered your chance to leave." You. Gao Yuan was taken aback by the harshness of Song Xian's words. However, Wang Gang merely winked at her, signaling her to endure and refrain from further protest. Reluctantly, she quickened her pace, fuming, with Wang Gang closely following, not daring to delay. He understood that the plane had landed on the island where Song Xian was, which surely boasted more abundant supplies than their current location. Thus, with mutual support, they finally caught up to Song Xian at the beach. Board the ship, Song Xian commanded, having assessed that the two were relatively agile. He leapt onto the vessel, with Gao Yuan and Wang Gang following closely behind as they embarked on their journey home. Yet, after their departure, Zhao Yin returned to the mountaintop, where he found the dying Li Huan. He picked up a nearby stone and relentlessly struck her head, again and again, until her skull was crushed. Panting heavily as he discarded the stone, he then gazed at the receding raft, his expression icy and his voice low as he murmured, "So, Song Xian, just you wait." On the surface of the sea, aboard the raft, Gao Yuan, Song Xian, and Wang Gang shared a moment of silence until Wang Gang finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Song Xian, may I inquire what exactly it is that you do?" "B.A." Song Xian replied curtly, his gaze still fixed on the distant sea, where Japanese fishing boats were beginning to haul in their nets, seemingly headed their way. "B.A.? What kind of profession is that? A white-collar worker in a large corporation?" Wang Gang asked, bewildered by the unfamiliar term. Yet, when Song Xian elaborated, Wang Gang's astonishment only deepened. "B.A. stands for security personnel." "Security personnel?" Wang Gang scrutinized Song Xian with skepticism. The latter, exuding an impressive aura, could easily be mistaken for a top-tier bodyguard. But to label him as a lackluster security guard felt utterly incongruous. However, since Song Xian had chosen to say so, Wang Gang refrained from contradicting him, respecting his desire for privacy on the subject. Curiosity piqued, Gao Yuan wondered what Song Xian was observing, as all she could perceive was the vast ocean, devoid of any sight of the approaching fishing boats. "Song Xian, you have been gazing southwest. Is there something unusual there?" Indeed, Song Xian seized the opportunity to elaborate. "These islands are not safe. There are often Japanese fishermen moonlighting as pirates, indulging in pillaging and plundering, particularly drawn to beauties like you. If they were to capture you..." Gao Yuan and Wang Gang's expressions soured further upon hearing his words. Japanese fishermen? Pirates? Pillaging? The concepts of pirates engaging in such vile acts felt exceedingly distant, given their sheltered lives in a civilized world. They were oblivious to the impending apocalypse, instead, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a rescue team, never suspecting they would first encounter pirates. Noticing their astonishment, Song Xian discerned their ignorance of the catastrophic events unfolding and proceeded to impart some knowledge. He spoke of terrifying magnetic storms, bizarre weather phenomena, hail, hurricanes, and tsunamis. As he educated them, Gao Yuan and Wang Gang's faces grew increasingly grim, though reluctant to believe. The recent strange occurrences compelled them to accept the harsh reality. Their apprehensions were soon validated as the Japanese fishing boat appeared on the horizon, with a cacophony of noise. The white-painted boat's engine roared as it sped towards them, slowing only as it drew near, its crew wearing mocking grins and hollering raucously. "Haha, let's run them over. What a stroke of luck, such a beautiful girl. Let me have the first shot. Quick, stop the boat. Don't kill my flower girl. Hey, don't rush. We have one here, and there are plenty more on the island for our grand party. This scoundrel crew. Those wretched Japanese." Wang Gang could no longer contain his anger as the raft teetered on the brink of being capsized. "Ah!" Gao Yuan trembled in fear, letting out a scream, unable to articulate her terror. "Jump!" Song Xian reacted swiftly, shoving Gao Yuan aside and plunging into the water. Plop! Plop! The sound of their splashes echoed as the fishing boat effortlessly crashed into the raft, leaving Wang Gang, who was slower to react due to his age, injured and nearly fatally struck by the vessel. The Japanese crew erupted in gleeful laughter at Wang Gang's misfortune. Then, a dark-skinned, bald Japanese man leaped from the boat, splashing into the water, heading straight for Gao Yuan. A lecherous grin plastered across his face as he seized her and dragged her towards the fishing boat. "Well, this girl is stunning, even better than the stars on television. Big brother is in for a treat. Don't forget your brothers after you've had your fun. Hey, word has it that big brother can last half an hour. Let us see it in action." However, amidst their excited banter, they failed to notice that Song Xian had reached the rear of the boat and was swiftly climbing the fishing net. In 3 seconds, he would arrive at the battleground. Chapter 91. Boarding Curse Be It. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Captured by a stranger, Gao Yuan struggled fiercely, filled with anger and resistance. Yet, the formidable Juichiro Inoue, having undergone the Red Sun enhancement, possessed a grip as unyielding as iron, his strength terrifying. Gao Yuan stood no chance against him, irritated by her struggles and screams. He seized her delicate neck, rendering her speechless and nearly choking, before coldly dragging her back to the ship's edge, instructing his subordinates to haul her aboard with ropes. Juichiro Inoue effortlessly climbed onto the deck, clutching the ropes by the bed. His subordinates, witnessing the return of their leader, wore lascivious grins. However, as Gao Yuan regained some awareness, she began to scream and struggle anew. Let me go, you bastards. But Juichiro Inoue was far from lenient. He approached her, raised his arm, and delivered a resounding slap. The impact knocked her to the ground, instantly swelling her fair cheek. Yet, the torment did not cease. He grasped her long hair and pulled her toward the cabin. This is going to be quite the spectacle. I hope the boss doesn't go too far and kill her. Sanfu, why are you still dawdling? Start the boat. We're heading to that beautiful island. Quickly, quickly. Indeed. The boss has a woman to entertain. We should too. Hurry, hurry. As Juichiro Inoue and Gao Yuan vanished into the cabin, the deck's fishermen erupted in excitement. The one called Sanfu, responding to the commands, hurried to start the boat. Just as he stepped away, Song Xian arrived at the ship's stern. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, a keen-eyed fisherman spotted him. Who is that? Your ancestor. Song Xian's gaze was icy as he regarded these makeshift pirate fishermen. To him, they were mere dead men walking. Baka, the first mate, Matsumoto Rancher, seeing an unfamiliar face, glared with menace and seized a nearby harpoon. All of you attack. Kill him. The group of fishermen, having killed before, rushed at Song Xian upon receiving the command. Where did this fool come from, daring to provoke our black bear group? Let us take him down and feed him to the fish. Baka, how dare he board our fishing boat? He is courting death, encountering our black bear group. He has surely met his match. Yet, at this moment, they remained oblivious to the monster they faced. On board, with just Juichiro Inoue and the helmsman Sanfu, there were a mere 8 men. Bang, bang, bang. With just a few swift punches and kicks, Song Xian shattered the ribs of 2 fishermen, snapped another's neck, and ended one's happiness forever, while another fell unconscious, his jaw shattered, as he was thrust into the sea. In less than 3 seconds, all of Matsumoto Rancher's men were incapacitated, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, swallowing hard, having lost all will to fight. You, what kind of monster are you? Your ancestor. In response to the fisherman's inquiry, Song Xian coldly uttered those 3 words, advancing towards him with an imposing presence. As Song Xian approached, Matsumoto Rancher, terrified, raised his harpoon and retreated. You're dead. Don't come closer. Otherwise, I'll stab you. But Song Xian remained unfazed, regarding him as if he were a mere corpse. When he was within a mere arrow's distance, Matsumoto Rancher, in a panic, thrust the harpoon forward. But Song Xian easily disarmed him, kicking him sharply between the legs. In an instant, Matsumoto Rancher was engulfed in agony, collapsing to the ground in a faint from the excruciating pain. Just then, an unusual sound echoed from the cabin. A crossbow bolt suddenly shot towards Song Xian. Whoosh. Yet, having evaded bullets before, a mere crossbow bolt posed no threat to him. Glancing towards the cabin, he grasped the bolt midair, recognizing it was shot by Juichiro Inoue, the so-called leader of the Black Bear Group. You, who are you? What kind of monster are you? Juichiro Inoue was drenched in cold sweat. He had prided himself on being invincible in Ryukyu, yet could not fathom catching a bolt with his bare hands. However, Song Xian had no intention of answering that question again. He aimed the crossbow bolt back at Juichiro Inoue, preparing to hurl it. But Juichiro Inoue, cunning as he was, immediately seized Gao Yuan by the neck, the stripped celebrity clutching her abdomen with one hand and her chest with the other. Baka, don't move, or I'll kill her. Put down that bolt. Right now? Gao Yuan, gasping for breath, was unable to stop coughing and crying, her once fair complexion now rapidly reddening. Her eyes beginning to roll back as her hands, which had shielded her vital areas, fell limply to her sides. Clearly, she was on the verge of suffocation. Yet, even in the face of this, Song Xian did not relent, pulling back his right arm with determination. Baka, seeing Song Xian still making a move, Juichiro Inoue shouted in a feigned fury. I told you to put down that arrow. Or all before he could finish, Song Xian, who had initially drawn back slowly, suddenly swung his arm forward with incredible speed. The steel bolt flew from his grip, hurtling towards Juichiro Inoue with unparalleled velocity. Thud! In the blink of an eye, the bolt pierced Juichiro Inoue's neck, robbing him instantly of his capacity for malevolence. He could not even let out a scream, stumbling backward. clutching his throat and coughing up blood. He died with his eyes wide open. Gao Yuan, perilously close to death, trembled uncontrollably on the ground, leaving behind a large wet patch. Splash. Chapter 92. Preparing to set sail. Ah, indeed, she is the national goddess. Her allure is undeniable. As Song Xian murmured this with a perfect smile, he was suddenly startled by the sound of someone falling into the water. Splash. Among the 7 crew members aboard, either dead or severely injured, only one could produce such a sound, this vessel's helmsman, the young Japanese boy, Xuan Sanfu. He was the only individual aboard this fishing boat whom Song Xian could not afford to eliminate. Currently, the world is still grappling with magnetic storms, rendering GPS navigation utterly futile. He had to rely on Xuan Sanfu to reach the Ryukyu Islands, and after arriving there, he would seek out more skilled navigators to journey to Okinawa and the mainland of Japan. Only then could they acquire a larger, sturdier vessel and head north back to the mainland to ensure their survival. Otherwise, it would not be long before the rising sea would engulf the Ryukyu Islands, Okinawa, and even the main islands of Japan. Coupled with frequent earthquakes and tsunamis, remaining on these islands would lead only to a dead end. Thus, after casting a fleeting glance at Gao Yuan, Song Xian hastened to the bow of the ship and shouted, Xuan Sanfu, return to the deck. I offer you a chance at survival. However, Xuan Sanfu, possessing exceptional swimming skills, submerged and swam towards the direction of the plain island. Having removed the key from the fishing boat, he doubted Song Xian could catch up to him in the water. Yet, Song Xian noticed that Xuan Sanfu was indeed heading towards the very plain island where he had originally been, a peculiar smile gracing his face. After ensuring the crew members were dispatched into the sea to feed the fish, he was just finishing with the last body when he heard Old Wang's voice from the ship's side. This fellow, bloodied from a collision, had somehow survived. Song Xian, please, I beg you, save me. Recalling that this individual had shown promise, and that he would need help on Ryukyu Island, Song Xian compassionately threw a rope to him, pulling Old Wang aboard. Remember, I saved your life today. Henceforth, you must heed my commands, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yes, yes. Old Wang eagerly nodded, having regained his life. With that settled, Song Xian turned his attention to Gao Yuan, who was crouched in the cabin, her arms crossed, only half her head visible above the window ledge. Upon meeting Song Xian's gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly called out, Song Xian, could you help me find something to wear? My clothes have been torn. Understood. Song Xian was well aware of the state the cabin had descended into. Thus, he removed his tank top and shorts, revealing a physique sculpted by strength, leaving him clad only in a pair of boxers. Make do with this for now. I will go capture that scoundrel. As he tossed the clothing to Gao Yuan, she remained momentarily stunned, captivated by his chiseled abs and muscular build. Having never encountered a man so physically impressive, by the time she regained her senses, Song Xian had already leapt into the water, pursuing Xuan Sanfu towards Plain Island. On the eastern shore of Plain Island, as Song Xian just entered the water, he caught sight of the crew members, Yang Mimi, Gu Lina, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zhang Endi, Jin Neju, Wu Xiangrong, and Sun Nain, engaged in their own skirmish aboard the fishing boat, their chatter resuming with fervor. Song Xian is truly formidable. He single-handedly takes on 8 others with apparent ease. He is practically a monster. Not just a monster. Have you ever seen a man manage so many women in a single night? Then how many women do you think he will bring back this time? Only one. Didn't you see the situation on the bamboo raft? That's not certain. Perhaps there are more women on the fishing boat as they continued their lively discussion. Xuan Sanfu finally managed to crawl ashore. Haha. Upon seeing a group of scantily clad, unarmed women, a strange smile crept across Xuan Sanfu's lips. Yet, the women, upon spotting him, wore even broader smiles. Then, Lu Qingmei, the voluptuous policewoman, stepped forward. In an instant, she delivered a knee strike followed by a grappling maneuver, pinning Xuan Sanfu onto the sand. His face was pressed into the beach, his nostrils and mouth filled with sand, nearly choking him. But the torment did not cease there. These young ladies, emboldened by Lu Qingmei's dominance over Xuan Sanfu, began to kick him playfully. In Pume, a practitioner of Taekwondo, landed a kick on Xuan Sanfu's thigh. The sound of the impact echoed sharply, and his left leg seized up in cramp. Just as Song Xian emerged onto the sandy shore, he shrugged at the scene before him. The group of women, upon spotting Song Xian, reverted to their demure demeanor, rushing over to express their concern. However, Song Xian paid little mind to their antics. He retrieved the keys from Xuan Sanfu's waist and returned to the powered fishing boat, steering it back to shore. Now that we have a powered fishing boat, we can head to the Ryukyu Islands. This evening, everyone should prepare. I will hold a brief meeting, and tomorrow we shall officially embark towards the Ryukyu. Upon hearing this announcement, the group of young beauties erupted in cheers. Long live. Finally, we can leave this wretched place. Ah, I want to play on the computer. I want to eat barbecued meat. I never want to eat grilled fish again. Wah. Finally, we can return to modern society. I am so happy. However, amidst their jubilation, young Mimi doused the excitement with a splash of cold reality. Didn't Xian say we are in the apocalypse? Even if we return to modern society in an instant, the joyous atmosphere dissipated. Yet, as not all the party members had gathered, Xian chose not to comment further, opting to refrain from repeating himself. After securing the boat in position, he led a dozen individuals back to their camp. Once the sumptuous dinner of 8 dishes and soup was prepared, and everyone had gathered, Xian adopted a serious expression and spoke. I know many of you still find it hard to believe that the apocalypse has truly arrived. But this upcoming journey to the Ryukyu Islands will prove that what I have said is not a jest. Chapter 93, The Revelation, I am an abnormal being. Upon concluding his brief address, Xian surveyed the crowd, and the once exuberant young women fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, young Mimi, unable to contain her curiosity, finally spoke up. If the outside world is so perilous, why do we not simply remain on this deserted island? This was an astute inquiry. Sensing that young Mimi's question resonated deeply, Xian turned his gaze towards her and replied, Do you recall the last tsunami? Of course, she responded, her mind haunted by the memory of that terrifying event. Such cataclysms will only become more frequent, and worse storms, severe earthquakes, and other secondary disasters will follow. The sea level will rise dramatically, making survival on this small island a futile endeavor. Understanding dawned on young Mimi as she nodded solemnly, not daring to question Xian's words, as he had consistently proven to be accurate thus far. Most of the women on the island held about 89% faith in him, though a few retained skepticism. However, given Xian's authority, even the doubters kept their thoughts to themselves. At that moment, Gao Yuan, a newcomer to the island, asked, How do you know all of this? The crowd's eyes turned towards Xian, their curiosity piqued by a question that had lingered unspoken. Aware of their intrigue, Xian refrained from revealing the truth about his rebirth and instead concocted a plausible explanation. Since someone has inquired, I shall divulge, he began. My parents were eminent meteorologists who predicted this disaster long ago. However, they were unjustly labeled as criminals sowing discord and were imprisoned. Fortunately, they left me with ample information, and my penchant for apocalyptic novels has allowed me to prepare extensively. We have a substantial stockpile of resources at home. Regrettably, they did not provide me with precise timelines, and this stroke of luck was too rare for me to remain in my sheltered existence. Goodness, so this calamity was foretold? Young Mimi exclaimed, her incredulity palpable. Those treacherous politicians must have concealed this information while stockpiling resources for their own survival. Indeed, just like the apocalyptic tales I've read. How could I have been so oblivious? It's easy to say that, but without venturing out, how would one earn money or gather supplies? As Xian's words echoed, the crowd erupted into chatter, none daring to question the veracity of his narrative. It was not until he clapped his hands to regain their attention that silence fell once more. For he had another significant secret to unveil. Do you all remember the previous Red Sun? Of course, they chorused, some recalling their fear as they hid in caves during that time. Excellent, Xian affirmed, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The phenomenon of the Red Sun not only enhances human physique, but also carries the faint possibility of granting special abilities. I am one of the fortunate few. What? The Red Sun can enhance our bodies? Is that true? Oh no, I was hiding in the cave that day. Does that mean I missed my chance? Am I truly an abnormal being? Just like in the novels? Xian, what abilities do you possess? Abilities? Surely you jest. How could such things exist in this world? The atmosphere erupted once again, but Xian skillfully redirected their focus. He picked up an iron spoon from their meal and effortlessly twisted it into a coil, which he then clenched in his palm, transforming it into a small iron nugget. With a swift motion, he hurled it to the ground. A whoosh filled the air as the small iron piece pierced through the sturdy floorboards with a resounding crash, akin to a bullet being fired from a gun. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. That is amazing. With your strength, Xian, we will surely thrive in this apocalypse. Young Mimi grinned, her enthusiasm infectious. Indeed, with your power, Xian, we need no longer fear for our safety, added Xuan, a stunning flight attendant. Fujiwara Shizuka quickly joined in, exclaiming, Long live the master. You are my deity. Soon, others like Lu Feifei, Li Fuzhen, Gulina, Park Chulong, In Pumei, Zheng Endi, Jin Nanju, Wu Haryong, and Sun Nain echoed their praise, showering him with compliments. Only a handful, including Avril, Lu Qingmei, Gao Yuan, and Wang Gang remained astonished, still processing the revelation. Lu Qingmei then queried, Song Xian, is this your awakened ability? Not quite, he replied, shaking his head. He was eager to showcase his true potential. As they were about to relocate, his spatial ring would soon be instrumental. Having interacted with these individuals for some time, revealing his extraordinary abilities now would further solidify their unity. With a pointed finger, he gestured towards the bowls on the table, followed by the chopsticks and then his water cup. Each item vanished before their eyes, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. Before they could articulate their astonishment, he pointed again, and the previously disappeared items reappeared. Spatial abilities! Fujiwara Shizuka exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. The other women gasped, rendered speechless by the miraculous display. Even the typically composed young Mimi stared, her mind momentarily blank. Observing their reactions, Song Xian remained unfazed, tapping the table lightly. Given the dire climate we face, food shortages and dwindling resources are inevitable. My strength and abilities will be critical for our survival. If you all follow my lead, I assure you that you will not go hungry or lack for clothing. However, should anything happen to me or if anyone dares to betray me, I will show no mercy. Chapter 94. Murder Young Mimi. Song Xian, rest assured, we will completely heed your guidance from now on. Anyone who dares to disregard your words, I shall be the first to not let them off. Su Yalan, I feel the same way. Our lives are saved because of you. Without your intervention, I wouldn't have survived this long. Ting Yuan Jingxiang. Master, my loyalty to you knows no bounds. Should anyone dare to disrespect you, I shall deal with them. Li Fujian, you are truly a divine savior sent to rescue us. I believe no one would be foolish enough to act against their own interests. Lu Feifei, I cannot believe that supernatural powers truly exist. Why didn't this fellow announce his awakening sooner? In Pume. Oh, such formidable strength combined with extraordinary abilities. Why not simply establish a faction to reign supreme in this apocalypse? As Song Xian articulated his final thoughts, the women in the room, while expressing their loyalty, also shared their opinions. Yet, they showed no interest in vying for power. To claim dominion in the apocalypse, one must possess a stronghold and subordinates, which would require sustenance. In this chaotic world, survival is paramount, plagued by natural calamities, earthquakes, floods, fierce winds, extreme heat, and frigid cold. At times, even meteors may fall from the sky. Having too many subordinates would only be a burden. Without tangible resources, who would be willing to serve you? Take, for instance, the so-called Doomsday Church, which claims to be the foremost power in this apocalypse. In reality, they are merely a collection of starving, useless individuals. If not for their deficiencies, he would not have dared to offend such a force and survive this long. If one possesses strength, leading a small team through the apocalypse is the most effective strategy. Otherwise, no matter how grand the faction one builds, a single disaster or rebellion could lead to annihilation. Especially after this summer, the temperature will plummet drastically in a short time. The world will plunge into a freezing period, where daytime temperatures may drop to -40 or 50 degrees, and nighttime temperatures could reach -70 or 80 degrees. At that point, the majority of people will be unable to step outside, left to squander their resources. Currently, with the few dozen individuals around him, he can still provide for them thanks to his spatial ring. If he were to have several hundred or even 1,000 subordinates, the mere thought of it gives him a headache. Those self-righteous large factions, with their underfed and poorly clothed lower ranks, driven by hunger, would inevitably resort to desperate measures. Thus, Song Xian remained undistracted by the fervor of these young women. He rapped the table and said, "All right, everyone, quiet down. I have plans for the future. For now, let us enjoy our meal and rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we set sail." Understood. Yes, sir. With a command from Song Xian, the beauties in the room responded obediently. After dining, they returned to their rooms, but soon after, several of them rushed to Song Xian's quarters. First came Yang Mimi and Su Yalan, followed by Gulina and Li Fujian, then Lu Feifei and Avril, and finally, Park Chulong, In Pume, Zheng Indi, Jin Nanju, Wu Xiaorong, and Sun Naon. They had changed into their most beautiful, unique, or minimal clothing, leaving Song Xian's room nearly devoid of space to move. Ultimately, only the older men, Wang Gang and Gao Yuan, and the policewoman Lu Qimei were absent. As night fell, outside the wooden cabin, Zhang Kaishan trembled in his doghouse. Eyes fiercely fixed on Song Xian. "You bastard. After all we've been through as brothers, you treat me like a dog while you revel in your room. Just wait until I catch my chance. I will dismember you and feed your pieces to the dogs." At that moment, another trembling man appeared beside him. "Brother, I bet you wish to exact revenge as well? Who are you?" "I am another victim. Do you wish for vengeance?" "Yes. Then let us join forces. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yan." "We shall." The man, shivering from the cold, had a fierce glint in his eyes. 2 hours later, while Song Xian and the others were enjoying a lively gathering, Zhao Yin and Zhang Kaishan were busy stacking the collected wood outside the cabin. Finally, Zhao Yin spread gasoline, stolen from a fishing boat, over the wood and crouched down to flick a lighter. With a sharp click, flames erupted, and Zhao Yin smirked coldly, directing the flames towards the gasoline-soaked wood. Boom! The flames ignited instantly, consuming the wood in a furious blaze. Although Song Xian was engaged in conversation with Lu Feifei and Su Yalan, the acrid scent of gasoline soon caught his attention. By the time flames erupted outside, he had already sensed something amiss. However, to Zhang Kaishan and Zhao Yin, it seemed too late for Song Xian to react. The gasoline-soaked wood ignited rapidly, and the wooden structure of the cabin left them believing there was no escape for Song Xian and his companions. Thus, the two outside began to gloat. Zhang Kaishan, Song Xian, you bastard, you will ultimately die at my hands. I made you eat leftovers and live like a dog. I will see you and those women perish together. Zhao Yin, Song Xian, offending me, Zhao Yin, is the gravest mistake of your life. Those who wrong me must die. They must die? As their taunts echoed, the women inside the cabin screamed in panic. We're doomed. The place is on fire. What do we do now? We're going to die here. Zhang Kaishan, you bastard. If only I had killed him sooner. Song Xian, what do we do? The place is on fire. We're finished. Oh, if only we hadn't held this party. We could have discovered it sooner. Yet, while everyone was in a frenzy, Song Xian merely cast a disdainful glance at the triumphant Zhao Yin and Zhang Kaishan outside, placing his hand against the wall of the cabin. In an instant, the vast two-story wooden cabin vanished before their eyes. Oh my goodness! The women inside shrieked, hurriedly covering their most vital areas with their hands or scrambling to pick up clothes or blankets to shield their delicate bodies. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin and Zhang Kaishan stood rooted, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. Chapter 95, Self-Destruction. As the two-story wooden house suddenly vanished, Zhang Kaishan was still in a daze when he felt a sharp kick to his lower back, causing him to collapse to the ground. The assailant was none other than his so-called ally, the cowardly man and murderer, Zhao Yin. In such dire circumstances, he thought he could outpace Zhang Kaishan. Zhao Yin, damn you! Zhang Kaishan cursed, blood seeping from his knees as he struggled to rise and pursue the fleeing Zhao Yin. However, what they envisioned as a pursuit never materialized. In this bitter cold, devoid of shelter or blankets, they were left with no escape. Even if they survived the night, what awaited them the following days? Tomorrow, they were to set sail. Remaining here meant certain death. Therefore, Song Xian retrieved clothes and blankets from his spatial ring and distributed them among the women around him. Tonight, we will guard the fishing boat by the seaside, and at dawn, we shall depart for Ryukyu Island. The beautiful women responded enthusiastically, chattering excitedly as they followed Song Xian down the mountain. Having spatial abilities proved exceedingly convenient. Indeed, how impressive to make an entire house vanish. It seems even in apocalyptic times, we need not fear starvation. How fortunate to have Song Xian with us. If we had relied solely on our capabilities to survive in the city, we likely wouldn't have lasted this long. As they continued their animated discussion, Yang Mimi suddenly recalled Zhang Kaishan and Zhao Yin. Song Xian, are we just going to let them go? Isn't that too lenient? She asked. How long do you think they can survive once we leave? Song Xian retorted calmly while striding forward. That's a valid point. Yang Mimi conceded to his reasoning and let the matter rest. Soon, they hastily departed from the camp where they had lived for so long and arrived at the eastern shore where the fishing boat was docked. Once again, Song Xian summoned the villa, and everyone immediately entered their rooms to rest. He instructed Lu Qimei, the security chief, to arrange for night watch duties to prevent any incidents of arson. That night passed without further incident. Aside from the restless waves, everyone enjoyed a relatively comfortable night. However, the night was far from kind to Li Kai and Zhang Kaishan, with temperatures plummeting to nearly 20 degrees below zero. They hadn't ventured far before they were shivering uncontrollably. Ultimately, they returned to the camp, drawn by the warmth of the bonfire end. Zhang Kaishan's former makeshift bed. Upon returning to find the place deserted, Zhang Kaishan quickly dove back into his doghouse. Discovering his blanket was missing, he begrudgingly moved his makeshift bed closer to the fire to preserve his body heat. Soon, Zhao Yin returned as well, initially sitting by the bonfire. He eventually could no longer bear the cold and proposed they huddle together in the doghouse for warmth. Despite the awkwardness, as the night wore on and the bonfire dwindled, they found themselves shivering uncontrollably. Reluctantly, they embraced each other, the initial embarrassment soon overshadowed by the urgency of their situation. They began to converse, starting with introductions before launching into a tirade against Song Xian. Song Xian, that bastard, I will make him pay. Zhang Kaishan vowed. That scoundrel hoards so many women and resources while plotting our demise. Zhao Yan added vehemently. You glutton. You feast while leaving me with scraps. This is intolerable. Tomorrow, we will confront Song Xian and seize the opportunity to ambush him, Zhang Kaishan declared. Brother Zhang, I'll follow your lead. From now on, I will be your loyal subordinate, Zhao Yan pledged. Excellent. Once we eliminate Song Xian, I will not forget your loyalty. Thus, the two men murmured through the night, drawing strength from their shared animosity towards Song Xian, managing to endure until dawn broke. They staggered to the mountaintop, searching for the whereabouts of Song Xian, Yang Mimi, Gao Yuan, and the other women. To their dismay, they spotted Song Xian boarding the fishing boat with Yang Mimi, Fujihara Saika, and Gulina. Moments later, a long-haired youth ignited the boat's engines, and it began to sail away from the island. Ah, damn it, Zhang Kaishan seethed, gritting his teeth. Regret washed over him. Had he remained loyal to Song Xian, he too might have boarded that vessel to escape this wretched place and return to reality. In his moment of despair, he failed to notice Zhao Yan, who had once sworn allegiance to him, pick up a stone slightly larger than his fist and strike him brutally on the back of the head. Bang! Instantly, Zhang Kaishan felt a searing pain, his vision blurring. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancements he had received, he survived the blow. Yet, his mind was not as sharp, otherwise. He wouldn't have foolishly believed that tripping Song Xian would elevate his status. Zhao Yan, heartless and cunning, struck again. And the force of the second blow sent Zhang Kaishan sprawling to the ground, blood seeping from his head as he convulsed, froth escaping his mouth. Even then, Zhao Yan continued, delivering 3 more merciless strikes, leaving him battered and bloodied, panting beside him. Brother Xuan, don't blame me. Blame that bastard Song Xian. Now that he has left the island, we lack the means to hunt. If I don't kill you, you will have to kill me. After muttering these words, Zhao Yan rose unsteadily, casting a glance at the distant fishing boat before dragging Zhang Kaishan's lifeless body back to the camp. There, he reignited the remaining embers of the bonfire, preparing to feast on Zhang Kaishan's flesh. Before indulging, Zhao Yan stared at the roasted meat with a pale, eerie expression, whispering to himself, I will survive. I must. Chapter 96, The Newcomers. On the eastern shore of Airplane Island. Just as the power fishing boat set sail not far from the shore, a group of women began to chatter excitedly. Ah, finally leaving this wretched island. How delightful. But let's not rejoice too soon. Who knows how dire modern society might be. Regardless, it can't possibly be worse than life on this island, right? Clearly you've never read post-apocalyptic novels. In such a backdrop, the true horror lies not in calamities, but in the human heart. What is there to fear? We have Song Xian with us. His strength and abilities will surely protect us. Have you considered that others might awaken their own powers? Some might even possess firearms and artillery. Initially, buoyed by optimism, the mood soured rapidly after a dose of reality was injected. Everyone was aware of the treachery of human nature and the potential for madness in a world stripped of resources. Observing the shift in demeanor, Song Xian chose not to intervene. A touch of pessimism could foster caution, preventing them from recklessly courting danger. His foremost priority now was to keep a vigilant eye on the actions of the little dog, Sanfu. He also intended to have Fujihara Shizuka learn alongside him, as the controls were in Japanese, giving her a natural advantage. Since his reincarnation and return to the mainland, it had been 8 years since he last set foot on a boat. Previously, he lacked storage space and had continually ventured higher inland to evade disasters, ultimately reaching the Qing Haidabet Plateau. However, he had now awakened a fishing system and possessed the ability for apocalyptic forecasts, destined to live by the sea in the future. Therefore, acquiring navigation skills was paramount. Moreover, with a spatial ring at his disposal, he could easily stow the fishing boat within it, retrieving it when needed. This led him to contemplate acquiring additional vehicles or larger vessels, perhaps converting luxury yachts into mobile shelters by furnishing them with essentials. His spatial ring only limited real volume, not weight, allowing him to unleash his potential upon returning to modern society. Half an hour later, the boat continued to sail swiftly. Through observation and inquiry, Song Xian had grasped the basics of navigation. However, sailing was one thing, and navigating was another. Without GPS on the vast ocean, he could only discern direction by the sun, which would not suffice to locate the Ryukyu Islands. Thus, there remained much for him to learn. And he refrained from dismissing Sanfu outright, continually seeking knowledge. Just as he posed a question, Su Yalan suddenly pointed towards the northwest, exclaiming, Song Xian, look over there. There's smoke rising. Her statement drew the attention of everyone aboard. Should we investigate? Yang Mimi inquired, having spotted the dark plume. Let us go check. It could be fellow survivors. Song Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. With a higher ratio of women in their group, and knowing that the Ryukyu Islands had a considerable population, Their presence could easily attract unwanted attention. Although they possessed firearms and his strength was formidable, the Ryukyu had a security force, and the local police were armed, making the potential for danger unpredictable. This was an opportunity to gather more allies. While it might not prove immensely beneficial, having more people would bolster their courage until they could secure substantial weaponry. Let us steer the boat over there, he commanded Sanfu. Soon, the young helmsman adjusted the course, and after a brief journey, they arrived at a new island. The expressions of everyone, including Song Xian, shifted to one of subtle intrigue. He genuinely wished to find a few male companions, but instead, they encountered 3 women, the actress Dilraba Domarat, the actress Lu Shi, and a silver-haired streamer. The trio appeared emaciated and, upon seeing Song Xian and the others, their first words evoked the image of beggars. Nina, water. Please, I beg you for water. Dilraba, boo-hoo Mimi, I'm starving. Lu Shi, can you spare some food? I can't hold on any longer. Witnessing their plight, Song Xian's compassionate instincts kicked in, and he promptly leapt from the boat to offer sustenance. Young Mimi followed suit, descending the rope ladder. Boo-hoo, Mimi, you've come to rescue me. Dilraba cried, munching on the food. All right, don't cry, young Mimi replied. Finding Dilraba's pitiful demeanor reminiscent of a lost puppy reuniting with its mother, which brought her an involuntary smile. However, the circumstances did not warrant laughter, and she refrained, gently assuring, with me around, you need not fear hunger anymore. Boo-hoo, Mimi, you're so kind, Dilraba exclaimed, tightening her grip around young Mimi's leg. Her head nuzzling against her abdomen. Young Mimi, embodying the nurturing spirit of a mother, tenderly stroked Dilraba's head and inquired, are you 3 the only ones on this island? Do you have any supplies left? At this question, Dilraba's sorrow resurfaced, and it took her a moment to compose herself. There were originally 5 of us, but one died shortly after we arrived. A few days ago. A brother could no longer resist the lure of the rotting fish left by the tsunami. He suffered from severe diarrhea, and last night, he just... If you hadn't come, we might have. Sigh. Hearing her words, young Mimi could only sigh in response. The other women, including Fujihara Shizuka, Guli Nana, Park Chul-young, In Pu Mei, Zheng Ndi, Su Yalan, Lu Qing Mei, Lu Fei Fei, Ji Nanju, Wu Xiaorong, and Sun Na-un, felt a surge of gratitude for their timely encounter with Song Xian, which had spared them from enduring hunger and suffering. They were thankful for having crossed paths with him, for it had saved their lives. Chapter 97, Ryukyu Islands. While young Mimi was busy soothing Didi Riba, Song Xian had already surveyed the island and discovered a lack of valuable crops. He remarked, since we have had our fill, let us set off. Young Mimi, please explain the rules I have established and enlighten them about the apocalypse. Yes, sir. As Song Xian entrusted the group to her, young Mimi playfully smiled at Song Xian, intentionally puffing out her chest and saluting. They then boarded the boat, embarking on a tumultuous journey across Ryukyu Islands. After nearly an hour, their motorboat finally reached the coastal waters of Ryukyu Islands. The women, upon seeing the city and unfamiliar faces, erupted in joyous cheers and chatter. We are finally back in modern society. The dock was bustling with boats, suggesting that life here was not as dire as it seemed. Look closely. It's just crowded at the dock. They must be surviving through fishing, as the city appears dilapidated. Indeed, many buildings have collapsed. It truly resembles an apocalyptic scene, likely due to the last tsunami. However, Song Xian's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow, his abilities allowing him to perceive more than the others. It was evident that the people at the dock were divided into 2 factions, both armed with firearms. Furthermore, a speedboat manned by 5 soldiers was approaching them. These individuals were from the Ryukyu Coast Guard. Since the onset of the apocalypse, equipped heavily, they had become the true rulers of the island. Their intentions for this visit were far from mere collection. According to the Coast Guard's regulations, they were required to relinquish half of their catch from this expedition to these armed men. Moreover, upon spotting attractive women, they would seize them to bring back to the Coast Guard for their superiors' enjoyment before distributing them amongst themselves. In Song Xian's previous visit to Ryukyu Islands, he had not arrived this early. A rebellion had likely occurred in the interim, with a group called the Gale Gang rising to challenge the Coast Guard, which had subsequently tempered their behavior. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, interrupting Song Xian's reverie. The Coast Guard's boat had reached their vicinity, and the shooter was their leader, Sakamoto Ruji, a dark-skinned man wearing sunglasses. While Song Xian observed them, they had already used binoculars to survey the situation on the boat. Upon seeing so many beautiful women, the crew was visibly excited, salivating at the sight. Everyone, get down. Don't move, or I will shoot you. The speedboat circled near their motorboat, and Sakamoto Ruji, along with his men, pointed their pistols at the deck, leering provocatively. That girl with the twin tails is mine. No one else is allowed to touch her. Huh. You clearly don't understand women. Only those in anime would like such a thing. Hee. I want that one with the long black waves. She looks like a handful. I want the short-haired, tall one. She seems quite enticing, exuding pure allure. Hee. Only children make choices. I intend to enjoy all these women. The women exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively looking towards Songxian. Fujihara Shizuka and Li Fujin, the two women who understood Japanese, were expressions of deep discomfort as they translated the lewd remarks of the armed men. Upon hearing their translations, the expressions of the women on the boat darkened further. At that moment, Sakamoto Ruji sensed something amiss and recognized that Songxian was likely their leader. Kid, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Now, get down on the ground with your hands on your head, or don't blame us for breaking the rules. All right. Songxian replied in Japanese before ordering everyone to crouch down with their hands on their heads. Although he was confident in his ability to eliminate the 5 thugs without harm, he feared that if they opened fire, the women on board might get injured. Thus, he devised a plan to lure them in. Seeing everyone comply and crouch down, Sakamoto Ruji smiled triumphantly and instructed 2 of his subordinates to board the boat. You too. Get on and take them back to the Coast Guard's dock. After uttering these words, he pulled out a cigarette case and lighter, lighting one up as he began to smoke. The 2 subordinates, seeing their boss smoking, eagerly flattered him and requested cigarettes. As Songxian noted their relaxed demeanor and the other 2 thugs were boarding, he seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he retrieved a sharp stone from his spatial pocket and hurled it towards Sakamoto Ruji with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, the stone flew towards them with the speed of a bullet. The 3 men were instantly drenched in blood, collapsing backward into the water. Splash, splash, splash. The sounds of 3 splashes echoed simultaneously, causing the women beside Songxian to scream in unison. The 2 thugs who had just boarded the boat instinctively aimed their weapons at Songxian. However, Lu Qimei acted swiftly, shooting at them without hesitation. Bang, bang. Yet, Songxian was prepared, retaliating by flinging another stone at the 2. The outcome was disastrous for them. Not only did they suffer gunshot wounds, but they were also struck by stones. The 5 Coast Guard thugs were swiftly defeated by the combined efforts of Songxian and Lu Qimei, incurring no losses on their side. However, at that moment, the previous boat operator, Xuan Sanfu, seized the opportunity to leap from the boat, disappearing beneath the waves. Yet, Songxian followed suit, diving into the water to pursue and eliminate Xuan Sanfu, retrieving the firearms from Sakamoto Ruji and his men. He then climbed aboard the Coast Guard speedboat. Young Mimi was the first to regain her composure amid the chaos, sensing something as Songxian ascended the boat. Songxian, you still intend to. There's a small dock on the northern shore of Ryukyu Island. Have Fujihara Shizuka take you there to wait for me. As Songxian spoke, he produced another handgun, tossing it to young Mimi. There are many vile elements on this island that I must clear out first to ensure your safety. With that, Songxian steered the speedboat directly towards the eastern shore of Ryukyu Island. Chapter 98, Drawing the Sword. Songxian, will he be in danger going out alone? Indeed, this is not a deserted island. Those people look exceedingly vicious. While their appearance is alarming, what truly concerns me is that they are armed. Just a moment ago, those few ruffians. Sigh. I never imagined modern society could descend into such chaos. How will we manage in the future? What do you mean? How will we manage? Of course, we will follow Songxian. Given the current circumstances, without his presence, the mere notion of survival for us is but a distant dream. As Songxian departed, a group of young women began to murmur among themselves. The newcomers, Lu Shishir, Didi Reba, and Nina, were expressions of fear and anxiety. Their time spent with Songxian had been brief, and they had yet to fully digest the explanations provided by Yang Mimi. Having just returned to modern society, they were now confronted by these ruffians. However, upon observing the reactions of those around her, Yang Mimi's sensuous red lips curled into a slight smile. As a savvy and formidable woman who understood Songxian better than anyone, she was acutely aware of his strength and potential. Consequently, she felt no trepidation. Once he embarked on his journey towards the dock, she stepped forward to take charge. Rest assured, have confidence in Songxian's capabilities. Fujihara Saika, set sail. We will wait for Songxian on the north shore. Humph. Yet, Fujihara Saika responded with a haughty snort, her eyes narrowing defiantly. I am following Songxian's orders. Not yours. Of course, young Mimi replied with a radiant and enchanting smile, choosing not to engage in a quarrel with Fujihara Saika. Though Fujihara Saika was favored by Songxian, all the women, apart from him, subtly regarded her as their leader. With the addition of Didi Reba, an exotic beauty, Her position felt even more secure, binding Song Xian's heart to her. Engaging in a dispute with this young woman would only serve to make her appear petty and lacking the grace befitting an empress. She contemplated the future, envisioning a time when she would introduce even younger and more beautiful girls to Song Xian, ensuring Fujihara Saika would soon fade into obscurity. As young Mimi plotted her little schemes, the fishing boat began to move forward. The myriad of beautiful women aboard turned their gazes toward Song Xian, for his vessel was drawing near to the dock. Meanwhile, the men at the dock were abuzz with speculation. Who is this guy moving so decisively? He actually dared to kill members of the Coast Guard? Who cares? He assumed anyway. That group has over 300 members. Indeed. Those bastards are armed to the teeth and have 2 warships guarding the cold storage. Should we capture him and present him to the Coast Guard? Perhaps we could join them. However, in this moment, they remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. For Song Xian, there would be no mercy shown to these ruffians. Initially, he had planned to unleash havoc upon the Coast Guard. However, considering the women behind him, he did not want to expose them to danger should the ruffians follow the fishing boat to the north shore. Thus, Song Xian decided to strike preemptively. Just as he set foot on land, a group of unfriendly-looking individuals approached him. Leading the pack was a burly man with dark skin, resembling a black tower, his thick brows and large eyes glaring like brass bells. His name was Ishikawa Kuro, the leader of the Black Bear Gang. Hey, who are you? Why did you use our Black Bear Gang's fishing boat? Did you kill Koizumi, Ryaguchi, Daikoma, and Sanfu? It was I who killed them. Having spent considerable time with Japanese women in his previous life and traversed various regions of the island for 5 years before returning home, Song Xian easily understood their words. Bastard! Kill him! The leader of the fishermen, enraged by Song Xian's audacity, immediately rallied his comrades, who brandished harpoons and spears, charging toward him. They naively believed that Song Xian's earlier victory over the Coast Guard was merely due to surprise. With their numbers, they thought overpowering him would be effortless. Brothers, let us kill him, for Sanfu and Daikoma. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, 2 dark, menacing handguns suddenly appeared in Song Xian's empty hands. Bang, 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 bang. Unfazed by the expenditure of ammunition, Song Xian swiftly emptied the magazines of both pistols. The approaching henchmen of the Black Bear Gang fell, either shot in the head or struck in vital areas, leaving a gruesome scene of bodies and bloodshed. The remaining members of the gang were instantly filled with dread, while the surrounding fishermen initially stood frozen in shock. But soon, they regained their senses and scattered in panic like startled birds. Ah, help, help, cough, cough. It hurts so much. Someone save me. Run, run. That bastard is a demon. Hurry and call the police. Go find Lord Matsui. Call the Coast Guard. Observing the chaos among the ruffians, Song Xian merely smiled coldly, entering a relentless mode of pursuit, embodying a heartless assassin. His brazen demeanor and reckless waste of ammunition were not born of cruelty. Rather, they served a greater purpose. He aimed to protect the women and, more importantly, to lure out the Coast Guard to eliminate them. Having been to Ryukyu Island in his previous life, he was well aware of the Coast Guard's formidable firepower. Though he now possessed immense strength, he understood that a concentrated barrage of gunfire would be challenging for a mortal body to withstand. If they resorted to artillery or missiles, the situation would be even more perilous. Even if he could escape, his cherished companions would be in grave danger. Thus, he had another mission, his true objective, to infiltrate the Coast Guard's armory and seize all the equipment. His favorite television drama was Drawing the Sword, and in his previous life, he had narrowly escaped this place. Yet this time, he intended to deliver a resounding blow to the ruffians, unveiling his sword in all its glory.